1 month before the end of the world, Yun Shu was asked by his adoptive parents to hand over his salary to buy a house and a car for their biological son. The end of the world came like a sudden thunderbolt. The sky and earth froze, and all things withered. At this critical moment of life and death, in order to give their biological son more chances to escape, the adoptive parents pushed Yun Shu towards the group of monsters without hesitation. Just when she felt the huge pain almost swallowing everything, the world before her eyes suddenly became foggy. When she opened her eyes again, she found herself in a void space, with only a huge blind box quietly placed in the center. Yun Shu looked inside the hole on the blind box, but the black hole made it hard for her to see anything. The words, "Don't touch me," were written crookedly on the box. But how could she listen to the warning? She had already died once, so she had nothing to fear. She decided to give it a try and reached in. It was filled with large balls, just enough for her to pick one up at random. She took a white ball, and the surface still had distorted fonts. "Congratulations on getting a 100 square meter hotel. The hotel will be equipped with an initial employee, and no salary is required. Don't worry, there will be absolutely no labor arbitration." Before Yun Shu could react, the scene in front of her quickly disappeared, and the next moment, she was back to the place where she died. Her adoptive parents and brother had long since disappeared, and the monster that had bitten her to death had also disappeared. A store suddenly appeared in the originally empty place, with 4 flashing LED characters on it: Doomsday Hotel. The exterior of the hotel is covered with beige tiles, but some of the bricks are falling off, revealing the cement walls inside. The glass door allows one to see what's inside at a glance, and there are 2 large windows installed on the wall. Although they are breathable and let in light, they are obviously not suitable for hiding in Doomsday. The surrounding buildings were covered in frost and snow, and the atmosphere was lifeless, but this hotel alone exuded a warm orange light, looking cozy and pleasant. A sharp roar of a monster was heard in the distance. Yun Shu shivered as the cold wind blew. He wrapped his clothes tightly and ran into the hotel trembling. As soon as she entered the door, warm air hit her face, and the aroma of food filled the air. Yun Shu smelled the long-lost taste of fish-flavored pork shreds, and her mouth was watering. The Doomsday had been coming for a long time, and she had hardly had a full meal, let alone fish-flavored pork shreds. At this moment, a little elf suddenly appeared in front of her and flew out. Its head was only 20 centimeters long, and its gender was unclear. It was very charming. "Boss, it's time for lunch. What are you doing outside?" The elf looked at Yun Shu and urged. Yun Shu rubbed her eyes. Was this an illusion before or after death? Her mind was in a mess. "Boss, I'm starving, come in and have some food." Seeing that she didn't move, the elf became more anxious. The roar of the monster was getting closer and closer. Yun Shu's clothes were not warm enough, and she was shivering with cold, so she quickly ran into the store. As soon as I walked in, I was greeted by the warm air and the aroma of food. The elf brought out a large plate of shredded pork with fish flavor from the metal frame on the wall and placed it on the table. Yun Shu immediately swallowed his saliva and couldn't help asking, "What on earth is going on?" The elf was flying in the air, busy serving water and food, and said with a smile, "Boss, this is your hotel. I am the #1 employee, you can call me Elf. This place belongs to your territory, outsiders cannot enter without your permission, it is absolutely safe, let's eat." Yun Shu looked at the hotel. There was a reception desk at the entrance with a computer on the table, and next to it was a wooden table with 4 chairs. Going further in, there is a corridor with 3 rooms. Ignoring the flying elves, the hotel looks like an ordinary small hotel before the end of the world. She sat down and picked up her chopsticks, finally feeling a little more relaxed. The sweet and spicy taste of the fish-flavored pork shreds warmed her stomach and instantly filled her with strength. She ate the meal in one gulp, not even leaving a mouthful of rice. The elf looked at her resentfully. "Don't you know to leave some food for the employees?" After that, it flew away and put the tableware back into the metal frame. In fact, it didn't need to eat, but human food was so delicious. After eating, Yun Shu walked to the window and saw several monsters wandering slowly on the street outside. They have skinny bodies, purple-red skin, curved claws more than 10 centimeters long, wide mouths, eyes on both sides of the head, and mucus often flows out of their mouths, which is very disgusting when frozen on their bodies. She squatted down carefully, hid under the table, and did not move. The monster has an extremely sharp sense of smell and vision, and is very fast. If discovered, there is almost no chance of escape. She was so nervous that she broke out in a cold sweat. Seeing that the hotel had a glass door with extremely strong transparency, she almost felt despair. Just when she was extremely anxious, the elf suddenly flew over, humming a song and loudly asking, "Boss, are you feeling unwell?" Yun Shu quickly pulled it under the table and signaled it with his eyes to keep quiet. The elf's eyes turned, and he understood what she meant. He whispered, "Boss, don't worry. Without your permission, they can't enter and can't see us. As long as you are in the hotel, you are the absolute king." Yun Shu breathed a sigh of relief and looked out the window. The monsters really didn't see anything. She finally realized that this was really a safe house. However, before the problem was solved, 2 terrified screams were heard outside the door, and a couple of neighbors rushed towards the hotel and tried to break in. But when they got about 3 meters closer to the hotel, they seemed to be blocked by a transparent wall and could not move forward any further. "Help, Ah Shu! Open the door, help!" Yun Shu was shocked, because these 2 people were her childhood neighbors who always laughed at her and called her a bastard. "Yun Shu! Open the door! You damn girl!" Zhang Cui was so angry that her face turned blue. Seeing Yun Shu still drinking water slowly, she jumped anxiously and waved her arms to try to break through the invisible air wall in front of her. Her face was purple from the cold, her eyelashes and eyebrows were covered with white frost, and every time she spoke a word, a cloud of white mist came out of her mouth. Li Wu stood behind her, looking at the monsters approaching rapidly on the street with horror in his eyes, and suddenly shouted, "Mom! Hurry up! I don't want to die!" At this time, the elf leisurely poked his head out from the side. "Hey! A guest is coming!" Then, the elf noticed Yun Shu's expression and quickly changed his words. "Oh, it's the enemy, boss. Why don't you let them in and take away their crystal cores and luck? Here, the boss's orders are the law of nature. How about giving it a try?" When Yun Shu heard this, his heart was moved. Heavenly Tao? Could he really completely control this house, or even the people here? She decided to give it a try, so she said to herself, "Let them in, but don't open the door." Suddenly, the air wall in front of Zhang Cui and Li Wu disappeared. The 2 of them could not keep their balance, and fell to the ground. Ouch! The ground was frozen hard by the cold, and the 2 men fell and were unable to get up or move for a while. However, the monsters behind them marched towards them without hesitation. Their legs were extremely long, fast, and accurate. The monsters opened their mouths wide, revealing a circle of sharp teeth, and their mouthparts were as dense as straws. When Li Wu looked back, he was so frightened that his eyes rolled back and he fainted. At this time, Zhang Cui began to crawl towards the glass door like crazy, and her movements seemed like she was in despair. However, they could no longer approach the glass door. The monsters were completely blocked as if they had hit a wall of air. Zhang Cui was unwilling to give up, so she pulled her son tremblingly to the door and pushed open the glass door, but the door remained motionless. Ah Shu, open the door, please open the door," Yun Shu asked calmly. "After they come in, can I control their life and death?" The elf nodded. "That's right, boss. You only need to give the order as to who should live and who should die." Yun Shu's heart moved, and he silently said again, "Open the door." Then the glass door opened automatically. Zhang Cui dragged her son into the house without hesitation. As soon as they entered the room, they were immediately surrounded by warm air. Zhang Cui looked around in surprise. "Why is it so warm?" The air was still filled with the aroma of fish-flavored pork shreds. Zhang Cui hurriedly took a few sips, her eyes shining. "Ah Shu, is there any food here? Look, Auntie and Brother Wu are hungry." Yun Shu shrugged. "I'm done eating. Are you angry or not?" Li Wu was awakened by the smell. "Food? Is there any food?" Seeing her son wake up, Zhang Cui gained confidence. She looked at the frail little girl in front of her, and had already made up her mind. It would be easy to deal with her. So, she wiped her snot and cursed. "You little bastard, you are so selfish. Just wait and see how my son and I will teach you a lesson on behalf of your damn parents." After saying that, she and Li Wu clenched their fists and walked towards Yun Shu. Yun Shu snapped his fingers. Zhang Cui and her son froze in an instant, unable to move or even speak. After so many years, Zhang Cui, you and your son's expressions haven't changed at all, Yun Shu said lightly. The elf smiled and said, Boss, leave it to me. At this time, Zhang Cui and Li Wu noticed that there was a mini elf standing next to them. They struggled desperately, but found that they could not move at all. Boss, wait a moment. As soon as the elf finished speaking, his figure flashed and instantly turned into a tall blonde boy. His fair skin has a hint of pink, slightly curly hair, a pair of golden pupils, pointed ears and small canine teeth reveal a bit of playfulness. Damn, you can still get bigger! Yun Shu looked at him in surprise. Of course, boss, the elf said confidently, his voice clear and energetic. Boss, look at me! As soon as he finished speaking, he took out a golden feather arrow from his back, drew the bow and shot at Zhang Cui and her son. As soon as the arrows touched their bodies, the two of them disappeared like ripples on water, leaving nothing behind but clothes and belongings. Yun Shu exclaimed, This power is too great, it can actually be compared with high-level supernatural powers. She immediately became alert, fearing that she would become a target as well. However, the elf was looking at her expectantly, blinking its big eyes waiting for her praise. Great! The elf was overjoyed after hearing this, and instantly turned back into its mini version, flying happily in the air. Zhang Cui and her son fell to the ground with their clothes scattered all over the floor, but they were nowhere to be seen. Yun Shu was not moved at all by their death. She had long been accustomed to the ugliness of human nature, and she never showed any mercy when evil people died. Yun Shu fiddled with her clothes with her toes in disgust, trying to see if there was a crystal core. Crystal cores, this crystalline substance is an important resource for superpowers to replenish energy and improve their abilities, and is also the most valuable hard currency today. Whether it is for trading or daily use, it can be of great use. Unfortunately, after searching for a long time, she only found tattered clothes and torn socks, and didn't even see the shadow of a crystal core. What a poor fellow! Yun Shu couldn't help but laugh at himself. Just when she was about to give up, a mechanical voice suddenly sounded in her mind. Hotel account received, 54 crystal core points, 28 luck points. Yun Shu was stunned. What did this mean? She asked the elf, and the elf smiled and explained. For those shot by the elf's arrows, the crystal cores on their bodies will be converted into crystal core points for the hotel to use to upgrade furniture. And their luck points will be sucked away and converted into luck points. When accumulated to a certain amount, it can be used for the blind box lottery. Blind box lucky draw? Yun Shu's eyes lit up when he heard it. She remembered that she had seen the mysterious blind box in the void, and she just drew it randomly, and got this safe place. How much luck do I need to accumulate to draw again? The elf took out a booklet from behind the counter and handed it to Yun Shu. The words, Hotel Management Guide, were written on the cover. The elf pinched his nose and began to clean up the dirty clothes on the ground, while Yun Shu opened the booklet in his hand. The content of the book is concise and clear, with only a few rules. First, this hotel is absolutely safe and belongs to the owner Yun Shu. The owner's will is the highest principle. Within the hotel, the owner's orders are absolute. Second, the boss and employees can get unlimited food and basic supplies, just use the teleportation box on the wall. Guests need to buy them. The price is determined by the boss. Be careful not to overcharge customers. Third, the common currencies of this hotel are crystal cores and luck. Other currencies are invalid. The hotel will pay taxes reasonably. Even the boss cannot use the public account, but the boss can have his own private account. Fourth, if you want to serve tea, decorate the room, or deal with troublesome matters, please ask your employees. A qualified boss knows how to rely on his employees. Fifth, you can draw a prize once for every 1,000 lucky points. The specific details will be explained by the staff. Head of the head office, Panda Head. Yun Shu closed the booklet and digested its contents. It seemed that she could freely enjoy the hotel's food and supplies, so her room should have been arranged. The elf had already cleaned up the dirty clothes and water stains on the floor. Seeing Yun Shu finish reading the manual, he said with a wink, Boss, let me show you around the hotel. Yun Shu nodded. Thank you for your help, elf. The elf looked excited. Our hotel now has 100 square meters. It's a first-class hotel with complete facilities. This is the lobby. The computer next to it can be used to decorate the room, check upgrade information, etc. Go inside. There are 2 guest rooms facing the living room. She took Yun Shu and opened the door of room 01, and found it was a single room. There was a 1.2-meter wide single bed in the room, an old bedside table, a wooden chair and an air conditioner next to the bed, and no windows in the room. The whole room is about 10 square meters, simple but clean and warm. For people after the apocalypse, it is quite good to have such a place to live. Room 02 is a double room. In addition to the bed being changed into a 2-meter wide double bed, the room also has an old wardrobe and a small window compared to room 01. The area is about 20 square meters. On the right side of the guest room there is a 6-square-meter public bathroom, equipped with a toilet and shower, and separated dry and wet areas. To the left of the guest room is your room, boss. Hearing that this was her room, Yun Shu couldn't wait to push open the door and found that the room was about 20 square meters and had a large window. There is a single bed, a heating and air conditioning, a single wardrobe and a small bathroom with dry and wet separation. The decoration is simple, with white walls, white wardrobes and white sheets. The room was not big, but Yun Shu was very satisfied. Since the Doomsday, humans have been starving and cold, and have to be on guard against monsters at all times. It is extremely lucky to have such a safe nest. Yun Shu jumped onto the bed. The mattress was soft, and the quilt was warm. She took a deep breath and could smell disinfectant and laundry detergent. This feeling was so blissful, as if she had had a beautiful dream. Boss, can I sleep here? The elf suddenly poked his head out from the bed. Yun Shu turned her head and saw a miniature bed next to the bed, on which the elf was jumping. I refuse. Yun Shu reluctantly took the small bed that was less than 30 centimeters long into the closet. Thinking that the elf would grow bigger, Yun Shu said expressionlessly, You can sleep in the closet, so that I won't step on you when I go to the toilet at night. The elf. He couldn't find any reason to refute. After briefly understanding the hotel's facilities, Yun Shu nodded. Although this small hotel is not large, it has a reasonable layout, and even specially arranges a private bathroom for the owner. Time passed quickly, and it was getting darker until it was past 9 o'clock. Yun Shu yawned and returned to his room. She went to the bathroom first, where there were disposable toothpaste and toothbrushes, shampoo, shower gel, toilet paper, etc. A pack of sanitary napkins and a set of pure white pajamas were placed thoughtfully behind the dressing mirror. Yun Shu hadn't brushed his teeth for a long time, let alone taken a bath. The temperature outside was always below 20 degrees Celsius. Although the human body had been mutated and strengthened, and its cold resistance had been improved, it was still easy to get frostbite when taking a bath. She closed the bathroom door, took off her dirty clothes, and turned on the shower head. The steaming water instantly splashed on her face, and she shook her hair comfortably, but because of the tangles, her hair did not move. The bath lasted 2 hours. Only when she was completely clean did Yun Shu change into her pajamas, blow dry her hair and come out. The elf saw her and said in surprise, Wow, boss, you're so pretty! I thought being covered in mud was your style. Yun Shu's hair fell smoothly, just to her shoulders, and her skin was so white that it was almost transparent, with a pink tint from the hot water. Although her facial features were not absolutely beautiful, she had a cool temperament. She turned off the hall light and lay down on her bed, feeling like she was in a dream. She felt blessed by the luxurious security. Soon Yun Shu fell asleep. However, less than 2 hours later, she was awakened by the noise outside. I'm sorry, boss. I forgot to turn on the soundproofing mode. The elf was also woken up and hurriedly jumped out of the closet to apologize. Yun Shu rubbed his eyes and said, It's okay, I'll go check it out. She walked into the living room, and with the help of the moonlight and her enhanced vision, she saw 4 people in heavy gear fighting monsters on the street while looking for cover to retreat. These monsters were exactly the ones that Zhang Cui and Li Wu had attracted during the day. They didn't expect to be encountered by this unlucky team. Fuck! I just explored this area yesterday. Why are there suddenly so many monsters? Wang Feng used his wind power to speed up his teammates while running. Stop blowing, go blow those monsters, I'm freezing to death. Zhao Hua, another person with fire power, roared while throwing fireballs at the group of monsters. There are two other members in the team, one is good at fire power, and the other is good at water power. Seeing the monster chasing, the team members can still fight each other. Obviously, they are very powerful and have a lot of crystal cores in their hands. Seeing that the team was getting closer and closer to the hotel, Yun Shu took the initiative to open the glass door and shouted with a smile. Want to stay at the hotel, everyone? It's absolutely safe to exchange the crystal core for a place to stay. The girl's voice rose in tone, relaxed and at ease, without a trace of urgency or fear. Amid the sharp roar of the monster, this leisurely attitude seemed particularly abrupt and instantly attracted the attention of the four men. Yun Shu turned on the lights in the hotel lobby. The warm light was like a beacon, instantly illuminating the street. She stood inside the glass door against the light, wearing a thin white printed pajama dress. Her soft hair fluttered in the cold wind blowing in through the crack in the door, and there was no fear on her face. In this desolate and cold apocalypse, she seemed like a goddess who had left the world. Yun Shu was actually very nervous. After all, she used to be a socially anxious person, and the four men in front of her were the first wave of guests she received. The elf flew around her and landed on her shoulder. Don't worry, boss. I'll take care of everything. I'm your all-round starter employee. Hearing the elf's slightly boastful words, Yun Shu felt a little more relaxed. Then she started the second wave of propaganda, cupping her hands into a trumpet shape. Run! The monster's claws are about to touch you. Come here. It's safe here. The four men hesitated for a moment, then quickly ran towards the hotel. With the aliens chasing them closely, what other choice did they have? Zhao He almost felt that his special power was about to be exhausted. The fireball in his hand was getting smaller and smaller. If this continued, he was afraid that only sparks would be left. Damn, boss, we have to run quickly. I can't hold on any longer, these damn aliens are like mad dogs. He shouted at the top of his lungs while desperately following Captain Chu Jiuzhou to run towards the hotel. If you can't hold on, just say less. Just run faster with your weak legs. Wang Feng complained unceremoniously while pushing Zhao He with his wind power. A few minutes later, they finally ran to the hotel entrance, panting. Yun Shu quickly made way, and the four of them rushed into the hall. The aliens behind followed closely. Although this door looked wrong, Chu Jiuzhou still led them in. As soon as the four of them entered the room, they immediately found different places to hide and quickly pointed their guns at the aliens outside. However, they were surprised to find that the alien species that had been chasing them madly just now dispersed as if they could not see them. Wang Feng was panting and asked in shock, "What's going on? Why didn't you chase him?" They then noticed that the warmth inside the room was almost intoxicating. The temperature was about 26 degrees Celsius, and within a minute of entering the room, they began to sweat. They haven't experienced this warm feeling for 4 months, since the end of the world. Chu Jiuzhou stood up, holding his gun tightly with caution, but still asked politely, "Hello, Chu Jiuzhou, can't the aliens outside see here?" Yun Shu nodded and replied with a smile. "That's right, dear guests, don't worry, I have no ill intentions. This hotel is absolutely safe, and alien species cannot see or enter. If you want to stay, you only need to pay some crystal cores." Zhao He, Wang Feng and Su Miao also stood up after hearing this. They breathed a sigh of relief when they saw that the alien species outside were indeed not approaching any further. At the same time, they began to look around the room. This place was so clean. Although the wall tiles and ceramic tiles looked a bit old, they were spotless. There was no blood on the walls or the floor, and the glass door was as clear as a mirror. There was even a warm light on, which was really strange. Chu Jiuzhou asked, "How many crystal cores do you need?" Yun Shu smiled slightly, appearing to be very business-minded. "A single room is 3 primary crystal cores per night, and a double room is 5 primary crystal cores per night." Although the price was not cheap, it was worth it considering the current situation. If they did not stay, they would probably have to go out and fight the alien species to the death. This crystal core seemed very cost-effective. Protection money, hee. Chu Jiuzhou and his team members often go on missions and have some savings on hand. This amount of crystal cores is nothing to them, but he still remains vigilant. Wang Feng then asked, "Are there any hidden expenses? Don't take advantage of us, we are not rich." Yun Shu almost laughed out loud. This kid must have been cheated by a shady merchant before the end of the world, so he has such a strong sense of anti-cheating. Don't worry, water and electricity are free. If you stay, you can also take a free hot shower in the public toilet. As for food, you have to buy it separately. Several people were immediately shocked when they heard that they could take a hot bath. Hell, even the leaders of the big bases can't just take hot showers. Most of the solar power generation equipment was broken, and the power supply in the base was tight, so no one could take a hot shower. No one dared to take a cold shower, and if they did, they would lose their lives. In this apocalyptic world, being able to take a hot bath is a luxury. Seeing that they still didn't believe it, Yun Shu walked to the public bathroom, turned on the shower, and hot water gushed out. Wang Feng hurried over, scooped up the water in his hand, touched it, and even took a sip. Boss, it's really hot water. Chu Jiuzhou was also shocked, and he was trying to figure out the identity of this mysterious girl. Since she could shield the alien species and had hot water available, she obviously didn't intend to attack them. So he decisively took out 8 primary crystal cores and said, Boss, I'd like to reserve a single room and a double room, thank you. Yun Shu looked at the crystal cores in his hand and was overjoyed. 8 primary crystal cores. Before she died and was neither resurrected nor resurrected, she lived with her adoptive parents, and it took her 4 months to get a primary crystal core. Even if she found it, it would be snatched away and absorbed by her brother Yunza. She couldn't wait to take the crystal core, and had already begun to imagine the joy of absorbing it. But unexpectedly, the 8 crystal cores disappeared instantly as soon as they were received in his hands. Then, a mechanical prompt sounded. Hotel account received, 80 crystal core points. Total 134 crystal core points, 28 luck points. What the fuck? Who was confiscating her crystal core? She was planning to absorb half of it. The mechanical voice seemed to have heard her thoughts and added, The hotel operating income will be automatically deposited into the hotel's public account for hotel operations. Yun Shu had no choice but to hand the room access card to Chu Jiuzhou without thinking any more, then turned around and went to rest. Chu Jiuzhou and his team members lined up to enter the bathroom. The bathroom here is extremely clean, with white tiles covering the walls and disposable toothpaste, toothbrushes, combs, and soap on the washstand. Next to the sink is a toilet. Next to it is a shower separated by frosted glass, and all toiletries are available. It is simply heaven. The 4 of them took a bath for 3 or 4 hours, and only went to rest contentedly when their bodies were almost peeling off. Chu Jiuzhou lived in a single room, and the other 3 lived in a double room. The next morning, they were immersed in soft quilts, intoxicated with sweet dreams, when they were suddenly awakened by the smell of food. It's only been 4 months since the end of the world, but the smell of food here feels as if it hasn't been smelled in 4 centuries. Can you smell it? Wang Feng twitched his nose excitedly, as if every breath of air he took was a source of happiness. I smell it! Someone is cooking. It should be the beautiful boss from yesterday. Zhao Hu also sniffed intoxicatedly. There are spicy and sour potato shreds and the aroma of meat. Wang Feng felt incredible, not because of Zhao Hu's keen sense of smell, but because where in this world could he find ingredients to cook? Although the apocalypse had only been going on for 4 months, almost all plants and animals had been wiped out. It was the hottest time of summer before the end of the world, and everyone was still complaining about the hot weather. Unexpectedly, the temperature dropped sharply, from 30 to 40 degrees Celsius to minus 30 to 40 degrees Celsius in just a few days. Plants withered, animals died, and many people died. Let's go out and see if we can get something to eat, Zhao Hu urged excitedly while putting on his shoes. Wang Feng followed closely behind, and only Su Miao looked at the 2 of them helplessly. As soon as the 3 of them went out, they ran into Chu Jiuzhou. At this time, Yun Shu was sitting in the hall enjoying a delicious lunch. On her table was a large steamed bun that exuded an alluring aroma, a plate of golden and steaming hot and sour potato shreds, and the most mouth-watering thing was a large chicken drumstick. Both Su Miao and Chu Jiuzhou were surprised to see this scene. Even the leaders of large bases might not be able to enjoy this kind of food. Although the base now has temperature-controlled greenhouses, the energy required is extremely huge. Even the Peace Space has only built a greenhouse of 3 acres and planted some vegetables for the enjoyment of the powerful in the base. Meat was even harder to come by, and most animals became extinct because they could not adapt to the cold. I didn't expect that the boss could enjoy these 2 dishes all to himself. Yun Shu noticed them and asked while chewing a chicken leg. Would you like to eat? You can buy it with just a few crystal cores. What, not only does she have food to eat, but she is also selling food. Jojo calmed down and asked. Excuse me, is there a menu? Yun Shu pointed to the food pickup slot on the wall, with a translucent screen above it. Yes, just order what you want on that screen. They walked over to check the price. Since Yun Shu has not yet unlocked a fixed menu, the dishes for each day are random. Today's menu is spicy and sour potato shreds and chicken legs. Yun Shu sets the price. Fragrant solid steamed bun, 1 is equal to 2 low-level crystal cores. Spicy and sour potato shreds, 1 plate equals 1 intermediate crystal core. Strolling chicken leg, 1 is equal to 1 intermediate crystal core. Jojo hesitated for a few seconds and finally bought a plate of shredded potatoes and some steamed buns. They couldn't wait to start enjoying them and almost wanted to swallow the plate as well. It smells so good, so good. Zhao ate 3 steamed buns by himself, savoring the taste with satisfaction. It would be even more perfect if I had a big chicken drumstick. I would even be willing to do that if it meant I could get rich right away. Wang Feng also showed a satisfied expression. You kid, you really want to take more after you've eaten it, ha ha ha. The crystal cores consumed by the few people were immediately converted into crystal core points, automatically deposited into the hotel's public account, and renewed for 2 nights. Yun Shu sat at the front desk, and a mechanical notification sounded on the computer screen. Hotel account received 360 crystal core points, a total of 814 crystal core points, 33 luck points. So many! 1 intermediate crystal core is equal to 10 low-level crystal cores. It turns out that you can still make money in the catering business. Who can refuse to enjoy such a precious meal in a world where species are almost extinct? Spend little money, enjoy great fortune. The only thing that confused Yun Shu was that the luck value actually increased by 5 points, from 28 to 33. Why are there so many luck points? Will customers get free luck points when they buy things? Yun Shu asked. The elf flew over and looked closer at the screen. Of course not as a gift, it must be because you completed a task, boss. Task? Yun Shu opened the taskbar and finally found the task list. One of the tasks, first time having guests stay overnight, reward 5 luck points, has been marked as completed. She clicked to view the task details, and a mechanical reminder of the next task came to her mind: grow a cumulative income of 10,000 crystal core points, and be rewarded with 10 luck points. Luck points are indeed not easy to earn, and it seems that killing people to forcibly extract them is a faster way. At this time, she suddenly found an interesting product on the screen: Taobao. This should be the peach treasure, right? She had more crystal core points in her hand, so she decided to see what she could buy. After opening Taobao, she found a wide variety of goods, almost everything available, including not only ordinary goods before the end of the world, such as clothes and furniture, but also some strange goods, such as flying brooms, invincible bubbles, etc. You can find almost anything you want, the only problem is the price. For example, that cool witch's flying broom actually costs 12,000 crystal core points. She was about to click to view it, but a pop-up window popped up: sorry, insufficient assets, unable to view this product. She angrily closed that section and clicked on the regular items instead. The prices here are much more affordable. The cheapest clothes only cost a few dozen crystal core points, and most furniture costs between dozens and hundreds of crystal core points. A few home appliances cost more than 1,000 points. She looked around her hotel and noticed it was missing a water dispenser. Although she can get water from the food pickup port at any time, customers cannot use the food pickup port without handing over crystal cores. So if the guests want to drink water, they can only go to the wash basin in the bathroom to get water. Although it is drinkable, it always feels unsightly. Yun Shu selected and decided to buy a water dispenser with 210 crystal core points. As soon as she clicked to confirm the order, a cardboard box suddenly appeared in the living room, floating in the air. My God, this logistics is too fast. Then, a 3D map of the hotel appeared on the screen, prompting her to choose the installation location. She chose the wall next to the food pickup counter, and the cardboard box seemed to have its own legs. It walked step by step to the wall and put the water dispenser in place. Then, its cardboard arm extends out and plugs directly into an outlet in the wall. Seeing the cartons being moved and installed was a complete shock to Yun Shu. This hotel was simply amazing. She loved it. Crystal cores were like gold before the end of the world. Nowadays, whether it was for trading or improving abilities, crystal cores had become an indispensable resource. The money, gold, and silver of the past have almost no trading value. If you were given a pound of gold and a primary crystal core now, everyone would definitely choose the crystal core without hesitation. Boss, we can set some fixed dishes. If it's a random menu, we have to reset the price every day. With a fixed menu, customers can choose for themselves, the elf suggested. Yun Shu thought this was a good idea. She could also choose some of her favorite dishes, and she couldn't help but feel happy. If you want to make money, the most direct way is to eat and live. You can't make much money from living. There are limited rooms, and if the price is too high, no one will stay there, otherwise you won't make any money. But food is different. People need food to survive, so eating is a must. Whether you are a superpower or a powerful person, you can't live without eating. Even if the leader of the base came, he still had to serve me a few dishes. Therefore, she planned to prepare more food so that she could earn more crystal core points and expand the scale of the hotel in advance. Become bigger and stronger, and achieve glory. Yun Shu pondered these things and asked the elf about the recipe. Just choose the dishes on the computer, but you need to use crystal core points to unlock them, the elf said excitedly. It loved eating human food. As soon as the boss selected the dishes, it secretly thought that it would pick some of its favorites later. Yun Shu turned on the computer. This hotel's computer was really useful. In addition to the pre-apocalyptic data resources, it also had many magical functions. For example, the hotel modeling is like the Sims in the game. All the furniture is reduced on the computer screen. Just drag it, and the real furniture and even the walls will change accordingly. However, Yun Shu had no talent for architecture, so he chose the default style and clicked on the menu. The first thing that popped up was the choice of cuisine, including Sichuan cuisine, Hunan cuisine, Cantonese cuisine, all kinds of local flavors. Yun Shu was dazzled, and the elf next to him couldn't help drooling. You humans eat so well! Alas, no matter how good the food was, it is a thing of the past. Yun Shu sighed. Each dish has a corresponding crystal core point behind it, and the price is not cheap, so Yun Shu can only unlock a few. In the end, she chose steamed buns, rice, apples, stir-fried shredded potatoes, sweet and sour pork ribs, and scrambled eggs with tomatoes. There were only 84 crystal core points left in the hotel account. Yun Shu smiled helplessly, spending it too quickly. As she operated, the screen at the food pickup port changed, and corresponding images of dishes appeared, steaming hot and making people salivate. The price is at the back, waiting for Yun Shu to set. If someone orders food later, they just need to choose it on the screen. Is this delicious? The elf asked, pointing at the sweet and sour pork ribs, and couldn't help swallowing his saliva. It's delicious. I'll give you some when we eat later, Yun Shu said generously. The food was free anyway, so the boss could eat as much as he wanted. Yun Shu walked to the screen on the wall where the food was served and began to set the prices. She planned to set the prices in different levels, with both cheaper dishes and slightly more expensive dishes. This would ensure that every customer could spend a little. Not so rich guests spend a little money, while richer guests can spend more. Yun Shu set the price in crystal core points so that everyone can top up and apply for hotel membership cards. Fragrant solid steamed bun, 1 is equal to 2 crystal core points. Grain by grain rice, 1 bowl equals 5 crystal core points. Stir-fried shredded potatoes, optional 1 plate equals 10 crystal core points. Sweet and sour spare ribs, 1 plate equals 100 crystal core points. Scrambled eggs with tomatoes, 1 plate equals 30 crystal core points. Sweet and juicy apple, 1 is equal to 30 crystal core points. After setting it up, Yun Shu took 2 apples with satisfaction, gave one to the elf, and took a bite of the other himself. She hadn't eaten fruit for a long time. Even the most ordinary apples became a luxury at this moment. The sweetness and juice of the apple flowed down her throat, giving her an illusion that the past few months of exile were all fake. But when she turned her head and looked out the window, the dilapidated buildings covered with frost and snow reminded her all the time that the end of the world was not just a dream, and her adoptive parents pushing her towards the monsters was not a dream either. While she was immersed in her thoughts, the 4 people in the team were preparing to go out to carry out the mission. The crunch sound when Yun Shu bit the apple made them all swallow their saliva. Is that a real apple? It seems so. Otherwise, how did Boss Yun and that elf eat? My boss has never eaten any fruit. At most, he's eaten some dried fruit. I really want to try it. Wang Feng glanced at Captain Chu Jiuzhou cautiously. Chu Jiuzhou rolled his eyes at him helplessly. Don't forget why we came out here. Su Miao, the water-based psychic who had been silent all this time, spoke up at this time. Our mission commission is only 2 high-level crystal cores. Don't spend all the money before completing the mission. Didn't we hunt down alien species and get a lot of primary crystal cores? What if there's no food from Boss Yun in the future? We may never be able to eat again in this lifetime. Wang Feng muttered while drooling. Chu Jiuzhou looked serious, and raised his hand to look at his pocket. Then, he walked up to Yun Shu and asked, Boss Yun, excuse me, do you have any extra apples to sell? Yun Shu chuckled. Yes, we have. We have just opened a new business, so we have specially offered discounts to everyone. The prices of all food have been lowered, and customers can go to the pickup counter to choose their own food. When they heard that the price had gotten cheaper, the 4 of them gathered in front of the screen and watched excitedly. Boss, what are crystal core points? Wang Feng asked. Looking at the vivid food pictures on the screen, he wanted to put down his task immediately and just go eat. It's our store's trading currency. You can top up. 1 primary crystal core is exchanged for 10 crystal core points, 1 intermediate crystal core is exchanged for 100 crystal core points, and 1 advanced crystal core is exchanged for 1,000 crystal core points. When we heard the exchange rules, we were all stunned and our eyes widened. This price is surprisingly cheaper than yesterday's. It's really a cliff-like discount. If I had known, I wouldn't have bought it yesterday. I would have been patient and eaten a few more meals today. Boss, I want to recharge. Wang Feng was the first one who couldn't help himself. He couldn't wait to take out a few crystal cores from his pocket and put them on the table. Yun Shu handed him a card with his photo and name printed on it, and a card number on the back, 00000001. Congratulations on becoming the first VIP customer of our store. This is your card with 250 crystal core points. As a special reward, you will also get an apple. After saying that, Yun Shu walked to the food pickup counter, picked up an apple and handed it to him. The other 3 people watched this scene with hatred. If they had known earlier, they should have applied for the card earlier. They actually got an apple for free. This is not an ordinary apple, it is not easy to buy outside. If the people in the base knew that there are fresh apples here, it would probably cause a sensation. Wang Feng took the apple. Although their bodies had been strengthened to a certain extent, they still felt deficient due to the lack of fresh fruits and vegetables for a long time. The vitamins that could be found in pharmacies and hospitals could not supplement these nutrients at all. He didn't bite it right away, but put it under his nose and sniffed it. A burst of fruity fragrance hit him. Fuck, this is just like a dream. If the captain knew. He stopped talking abruptly before he finished. He suddenly remembered that the captain had clearly told him not to let his superiors know about the existence of this hotel. As the words reached his lips, he silently and carefully put the apple into his arms. Seeing this, the other 3 did not want to be outdone and took out their crystal cores to recharge. In the end, Chu Jiuzhou recharged 300 crystal cores, Zhao Hua recharged 230 crystal cores, and the water ability user Su Miao recharged 300 crystal cores. After recharging, she saw that the balance was 1,164 crystal core points. As for how to spend the money, she didn't care. She just let the customer buy whatever he wanted. All 3 of them also received VIP membership cards, but since they were not number 1 members, they did not receive any additional rewards. So they went to the food counter and bought an apple, which they put in their arms, and another bought 2 steamed buns. After the 4 of them had made their plans, they left the hotel together. Suddenly, Yun Shu and Zai Jingling were the only ones left in the hotel. A sense of silence filled the air. After the elf ate the apple, he swallowed it in one gulp, and then began to mop the floor. The ice water and stains left by the guests had stained the white tiles, and the little body was holding the big mop and mopping it very seriously. The elf looked up at Yun Shu from time to time, afraid that she didn't notice his efforts. Yun Shu finished eating the apple in her hand. Although it was free, she ate the apple cleanly, leaving almost no core. Seeing the elf working hard, she felt a little embarrassed and quietly went back to her room. After all, employees have to work even if they are good-looking. She thought that her current life seemed a little too dreamy, and no one could tell how long it would last. Who was the head of the main store, Panda Head? Was it Panda Head who arranged for her to get this hotel after her resurrection? She tried to ask the elf these questions, but the elf told her that its memory before coming to work in the store had been reset, and it remembered nothing except the affairs of the store. Although everything is stable now, Yun Shu is still a little worried. She knows that only by becoming stronger can she truly control her own destiny. What if one day, the Panda Head decided to take back her authority? She didn't want to go back to the days of hiding, being on tenterhooks, and having to look at other people's faces at any time. There is a small chance that absorbing a crystal core can stimulate superpowers, but in addition to physical enhancement, each person can only gain one superpower. I heard that currently there are only a few people who can possess dual superpowers, and they are all VIPs of the big base and are extremely powerful. Like Yun Shu, most people can only use crystal cores to strengthen their bodies to ensure their survival in the apocalypse. They rush for supplies and food every day. Their lives are difficult, but they still persist. She longed to obtain superpowers, even the most basic ones like increasing speed or strength. The prerequisite for stimulating superpowers is to absorb crystal cores, but every time she touches a crystal core, they will be swallowed up by the hotel and directly included in the hotel's public account. She suddenly remembered that the hotel management manual mentioned that even the boss could not use the public account at will, but the boss could keep his own private account. How can she avoid the hotel and make the crystal core her own? If she can take items from the hotel at will, then in theory, she can also sell these items to others. In order not to affect the hotel's business, she'd better choose items that guests cannot take away, such as soap, shampoo, shower gel, sanitary napkins, etc. Guests cannot take them out of the hotel unless they get her permission. Suddenly, she had an idea and remembered that there was a medicine box in her room with some basic medicines in it. She could use it unlimitedly, and this medicine box was only in her room. So, she could also sell medicine. She immediately took out several bottles of alcohol, bandages, and anti-inflammatory drugs from the medicine box. After the four-member team came back, she planned to try to sell these to them to see if the hotel would take back the crystal cores. While waiting for the team to come back, Yun Shu sat in front of the computer and randomly turned on a TV series. Before the end of the world, she almost never had time to watch TV and was often scolded by her adoptive mother. Now, alone in her own small hotel, watching TV series, except for the pressure brought by the mysterious Panda Head, she feels extremely relaxed. The elf lay on her shoulder and watched with her. This Xiaodong Chun is too much. Look, I'm going to shoot her with one arrow and take away all her luck. Wow, Unlingrong got help. The elf watched with great interest, and the atmosphere gradually became relaxed. Before long, it was dark outside. The four-member team hurried back to the hotel. They looked depressed, and it was obvious that the mission was not successfully completed. There were also several alien monsters following behind them. When they stepped into the hotel door and felt the warm air, their tense nerves relaxed a little and the tension on their faces gradually disappeared. However, before they had time to sit down, they hurriedly surrounded Wang Feng, tore off his clothes layer by layer, and discovered a deep wound on his shoulder with blood gushing out. Chapter 8: The Boss's Private Account. I'm sorry, boss, Chu Jiuzhou said without turning his head, and put Wang Feng on the floor. Wang Feng's lips were trembling and had turned grayish-purple. Yun Shu then realized that most of Wang Feng's clothes were wet, covered with ice and had frozen hard. The coat that had been pulled off was now standing upright on the ground. As soon as they came in, they threw in a lot of ice chips, which came into contact with the heat in the room and turned into dirty water on the floor. No wonder Chu Jiuzhou apologized to me. What's wrong with him? Yun Shu stood nearby and watched from a distance. I saw that Wang Feng's shirt had been stripped off, and he was only left with a pair of red autumn trousers with a hole at the corner. Still red. The alien's claws pierced my shoulder. Boss, do you have any medicine here? Chu Jiuzhou tore off a strip of cloth, wrapped it around Wang Feng's arm and tightened it, trying to stop his wound from bleeding. Seeing that Wang Feng was seriously injured, Yun Shu hurried back to the house to get the medicine box. This was a good opportunity to promote medicines. You didn't get hit by the mouthparts in the alien's mouth, did you? When that monster sucks human blood, it will inject a virus into the human body through the straw-like mouthparts in its mouth, assimilating the human into the same monster. So if Wang Feng's wound is touched by the mouthparts, he needs to be isolated temporarily. Chu Jiuzhou said seriously. No, boss, don't worry, I won't joke about the safety of my other teammates. Okay, here's the medical kit for you. You need to collect the crystal cores. Zhao Hua quickly took the box and opened it. Thank you, boss. I will give you the crystal core later. There aren't many medicines in the medicine box, but it has all the necessary first aid medicines. There are not only disinfectant alcohol and anti-inflammatory drugs, but also triangular bandages, gauze, cotton balls, etc. Zhao Hua looked at these with surprise and handed them to Su Miao beside him. Captain, everything is here. This kid is really lucky, he won't die this time. Medicines are hard to come by. Even if the pharmacies and hospitals have not been occupied by alien species, they have already been rummaged through many times and it is rare to find usable medicines. I didn't expect this hotel to have a complete small medicine box. Su Miao was still as quiet as ever. He calmly took out the scissors and said, Put it flat and hold it down. I need to clean up the dead meat next to it. Zhao Hua and Chu Jiuzhou held Wang Feng down on each side while Su Miao used scissors. Wang Feng's muffled groans and the clicking sounds of scissors occasionally reached his ears. Yun Shu listened nearby, thinking about how many crystal cores he should collect in a while. Su Miao obviously had some medical knowledge, and he quickly treated and bandaged Wang Feng's wound. Chu Jiuzhou was relieved. Boss Yun, thank you so much for letting us use such precious things. You're welcome. The remaining medicines in this medicine box are yours. You can take them out of the hotel and use them as you like. There are 10 primary crystal cores in total. Do you want to buy them? Purchase. When Chu Jiuzhou heard about such a good thing, he quickly agreed. He took out an intermediate crystal core from his backpack and gave it to Yun Shu. Unexpectedly, Yun Shu shook his head and said, I want 10 primary crystal cores. In fact, one intermediate crystal core is more valuable than 10 primary crystal cores, but Yun Shu is more likely to not be able to withstand the energy contained in the intermediate crystal core if he directly absorbs it. So Chu Jiuzhou was stunned for a moment, then changed to 10 primary crystal cores and handed them to Yun Shu. Thank you. Chu Jiuzhou and Su Miao helped Wang Feng to room 02, while Zhao Hua took away Wang Feng's clothes. Oh, it's dirty again. I just cleaned the floor. The elf picked up the mop angrily and continued to mop the floor. Thank you for your hard work. I'll go back to my room first and treat you to dinner later. Yun Shu was anxious to study the crystal core in his hand and closed the door as soon as he returned to the room. As expected, these crystal cores were not included in the hotel's public account, which meant that they were their own unique property. She looked at the crystal core in her hand. The crystal core is transparent throughout and is a prismatic crystal. It feels cool in the hand. The primary crystal core is 2 or 3 centimeters in size. Yun Shu had lived with his adoptive parents before and had never had the opportunity to absorb a crystal core. During the escape, whenever they accidentally got a crystal core, their adoptive parents would give it to their biological son Yunza to absorb, leaving her no chance at all. Her brother Yunza was lucky and actually awakened the fire ability 2 months ago. But his control ability was not very good, and after 2 months he could only produce a flame the size of a fist. After the apocalypse, Yun Shu followed his adoptive parents to join a small base, but it was soon conquered by aliens. Small bases cannot withstand alien attacks, and small exiled teams are not necessarily reliable, and there is a high possibility of robbery and murder. So after Yunze had superpowers, his adoptive parents thought about going to a large base nearby Peace Base, referred to as P. Even though her adoptive parents had favored her brother since she was a child, and her brother Yunza had touched her from time to time, she had never thought that the people she regarded as her parents would push her into a group of monsters. Now holding the crystal core in her hand, she felt very envious. Do you know what it feels like to have the power to call the wind and rain? The method of absorbing crystal cores is nothing new, and most people know something about it. Just put it in your mouth and wait for your saliva to melt it. Although the crystal core is taken from the brain of an alien species, it is a bit disgusting. But it was a different era now, and gaining power was the most important thing. She washed a crystal core and put it in her mouth. There was no smell, I could only feel the warmth in my limbs. However, the crystal core melted very slowly, so I held it in my mouth for more than an hour. Everyone has different abilities to absorb crystal cores. It takes most people about 1 to 3 hours to absorb a primary crystal core. So my talent for absorbing crystal cores is pretty good. She had never absorbed a crystal core before, so her body's tolerance was not very strong. After absorbing just one, she felt her whole body getting hot. If I continue to absorb it, I'm afraid I'll get a fever. However, no superpowers appeared. If you get superpowers, your body will react. According to Yun at the time, he felt comfortable immediately, and all the energy in his body gathered to one point, and he naturally felt the existence of superpowers. Why? Keep up the good work and continue absorbing tomorrow. She doesn't believe that she has bad luck. At the same time, she decided to buy some fitness equipment. Even if she couldn't get superpowers, she would still exercise herself. Boss, are you done yet? I'm so hungry. The elf's weak and helpless voice came from behind the door. Yun Shu put the remaining 9 crystal cores under her pillow, straightened her clothes and opened the door. No one else could enter her room, so she didn't have to worry about them being stolen. Here I come. Yun Shu ordered a plate of scrambled eggs with tomatoes, a plate of sweet and sour pork ribs, 2 bowls of rice, and 2 apples. The scent successfully attracted the team members. So Zhao Hua, under the pretext of providing Wang Feng with nutritional supplements, persuaded everyone to buy a portion of sweet and sour pork ribs, a portion of fried shredded potatoes, a portion of tomato and egg, and 4 bowls of rice. Ever since Yun Shu lowered the price, they have been more willing to spend and less willing to check out. Chapter 9 New Guests. By the next day, Wang Feng was feeling better. With those medicines, and Su Miao's timely and professional treatment, his wound did not get infected and he can now move his arm. Chu Jiuzhou and his team's mission came to an end, and they decided to take the team back to base. Boss Yun, thank you for your hospitality these past few days. We need to go back. Do you have any extra medicine? Want to buy medicine? That's great. Yes, how much do you want? Chu Jiuzhou looked anxious. Can I have 3 of those in the medicine box? Yes, 30 primary crystal cores. Chu Jiuzhou readily took out 10 primary crystal cores and 2 intermediate crystal cores. These are the only primary crystal cores I have left. Do you think this is okay for delivery? He was always very polite to Yun Shu and was very measured in his actions. It seemed that he was a big shot before the end of the world. Yun Shu nodded, took out the medicine box, turned it over and poured it onto the counter, then went back to the room in a serious manner and walked around, and the empty medicine box was full of medicine again. I poured him 3 boxes like this. Okay, you count them, and now we need to check out, right? Chu Jiuzhou said as he put the medicine into his backpack. Yes, we will check out later. Thanks for the trouble, boss. Just then, 5 people appeared at the door. There were 3 men and 2 women. They were searching for supplies from a distance at first, but came over after seeing Yun Shu's hotel. Leading the group was a tall and strong man. Those who are not starved to death at the end of the world must be capable. Yun Shu and Chu Jiuzhou were both sizing up this strange team. The man was wearing an ordinary down jacket and leather jacket. Although it was dirty and old, it had no holes in it. It seemed that he had lived a good life. His hair must have been long before the end of the world, and he hadn't had it cut for 4 months. It was tied up on top of his head with a rubber band, and his face was covered with fat. The other 2 men also looked healthy, but were on the thin side. He was pulling a girl's arm tightly. The girl who was caught had messy hair and bruises on her face. She looked at Chu Jiuzhou's direction as if asking for help. The other girl had a bloated waist and stood next to the leading man with an expression. Open the door. As soon as Yun Shu said these two words, the glass door of the hotel opened automatically. The man in the lead looked at Chu Jiojo fearfully. Brother, hey, let's take a break and leave. Chu Jiojo said calmly. You have to ask the boss. Only then did the fat man notice the thin, fair-skinned girl sitting behind the counter. She was surprisingly clean, with flowing hair and thin clothes. The fat man looked Yun Shu up and down with lustful eyes, wondering in his heart about the relationship between this girl and the man next to her. Would you like to stay in the hotel? It's absolutely safe here and won't be disturbed by monsters. Yun Shu glanced at the girl who was held hostage and spoke. What do you mean? Is this really a hotel? It's the end of the world, and they're still charging money? One of the thin men smiled, showing his yellow teeth. The muscular man turned his head, glared at him and winked at him. This girl is so neatly dressed, and there is a heater in the room, so she must be protected by someone. Maybe she is the concubine of some big shot. Maybe the man next to her is one of her backers. So he looked around the shop, rubbed his hands, and felt the long-lost warmth. Hey, little boss, how do I stay in the hotel? A single room provides 3 primary crystal cores per night, and a double room provides 5 primary crystal cores per night. Damn, why don't you just go and rob? Said the man with yellow teeth, sniffing his nose. Second brother, shut up! The muscular man yelled at him, then turned to Yun Shu and said, Is this place safe? Is it protected by that big brother? He was referring to Chu Jiojo. Yun Shu was selecting fitness equipment on the computer, and said without raising his head, Guarantee safety. If our store didn't have some strength, would the store have electricity? That person is also a customer. This store is run by me alone. Hearing Yun Shu say this, the fat man had other plans in mind. It turns out that the man is not from the store, and this little girl is the only one here. His eyes became more explicit. I'll decide whether to order it later. Stay here for a while. Then he called the other 2 men to sit at the table. At this time, Chu Jiojo and other team members packed up their things and went out to buy some apples and steamed buns to eat on the way, and then set off back to the base. The embarrassed girl who had been caught saw Chu Jiojo and the other 2, and as if she was making a desperate move, she shouted in a trembling voice. Save me! I am willing! Bang! Before he could finish his words, he was slapped in the face by one of the men. She was already thin and weak, and was knocked to the ground by a slap. Then the man grabbed her hair and pulled her up. Fuck you, I provide you with food and drink for free, but you just want to take advantage of me, right? Wang Feng wanted to step forward when he saw this, but Su Miao stopped him and said, Don't meddle in other people's business. The girl closed her eyes in despair, tears streaming down her cheeks, crossing the bruises on her face. Dear customer, violence is not tolerated in this restaurant. I'll warn you once, but if you do it again, you'll be kicked out. Yun Shu's clear voice, neither too loud nor too soft, fell into everyone's ears. The girl opened her eyes and looked at the girl who spoke for her, shook her head at Yun Shu, signaling her not to provoke them. Yun Shu's words pissed off the 3 men. However, because Chu Jiojo and the other 3 were still there, they couldn't tell what kind of relationship Yun Shu had with them, so they didn't dare to act rashly. They just stared at Yun Shu fiercely without getting angry. Chu Jiojo and his companions used up almost all of their crystal core points, and carried the 5 people on their backs, buying apples and steamed buns for all of them and stuffing them into their backpacks. Boss, we are checking out. Will the hotel still be open in the future? Yun Shu took the 2-room cards he handed over and said, We will always be open. The location of our store will not change. You are all welcome to stay here next time. Chu Jiojo nodded, thought about it, and decided to do Yun Shu a favor. Do you need help dealing with those people? Who knew? Yun Shu shook his head calmly. No need, take care, guests. She was still waiting to take away those people's luck points and crystal cores. After receiving Yun Shu's reply, Chu Jiojo and the other 3 said goodbye and left the hotel. As soon as the 4 of them left, the fat man and the man with yellow teeth swaggered forward, knocked on the front desk, and stood on the left and right to surround the front desk. Little sister, you are so arrogant. Not only is she pretty, she also smells pretty good, ha 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 ha. Chapter 10, 4-player version of Burning Winter. When the elf heard this, he flew in front of Yun Shu, put his hands on his hips, and asked, What are you doing? Only then did these few people notice it and looked at the miniature man flying in the air in amazement. Is this alive? What the hell is this thing? It's alive. You two won't be able to say anything in a while. Yun Shu calmly watched the two people committing suicide. As expected, the elf pointed angrily. You're causing trouble in the hotel. I've warned you once, but you still dared to be disrespectful to the boss and even called me a ghost. Then he looked at Yun Shu pitifully, as if saying, Boss, can you please let me kill them? Yun Shu understood and nodded. This kind of scum is a waste of Doomsday's resources if he lives. Not only is he a bad person, he's also stupid. He even came to disgust her in this situation. She was almost going to suffer from stupidity syndrome. By killing them, the two girls would be freed. You are the only little girl in this store. How come your sponsor is willing to let you go? It's so unsafe. Let us take good care of you on his behalf. As they talked, they moved closer and wanted to touch Yun Shu. At this moment, the elf suddenly grew larger, and a blond boy stood in front of Yun Shu, with coldness and murderous intent in his eyes. Then he raised his hand and drew the bow, and an arrow emitting golden light condensed out of thin air between his slender fingers. The two had been struggling in the apocalypse for 4 months and had dealt with many dangerous incidents, but the oppression brought to them by this young man was even greater than that of the alien group. The moment the arrow was pointed at their eyebrows, the two men felt their hair stand on end. They tried to gather their supernatural powers in their hands to resist, but they couldn't use any of their supernatural powers. This store is absolutely peaceful. The use of supernatural powers is prohibited in the store. The elf said this, and an arrow shot out from his hand, and the two disappeared in an instant. Only a pile of clothes was left. Ah! The girl with the bloated waist screamed. What have you done? Give them back! As she said that, she wanted to pounce on her, but the girl who was beaten reacted quickly and grabbed her. Yun Shu was not expecting this reaction. She thought both girls were forced. This phenomenon is very common in Doomsday. Although some girls will take the initiative to rely on the strong in exchange for living space, there are also many who are unwilling and unable to resist. What on earth did you do? The girl's eyes turned red and she was still shouting. I'll send them to the west. The elf turned back into a mini version nonchalantly and circled around Yun Shu. How is it, boss? How lucky are you? Hotel account received, 260 crystal core points, 60 luck points. Total 1424 crystal core points, 93 luck points. A lot, 60 points for 2 people. If you do it a dozen more times, you can win a prize in the lottery. Yun Shu looked at the remaining 1 man and 2 women and said, They violated the rules of this hotel, so they were punished. This hotel protects the rights of guests. If you 3 want to stay here, pay for the crystal core. If you don't want to stay, get out. If you want to cause trouble, go and reunite with them. The man was standing against the wall in horror, looking at the elf, his legs trembling. When he heard Yun Shu say that he could leave, he opened the door and ran out. Brother Ning! The girl also wanted to follow him out, but after running 2 steps, she squatted on the ground in pain, holding her abdomen. She sat on the ground, clenched her teeth and closed her eyes. She didn't know if it was because of the heat or the pain, but a layer of sweat appeared on her forehead. What's wrong with her? Yun Shu asked. The beaten girl squatted to check, her face full of anxiety. She is pregnant, please take us in, the 2 of us can clean for you and help you with chores. Yun Shu was a little confused about the relationship between them. If these 2 girls had such a good relationship, how could the pregnant girl be so indifferent to the beaten girl? I have limited rooms, and there is no room for the 2 of you. If you 2 don't have a crystal core, please leave the store before dark. Seeing that the girl was in so much pain, Yun Shu thought that the child was always innocent, so he poured each of them a free glass of water and planned to drive them out after the girl calmed down. Thank you. The beaten girl took the water and handed it to the pregnant girl first. Xiaoqing, drink some water. Isn't it good that those 3 scumbags left us? We can survive on our own. When Jiqing heard this, he pushed her away and the water spilled all over the floor. Ji Bing, stop disgusting me here. If you hadn't interfered between the 4 of us, would I be in such a mess now? The 4 of us could live happily together. As she spoke, she started to cry. Yun Shu was confused. He sat behind the counter and listened carefully. Was this the four-person version of Randong? Ji Bing looked at her with heartache and despair. How did you become like this, Xiaoqing? In just 4 months, I don't even recognize you anymore. Do you really think those 3 scumbags are more important than your own sister? Ji Qing struggled to stand up. Yes. From the moment you interfered with us, you are no longer my sister. After saying that, he opened the door and walked into the cold wind. Ji Bing was left sitting alone in the hall, staring in a daze at her sister's back as she left. Yun Shu didn't expect the relationship between them to be so bad. He was shocked and didn't say anything. After about 10 minutes, Ji Bing covered her face and cried silently. Are you okay? Yun Shu leaned out and asked. Ji Bing wiped her tears and forced an ugly smile. Thank you for dealing with those scumbags. Thank you for the water, but it's a pity that it was spilled. I will clean it up here. Then she picked up a piece of clothing on the ground and began to wipe the water stains and dirt on the ground bit by bit. She wiped very carefully and the floor was clean in a short while. Then she asked, Excuse me, what do you mean by staying in a hotel? How many crystal cores do you need? Yun Shu had a good impression of this girl. After all, she even knew how to clean up the dirt on the ground, and she tried her best to maintain her dignity even though she was imprisoned. She must have been a very well-mannered person before the end of the world. A single room provides 3 primary crystal cores per night, with free water and electricity, hot showers, and is absolutely safe from monsters. After hearing the words, water and electricity are free, Ji Bing was so surprised that he couldn't speak. He didn't expect that he could even take a hot bath. She couldn't help but wonder if she had been beaten to death, and that everything that had just happened was just a dream. She only has 4 primary crystal cores. Stole it from those 3 scumbags and planned to use it to escape with her sister. Now she was completely disappointed in her sister and had no relatives, so she just made up her mind and decided to indulge herself. Even if it was the last day of her life, even if it was just her fantasy, she wanted to wash away the nightmares of the past in this warm hotel. So she took out the crystal core and carefully placed it on the counter. I'll stay for 1 night. On the other side, Ji Qing, holding his stomach which was in unbearable pain, stumbled and found Ning Yuan who had run away. She cried and said, Brother Ning, they are dead, and you are all I have. Ning Yuan clenched his fists. Let's go and ask that person for help to avenge our elder and second brothers. Ji Qing shuddered when he heard him say that. But we can't afford the conditions he wants. Ning Yuan looked her over and said, Don't worry, I have my own way. Chapter 11 Self-Training. Guests, your room is in front, room 01. You can use the things inside as you like, but you cannot take them out of the hotel. Remember to check out at the front desk before 2 p.m. tomorrow. Do you want to become a member? It's free. Yun Shu said in a businesslike manner. Then he explained that the membership card can be used to store points and buy food. Successfully earned Ji Bing's last crystal core. Yun Shu took Ji Bing's crystal core, and the crystal core was automatically converted into points. Hotel account received, 40 crystal core points. Total 1464 crystal core points, 93 luck points. With the crystal core points, Yun Shu plans to buy some fitness equipment. Although the guests probably won't use it. After all, who has time to exercise when they don't even have enough to eat? But she wants to use it, hee hee. So she bought a few dumbbells of different weights and a skipping rope, intending to use them in her room. These dumbbells and jump ropes are cheap, costing only 164 crystal core points in total. As soon as she placed the order, a paper box suddenly appeared in the room, and inside it were the items she had purchased. With this, plus no worries about food and drink and plenty of time, when you earn crystal cores and luck points, you can exercise and strengthen your body. There are also various video resources on the computers in the hall, and you can even find teaching and training videos on martial arts. Although Ji Bing heard Yun Shu say that there was food available for purchase, he did not believe it at all. He thought it was at most moldy bread or frozen food in packaged bags. Was stunned when she saw Yun Shu and the elf eating hot and fragrant scrambled eggs with tomatoes and rice. Is this the end of the world? There is actually a normal hot meal here. Guests, you still have 10 crystal core points in your card. You can use the card to buy food at the food pickup counter. Yun Shu reminded, pointing at the food pickup counter. This customer had no money, but she still treated Ji Bing very kindly, thinking that customers who didn't cause trouble were good people. Ji Bing looked in the direction he was pointing and saw a screen with several kinds of food displayed in a dynamic 360-degree display, with even steam rising from it. "Boss, can all of these really be bought?" She looked at the screen, smelled the aroma of the food, and swallowed several times. When she and her sister were surviving with those scumbags, she never had a full meal. The three of them would only occasionally find food and share it with her to prevent her from starving to death. At other times, even if she found food by herself, it would be snatched away. The three of them would also control her freedom and threaten her that if she dared to run away, they would make her sister Ji Qing pay. If it wasn't for taking her sister away, she would rather starve to death than follow those three scumbags. But now, she can actually eat normal food, it's simply too surreal. And she couldn't afford the dishes listed above. She swiped down the screen regretfully. Fragrant solid steamed bun equals 2 crystal core points. 1 steamed bun only costs 2 crystal core points, I can afford 5. She swallowed excitedly, feeling the taste of the steamed bun spreading in her mouth. In the end, she only bought 2. The moment she swiped the card, accompanied by a crisp, beep sound, 2 steamed buns, each larger than her fist, were delivered from the food delivery port below. She quickly held it in her hands and took a big bite impatiently. Firm and soft, the aroma of the grain soothed her pain of being abandoned by her sister. While chewing the steamed bun, she thought about what happened today, and suddenly she felt that everything that had been bothering her was clear to her. Since my sister has abandoned me, I should think that the sensible little sister I used to be is dead, who died with her parents in this extremely cold winter and in the mouth of a monster. She will live for herself in the future. Then Yun Shu saw that the guest was in much better spirits. After eating the 2 steamed buns, she wrapped her own clothes, bought another steamed bun and put it in her pocket, and thanked her. "Boss, thank you for providing me with food. I'm going to go out and try to get some crystal cores. If I'm not back before noon tomorrow, please check me out." Is she going to kill the alien with her bare hands? Yun Shu couldn't help but admire her courage. Because this guest obviously has no special powers and does not have any decent weapons in his hands. And those alien species are not as slow and weak as the zombies in most movies. They move very quickly and have sharp claws on their hands and feet. However, they have a disadvantage, which is that they can only rely on hearing and vision to find humans. As long as the light dims, their vision is restricted, giving humans the opportunity to fight back. Ji Bing must be planning to take advantage of the night to take a gamble. "Be careful on your journey, and I wish you a safe return." Yun Shu admired her courage. If it were her, she might not have the courage to fight so hard when she was weak. Ji Bing first stuck his head out and observed the surrounding environment and movements for a few minutes, then he slowly ran along the wall. With Ji Bing's departure, the hotel became quiet. The elf had eaten and drunk his fill, and after cleaning up, he went back to the closet, covered himself with a quilt, and went to sleep. Yun Shu was infected by Ji Bing, and became even more worried that he would indulge in the absolute protection of the hotel and fall into depravity. She turned on her computer, found a video on basic fighting techniques, and started practicing. Before the end of the world, she worked part-time to save money to learn dance. She has good flexibility but poor strength, so it is difficult for her to train again now. Within 2 hours, I was already covered in sweat. Then she lifted the dumbbells for a while until she was exhausted, then she took a bath and fell into a deep sleep. Late in the night, Ji Bing ran back to the hotel panting, and sat on the floor as soon as he entered the door. She applied for a membership card, and as long as there was a balance on the card, she was allowed to enter the hotel. Her tattered scarf had been thrown somewhere, and her ears and nose were exposed, red from the cold. She was still tightly holding a steel pipe in her hand. Even with gloves on, the coldness of the pipe still made her hands numb. Only after entering the hotel did she relax and put the steel pipe on the ground. "I was too nervous outside, and now that I've relaxed I realize my legs are weak." In the past, she would hide whenever she could when she encountered alien species, and it was rarely her turn to kill alien species, let alone go out alone to hunt alien species at night. She took off her gloves and tremblingly reached for her pocket. 3 crystal cores were lying quietly inside. She was lucky enough to have encountered 3 solitary alien species, all of whom had crystal cores. You have to know that even if others kill 5 alien species, they may not be able to find a crystal core. Ji Bing touched the edges of the crystal core, licked his cracked lips, ran to the public restroom to take a hot shower, and drank several sips of the warm bath water. Early the next morning, Yun Shu saw Ji Qing so happy and knew that she had made a good harvest. But what he didn't expect was that Ji Qing bought a steamed bun and said, "Boss, I want to check out before 2 p.m. Chapter 12 Posting Advertisements. Boss, thank you for your hospitality and care over the past 2 days. I will not be staying here for the time being." Yun Shu was eating breakfast. Hearing this, he looked up and asked with concern, "I only have this one guest now. If he doesn't stay here, I won't be able to make any money." "Didn't you find enough crystal cores?" Ji Qing did not hide it from Yun Shu and said frankly, "Luckily, I found 3, but I want to try this morning to see if I can absorb them and gain superpowers." Seeing that Yun Shu owned such a magical hotel, she had long regarded Yun Shu as a godlike master. She thought that Yun Shu would definitely look down on the 3 crystal cores in her pocket, so she did not hide anything. Yun Shu understood what she said. "That's fine. I'll check you out this afternoon. You can keep your membership card. As long as there's a balance in it, you can enter the hotel." Ji Qing nodded gratefully. This means that if she encounters an alien chasing her in this area, she can run into the hotel for temporary shelter. Yun Shu's image instantly became taller. In her heart, she silently transformed herself into a super fangirl, thinking that she would become a person like the boss in the future. Little did she know that Yun Shu himself had no special abilities and was just a rookie like her. Ji Qing locked the door as soon as he entered the room and began to absorb the crystal core energy seriously. As there was no sign of meeting other customers, Yun Shu rubbed his aching arms and legs and took out a skipping rope. I played music on the computer and followed a sports playlist while skipping rope in the hall. 2 hours later, Ji Qing screamed, scaring Yun Shu. Oh my god, what happened to the guest in room 01? I was scared to death, boss." The elf flew over and sat on Yun Shu's shoulder. "Could it be that he has evolved superpowers?" Ji Qing's door opened, and she rushed out with a happy face, a vine wrapped around her palm. "Oh my god, I really evolved superpowers." Yun Shu now admired her luck. He gained superpowers by absorbing only 1 crystal core. Although it was the basic 5 elements superpower, it was also very good. People have evolved all kinds of superpowers, the most common of which is physical enhancement, followed by the 5 elements and derived superpowers. For example, you can control the wind, create fireballs, summon vines, etc. What is valuable are other superpowers. For example, healing powers, the power to summon ghosts, the power to control minds, the power to become invisible. There are very few people who can comprehend this precious supernatural power, only 1 in hundreds. It is said that as long as one possesses this precious power, no matter how strong or weak the control ability is, no matter how much the potential value is, one will immediately be treated as a guest of honor by the big base. But Ji Bing's situation is already very good. She unlocked the wood vines. I don't know if she has any other abilities besides summoning vines, but the vines alone are very practical. It has good combat power and can also hook and entangle other things. Yun Shu was really jealous. She also wanted to obtain superpowers. Even the basic 5 elements abilities would be fine. However, she still congratulated Ji Qing sincerely. "Congratulations, now that you have superpowers, I believe you will be able to renew your stay here soon. With the crystal core, you can also top up more to buy food. Our restaurant welcomes you." "Thank you. I'll be hunting alien species nearby and will come back as soon as I get the crystal core." Ji Qing's excitement has not yet subsided, and her heart is now full of hope. In the afternoon, she recharged 2 crystal cores, bought 5 steamed buns, and checked out. In fact, with her special powers, she can go to a nearby base. About 20 kilometers away, there is a large base. It was built only half a month after the Doomsday. It has stood until now, and has not been breached by the alien species. This shows its strength. But she would rather stay in the comfortable and warm Doomsday Hotel. There are 2 big steamed buns worth 2 crystal core points here. And there is also a hot bath. No matter what, I have to find a way to stay. After Ji-Ching left, Yun Shu started exercising again. She thought of starting with low-intensity basic fighting techniques and slowly building up her physical strength. However, the hotel's business has been a bit slow recently, and she is anxious to make money, so she asked the elf while punching and kicking along with the video. Can you advertise for the hotel? There are not enough customers. Sure, boss. You can post advertising papers. There are 2 types. The first type costs 5 core points per piece, which is just ordinary advertising paper. The second type costs 50 core points per piece. Once the survivors tear it off, they will be immediately teleported to the entrance of our hotel. Ha! This is not an advertising paper, it's a door to anywhere. There is such a magical thing. However, Yun Shu soon discovered the downside. So, as long as someone tears it off, it will cost me 50 crystal core points, regardless of whether the person has a crystal core or not? Yes, it all depends on luck as to what kind of guests you meet. Yun Shu was silent, then she decided to rush forward. Like opening a blind box, it's interesting to think about it, not to mention that the money is spent from the hotel's public account. So she generously bought 3 sheets of high-end advertising paper. The Doomsday Hotel is open. Here you can get food, water, and shelter. There are surprises when you tear off the advertising paper. There were also several pictures of food on the flyer. It is printed in bold font. This dish is actually served. Can I specify where to post it? The elf shook his head. No, the advertisements appear randomly on telephone poles or walls. If no one tears them down within 3 days, they will be randomly moved to the next location until someone tears them down. Yun Shu looked at the 3 sheets of colored paper in his hand. It is about the size of 2 A4 papers, feels hard, and the paper quality is good. Will it get wet if it snows? She didn't want to waste 50 crystal core points. Don't worry, boss. It won't be affected by wind or rain. Okay. Post it. As Yun Shu's consciousness allowed, 3 pieces of advertising paper disappeared out of thin air in her hands, which must have been posted. As a result, before 10 minutes had passed, someone arrived at the hotel entrance. So fast? It's too efficient. Yun Shu looked towards the glass door and found that there were 3 people coming. 1 piece of advertising paper can only transport 1 person. Did the 3 of them tear 3 pieces of advertising paper at the same time? Impossible. It should be the Doomsday Hotel that I discovered myself. After opening the door and letting people in, I saw that the person leading the group was a girl about 1.75 meters tall. Although only her eyes were exposed, her gaze was fierce and she was obviously an important figure. Behind her were a man and a woman, all 3 holding guns. If he has a gun, he must have some connections before Doomsday, or he must be a relevant public official. As soon as the 3 of them entered the room, they were surprised by the heat, but they did not shout or scream excessively. The leading woman took off her mask, revealing a cool and handsome face with a high nose bridge, thin lips, and an eyebrow pierced. Hello, we have been observing this place nearby for a day. Is this really a hotel? Chapter 13 Boss, Recharge. Seeing the 3 people asking this, Yun Shu walked out from behind the counter and said, This is really a hotel. We run our business with integrity and never cheat anyone. As long as you have a crystal core, you can get safety and food. The tall girl in the lead looked around the room for a while, as if trying to determine whether what Yun Shu said was true or false. The elf was sleeping in the closet at the moment, so Yun Shu went to open the doors of room 01 and room 02 by herself. This is our room. Do you 3 want to stay? A single room costs 3 crystal cores per night, and a double room costs 5 crystal cores per night. You can take a hot shower for free. The 3 of them had already guessed that they could take a hot shower here, because they had observed nearby and found that everyone who went out from here was clean. But I didn't expect it was a free shower. Could it be that this girl is a watertight mutant with top potential and control ability? Or is this hotel itself her supernatural power? If that's the case, why not go to the major bases instead of staying in this remote little neighborhood? The tall woman asked. What do you mean by providing food? What kind of food is there? Yun Shu walked to the food serving counter and explained everything as usual. The 3 of them immediately decided to stay, and he even gave them 3 intermediate crystal cores directly, saying that they would each apply for a VIP card. When Yun Shu applies for a VIP card, she can see their basic information on the computer background. The tall woman's information showed Gao Jiuyue, 24 years old, healthy, with invisibility ability. The power of invisibility. This is an extremely rare special ability. Especially in the Doomsday, when aliens can only rely on vision and hearing to identify the location of humans, isn't having the ability of invisibility equivalent to being half invincible? No wonder she was so generous, giving out 3 intermediate crystal cores in one go. The hotel's balance also became 1,450 crystal core points. As for the other 2, the boy is Zhu Yan, 26 years old, with fire ability, and the girl is Zhang Yan, 21 years old, with water ability. Although he also possesses superpowers, they are far inferior to the invisibility power. Yun Shu was envious again and decided to try absorbing a crystal core tonight. Handing 3 VIP cards to Gao Jiuyue, Yun Shu asked, "Is the money in it ready? How many days will the guests stay?" "I want both rooms. I'll stay in them for 2 days and try them out." Yes, it is a potential big customer. It seems like the 3 of them won't have any worries about the crystal cores, hee. After deducting 2 days' money, the 3 of them went to their own rooms to change clothes, and then took turns to take a shower in the public bathroom. Hot baths can indeed attract everyone living in the end times. By dinner time, Yun Shu had absorbed a crystal core. Unfortunately, he still didn't gain any special powers. But she did not lose heart. Not everyone could be as lucky as Yi Bing and gain superpowers by absorbing 1 pill. Most of them absorbed a dozen or even dozens of them before they gained superpowers. This is also one of the reasons why there are so few people with special abilities. It is said that the children of the leaders of those large bases, even if they have no potential, can use a large number of crystal cores to develop superpowers. Yun Shu regretfully put the 8 crystal cores back under the pillow, and then he felt the door of the hotel open. "Since he came in without my permission, it means that the guest who came in had a balance on his card." Yun Shu walked out and saw that it was Yi Bing. Didn't she just leave for 1 day? Could she have collected enough crystal cores and returned so quickly? As Yun Shu expected, as soon as Yi Bing saw her, he happily took out 3 primary crystal cores from his pocket. "Boss, nice to meet you again. I want to stay in your hotel." Yun Shu was in a dilemma now. There are only 2 rooms in the store, and they are all booked out. There are no vacancies. "But if you have money, you'd be a fool not to make it." So she said, "I'm sorry, the rooms in the store are all booked. How about this? I'll get you a bed and you'll sleep in the lobby. It only costs 1 primary crystal core per night, and you can still use the bathroom, etc. I'll help you check in when a room is available." When Yi Bing heard this, he immediately agreed. This is also a good thing for her. After all, she doesn't have many crystal cores and doesn't really care where she sleeps. She had long been accustomed to finding a corner to sleep with her clothes on, and she could even sleep with one eye open and one eye closed, always paying attention to her surroundings. Now she is in the hotel, with food and drink and is safe, and she only needs 1 crystal core. She is already very satisfied. Seeing that she agreed, Yun Shu went to his room and took down his quilt, and soon there was a new quilt on the bed. She moved the new one out and placed it in the living room, so she had 2 beds, one of which she put in the corner of the hall as a mattress. I brought her 2 more pillows. "Okay, customer, you have to make do with this for 2 days. You can still purchase food on the screen above the food pickup counter. If you don't have any crystal core points on your card, remember to top it up," Yun Shu reminded. Even though Yi Bing was down and out and had no money a few days ago, in Yun Shu's eyes, he is now a potential stock. She was really lucky. Not only did she quickly gain superpowers, but she was also able to find crystal cores every time. If I could extract her luck value, I wonder how much it would be. Hee. It's a pity that I can't kill innocent people indiscriminately. Gao Jiuyue and the other 2 took a shower. They washed their dirty clothes and only wore their most fitting short-sleeved shirts and pants. Yun Shu picked up a portion of sweet and sour pork ribs and a portion of spicy stir-fried potato shreds at the food counter and started eating with the elf. Even Gao Jiuyue and the other 2, who had been calm, became nervous. They all looked at Yun Shu's meal in surprise. Although they saw the pictures of these dishes on the screen yesterday, who would take them seriously? Unexpectedly, they are actually real. Gao Jiuyu is doing well in the peace space. With the ability of invisibility, she becomes the captain of the special mission team of the highest agency. Although the two team members behind her have ordinary fire and water abilities, they have great potential and control capabilities. The three of them have good abilities in the peace space and are well paid. So they all look healthy. But no matter how good the treatment is, you are not entitled to eat fresh and hot food. Although she knew that there was a small thick and cold-proof greenhouse in the core area of the base where a small amount of vegetables were secretly grown, they were far from enough for them to eat. Can we really buy these dishes with crystal cores? Yun Shu nodded and increased the temptation. Yes, do you want to try it? As he spoke, he picked up 4 pieces of small ribs and gave one to Gao Jiuyue, the other 2, and Ji Bing. Taste it, it whets your appetite and makes you want to buy it even more. Sure enough, the 4 of them took a careful bite, and ate with happiness and cherishment on their faces, until they had completely absorbed all the oil and water on the bones, wishing they could eat even the bones. The tasting was indeed very effective. Gao Jiuyue saw that he did not have enough points on his card, so he took out 6 intermediate crystal cores and handed them to Yun Shu. Boss, top up! Chapter 14. Hotel Expansion. Yun Shu's eyes lit up when he saw the 6 crystal cores. 6 intermediate crystal cores equals 600 crystal core points. It seems that Gao Jiuyue doesn't feel sorry at all for spending the money. It turns out that he is a person who has no shortage of crystal cores. Gao Jiuyue indeed had no shortage of crystal cores. She had special abilities, and as long as she was careful, she could move around almost freely outside, so all kinds of high-level tasks were easy for her to accomplish. She doesn't accept any missions other than combat ones, as other missions like exploring areas, retrieving items, etc. are tailor-made for her. Yun Shu recharged her account, and she immediately bought a plate of shredded potatoes and a plate of sweet and sour pork ribs, and ordered 6 large steamed buns, and started eating with her teammates. Yun Shu was thinking that he now had a total of 2,050 crystal core points in his account, which was enough to expand his single room. A single room cost 2,000 crystal core points. After finishing her meal, she sat down in front of the computer, clicked on the expansion bar, and selected a single room. Although she could change the layout freely, she was too lazy to do so and just chose the default version, which looked the same as her current single room. She placed the new single room between room 01 and room 02, making it the new room 2. So we have 2 single rooms, number 01 and number 02, and number 03 is a double room. Gao Jiuyue and the other 3 witnessed the appearance of the new room 02 with their own eyes, and their doubts grew even greater. I really want to know this boss's background and abilities. But in the last days, asking about a person's supernatural powers is as presumptuous as asking about his deposit or length. However, Gao Jiuyue had his own guess in his mind. Maybe this young boss is the daughter of a leader of a large base, or maybe she is the mysterious little daughter of the base commander of Peace Base. And her special ability might be something like a domain, and she designated this house as her domain. The more I think about it, the more it makes sense. When Ji Bing saw that there was an extra single room, she shouted in her heart that she didn't want it. In fact, she would rather sleep in the living room, and she didn't have any extra crystal cores to continue living there. Boss, can I live in the living room for 2 days first? I'll save up some crystal cores during these 2 days and then move into the house, Ji Bing said a little embarrassedly. Yun Shu didn't mind it, mainly because the space in the hall was not very large, and it would take up some space for her to sleep next to it. But it was no big deal, so she agreed. In the evening, Yun Shu absorbed another crystal core, but there was no effect. My body has been strengthened and my night vision is a little better. Just as she was about to go to bed and rest, she felt someone at the door. I can't sleep in the middle of the night. When I have more crystal cores, I must hire a junior employee to watch over the door. She put on her coat and went out to take a look. Ji Bing was seen leaning in the corner, staring angrily outside, with one hand behind his back and the vine in his palm ready to reach out at any time. Seeing Yun Shu coming out. Boss Yun, be careful, these people outside are not easy to deal with. Yun Shu looked outside and saw that the air wall blocked several people. Two of them looked familiar. They were Ji Qing and the man who ran away. But Ji Qing was obviously in a very bad condition at the moment. She looked pale and looked like she could hardly walk. When I saw her a few days ago, I just thought she was rather thin. I didn't expect that when I saw her now. Her face looked so ugly. Yun Shu turned her head and glanced at Ji Bing, only to see tears in her eyes, but she was unwilling to look at Ji Qing. How long have they been here? They stood at the door for about a few minutes, punching the air. Ji Bing had never encountered an air wall. He could only see them punching the air with their mouths open but no sound, as if they were sick. Yun Shu removed the hotel's soundproofing, and their voices immediately came in. You little bastard, open the door quickly, or we will be rude to you. Ning Yuan acted like a fox taking advantage of the power of a tiger, shouting and yelling. He was no longer timid as he was that day, and he was not even afraid of attracting alien species. Next to him stood a tall and sturdy man, who looked to be about 1.88 meters tall. He was covered completely, and wore an exaggerated fur coat. Boss Yun, I heard Ning Yuan and the others mention the man in fur. He is the leader of a small organization in our area. I heard that he is a person with special abilities, but because he is dissatisfied with the management system of the base, he works on his own outside. As for what kind of abilities he has, I don't know. Ji Bing stared outside vigilantly, his body tense. The three people living in rooms 01 and 03 heard the noise outside and came out with guns in hand. Gao Zhuyue understood what was going on at a glance. According to her personality, she would not get involved in such things. Moreover, she was not a combat type and did not have a close relationship with Yun Shu. She did not want to take the risk of helping Yun Shu and getting into trouble. But she was able to do a favor and take advantage of the situation. She had always been in charge of confidential tasks such as gathering intelligence, and knew the information of the 7 or 8 people who were causing trouble by heart. So he lowered his voice to remind Yun Shu. Boss, the man in the lead is called Li Xiang, nicknamed Li Xiao, and his superpowers are body deformation and skin hardening, which means he can change the shape and hardness of his body at will. The 5 behind him are his subordinates, and they all have superpowers of the 5 elements. Yun Shu nodded. Thank you? The people outside kept yelling and cursing, and finally they couldn't bear it anymore. Except for Ji Qing, who had no superpowers, and Li Xiao, who was pretending to be cool, everyone else began to summon their superpowers and smash towards the door. In an instant, sparks, twigs, ice balls, and even lightning bloomed colorfully at the door. Except for Yun Shu and the elf, everyone else was startled and reacted quickly to dodge. As a result, several people found it strange that those superpowers were blocked in the air. They only flashed for a moment, like fireworks, and had no lethality at all. They all had new opinions on Yun Shu's strength. This boss is indeed a master. Seeing that smashing the supernatural power was useless, Li Xiang felt that he could not save face, and finally stopped standing there like a wall. His hand instantly stretched more than 1 meter, and he stretched out his hand to pull Ji Qing into his arms, and his slender wrist wrapped around her neck several times. If you don't open the door, I'll strangle her to death right now. He stuck out his tongue and licked his lips. I don't know which is more fun, a girl who just died or a girl who is pregnant. Ji Qing struggled weakly, his mouth wide open, and looked at Ji Bing for help with tears in his eyes. When Ji Bing heard this, he began to tremble with anger. He summoned vines and could no longer hold back and wanted to rush out. Yun Shu stopped her and said, I'll do it. I can't stand this guy anymore, he's too disgusting. Hurry up and get him in to collect the luck points. As soon as she thought about it, the air wall disappeared instantly, and the glass door opened automatically. Seeing this, the men smiled triumphantly and walked in with a swagger. Ji Qing was thrown to the ground. She covered her neck and cried. She was afraid that there might be alien species around her, so she had to follow him into the hall in embarrassment. As soon as she entered the door, she wanted to run to Ji Bing. Sister! Chapter 15 Mini Blind Box? Ning Yuan grabbed her hair and said, Where are you going? Do you want to find your good sister now? Don't we love you? Ji Bing angrily wanted to throw away the vine in his hand, but found that he could not use his special power. And those men also found that they could not use their special abilities. The use of supernatural powers is not allowed in the store. What if you break my furniture? Yun Shu stretched out his hand, and the men could no longer move. Only then did Li Xiang realize the seriousness of the matter. His face flushed red and he tried hard to sense his special abilities, but found that it was in vain. Gao Jiuyue and a few others had been standing aside on alert when Yun Shu let them in, but they did not expect to witness such a surprising scene. She silently memorized everything she saw today, and thought to herself that when she returned, she must check the database to see if there was anyone who possessed such a terrifying ability as this female boss. Among all the people with superpowers she knew, perhaps only the one in the legend was so terrifying. Ji Bing stepped forward and pulled Ji Qing out of Ning Yuan's hands. Ji Qing cried so hard that she couldn't breathe, her lips were cracked, and she didn't know what torture she had suffered. Only then did she realize how ridiculous it was for her to want to follow them before. Moreover, she had just seen clearly from outside the door that a vine had clearly grown out of her sister's hand. This meant that her sister had supernatural powers and could support herself in the future. Maybe I can even take her to a small base nearby, so she won't have to worry anymore. So she grabbed Ji Bing's sleeve tightly. Sister, I was wrong! Unexpectedly, Ji Bing held back the tears in his eyes, pushed her hand away, and slapped her in the face. Bang! A crisp slap was heard, and Ji Qing covered his face in confusion. My sister has always doted on me since I was a child. Even after the end of the world, if she had 2 bites of food, she would still give me a big bite. How could she reach out and hit me? Ji Bingxin said. I am no longer your sister. Although I cannot bear to see you being abused in front of me, just consider that I helped you for the last time. From now on, whether you live or die has nothing to do with me. Your parents are already dead, so I will assume that you died a long time ago. After saying that, he turned to Yun Shu and said, Boss Yun, I have seen your ability. Please do not let Ning Yuan, that scumbag, go. As for me, Ji Qing, the beating and killing have nothing to do with me, so don't worry about me. Then she went into the bathroom, locked the door and didn't come out. It could be that he was overwhelmed with grief, or it could be that he didn't want to see his own sister being killed in front of him. I let you go once, and you went to ask for help. But you only brought back a few people? Why didn't you call a few more people? Yun Shu said regretfully to Ning Yuan. The more people there are, the more luck points you get. I don't know how many crystal cores they have, and how many luck points they are worth. Yun Shu threw Ji Qing out the door first. Although she is self-deprecating and has no family affection, nothing has really happened to me, and I don't have any special abilities. I guess she has bad luck and doesn't have any crystal cores. Go away and stay away from the hotel. There's nothing wrong in relying on others in the Doomsday, but you shouldn't be unable to distinguish right from wrong. Don't hang around the hotel. If you come to the hotel to cause trouble and delay my business, don't blame me to kill you. After saying this, Yun Shu no longer cared about Ji Qing, who was standing outside the door. The elf had been sitting on Yun Shu's shoulder watching the show. Now that he seemed to be alive, he turned into a beautiful boy. With one arrow shot, Ning Yuan disappeared instantly. Hotel deposit, 50 crystal core points, 30 luck points. Total 100 crystal core points, 123 luck points. At this moment, a special reminder sound appeared in her mind. Ding! The luck value has reached 100, and you can start the mini blind box lottery. 100 luck values once. Mini blind box? What the hell is this? Is it a mini version of the super big box I saw when I was resurrected? Before he could ask the elf, he had already fired several other arrows. Hotel account received, 7,900 crystal core points, 217 luck points. Total 8,000 crystal core points, 350 luck points. Oh my god! I'm rich! As expected of the leader of the small base, he has a lot of money. Everyone is used to carrying their own crystal cores with them. After all, they are too valuable and they are often exiled, so they are used to carrying important things with them. This is a good deal for Yun Shu, as he gains so much in one go. The task of generating a cumulative income of 10,000 crystal core points was also completed, and an additional 10 luck points were awarded. After finishing the work, the elf turned back into its mini form with a proud and arrogant look on its face, and sat back on Yun Shu's shoulder, in front of the shocked and fearful gazes of Gao Jiuyue and the others. Gao Jiuyue is now very glad that he did not choose to stand idly by, but instead did a favor. It will be easier for him to make friends with this female boss, and the blonde elf boy in the future. Her teammates Xu Yan and Zhang Yan patted her on the shoulder and gave her a look, indicating that they wanted to go back to the house to talk. So the three of them hurried back to the house. Was that blonde boy a human? Xu Yan looked solemn. Although it was already the end of the world, he had never seen a human with wings and pointed ears. Could it be that other unknown advanced intelligent creatures had appeared in this world? He looks like an elf. Li Yan recalled the golden hair of the elf flying slightly when he drew his bow and shot an arrow. She smiled like a fangirl and thought he looked like her ex-boyfriend before the end of the world. So handsome. Her ex-boyfriend is a blonde elf. Zhu Yan gently tapped her head. Hey! What are you so obsessed with? He just killed Li Xiang in an instant. He is a very dangerous person, okay? Li Yan smiled playfully, feeling that the elf was more like her self-propelled weapon, and equally powerful. Gao Jiuyue repeatedly recalled the scene he had just seen. Stop messing around, both of you. The boy just now should be a human, and his form may be his ability. Maybe his ability is to transform into an elf? Although it is the end of the world and many inexplicable phenomena have occurred, there is currently no news that there are advanced intelligent creatures other than humans on the blue planet. Li Yan silently interjected in her heart. That's great, no need to worry about reproductive isolation. Li Xiang's ability rating is shown as B-level in the base data. The ratings of the mysterious boy and the boss are probably above S level. The Peace Base divides the levels of supernatural powers into SSS, SSS, A, B, C, D, and E according to their types, potential values, and control capabilities. Currently, except for the commander whose rating has not been determined, there are tens of thousands of people with special abilities in the huge base, but only a few are SS level, and without exception, they are all top figures in the base. The three of them were chattering quietly here, while Yun Shu was busy asking about the elf mini blind box in the hall. What is a mini blind box? What's in the prize pool? What can I get? Chapter 16 New Employees and New Guests. The elf started throwing the pile of clothes left on the ground into the trash can again. It seems like that trash can will never be full. No matter how much stuff is thrown in, it disappears. So convenient. The elf dragged a corner of the clothes, flew up and threw it into the trash can. From a distance, it looked like the clothes were flying by themselves. The 4 words mini blind box are easy to understand, right? What is a mini blind box? How can I explain to you what a mini blind box is? It is a mini version of the blind box. The elf imitated the famous scene of What is an individual battle? In the variety show he had just watched. Yun Shu glanced over with a chilly look, and immediately said, Boss, we employees don't have the authority to know about the blind box prize pool. I only know that the mysterious big blind box might give you something good, and the mini blind box should also have something good. Yun Shu looked at the luck value balance displayed on the computer, and fell into deep thought. I really want to smoke. As soon as she thought about buying a blind box, a small blind box suddenly appeared in front of her. There were still 3 crooked words written on it. Don't touch me. The big blind box I saw that day, but it is much smaller. Yun Shu reached his hand into the hole of the blind box and felt many small balls about 2 or 3 centimeters in size. She took one out, still a small white ball. Are the balls inside only white in color? When I opened the ball, a cold mechanical voice came from the system. Congratulations, you won the Peerless Beauty bonus in the small blind box. Even though it's useless, at least the meal sitting opposite you will be more delicious. What the hell? She felt a chill on her face and ran to the bathroom to look in the mirror. She was shocked by herself. The person in the mirror was like a goddess, with skin as smooth as white porcelain and eyes and eyebrows as pretty as a painting. Although I could still vaguely tell it was myself, it was as if a 10-level beauty filter had been applied. It is beautiful, but it is the end of the world now. Who still cares about looks? A good-looking face is a minus point in turbulent times. Yun Shu sighed in disappointment. If he had won the lottery before the end of the world, he could have made his debut right away, or opened an account to become an internet celebrity. He would have made a fortune. She looked at the blind box still floating in the air outside and wanted to draw again. Although Peerless Beauty is pretty useless, It does show that this blind box has something worthwhile. At least it is not a scam. Who knows, maybe you will get something good next time. It would be best if I could draw another branch, or even a superpower. Thinking of this, she stretched out her evil hand again. I touched out a small ball as usual, and this time it was white. It seems that the sphere only has this one color. After twisting it open, congratulations, you won 50 luck points in the small blind box, which is really unlucky. Damn it! I spent 100 luck points and got 50 luck points, right? Well, it turns out that gamblers end up with nothing. After drawing twice, there are still 200 luck points left. Now she was really conflicted. Should she save it for the big one, or take it first and save up later? If you draw a big one, you may end up with a big one. It's better to take a small bet to spread the risk and go for it. Thinking of this, she took out 2 balls at once. Congratulations, you have won the first level employee toy Dumbo. I heard that its trunk can throw people away, but be sure not to let its battery touch water. Congratulations, you won a lazy sofa. You can put it in your room and use it quietly. As soon as the announcement sounded, a Dumbo toy about 70 to 80 centimeters tall appeared in the store. Dumbo in the cartoon, except that it looked alive and was blinking at Yun Shu. Seeing Yun Shu looking at it, it excitedly wiggled its nose and greeted him with its nose. Can't you speak? Can you understand me? If you can, just shake your nose. Dumbo shook his trunk happily. Very good, at least he can understand human language. Although he can't speak, he can understand instructions. Hello, Dumbo, welcome to the Doomsday Hotel. I'm the elf, the first employee. The elf flew around Dumbo, looking left and right, as if he liked this new employee very much. How about this? You just arrived and you are not familiar with everything, so you will be responsible for cleaning and guarding the door first. You can take charge of other work after you are upgraded. The elf couldn't wait to throw away the cleaning job. I finally understand why it was so excited to see the new employee. It turns out it wanted to find a sucker to take over the trivial work. Dumbo didn't mind, he just jumped around like an innocent kid, swinging his nose back and forth, but he still had the texture of a plastic toy on his body, looking like the toys in Toy Story. The elf took this opportunity to introduce Yun Shu to the employee mechanism. It turns out that employees are divided into different levels. From the lowest level 1 to the highest level 10. For example, the elf is a level 5 employee, which is considered a relatively senior employee. But Dumbo is a first level employee. He does not have the ability to speak, his IQ is not very high, and his functions are not very complete. However, he can still do cleaning, etc. If you want to upgrade your employees, you need to consume crystal core points. Yun Shu has no intention of upgrading his staff for the time being. After all, his crystal core points are not enough and his employees are busy. It is more important to upgrade the hotel and add more rooms first. She was still thinking about the lazy sofa she had won. These drawn furniture would not jump out by themselves and were temporarily stored in the computer's warehouse. When I opened it, I saw a pink furry monster lazy sofa lying quietly on the furniture rack. Yun Shu placed it next to the window of his room. With big windows, snow falling outside, lying on the lazy sofa in the house, eating a fresh and juicy apple, everything is so perfect except for the occasional alien species passing by outside. Ji Bing opened the bathroom door. Her eyes were red and swollen, obviously she had just cried, and she looked listless. He reached into his collar and took out a silver necklace. This necklace was a birthday gift from Ji Qing on her birthday last year. I didn't expect that everything would change after a year. She ripped it off and threw it into the trash can nearby. Then he packed 2 steamed buns and went out. She didn't have many crystal core points left, so she planned to go out and kill a few more alien species so that she could move into the house. Although she would rather stay in the hall and save crystal cores, she didn't want to cause any more trouble for Boss Yun. As soon as Ji Bing left, a man appeared out of nowhere at the door. He was dressed neatly and well, fully armed but very neat, and even had a communication device on his waist. Currently, only the leaders of large bases can use communication equipment. The man was not wearing a mask, his face was exposed. He had a superior bone structure, a faint mole on the tip of his nose, and his long eyelashes cast a faint shadow, covering up the perverseness and sharpness in his eyes. At this moment, the man's bony fingertips were holding a torn poster, and his expression was very bad. Who can tell him why this piece of paper appeared at the head of his bed? Chapter 17 Gu Pai Sai. Yun Shu saw the man at the door at a glance. He was so eye-catching, probably because he was clean, dressed in high-tech and decent clothes, and looked so good that it was hard to ignore him. In particular, the piece of paper that he was holding tightly in his hand was one of the 3 advertisements he had posted. Yun Shu acquiesced to the man's entry, and he pushed the door open and came in smoothly. Gu Pai Sai looked around the room with dangerous eyes, wondering when this hotel appeared here. Do you want to stay at the hotel? Yun Shu took an apple and started to eat it. She did it on purpose. This man looks like a big shot and must be rich. Tempt him by eating an apple. The crisp sound of the fruit flesh really seduced him. Gu Pai Sai walked to the chair and sat down calmly, showing no surprise or nervousness. Stop. He was very curious about this store and decided to stay there as the female owner suggested to see what was going on. There happens to be only one single room available right now, but another guest is planning to move in. Please wait a moment. Yun Shu turned on the computer. She now had a lot of crystal cores, and there was one more employee in the store. The elf was not so busy anymore, so she could add another room. I spent 5,000 crystal core points to add a double room as room 04. In addition, a public toilet was placed between rooms 02 and 03. So Gu Pai Sai saw with his own eyes that these rooms suddenly changed positions, and an extra room appeared out of nowhere. He looked at the female boss in white and guessed the level of her supernatural powers. I have seen many strange supernatural powers, but she is the first one who can create a room out of thin air and stick advertising paper on the head of her bed silently. She was also wearing a little white dress and had delicate and fair skin, which made him even more curious. Okay, guests, there are only double rooms now, 5 primary crystal cores per night. Gu Pai Sai took out an intermediate crystal core and placed it on the table. Stay for 2 nights. He tried to mobilize his special powers, but found that he had no way to tear open a space-time rift in this hotel, nor could he probe into the inner thoughts of the female boss. He finally felt a little out of control. Before the end of the world, he was a secretly trained candidate for senior military officers. After the end of the world, he acquired 2 top supernatural powers, mind control and control of time and space. It can be said that he always has a clear grasp of everything. This hotel and the girl in white are the first exceptions. Okay, if you want to buy something to eat, you can buy it at this food pickup counter. You can use anything in room 04, but you can't take it out of the hotel. You can take a hot shower in the public bathroom, free of charge. This big guy probably can afford it, so she will have to prepare a few more dishes and add them to the screen at the food pickup port. It's so hard to catch a rich guy, you can make a lot of money. She took the intermediate crystal core from the other party's table and was about to leave when she heard his pleasant voice with a sense of oppression asking, "But how did your store's advertisement get posted in my bedroom?" Oh my god, it was randomly pasted in someone's bedroom? Yun Shu smiled awkwardly. Well, the ads are distributed randomly, and it looks like this one is especially suitable for the customer. He raised his eyebrows and nodded, then folded the advertisement paper and put it in his pocket. Then I went to the food pickup counter where Yun Shu mentioned I could buy food. I found that there were many pre-apocalyptic delicacies painted on it. Can all of these be bought? He also has a supply of fresh food at the base, including precious vegetables. But he knew better how difficult it was to grow those foods. Moreover, as a senior official, he knew clearly that the blue planet would soon experience a second drop in temperature, which would cause another catastrophe. All humans whose physical fitness had not been significantly improved would die in the upcoming temperature drop disaster. Yes, you can buy as much as you want. You can charge a card and then pay with the card. Yun Shu emphasized this. He looks like a big shot, one with a high status. If I can become a supplier of his organization, wouldn't I make a fortune? Without saying anything, Gu Pai Sai placed another high-level crystal core on the table. Okay, apply for the card. Rich and powerful. Yun Shu easily applied for a membership card for him. 1 high-level crystal core is 1,000 crystal core points. She opened the food bar on the computer and planned to add a few more dishes to the menu. This person should have an organization behind him, so he can choose some easy-to-carry items to sell. Gu Paisai first bought an apple and took a bite. It's a real apple, and a healthy apple. Not those wilted vegetables grown in a shed. But it is a healthy apple that grows in the sun. There was a flash of surprise in his eyes, but he did not ask Yun Shu where these things came from. While he was eating his apple, Yun Shu added a few more items to the menu. Sweet and sour orange, 1 is equal to 50 crystal core points. Package box, 1 is equal to 2 crystal core points. Compressed biscuits, 1 is equal to 100 crystal core points. Honey steak, 1 serving equals 300 crystal core points. Chocolate, 1 piece equals 50 crystal core points. Mineral water, 1 bottle equals 10 crystal core points. After adding the newly unlocked items to the menu, Yun Shu quietly waited for him to come and discuss cooperation with her. If he really wants to buy in large quantities, he will most likely choose chocolate and compressed biscuits. After all, these two are the most convenient to carry. Sure enough, after seeing this, he walked to the counter, took off his black gloves, and extended his hand to Yun Shu. Hello, Gu Paisai, what is your name, young lady? Clearly it was just a polite remark, but when it came out of his mouth it sounded like the pride of a person who had long been in a superior position, which was very inconsistent with the sense of aggression in his eyes. Yun Shu shook his hand. Yun Shu. Ms. Yun, you just said that your store can supply unlimited food. I wonder if you can sell a large amount of compressed biscuits? Yun Shu suppressed the urge to smile and maintained his image as a mysterious big boss. Sure, how much? I'll need 100 first. Gu Paisai took out 10 high-level crystal cores and placed them in front of Yun Shu. Yun Shu never thought that a man's voice could be so beautiful. 100 yuan. That's 10,000 crystal core points. If he buys a few more things, maybe he can open a branch of his own. No problem. I'll top up your card first, and you can pay with the card anytime. Yun Shu took away the 10 sparkling high-level crystal cores and turned back into the house. The advanced crystal core looks very similar to the primary crystal core. Both are transparent diamond-shaped crystals. But there are sparkling silver fragments of light flowing inside it like quicksand, and when viewed against the night sky at night it looks like the Milky Way. Of course, the weather is bad now and we haven't been able to see the stars for a long time, let alone the Milky Way. Gao Jiuyue opened the door and planned to take the team members out to complete the mission. The mission she received this time was to explore a nearby hospital. Originally, there were not many alien species in the hospital, but they were all concentrated near the hospital's medical warehouse. That's why they stayed and waited for a while. When Gao Jiuyue and the other two walked out of the door, they saw Gu Paisai sitting in the hall. They were shocked and immediately stood up straight and wanted to salute. Hush! Chapter 18 Upgraded Dumbo. He wiped the apple juice stains off his fingertips with a tissue. When you see me, just pretend you don't know me. Yes. He didn't want to reveal his identity. 2 days passed quickly and Ji Bing came back. When she came back, she brought back an intermediate crystal core and recharged it. Gu Paisai also bought 100 compressed biscuits and planned to check out and leave. 100 yuan filled a large bag, and Yun Shu was really curious about how he would take it back. Not to mention the possibility that aliens might see him. Just if he met other people with superpowers on the road, they would probably fight with him for this big bag of compressed biscuits. He can't die. If he dies, how can he find such a handsome, such a wealthy client? So Yun Shu took the initiative to ask, how about I give you a bath towel so you can wrap yourself in it and take it away? Gu Paisai put on his black leather gloves and had a smart watch on his wrist, which was newly developed by the large base. Need not. He carried the bag of compressed biscuits out of the hotel, stretched out his hand and tore the air, and a crack like a black hole appeared out of thin air. Gu Paisai stretched out his hand and greeted her. Miss Yun, see you later. Then he walked into the crack and disappeared. Yun Shu was stunned. What a cool way to leave. So cool. He is indeed a big shot. Would be nice if I had cool superpowers. It was time for her daily fantasy again, but the 10 primary crystal cores she earned had already been absorbed. Apart from her physical fitness being obviously much better, no special powers appeared at all. Dumbo is mopping the floor by twisting the mop with his trunk. Ever since Dumbo came, the elf has been like a big brother. People who don't know would think it is the second boss. When he has nothing to do, he would do PUA on Dumbo, calling it employee training. The fool Dumbo has become more and more diligent. Yun Shu now has nearly 15,000 crystal core points in her hand, and she plans to buy something. For example, upgrade Dumbo. It can't speak yet, and its surface is made of plastic, so it always slips and stumbles when mopping the floor. It looks both cute and pitiful. Click on the employee column, which contains information about the elf and Dumbo. The elf's file showed that he was a level 5 employee, and his special skill was Elf Arrow. To upgrade to level 6, he would need 6,000 crystal core points. Dumbo is currently a level 1 employee, and it requires 2,000 crystal core points to be promoted to level 2. Lift. She spent 2,000 crystal core points to upgrade Dumbo, and a cloud of mist immediately appeared around it, but it dissipated in just 3 seconds. Dumbo's joints no longer had obvious axes, so he moved more flexibly. He blinked his eyes and said crisply, "Boss!" It sounds like the voice of a 5-year-old child, so cute. "Dumbo, you can talk now!" Yun Shu picked it up in surprise and looked at it left and right. It was very light, just like a real hollow plastic elephant. When Yun Shu picked it up, its long trunk swung back and forth, its 2 big ears fluttered, and it squinted its eyes happily. "I like it, boss." The elf flew out when he heard the strange voice, and just happened to run into Yun Shu holding Dumbo, and came up to him with a wronged look on his face. "Boss, why did you upgrade it and hug it? What about me?" It's not that Yun Shu doesn't want to hug it, but when she thinks of its beautiful boyish form, she feels like she can't bring herself to do it. "It's too expensive to upgrade you. Wait a minute, I'll upgrade you when I save up more money." After saying that, Yun Shu stretched out a finger and touched the elf's head soothingly. The elf glanced sadly at Dumbo in Yun Shu's arms. This guy. He usually pretends to be stupid and dumb, but he is so good at vying for favor. I must let it mop the floor one more time today. After settling his 2 young employees, Yun Shu looked at the matter of opening a branch store. You don't know until you see it. It's shocking. To open a branch store, you need 1,000 crystal core points per square meter, and the minimum area you have to choose is 60 square meters. That is to say, the smallest store requires 60,000 crystal core points. It was like his life was in danger. Yun Shu was just hoping that Gu Paisai would come back quickly to buy the next batch. Gu Paisai had already torn open the space rift, and reached the main command room of the peace base. "What are you doing?" His adjutant Han Jiao saw the large bag of compressed biscuits in his hand and looked puzzled. The commander-in-chief is hungry, so he tore open the crack and went out to find a supermarket that has not been searched. Gu Paisai handed the compressed biscuits in his hand to Han Jiao. "Take them to Ling Si for testing. Take a small amount from each piece for testing. If there is no problem, the remaining biscuits will be secretly distributed to the workers who built the outer wall a while ago. Give it to me when the report comes out." "Okay, can I have one?" Han Jiao looked at the compressed biscuits in the bag and found them quite tempting. "Get out of here." "Tisk, I'll go right away, Commander." After saying that, he left. Before leaving, he took a special look at Gu Paisai's feet, and there was not much mud and snow on them. His gossipy heart was burning, so the commander didn't walk too much outside, but inexplicably brought back a bag of compressed biscuits, and asked him to take it to Ling Si's laboratory for testing. He is the son of the base commander. He grew up with Gu Paisai before the end of the world. Unfortunately, his grades in the secret military academy were always lower than Gu Paisai's, so he became the deputy commander, and had a close relationship with Gu Paisai. After he left, Gu Paisai took out the neatly folded advertisement paper in his pocket, picked up a pen and wrote, "Unknown hotel and girl in white, located on Jianan Street, about 20 kilometers away from the base, with an unknown amount of supplies, water and electricity, 2 strange living dolls. The hotel is suspected to have a special field ability to shield alien species and superpowers, danger level, SSS." In his personal filing cabinet. He has been staying in the hotel for the past 2 days and has been observing the situation. Unexpectedly, the more he observes, the stronger his curiosity becomes. He had also seen that hotel on the map before the apocalypse. The place was originally empty, which means that the Doomsday Hotel, was really opened after the apocalypse. He will have to ask Gao Jiuyue's team about it after they come back. Yun Shu, who was marked as extremely dangerous, was actually still in his room struggling with the fact that he had no superpowers. While struggling, he jumped rope and practiced fighting skills from time to time. Gao Jiuyue and the other two also checked out. He followed Gu Paisai in withdrawing, and before withdrawing he recharged 2 intermediate crystal cores and bought some food to take away. So apart from himself and Ji Bing, who lived in room 2, there was no one else in the hotel. At night, I finally saw a figure at the hotel entrance. There were only 5 people, and one of them was an old man over 60 years old. They looked into the house eagerly, as if asking for help, and trembled. Chapter 19 Weird Combination. Among them was an old man, a little girl of 8 or 9 years old, 2 teenage boys and a teenage girl. What a weird combination. Although he looked very weak, he managed to survive for 4 months. After they came in, the 3 teenage girls began to look here and there in surprise. The old man held the little girl's hand tightly and said, "Thank you for letting us in, girl. There are many monsters around. Let us help you block the glass window." "No, those aliens can't see the people in the hotel. If you have crystal cores, I can exchange them for supplies." Yun Shu was lifting the dumbbells. It was much easier for her to do so now. It was time to buy some heavier dumbbells. The 3 teenage girls then noticed the girl in white standing behind the front desk lifting dumbbells. "Oh my God, the fairy of Doomsday, the beauty of the hotel?" Wei Zimo said to Rennie next to him. The 2 of them and the girl Wan Jingzhu are senior high school students at the nearby middle school. The 3 grew up in the same community. They were boarding in a school to prepare for the college entrance examination when the end of the world suddenly arrived. Monsters that sucked human blood suddenly appeared on the campus, killing many people. The 3 of them finally awakened their special powers and ran out of the campus, but found that no one was home anymore. They had to go to the base together. On the way, they met Grandma Li, who was hiding in the basement of a grocery store with her granddaughter. "This is how we have this wonderful combination today." Rennie couldn't help but say, "Oh my God, seriously, we are not dying, and it's so warm here." The girl slapped them both and said, "Keep your voice down. People can hear you." She had a very short student-style haircut, which had grown a little after 4 months and was now barely tied at the back of her head with a hairband. She had a pair of almond-shaped eyes and slightly thick eyebrows, which made her look very neat. Of the 2 boys, Rennie is a little thinner and shorter, about 1.75 meters tall. Wei Zimo is taller and stronger. The 3 people were willing to take one old and one young with them. They were the rare ones who retained their youthful mentality in the Doomsday. "Sister, I'm sorry to bother you. We haven't attracted any monsters. We'll just stay for a while and then leave. Can those monsters really not see anything in here?" Wan Jingzhu asked with discretion. There was a small group of alien species blocking the street outside. The 3 of them, with an old man and a child, had to retreat quietly to find a suitable shelter as it was almost dark. They discovered this strange hotel with the lights on. Yun Shu was a little surprised that they didn't show greed when he said there were supplies here. "You really can't see anything in here. Do you have crystal cores on you? If you do, you can stay here temporarily. The drinking water here is free, and you can also take free hot showers," Yun Shu reminded kindly. "Free shower? Did I hear it right, brother?" Wei Zi asked Rennie in disbelief. All 3 were shocked. "Sister, is this your special ability?" Rennie had just asked when he was stepped on by Wan Jingzhu. "Shut up, what are you asking? Sister, excuse me, how many crystal cores are needed to live here? We don't have many crystal cores on us, so we're afraid it won't be enough." Wan Jingzhu was a little nervous, wondering if this pretty girl was a robber. After all, this store is very eye-catching, and it is so clean and beautiful. You can tell at a glance that she takes a bath regularly, has enough food and clothing, and can protect the absolute safety of this store. If such a powerful being wanted to rob us of our belongings, wouldn't it be easy for him to do so? Thinking of this, she actually regretted coming in. Since he and the 2 boys had special abilities, perhaps he could still resist and escape, but it would not be easy for Grandma Li and Xiaohua to escape. Yun Shu understood their concerns and smiled as gently as possible. "Don't worry, I won't steal anything. I have everything here, so there's no need to steal yours. A single room has 3 primary crystal cores, and a double room has 5 primary crystal cores. When the 5 people heard this, they felt a little disappointed. It's too expensive, they can't afford it. Although the 3 of them had superpowers, they could only protect themselves and Grandma Lee, and keep them barely alive, while they were still struggling to avoid the alien species. I haven't saved up many primary crystal cores yet. Just to take a shower. After all, they still want to go to the big base to see if they can settle down. But Yun Shu's subsequent words made them change their minds. I saw this extremely beautiful female boss walk to a metal frame on the wall and tap on the screen above. A plate of sweet and sour pork ribs appeared in the metal frame, and a big round white steamed bun. Grandma, I want to eat that too. Xiaohua stretched out her thin little hand and tugged at her grandmother's sleeve. Grandma Li looked embarrassed. How could she afford fresh food? Not to mention sweet and sour pork ribs, even the plastic-wrapped foods in the store were difficult to find. When they were on the run, they always had 1 meal hungry and 1 meal half full. Xiaohua has gradually become malnourished since the apocalypse and has lost a lot of weight now. Grandma Li only hopes to take Xiaohua to the big base to see if she can find Xiaohua's parents, that is, her good son. Hua, be good. We won't eat it. It belongs to your sister. Grandma Li said this with a sour feeling in her heart. Hua knows and won't ask her sister for it. Xiaohua swallowed and did not continue to ask for it. Instead, she lowered her head silently, tears welling up in her eyes. Li Minghua knew that it did not belong to her, she just wanted to perform it for the beautiful sister, hoping to arouse her sympathy and get some food. Just like he had deliberately let Wan Jingzhu and the other 2 see him and his grandmother in order to arouse their sympathy and get their protection. When no one was looking, Li Minghua's eyes flashed with a shrewdness that was inconsistent with her age. She actually possesses a special power, which is enlightenment, which makes her have extraordinary intelligence at a young age. But to her surprise, Yun Shu had no intention of sharing it with her. It's not for any other reason, because she doesn't like children at all. Besides, it's the end of the world and no one is obligated to give away their things. And if I gave it to her, it wouldn't be fair to others, right? So she ate with a clear conscience. If you stay, you can buy these things by yourselves. 1 primary crystal core of this steamed bun can buy 5. If you don't stay, then drink a glass of water and turn right and go out. The 5 people swallowed their saliva. Wan Jingzhu looked embarrassed. Sister, can we just buy food and leave after buying it? Yun Shu shook his head. She doesn't plan to start this business for now, and will consider it after a restaurant is opened in the hotel. Otherwise, my place will become a restaurant sooner or later, and probably no one will stay here. Then can we pay double the price, please, sister? Wan Jingzhu really didn't want to give up and continued to beg tentatively. Please, my beautiful sister. Li Minghua also raised her little hands and clasped them together, begging with her big eyes blinking. It's cute, but Yun Shu doesn't buy it. Chapter 20 is back again. No, sorry, our restaurant currently only provides catering services for hotel guests. Li Minghua was anxious, but she could always sense danger from this store and the sister in white. She knew she couldn't afford to offend them, and she could also tell that Yun Shu was not the type who would feel pity when seeing a child, so she shut up and hid behind Grandma Li and observed the surroundings. Wan Jingzhu gritted his teeth and thought about it. She is almost the one in charge of this small group. Because she was the class monitor before the Doomsday, and she was the first to gain superpowers after the Doomsday, so she has always had more say among the 3. In addition to the ones absorbed and used by herself, Renée and Wei Zimo, she had 5 primary crystal cores in her hands. But those are for future use when you arrive at the base. When they were fleeing, they met someone from a small base and learned some survival tips from the big brother in the base, which was that they must have a crystal core in their hands when they first arrived at the base, and try to bribe a small official to get a good job. So she was very reluctant to spend these crystal cores. But she really wanted to eat. Sister, we really don't have any crystal cores. Is it okay if we just book a single room? Wan Jingzhu looked embarrassed. She was worried that she would say something wrong and anger this mysterious sister. Yun Shu nodded. Okay, but the bed in the single room is very small, and the room is also very small, so it would be difficult for you guys to sleep on the floor. As she spoke, she walked to room 01, opened the door, and showed them. Ruan Jingzhu didn't care where to sleep at all, and quickly nodded in agreement. It's okay, we need a single room, thank you, sister. Grandma Li held Shihua's hand and thanked her with a smile. After collecting the crystal cores of several people, Yun Shu continued to train. Grandma Li took the initiative to say, Hua Hua and I can sleep by the door, and you 3 children can sleep on the bed and inside. She felt very embarrassed. She was an old woman and had to take care of Hua Hua, an 8-year-old child, along with her. These 3 good children had taken care of her all the way. Otherwise, she and Hua Hua would probably die after eating the little food stored in the basement of the small store. That won't do. Rennie and I will sleep next to the door. We are 2 grown men. How can we let Grandma and Xiaohua sleep next to us and guard the door? Right, Rennie, Wei Zimos said carelessly. That's right, Grandma, it doesn't matter where we sleep. Rennie also nodded. A few people discussed it and decided to move in. But room 01 had not been tidied yet. When they opened the door, they saw a blue plastic toy elephant as tall as their calves, using its trunk to roll up the quilt. Damn! It's turned into a spirit! Rennie pointed at Dumbo in shock. What kind of place is this? It's too fantasy, right? Doomsday and Toy Story? Could it be that we are not the protagonists of the novel, but have entered a weird dungeon? Wei Zimo's imagination ran wild, and he spoke to himself. Dumbo saw the guest coming in and said in a childish voice, Wait a minute, fold it. After saying that, he swung his nose quickly and folded the quilt neatly. Small body, big energy. Okay, bye. After Dumbo folded the quilt, he was about to leave the house. The 5 people tacitly made way for him. This place is really strange. Not only is there water, electricity, and food, but even the toys are alive, said Wan Jingzhu. Xiaohua looked at Dumbo's leaving figure with a look of great interest in her eyes. Are these the special abilities of that beautiful sister? She just saw that even if there were aliens passing by outside, they could not see the people in the hotel at all and just walked away. So is this really a perfect sanctuary? If I could win the favor of this beautiful sister, living here would be better than going to the base. Ji Bing had heard that new people were moving in a long time ago, so he waited until the hall was quiet before going out to get food. The last time she went out to hunt alien species, she got an intermediate crystal core and recharged it. Now she has some points in her card. So she treated herself to a rare treat, and bought a plate of spicy stir-fried potato shreds and a bowl of rice. She wanted to take the food back to her room to eat while the other guests were not in the hall. Yun Shu just wanted to eat too. Do you want to watch some drama with me? I'm going to watch Legend of Huan Huan. If you want to watch it, you can come over and eat with me. The elf was now fast asleep, and she wanted to find someone to watch TV series with, so she set her sights on Ji Bing. Ji Bing didn't expect that he could still watch TV, so he moved a stool over and said, Boss Yun, you are amazing. You can still watch TV at this time. I want to watch it too. Her favorite show is The Legend of Jin Huan, and she used to be a level 10 Jin Huan scholar. So the 2 of them sat in front of the computer, eating and watching TV. They are living a peaceful life here, while Gao Jiuyue and a few others are moving forward with heavy burdens. Before the commander left, he asked them to go back and report as soon as possible, so as soon as the commander left, they hurried back to the base to report. But the commander can tear the space apart, and they can't, so they can only walk back slowly. Along the way, we encountered many different species, large and small. In the past, alien species did not have this kind of group-building phenomenon, and the survival rate was not so difficult. But in the past 1 or 2 months, the alien species began to have group awareness and even started to act together as a group. This greatly increases the difficulty of everyone's survival and hunting alien species. Gao Jiuyue was fine, as she could use her supernatural powers to become invisible when encountering a group of alien species, but her teammates could not. Captain, there are about 10 alien species ahead. Should we kill them or take a detour? Gao Jiuyue was getting worried. If they took a detour, they would have to enter the commercial street next door, where the aliens would probably be even more densely populated. So she ordered, Kill them, and protect yourselves! A few of them approached quietly and then killed their way into the alien group. But unexpectedly, after fighting for a while, more than a dozen alien species appeared nearby. Their supernatural energy is limited and is already close to its limit. If they continue to use their supernatural powers, once the energy is exhausted, they will become weak and even faint. So Gao Jiuyue had to issue a retreat order. Retreat! Retreat towards the hotel! So within an hour, she, her team members, and a group of alien species chasing after them, appeared at the gate of the Doomsday Hotel again. Yun Shu was watching a TV series and eating when he saw a large group of people running towards him. Aren't those the people who used to live here? Ji Bing stood up and ran to the door to open it for them. Wan Jingzhu and the others were just about to go out to buy food. When they saw Ji Bing waving at the people leading the monsters outside, they felt nervous and said fearfully, "They will be let in! There are so many monsters!" Chapter 21. You're a fucking genius. You will kill everyone if you do this! Wan Jingzhu went over and grabbed Ji Bing, pulled her to the wall, and motioned Ji Bing to follow her and hide there. Those monsters can't see in here. Ji Bing avoided Wan Jingzhu, who wanted to hold his hand, and continued to look at Gao Jiuyue and others who were running over. Gao Jiuyue and the other two quickly ran over and stood at the door through the air wall. Those alien species were instantly blocked outside the air wall. They waved their arms at the three of them, but could not move forward. This is amazing, said Wei Zimo. Little Li Minghua kept hugging her grandmother's thighs, hiding behind her, with her furry head showing, watching everything happening outside. As soon as Gao Jiuyue and the other two entered the hotel, the alien species outside lost their target and scattered. I really can't see inside. What was that thing that just stopped them? Wei Zimo asked. That's the air wall of our store. It's absolutely safe to stand inside the wall. No matter if it's an alien monster or a stranger, no one can step into that wall without the boss's permission, said the elf proudly. Wei Zimo looked at Yun Shu in admiration. Boss sister is so awesome! Wan Jingzhu, Grandma Li, and Ren Yi were also stunned. What a great ability! If this was the case, then this hotel would be an absolutely safe shelter. If they could live here, they would no longer have to endure the hustle and bustle of fleeing. But staying for one night is too expensive, and they can't afford so many crystal cores. Little Li Minghua tugged at Wan Jingzhu's sleeve. Elder sister. Wan Jingzhu squatted down and looked at her. What's wrong, Xiaohua? Wan Jingzhu has a younger sister, but unfortunately she never saw her sister and her parents again after the apocalypse. So after meeting Li Minghua, she felt like she was her own sister and liked the well-behaved and sensible Li Minghua very much. Li Minghua stretched out her little hand, leaned close to Wan Jingzhu's ear and said, Sister, those monsters are so scary. What if I get hurt standing outside the door? Wan Jingzhu touched her head and said soothingly, It's okay, Xiaohua. The beautiful sister just said that those monsters can't get close to the store door. As soon as she finished speaking, she suddenly realized. That's right, those monsters can't cross the air wall. In other words, I can just stand inside the wall and kill them to get the crystal cores. Li Minghua looked at Wan Jingzhu's thoughtful expression and curled the corners of her mouth. She hoped that the other party would quickly understand what she meant so that she could obtain more crystal cores as soon as possible. Wan Jingzhu anxiously called Wei Zimo and Ren Yi into the house and told them his thoughts. Hey! You're really a genius! Wei Zimo slapped Ren Yi's thigh excitedly. Ren Yi slapped him back. Hiss, go slap yourself! The three of them hit it off and decided to do this. But this is the hotel entrance after all, we have to ask the boss's opinion. Wan Jingzhu was more careful than Wei Zimo and the others, and thought very thoroughly. She was worried that hunting alien species would dirty the hotel entrance, and the smell of blood would make Yun Shu unhappy. So she went to the front desk first and whispered to Yun Shu. Hello, boss. We don't have many crystal cores, so we want to use the air wall to kill monsters from a distance. We will clear the bodies after killing them. Is that okay with you? Yun Shu hadn't expected the method she had come up with. This was indeed a good idea. If they were willing, as long as they could clean the ground outside, she would naturally allow it. After all, killing the surrounding alien species regularly will give more people the opportunity to come to the door of the Doomsday Hotel. Yes, as long as you clean it up. Our store supports everyone in hunting alien species. In addition, our store has medicines for sale. You can buy them with crystal cores. Yun Shu's words immediately caused a huge uproar. Ruan Jingzhu was more determined to save crystal cores, which were medicines and harder to get than food. So she went back to the house to get her weapons, wrapped herself in thick clothes, put on her mask and scarf, and hurriedly called Renée and Wei Zimo to the hotel entrance. I didn't think there was anything wrong at first, but now that I've taken a shower, my body is clean and smells good. These tattered clothes of ours really stink, Wei Zimo said with disgust. Yeah, it has a rotten smell. Why don't we wash it at night? Renée agreed. You can wash it, but don't wash the outer coat and pants, for fear that others won't notice it when we go out. Can we take a shower? Okay, stop talking. Are you ready? 3 people stood at the door, each holding a knife or baseball bat. The 3 of them are very nervous now. Although they had killed many alien species, at this moment there were 20 or 30 alien species wandering around not far away, lured here by Gao Jiuyue and the other 2. This is a fairly large alien population. Gao Jiuyue and the other 2 were attracted by the 3 of them. What are you doing? Gao Jiuyue said. They want to use that mysterious air wall to hunt alien species. Grandma Li looked at the 3 people anxiously and worriedly. She couldn't help but tell them, Children, if there is any danger, come in quickly. In her heart, these 3 children are the best people. She is very grateful to them and loves them very much. However, she is old and has no special abilities. It is already very difficult for her to survive. Apart from sewing clothes, picking up things, and teaching them how to make some tools, she can no longer help them in any other way. If it weren't for her granddaughter Xiaohua, she would have left quietly long ago, not wanting to burden these 3 children. Ruan Jingzhu turned around and smiled. Don't worry, Grandma. Then the 3 of them opened the door and stood out. Screamed sharply, conveying the message. There is food here, to other alien species nearby. It stretched out its 2 slender legs, which were only bones and a layer of wrinkled dark purple skin, and ran over with its mouth open. Ruan Jingzhu first tried his supernatural powers and found that he could not use his supernatural powers inside the air wall. The area inside the air wall also belongs to the hotel's territory, and you are not allowed to use your supernatural powers. Yun Shu reminded them as she exercised with dumbbells while watching the 3 people operate. Grandma Li held Shihua's hand tightly with worry, tears welling up in her eyes. Just when the aliens were about to get close, the air wall appeared again, successfully blocking all the dozen aliens outside. They squeezed forward desperately, and the already hideous faces of the first row of aliens were pressed against the air wall, and one could even see the skin grooves and rotten wounds on their faces. Great! Kill! Ruan Jingzhu breathed a sigh of relief, shouted heroically, and led his 2 little boyfriends to kill. They were very efficient, and quickly killed several of them. When Gao Jiuyue saw this, he quickly took his team members out and started killing them without even taking out their guns. Ruan Jingzhu frowned. This woman brought a team to kill, isn't she going to take the crystal core? It sounds nice to say that she is helping, but in fact, isn't she just here to take a piece of the pie? But she also knew that she had no right to stop the other party from killing the aliens. Chapter 22 Injured. But I always feel uncomfortable. Crystal cores are rare, and she still has Grandma Li and Xiaohua to take care of, so naturally she wants to get 2 more crystal cores. When Ji Bing saw that they were all going to kill the aliens, he also felt itchy, but he did not go out. Why don't you go? Yun Shu asked curiously when he saw that she really wanted to go. Ji Bing walked to Yun Shu's side and said, Hey, I definitely want to go, but monsters are always around, and I still have enough crystal cores. There's no need to rush. The situation is too chaotic right now, and I don't want to offend others because of arguing. She swallowed the last words and didn't say them, which were, in the end times, sometimes people are scarier than monsters. She would rather earn less crystal cores than offend other teams and be hated by them, so she decided not to participate for the time being. Yun Shu nodded in appreciation, feeling that this girl was very insightful. At that time, she was implicated by her sister Ji Qing, but now after she killed AI with her sword, she has become more and more clear-headed. The dozen or so alien species were quickly killed by the 6 people. They began to clean up the battlefield and look for spoils. They all stood outside and began to use knives to pry open the monster's body to look for the crystal core. In the process, they inevitably moved the alien species and disputes began. "Sister, thank you and your team members for helping us, but it seems that we killed this one, right?" Wei Zimo said quickly when he saw Zhang Yan was about to dissect the alien species next to her. Zhang Yan was not to be outdone. "Why do I remember that we killed them? We are not helping you, but everyone has the opportunity to hunt alien species. This hotel is owned by Boss Yun, so we all have the right to hunt." Wei Zimo was about to say something but was stopped by Ruan Jingzhu. "Okay, stop talking. There may not be anything wrong with that alien's body." She comforted Wei Zimo and said to Zhang Yan, "Sister, this alien belongs to you. You should all live together in harmony. We have no ill intentions." Zhang Yan was not much older than the other three, only 21 years old. She had been spoiled by her family before the end of the world and had a rather willful temper. Upon hearing this, she muttered, "It should have been ours in the first place." But there really was a crystal core in the chest of that alien. It's still an intermediate crystal core. Now Rennie couldn't bear it anymore. Wei Zimo stared at the crystal core angrily. "Haha, you are quite lucky to have snatched an intermediate crystal core from us." Zhang Yan put the crystal core into his pocket. Although they have been doing tasks for many years and can get a lot of crystal cores, who would complain about having too few crystal cores? Especially an intermediate crystal core, which can even buy a plate of sweet and sour pork ribs if it is exchanged for crystal core points. "What do you mean? It's obvious that we killed this alien. Otherwise, why don't we compare the wounds of the alien to see whose wounds were caused?" Zhang Yan got angry and argued. But the knives they used were similar, and the aliens had many wounds on their bodies, so it was difficult to compare them. "Okay, let's do this. You and I will each have half of the intermediate crystal core, and I will give you 5 primary crystal cores. How about that?" Gao Jiuyue proposed and said to Ruan Jingzhu. Ruan Jingzhu knew from the equipment they were wearing that they were not ordinary people and were unwilling to start a war. Seeing the other party give in, she was willing to give in. "Okay." Yun Shu witnessed the whole process. She felt that this was not conducive to the relationship between the two parties and the harmony of the hotel. After all, she didn't want the guests staying in the hotel to quarrel every day or fight outside the hotel. Grandma Li also changed into thick clothes and told Xiaohua earnestly, "Huahua, wait for Grandma in the house. Don't run out. Grandma and your brothers and sisters are going to clean up the monsters together. Be obedient." Li Minghua nodded obediently. "I know, Grandma." Grandma Li put her in the hall and went out. After going out, she began to move the corpses of the alien species to the side. "Grandma, we'll be there soon, you don't have to go so far." Wei Zimo was a little worried. Although all the alien species here have been killed for the time being, they are still making a lot of noise and are constantly roaring. There is no guarantee that new alien species will come from other places. Grandma Li has difficulty walking, so it would be difficult for her to run away if she encountered other alien species while transporting them. But Grandma Li was determined. She really wanted to do something for the children. Carrying the alien's corpse was the only thing she could think of to help. "It's okay, kid. I'll move to the side, and we'll burn this pile of corpses later," Grandma Li said, moving the alien with difficulty. The corpses of alien species are still dead bodies after all. If they are not handled properly, diseases are likely to break out. There is no need to worry about attracting other alien species in the hotel, so it is best to burn it down. Ruan Jingzhu knew that this would make Grandma Li feel better, so she stopped Wei Zimo and said, "Just keep an eye on the situation over there." Li Minghua also lay on the glass door, observing the situation on her grandmother's side. But unexpectedly, nothing happened on Grandma Li's side, but an accident happened here first. Gao Jiuyue's team member Zhu Yan was seen holding a dagger and stabbing towards the chest of an alien. As soon as he made a cut and put his gloved hand in to feel whether there was a crystal core inside, he felt a sharp pain in his hand. "Ah!" Zhu Yan quickly stretched out his hand and saw that a large piece of flesh had been bitten off from his right palm. "Zhu Yan!" Zhang Yan quickly grabbed his hand and checked. "What's going on?" As soon as he finished speaking, a pair of small purple hands appeared in the alien's stomach and dug out through the crack. "I saw that the little monster was covered in bruises and was naked, but it still had a big belly and thin limbs. It was clearly a baby alien, with a piece of fresh flesh in its mouth. Zhang Yan angrily stabbed at the baby alien with a long knife, and stabbed it several times until the chest and head of the baby alien became blurred. She dropped the knife and dragged Zhu Yan into the hotel. Pulled him to the public restroom to wash. "It's okay, it must be okay." Tears welled up in Zhang Yan's eyes. "Maybe that damn little monster doesn't have venom yet, it's okay. If you get bitten by a monster, there is a 90% chance that you have been injected with venom by the alien species. But this is just a small alien species, maybe it will be okay?" Zhang Yan said while crying. I don't know whether he was comforting Zhu Yan or comforting himself. Gao Jiuyue followed in and found Yun Shu. "Boss Yun, I need medicine, please sell me some." Yun Shu nodded. "I'll get it for you right away. There's no problem buying the medicine, but he needs to be isolated after we treat him. I hope you understand." After all, she couldn't joke about other people's safety, let alone her own safety. "Although I can control the people and things in the hotel, it would be terrible if he suddenly had an attack and I was not paying attention and he hurt other guests." "Don't worry, Boss Yun, this is natural." Chapter 23. Please cut faster. Yun Shu took out a medicine box from the room and handed it to Gao Jiuyue. She thanked him and went into the house. The door of the house was closed, and Yun Shu and the others could not see what was going on inside. Only Dumbo was silently cleaning up the bloodstains dripping on the ground. "Sister, what happened to that big brother?" Li Minghua came over and asked. "Bitten by a monster." Yun Shu never had any special feelings for children, and she always felt that this child had a high IQ. "How scary, sister." Li Minghua took Yun Shu's hand and tried to act coquettishly to get closer to her. Unexpectedly, Yun Shu let go of her hand and put his hands around her waist. "Go find your grandma. I don't like children." So direct. After being turned away, Li Minghua left feeling aggrieved and went to the glass door to watch Grandma Li moving the bodies. With the lessons learned from the previous incident, everyone was more careful when moving things. After the mutation, the alien stomachs swelled, as if the flesh on their limbs had been absorbed by their stomachs, making it difficult to tell whether they were pregnant before birth. I didn't expect that babies would grow teeth after turning into alien species. Wan Jingzhu carefully observed the dead baby alien. When I used a dagger to pry open its mouth, I saw that in addition to the pointed little teeth, there were many holes in the upper mouth for the mouthparts to extend out. It seems that the man is in great danger. This little beast has mouthparts, and it can probably secrete venom, Wei Zimo said in a low voice. Wan Jingzhu, Wei Zimo, and Ren Yi surrounded the little alien with serious expressions. Although they didn't know that person and they almost had a conflict just now, they were still normal humans of the same race living under the same roof, and they didn't want to see the other person mutate and die. Moreover, he has mutated and may bring danger to himself and others. I believe Boss Yun will have an idea. Let's talk to Boss Yun about this later. Wan Jingzhu chose to believe Yun Shu and continued to command the two teammates to help Grandma Li clean up the debris here. More than a dozen alien corpses piled together, like a rotten hill. Coupled with the large snowflakes falling from the sky, despair and coldness are revealed everywhere. Okay, light it up. After Wan Jingzhu finished speaking, Ren Yi snapped his fingers and a ball of fire rushed towards the pile of corpses, instantly igniting the corners of their clothes, and then slowly spread into a pile of fire. Yun Shu watched all this. It seemed that the level of awakened superpowers of these three people was not low. The clothes of those aliens outside were very wet and there was heavy snow in the sky, but they could still be quickly ignited under such circumstances. This Ren Yi's superpowers were extraordinary. Comparable to the fire-related ability awakened by his stupid brother Yunza. She didn't know what was going on in room 03 where Gao Jiuyue was staying, so she went over and knocked on the door. The door opened quickly, and it was Zhang Yan with tears streaming down her face. Boss Yun, come in. Zhang Yan invited Yun Shu in and continued to close the door. I saw Zhu Yan lying on the bed, and he had started to have a fever. Gao Jiuyue gave him a towel to bite, and with a small knife from the medicine box in her hand, she was forcibly removing the flesh from his wound, squeezing out blood continuously in an attempt to expel the toxins. Zhu Yan, hold on, I will never bully you again, okay? I will call you brother from now on, okay? Jiang Yan lay beside him and cried helplessly. Her life was saved by Zhu Yan, who was passing by. It was Zhu Yan who brought her back to the peace base and joined the current special mission team, giving her an organization she could rely on and a career that could serve as a spiritual pillar. Apart from Gao Jiuyue, Zhu Yan is the most important person to her. They are brothers, friends, and lovers. Although the two had never expressed their feelings to each other, she had never thought that the other party, who had such strong control over fire abilities, would lose his life because of a damn baby alien. Zhu Yan's face was covered with cold sweat because of the pain. He stretched out the hand that was not bitten and gently wiped the tears from Jiang Yan's face. His eyes were full of reluctance and worry. Jiang Yan held his hand and put it against her face, feeling his hot body temperature and a sinking despair in her heart. After being injected with the mutant venom by the alien's mouthparts, a person will first develop a high fever, then suffer from incontinence, convulsions all over the body, and spit out brown blood. After that, he will lose consciousness, his skin will turn bluish-purple, his limbs will atrophy, and his chest and abdomen will swell. When he wakes up again, he has become a monster without any humanity. Gao Jiuyue had already cut off a lot of flesh near Zhu Yan's wound, sprinkled hemostatic and anti-inflammatory drugs on him, and then wrapped him with a bandage. Then he removed the towel from Zhu Yan's mouth. "Zhu Yan, how do you feel now? Hold the thermometer." While putting the thermometer under Zhu Yan's armpit, he said to Jiang Yan, "Yanzi, cheer up. His fever may be caused by the large wound. It may not be infected. Go get him a cup of hot water and let him take medicine." Jiang Yan nodded randomly, and quickly poured in a glass of warm water. Zhu Yan took a sip and said in a hoarse voice, "Boss Yanzi, I am afraid I have been infected." Saying these words seemed to have taken up all his strength. He smiled bitterly, and every word was full of helplessness. "Don't talk nonsense," Jiang Yan said in despair. "Swallow, you've listened to the boss. You're always too curious and don't know the way. Remember to bring a few flares before going on a mission. Also, my crystal cores are all in a private locker at the base. The password is, the day I met you." He spoke bit by bit, his eyes began to lose focus and his face looked very ugly. Gao Jiuyue took out the thermometer and saw that the temperature was 42 degrees, and his heart sank. "Boss, I want to talk to him alone," Jiang Yan said. Gao Jiuyue nodded, went out with Yun Shu, and closed the door behind them. Yun Shu sighed. "I'm afraid it's infected. The fever is too high." Gao Jiuyue was silent for a while. "Boss Yun, can you please let us observe him for a while longer? If he shows other symptoms, I promise to take care of him myself and will not let him leave room 03 and threaten others." Yun Shu didn't want to keep him at first. After all, a fever quickly rising to 42 degrees was already a very obvious symptom. But thinking of Jiang Yan's desperate look, he finally agreed. "At worst, you can just stay in the living room for a while and ask other guests to go back to their own rooms." "Thank you," Gao Jiuyue said, and then he heard Jiang Yan's excited crying inside and hurried in. "What are you talking about? You'll be fine. And I won't leave." Zhu Yan closed his eyes and said, "Get out." He didn't want Jiang Yan to see him lose his composure, and he didn't want Jiang Yan to see him die in front of her. Gao Jiuyue understood what he meant. He pushed Jiang Yan out and locked the door, leaving Jiang Yan outside banging on the door. "Boss, I'm almost done and can't speak. Please cut faster." Zhu Yan was trembling all over, his eyes were bruised and bloodshot, looking very scary. Chapter 24. Cousin, is that you? Gao Jiuyue also knew that he was dying, so he took out a knife and asked, "Anything else you want me to tell others?" He opened his mouth in pain. "Yanzi, I like her." "Okay, brother, have a safe journey." Gao Jiuyue raised his knife and quickly cut his neck, then immediately covered it with his old coat to prevent the blood from splashing. Her face was inevitably stained with blood, and she, who had always been calm and strong, now shed tears. After Zhu Yan stopped twitching and his body gradually cooled down, she drew her knife and stabbed him a few more times in the brain to prevent him from mutating further. After sitting for 3 or 4 minutes, she covered Zhu Yan's body with a white quilt and walked out. As soon as she opened the door, Jiang Yan saw the blood on Gao Jiuyue's body. Her eyes rolled back and she fainted. Yun Shu also shook his head regretfully. A healthy guest just died like that. Even a powerful psychic would be vulnerable to the virus. And her house. It's okay if the bed or something is stained with blood, just throw it away and replace it with a new one. But at this moment, some blood splashed on the white wall. The elf's face darkened. I give in. Can't you humans stop bleeding so easily? I have to clean it up again. After all, Dumbo is just Dumbo and can't fly yet, so the elves have to clean up those things on the wall. Gao Jiuyue held the unconscious Zhang Yan in his arms and apologized to Yun Shu. Boss Yun, I'll take care of these things later. I'll make up for the hotel's losses and medical expenses. It's okay, you can arrange Zhang Yan and his affairs first. Yun Shu waved his hand. Those were all trivial matters and there was no need to worry too much. As long as the other party had a good attitude, it was not a big deal. Grandma Li covered Li Minghua's eyes, fearing that the tragic situation in room 03 would scare her. But little Li Minghua secretly watched everything through her grandmother's fingers, thinking secretly that she must not let herself and her grandmother end up like this. No matter what method I use, even if it means sacrificing the people around me, I must protect myself and my grandmother. The burning mountain of corpses outside raised a large cloud of gray smoke, and the smell was also very unpleasant. Yun Shu turned on the smell isolation, and the disgusting burnt smell could no longer be smelled in the air wall. But after about half an hour, two people actually came. There was a man and a woman, who looked like a young couple, and both had dyed yellow hair. It must have been attracted by the thick smoke. When they saw so many people inside the glass door and a bunch of burnt alien species nearby, they knew that the people in the room were powerful, so they wanted to join them and approached in a flattering manner. Brother Long, they won't steal our things, right? The girl Zhang Jia said worriedly. Don't worry, even if they rob us, what do we have? No crystal cores, no food, just these tattered clothes and a girl like you. But there are many prettier girls in their house than you, so it's not your turn to force them. The yellow-haired man called Brother Long said with a strong accent. Zhang Jia curled her lips. Oh. The two of them entered the house, and after being surprised, they stood in the corner and observed the people in the house. Gao Jiuyue has already brought Zhang Yan into room 03 and they might be cleaning up Zhu Yan's body. Only Wan Jingzhu, Ji Bing and Yun Shu were left in the hall. Li Dalong and Zhang Jia thought that the tallest Wei Zimo was the leader of the group, so they said with a smile. Brother, we are really desperate. Can you please keep us here to work for you? We are absolutely loyal. Wei Zimo looked at Yun Shu and said, You asked the wrong person. This sister is the boss. What, this pretty girl is the boss? Li Dalong glanced at Yun Shu with envy and said with a grin. Sister, do you think we can stay here and have a meal? We can work like slaves for you. This is a hotel, not a shelter. If you have a crystal core, stay. If you don't have a crystal core, get out. Yun Shu was disgusted by the look in his eyes and was not polite at all. Li Dalong didn't take Yun Shu's words seriously at all. What ability can a woman have, especially such a beautiful woman? You can tell how she gets food and drink. He and Zhang Jia felt warm from the heater, so they took off their coats and threw them on the chair next to them. 2 yellow hairs were exposed, and because he hadn't dyed his hair for 4 months, the area on his head had turned black and was stuck to his scalp. He has large tattoos on his body, and the way he speaks and the way his eyes look make it clear that he is a gangster. Sister, let's discuss it. Don't be anxious. I don't have any other intentions. You see, almost all of you here are women, and there is an old guy with this hairless girl. We both have special abilities. If we join you, we can protect them, right? Zhang Dalong thought there were many powerful people in the room, but he didn't expect there were only 2 men, teenagers. For a moment, he fantasized that he could become the boss of this organization. By then, I will hug you left and right, hee. Thinking of this, he sat down on the chair, crossed his legs, and looked at Yun Shu with his chin raised. How dare you talk like that, you damn bastard! Ren Yi rushed forward and punched Li Dalong. The defenseless Li Dalong was knocked to the ground in an instant. In anger, he wanted to use his supernatural powers, but when he found out he couldn't, he screamed and tried to rush forward to fight back. But Yun Shu stopped him with a raised hand and he was instantly frozen in the air. No violence is allowed in this store. From what you 2 customers said, are you planning to cause trouble? Zhang Jia saw that something was not right, and quickly waved her hands. Sister, brother, absolutely not, we didn't mean that, let's take the things and leave now. At this time, the door of room 03 opened. It was Zhang Yan and Gao Jiuyue who packed up Zhu Yan's body and planned to go out and bury him. Zhang Yan's eyes were red, and it was obvious that she had not yet accepted such a sudden change. Zhang Jie, who was explaining in a panic, stopped talking when he saw Zhang Yan. After 2 or 3 seconds, he shouted in disbelief. Cousin? Zhang Yan was distracted and ignored him, just about to walk over and leave. Zhang Jia quickly went up to hold Zhang Yan. Cousin, is that you? I'm Jia Jia. Zhang Yan finally came back to her senses and looked at the girl in front of her. Jia Jia, is it really you? Are my aunt and the others okay? Do you know anything about my parents? Zhang Jia shook her head with difficulty. My parents are gone, and I have no news about my uncle and aunt. Cousin, I didn't expect that I would see you again. Come on, he's an acquaintance of the guest. But Yun Shu didn't intend to let the male gangster go. Her current standard for being a person is to uphold justice. All those who are more evil should be eliminated to prevent them from causing trouble for themselves or harming others. So she wanted to call the elves to kill the other party, but she didn't expect Zhang Jia to cry and beg Zhang Yan. Cousin, please save my boyfriend! Chapter 25 Goodbye, Rich Man. Zhang Yan was too heartbroken to care about anything else, but even though her cousin was uneducated, she was still a relative who grew up with her. The appearance of Zhang Jia brought new hope to Zhang Yan. My cousin is still alive, so maybe my parents who disappeared after the apocalypse are still alive too. Thinking of this, she felt that her bleak life seemed to have a glimmer of light. She didn't have time to figure out what was going on, so she had to help first. So she looked at Yun Shu. Boss Yun, I don't know what he has done wrong, but can you give him a chance? Zhang Jia quickly ran over to save Li Dalong, but found that he was still unable to move. In a moment of desperation, she said, You put my boyfriend down. Jia, don't talk like that, Zhang Yan said. I have my own things to do now, let's talk about it when I come back. She wanted to bury Zhu Yan as soon as possible. So he went out with Gao Jiuyue to find a place to bury Zhu Yan. As soon as Zhang Yan left, Zhang Jia said to Yun Shu, Sister, you and my cousin must know each other, did you hear what she just said? Although Zhang Jia didn't know what her cousin's special abilities were or what her status was here, she knew that her cousin had a high status. Because Zhang Yan's outfit was neat and well made, and her badge had the Peace Base logo on it, it was obvious that she was from a big base. Yun Shu spread his hands and said, I heard it, so what? Although she doesn't have any special powers, she has an elf. If you use spirits to deceive others and show off your spiritual power, so what? If this yellow-haired guy dares to mess with her today, don't blame her for taking him in. Zhang Jia pointed at Yun Shu and said, Well, if you dare to touch my boyfriend, wait for my cousin to come back and deal with you. Then I'll move anyway. As soon as Yun Shu finished speaking, the elf shot an arrow. In an instant, the yellow-haired Li Dalong disappeared into the air. Brother Long! Where have you been, Brother Long? He's been reincarnated. Oh, it's hard to be reincarnated now, after all, the birth rate is low. After Yun Shu finished speaking, Zhang Jia ran out crying. He must have gone to Zhang Yan to complain. I've never seen such a stupid person, Li Minghua complained in her heart. Grandma Li watched all this with some concern. She was shocked when Li Dalong disappeared. Child, is that person really gone? Yun Shu nodded. Any guest who poses a potential threat to the owner or other guests will be eliminated. This is too cruel. He is just a child. Are you going to kill him for just a few words? Grandma Li seemed unwilling to see all this, as if Yun Shu had done something unforgivable. Li Minghua was sweating in her heart. Oh my God, please don't say that. You have lived enough, but I haven't. She quickly tugged at her grandmother's clothes, trying to make amends. That yellow-haired brother just now was so scary, and the pretty sister is a good person. Yun Shu's expression turned cold. This is the end of the world. It's not the law-abiding world of the past where everyone loved each other. In this store, my words are the rules. If you want to be protected, you must abide by the rules. Otherwise, please leave as soon as possible. Wan Jingzhu smiled awkwardly, trying to smooth things over. Boss Yun, Grandma is old and her thinking is still stuck in the past. We all understand. Yun Shu also nodded. The Doomsday Hotel welcomes all guests and can provide everyone with shelter and food. If there are still disturbances, don't blame me for being rude. After saying that, she went into the house. Li Dalong only had 2 primary crystal cores on him, and his luck value was not much, only 50 points. Why? When can I save up 1,000 luck points to open the big blind box? Just as she was thinking this, she received a new task. Build a restaurant and get 100 luck points as a reward. Open a branch and get 300 lucky points as a reward. 400 in total. After completing these 2 tasks, you will be close to winning the lucky wheel. While Yun Shu was fantasizing, Gu Paisai had already received the test report. The above shows that the compressed biscuits are not only edible and have no problems, but also show no signs of being damp or frozen. It looked as if it had just been taken from a supermarket shelf before the apocalypse. The young genius medical Dr. Ling Si ran into Gu Paisai's command room excitedly. Gu Paisai! Where did you find those cookies? He actually had silver hair and red pupils, just like a rabbit. He was very curious about the source of this batch of compressed biscuits. After all, the biscuits were not damp, which meant that the place was probably very warm. There might be some new materials that could not be collected from other places that could help him continue to look for clues to the antidote for the infection. Looked up at the person who came with an unhappy expression. He hated people running into his command room recklessly, but Ling Si was born with autism and was not good at interpersonal communication, but he showed unparalleled talent in medicine and other fields. After the Doomsday, he even gained intellectual abilities. Now he is the leader of the team studying viruses and meteorology at the base. I got it by chance. Since there is no problem with this batch of cookies, I will bring some other things in a few days. He plans to go back and buy some other things. Ling Si understood what he meant and said excitedly, You want to go again? I'll go too. No. Dr. Ling, you can't leave the base. A large part of the research is in Ling Si's hands. He cannot leave the base. This is a decision agreed upon by the top management of the entire base. Okay, but please use this bracelet to record the situation in that place. Ling Si knew that this commander always kept his word, and he really couldn't leave the experiment in his hands. Can. After agreeing, Gu Paisai changed out of his commander's uniform, tore open the space-time rift, and instantly arrived at the entrance of the Doomsday Hotel. We meet again, Boss Yun. He ignored the pile of corpses at the door and pushed the door open to enter the hotel. As soon as he entered the room, people in the hall fell silent. Grandma Li silently pulled Li Minghua behind her. The man in front of her had a cold and unapproachable aura. Could he be a bad person? Everyone looked at him warily until he bought an apple and sat on a chair waiting for something. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Yun Shu felt someone coming in, and when he went out to take a look, wow! The rich man came. I hope he is here to repurchase, he. Seeing Yun Shu coming out, he leaned forward slightly, looking at Yun Shu with some inquiry in his eyes, and said, Boss Yun. The customer is back again. Are you satisfied with the cookies you bought last time? I'm satisfied, so I'm going to buy some more things. I wonder what Boss Yun has for sale. When Yun Shu heard this, he was surprised. Oh my god, is he going to buy another big one? Whatever the customer wants, if the quantity is large, our store can satisfy 80% of the time. If we have what we want, we will sell it to him, and if we don't have it, we will sell it to him even if we have to add it on the computer on the spot. Boss Yun is very courageous. I came here to buy some rice seedlings. Chapter 26 Huh? Rice seedlings? Huh? Rice seedlings? Yun Shu didn't expect him to make this request. She thought he would want to buy other food, or medicine or something. In fact, Gu Paisai just wanted to test Yun Shu's reaction. He wanted to know whether the food was grown by Yun Shu or obtained through other means. If it wasn't obtained through planting, then unless her ability was to travel back to before the end of the world and shuttle back and forth, it would be impossible for her to own this magical hotel. Even if he obtained the ability to travel through time and space, he could only tear open cracks in the current time and space dimension and travel through it, and he had no ability to influence the past and the future. This boss Yun might become the variable of Doomsday, or even the key to the end. Yun Shu thought for a moment and said, Yang Miao, wait a minute. She walked to the computer and searched it, and lo and behold, it really was there. Not only are there various seeds or seedlings, but there are also a wide range of gardening tools. Yes, we can sell it. What kind of plants do you want? How many? After hearing what she said, Gu Paisai made a rough judgment in his mind. We need seeds of cold-resistant plants, 10 of each kind. Who knew? Yun Shu shook his head and said, No. As expected, am I asking for too much? Customer, what you want is too little. I can't sell it. Is this still too little? He stood up and approached Yun Shu. His tall body blocked some of the light coming through the glass window. How much can you sell it to me? You can only choose 3 varieties and buy at least 20 plants of each. Yun Shu answered seriously. She took a look and found that it would cost about 100,000 crystal core points to unlock a plant. It would not be cost-effective if he bought less. Okay, I want seeds or seedlings of radish, cabbage, and kale. Yun Shu had lived in the countryside with his grandparents when he was a child, so he knew a thing or two about planting. Seeing that this customer was indeed looking for the cold-resistant crops, he couldn't help but look at him with more respect. He knows a lot. Seeing how noble he looks, I thought he was a young master. Gu Paisai is indeed a young master, and he was brought up in a top family, so he knows a little bit about everything. Yun Shu spent a total of 300 crystal core points to unlock the 3 categories he wanted. Customer, please take a look at the quality. I will exchange 1 primary crystal core for another. If you agree, I will give you the money and the goods. She took out potato tubers, cabbage seeds, and kale seeds and showed them to Gu Paisai. Gu Paisai took out a high-level crystal core and placed it on the table, causing Wan Jingzhu and the others to stand up and look at it. Wei Zimo drooled and said, Wow, is that a high-level crystal core? That dazzling light seems to have flashed into my heart. 20 of each, and the rest you can exchange for some apples to take away. Okay. Buy again if it's useful. Yun Shu took out a plastic bag from somewhere and put the things in it for him. At this time, Gao Jiuyue and Zhang Yan had come back after burying the team members. As soon as they opened the door, they met Gu Paisai's eyes. Gao Jiuyue remembered Gu Paisai's previous instructions, swallowed the 5 words, Commander, and pretended not to know him. Had been crying and making a fuss beside Zhang Yan, stopped crying the moment she saw Gu Paisai. She quickly wiped her tears, stretched out her hand to fiddle with her bangs, and looked at Gu Paisai shyly. Cousin, forget what I just said. Who is this person? Zhang Yan was so annoyed by her sister that she went back to the house without saying anything. Cousin! Why are you ignoring me? Zhang Jia muttered and sat on the wooden stool next to her. As for her yellow-haired boyfriend Li Dalong, she decided to put it aside for the time being and get to know this high-quality man first. Yun Shu packed Gu Paisai's things and said, Okay, yes, they are all inside. Do you want to count them? No thanks. Gu Paisai took off his gloves and took the bag handed over by Yun Shu with his slender fingertips. He stretched out his hand and tried to open the space-time rift to transport these things back to the command room, but he didn't expect there was no response in the air. Awkward. Damn, he forgot that his supernatural powers would be restrained in this mysterious hotel. Yun Shu suppressed his smile, and looked at the guest whose ears were slowly turning red despite appearing indifferent. He said, The guest can use his supernatural powers when he arrives at the door. Gu Paisai wanted to leave after he finished speaking. Zhang Jia saw the opportunity, stood up quickly, and fell in front of Gu Paisai. Ouch, that hurts. Just as she was about to reach out to ask this mysterious and handsome man to pull her up, she saw a pair of long legs crossing over her without hesitation. Are you kidding me? She was a school beauty after all. It must have been the female boss who hooked up with him first. When she thought of Yun Shu, she felt hatred and jealousy. Not only did this woman kill her boyfriend, but she was also so beautiful that she hindered her from finding her next boyfriend. Thinking of this, she got up and said, Humph, you have such a seductive aura. No wonder you know witchcraft. I'm afraid you've charmed all those men into standing up for you. She thought that the elf was also a man. charmed by Yun Shu, and was very jealous. Why could she meet Li Dalong, while this woman was clean, ate good food, lived in a good place, and got to know two handsome guys at once? Who are you talking about? Did you lose your brain after falling down? Yun Shu retorted. What's wrong with you? My cousin is watching you do anything to me. Let me tell you, my cousin is a powerful figure in the peace space. She shouted this loudly. Gao Jiuyue heard in the room. Yanzi, is that person your sister? Don't let her provoke Boss Yun again, otherwise I won't allow you to rescue her. Zhang Yan's eyes were red. Oh, if you don't want to save me, then don't save me. But I'm not as ruthless as you. I can kill my own team members without blinking an eye. I know you are sad, but Zhu Yan was already on the verge of mutation. I don't want to listen. Before Gao Jiuyue could finish his words, Zhang Yan slammed the door and walked out, dragging her cousin Zhang Jiao with her, and walked out of the hotel. Yun Shu didn't care where they went. Based on what Zhang Jia said just now, not killing her would be considered a light punishment. But I sympathize with Zhang Yan's situation. If they are willing to go, then let them go. Gao Jiuyue sighed, and followed him out. It was quiet for a while. Yun Shu rubbed his temples and finally calmed down from the daily noise. Dumbo and the gremlins went back to work in silence. For now, I don't have to think about opening a branch as I don't have that many crystal core points. But maybe I can open a restaurant. Yun Shu turned on his computer and wanted to research about opening a restaurant. Chapter 27: Opening a Restaurant. The computer shows that it takes 5,000 crystal core points to open a restaurant. A small restaurant of 30 square meters will be opened in the hotel, with a front desk for taking orders, and the back kitchen will be replaced by a mysterious food pickup counter. There are also 2 square tables that can seat 8 people. If you want other things, you have to pay extra for them. In addition to providing guests with a place to eat, restaurants have another benefit. That means you can deliver takeout. Moreover, more positive takeout reviews will be converted into luck points. When the rating is 1 star, 10 luck points will be awarded, and the reward will be doubled for each additional star. However, there will be corresponding penalties if the star rating is reduced, which means that the restaurant will be ordered to make rectifications within a certain period of time, will not be allowed to deliver food, and will not be able to operate. The elf was busy for a while, then came to pester Yun Shu to see what she was doing. Boss, do you want to open a restaurant? Yun Shu nodded. Yeah, we can complete the task after we have a restaurant. But we don't have a delivery man. Dumbo and ICA leave the Doomsday Hotel. Yun Shu really didn't know about this. You two can't get out? The elf sat next to the computer. I can go out, but when I go out, I become a figurine. When it goes out, it becomes a plastic doll. Oh my god, doesn't that mean I need to deliver the takeaway myself? But she doesn't have any special powers. She can survive by relying on physical enhancement and hiding from place to place, but how can she deliver food? How do we recruit delivery drivers? We don't have any branches now, and our store is not big enough. We are a first-level store with at most 2 employees, the elf said seriously. After hearing this, Yun Shu felt that this was a big deal. Wasn't this a dead end? This doesn't make sense. The mechanism of the Doomsday Hotel seems to be set up completely according to the owner's wishes. Why would it make things so difficult for itself? What should I do? The restaurant can't close and refuse takeout. Am I supposed to deliver it? Yes, you go. Don't you know that your boss is just relying on you to help him? Looking at Yun Shu's puzzled look, the elf slapped his head. Oh yes. Boss, it's like this. When you put on our store's employee uniform, a small protective shield will appear at the door. Other alien species can't see you, and their powers can't penetrate the shield to hurt you, the elf said as he clicked on the restaurant's display page. On the computer screen, I saw a white delivery man's uniform and a white chef's uniform hanging on the wall of the restaurant. Okay, others are the temptation of uniforms, but I am a cow and a horse on the road. But I have to say this feature is very nice. As long as you put on this outfit, you can shield yourself from alien species and block all attacks. But if you fall and die, or freeze to death, you will really die, the elf added. Well, that's not completely safe. But there is a time limit for food delivery. I probably won't be able to deliver even if I walk for a month or so. If you want to get better star rating, you have to deliver the food on time. But after the apocalypse, the cars on the streets were parked randomly, many trees and houses collapsed, or swarms of dead bodies and alien species blocked the roads, and most roads could not be driven normally. Well, after receiving the takeaway order, you will get an instant delivery coupon. Instant transmission ticket is a one-time consumable item. Yun Shu had seen it on the computer Taobao before, but she was too expensive to buy it. I didn't expect to get one free for every takeout order. When using this ticket, as long as you silently think of the place you want to go, you will be quickly teleported to the place within 100 meters. Magical coupon, even more magical than the daily divine coupon. Yun Shu felt relieved now. In this case, opening a restaurant and providing takeaway services is a sure win. It's open! She clicked the button quickly, fearing that she would feel bad. 5,000 crystal core points were instantly reduced on the account. A door appeared out of nowhere on the right side of the hall. Hey! There was no door here just now. Wei Zimmo was the first to notice the door. Rennie also said in surprise. It really wasn't there. It seemed to have suddenly appeared. Wei Zimmo reached out and turned the door handle. Inside was a neat little restaurant. Dear guests, our hotel is opening its restaurant to the public starting today. The previous food pickup counter has been moved here. You can go to the restaurant to buy and eat food in the future. The restaurant is on the right-hand side as soon as you enter the door. In addition, even if you leave the hotel in the future, you can use your VIP card to order food remotely, and it will be delivered on time within half an hour. Yun Shu finished speaking, everyone started talking about it. Boss Yun is truly amazing. He built a restaurant in such a short time. His ability is incredible. Wei Zimmo praised him exaggeratedly. That's right. I won't be surprised if Boss Yun and his entire base come out one day. At that time, I will be the first to follow him. Rennie was unwilling to fall behind. Wan Jingzhu shook her head helplessly. Can you two not be so obvious? Did you hear me? Boss Yun said that we can order takeout even if we are not in the hotel, but how do we deliver it? Yun Shu naturally knew that everyone was confused, so he re-explained what the elf had just explained to him. Everyone cheered excitedly. This is really great. This means that even if we can't live in the Doomsday Hotel in the future, we won't starve to death outside without food. Not only will you not starve to death, you can even eat delicious food. The restaurant is open for limited hours, from 6 to 8 in the morning, from 11 to 1 in the afternoon, and from 5 to 7 in the evening. If you miss the meal time, you will not be able to eat. However, you can order takeout at any time, but you have to pay extra for delivery and packaging fees. This familiar feeling, everyone seemed to see the icons of Meituan and ELE.me shining in Boss Yun's eyes. However, when it comes to this great thing of ordering takeout, no one has any complaints. The next morning, everyone entered the restaurant for the first time. Guests arrived one after another and began to line up to choose their favorite dishes. There weren't many options for breakfast, and everyone bought whatever they wanted, but just made do with what they had. Some people didn't buy anything and waited for lunch. Sisters Gao Jiuyue and Zhang Yan have not returned yet. Almost everyone except the three of them went into the restaurant to take a look. There is a transparent cabinet next to the restaurant front desk to display the dishes. In the past, the dishes were displayed with pictures above the food pickup port, but now they have become lifelike food models, displayed one by one in transparent glass cabinets. People who watch it become even more greedy. Nodded in satisfaction. The restaurant purchase was worth it, and she was feeling a bit bored staying in the hotel, but she didn't dare go out because she didn't have any special powers. Now that I have the invincible takeaway vest, I can take this opportunity to go out shopping. She thought there would be no takeout orders for a while. But I didn't expect to receive an order so soon. Ding, you have a new order from Chimo. The customer is Ji Bing, VIP number is 00000005, and needs 2 steamed buns, delivered to number 2596, Chang'an Street, Xinhua District, City C. Chapter 28 First Takeaway Delivery. Ha! Didn't Ji Bing just go out this morning? It's not even noon yet, so why is he ordering takeout now? Yun Shu was confused, but he put on the white delivery man uniform as soon as possible. The uniform consisted of a white vest and a white helmet with the words, "Have you eaten at the Doomsday Hotel?" printed on the helmet. There was also a mini blind box toy stuck on the top of the helmet. Now there is a problem. This uniform only has a vest, and it's not warm enough. She didn't want to go out and freeze to death. But all the worn-out clothes I had worn had been thrown into the trash can and could not be found again. She had no choice but to quickly buy some cheap winter clothes online. Then put it on and take 2 big buns. When the takeout order showed up, she was given an instant delivery voucher. The person picking up the food was automatically printed on the coupon, leaving Yun Shu no chance to take shortcuts. "Boss, have a nice journey," the elf said deliberately. "Go away!" Yun Shu shouted, telling it to look after the house, and then shook out the instant transmission voucher. The ticket instantly combusted and disappeared at Yun Shu's fingertips, and then she disappeared with a whoosh. The main focus is handsome. But her landing was not so cool, because she landed randomly within 100 meters of the opponent, and unfortunately, she was sent to a big snow pit. Fuck! The protective shield can block all attacks, but it cannot block snowflakes and cold wind. The snow pit was supposed to be a small pond for children to play with and catch fish. The accumulated snow was higher than Yun Shu's calves. The cheap winter clothes she bought on the spur of the moment were not moisture-proof at all and were leaky, making her teeth chatter from the cold. I know cheap products are not good. But the place where she was teleported was a shopping mall. Maybe she could take this opportunity to find some clean clothes to take back. After all, those alien species can't see themselves. But now the most important thing is to deliver the takeaway in time. A reminder sounded in Yun Shu's mind. There are 12 minutes left before the order expires. She quickly looked around, trying to find where Ji Bing was. Let's go to the first floor. Ji Bing came out to hunt alien species. Logically, he would not come to the shopping mall because there are so many alien species here, which is definitely not something Ji Bing can deal with. She is most likely in one of the other buildings next to the mall. Thinking of this, Yun Shu quickly ran to the stairs and wanted to go downstairs. Who knew that as soon as I opened the door of the stairwell, I saw more than 20 alien species standing densely inside. Yun Shu's brain instantly became filled with blood and adrenaline surged. He held back from making any sound and quickly squatted down and hid behind the door. As a result, she was almost sticking to their faces, but those aliens seemed not to have noticed her at all and were still wandering around aimlessly. Yun Shu then remembered that he was no longer the Yun Shu who had fled. Those alien species really can't see themselves. She suppressed the fear in her heart and stood up. Those alien species still can't see themselves. Ahem? She coughed, but they still didn't respond. So Yun Shu gradually grew bolder and reached out to push the nearest alien. The alien staggered and fell, but still didn't find Yun Shu. Ha ha ha, it really can block alien species. Yun Shu was completely relieved. He picked up an iron rod that had fallen from the window and used it to push the aliens nearby. I squeezed through them and went downstairs. At the same time, the elf in the hotel suddenly remembered that it had not told Yun Shu that if the order was overdue, the protective barrier would lose its effect, and it would take 10 minutes to trigger the return of the timely delivery voucher. In other words, if the boss fails to deliver it in time and doesn't know how to manually open and return the duplicate voucher, it is likely to be left hanging outside. The elf was running around in a panic. What should I do? What should I do? What should I do? It's all my fault. Please don't die, boss. I just started my job and I don't want to be unemployed again. But it had no way to remind Yun Shu and could only pray silently. Yun Shu finally came downstairs, and with his hands in the shape of a trumpet, he used all his strength and yelled, Ji Bing! After waiting for a few seconds, nothing happened. In fact, Ji Bing was hiding in a wooden cabinet on the first floor. When she heard Boss Yun's savage roar, just roared out like that. Aren't you afraid of attracting those alien species, Boss Yun? Next to the wooden cabinet where she was hiding was the food area. She originally wanted to hunt a lone alien species nearby, but unexpectedly she found a bag of noodles thrown in the corner through the glass door of the store. This is a rare and good food. It's really a steal. That's why she wanted to take the risk and come in to take the bag of noodles. Unexpectedly, As soon as I came in, a ceiling tile collapsed. The moment the huge noise was heard, Ji Bing cursed the national quintessence in his heart, and quickly hid in the small wooden cabinet next to him. She had originally planned to wait until the alien species that had been lured away dispersed before returning to the hotel, but the situation was more complicated than she had imagined. Because there were too many alien species in the mall, the fallen ceiling attracted more than 20 alien species, and they didn't leave. So Ji Bing huddled in the small wooden cabinet and waited for 2 hours. When her waist was sore and her legs were stiff, she had no other options. She remembered that she could order takeout, hoping that boss Yun could help her. This is how we got our first takeaway order. So when she saw Yun Shu roaring like a lion in front of the alien without any scruples, she was really stunned. But she didn't dare respond. Seeing that there was no movement, Yun Shu knew that the other party was either not nearby or did not dare to speak or respond. Combined with Ji Bing's abnormal ordering behavior, my guess was almost right. Ji Bing, can't you place an order like this? If I go in the right direction, you can order a single steamed bun. After saying that, she chose a direction and walked. No orders. She changed direction, still no orders. Then put it on and changed the direction. Ding! You have a new order from customer Ji Bing, VIP number 00000005, needs a steamed bun. You guessed it right. But there were only 5 minutes left before the first order was completed. Yun Shu ran quickly in this direction. At the end, there is a messy and empty wall of goods and several wooden cabinets below. Ji Bing? Are you in there? When Ji Bing heard Yun Shu's voice coming from outside the cabinet, she was so excited that she almost cried. She quietly opened a small gap in the cabinet and stretched out a hand. Finally I found you. It took me so much effort to buy 3 steamed buns. Yun Shu grabbed her hand and brought her into his little protective bubble. The alien can no longer see himself and Ji Bing, but he doesn't know if the return ticket of the timely teleportation voucher can bring both of them at once. Chapter 29 Teleport to a different place. The timely transmission voucher in his hand. It flashed, twisted a few times, and then slowly combusted. As if protesting against Yun Shu bringing other people with him. Seeing it successfully self-ignite, Yun Shu breathed a sigh of relief. As long as it can be used, it's good. The next second, she and Ji Bing were pulled into a black hole and spun rapidly inside it. Yun Shu couldn't see anything and felt dizzy. Damn, it wasn't like this last time I teleported. After spinning them around for more than 10 seconds, he finally spit them out. Boo! A crisp popping sound was heard, and Yun Shu and Ji Bing fell to the ground. The voucher is sent back in time, the person will be sent back accurately. But Yun Shu got up and looked around. Oh my god, this is not the Doomsday Hotel at all. There were many alien species wandering around, as if it was a small commercial street, with small shops selling manhwa flat noodles, spicy noodles, trendy clothes, etc. Without exception, these stores were in a dilapidated state, with doors and windows smashed open and covered with ice, snow, and frost. Occasionally you can see a hanging door plate, and 1 or 2 aliens wearing employee uniforms. Where is this? Ji Bing got up and looked around. Yun Shu was also dumbfounded. The clothes she was wearing were not warm at all, and she was shivering with cold. I should have known not to open a restaurant delivery service. It would be so nice to just stay in the hotel, why go out to do business? Now I'm not familiar with the business process, and I've gotten myself into trouble. At this time, the hotel's mechanical voice rang, reminding her that she still had an order for steamed buns. But she is not in the hotel now, so she can't pick up the goods, let alone deliver them. At this time, she looked at the 2 steamed buns in Ji Bing's hand. Hey. Who cares where she gets the steamed buns from, as long as they are delivered to her? Give me your steamed bun. Ji Bing didn't know what was going on, so he handed it to her and said, Here. Yun Shu took it and handed it back to Ji Bing. Ji Bing was confused. What was Boss Yun doing? The moment Ji Bing took it, Yun Shu immediately heard the order completion notification sound in his mind. Then a score sheet appeared in her hand. You can invite customers to rate your takeaway service. Ji Bing naturally gave it a full score of 5. Then they continued to worry. I don't know where this is either. Why don't we look for a map? Yun Shu was still wearing her staff uniform. She held Ji Bing's hand and asked her to stay in her own safe bubble as well, planning to stroll back to the Doomsday Hotel. Although it was a bit cold, at least I had 2 steamed buns to eat, and I didn't have to worry about starving to death. The two of them walked along in such a swagger, but unexpectedly, an alien creature suddenly appeared from the shop nearby. It changed from being docile before and ran towards Yun Shu and Ji Bing while neighing wildly. Fuck! Run! Yun Shu said this and ran away. Ji Bing also reacted quickly and ran away closely. Yun Shu didn't have time to think about why his safety bubble didn't work. All he could think about was running. Moreover, there were too many alien species nearby, and they couldn't run around aimlessly. They could only pray to find a place to lure the alien species in and kill it. Otherwise, it will attract other alien species sooner or later. But the roof was leaking, and it was raining. There was an alien chasing behind and 3 more aliens running towards them in front. What should I do? Yun Shu felt a layer of sweat on his head and looked for other possible paths. Boss Yun, this way! Ji Bing shouted and kicked open a wooden board, revealing a small alley behind it. Then she pulled Yun Shu into the alley and ran inside. Yun Shu suddenly remembered that the rule of takeout is that after the other party places an order, a safety bubble will appear when he is wearing an employee uniform to protect himself. So now as long as Ji Bing orders takeout again, will his bubbles work? Try it. Hurry up and order another takeout. Order a steamed bun. After hearing this, Ji Bing didn't ask why, and immediately obediently ordered a steamed bun for takeout. The moment the order was successfully placed, the alien species chasing behind him seemed to have lost its target immediately. Great! It works! Huh? What's going on? Are they not chasing us anymore? Ji Bing panted. Yes, I won't chase you for half an hour. You have to place another takeout order and buy a steamed bun in half an hour, and the cycle will continue like this. Ji Bing nodded. Boss Yun must have her reasons for doing this. Without the threat of being chased, the two of them walked to the side, looking for a landmark or a map. How do I know where this is? Ji Bing looked around and felt it was extremely unfamiliar. Well, let's go see if the aliens have any ID cards or something like that. If we find a few more and see which one has the most addresses, we can roughly know where this is. Okay, but they won't attack us, right? It's okay, let's go. Yun Shu took her to the alien species that had been chasing her. Ji Bing tried to summon vines cautiously, but found that he couldn't use his supernatural powers in Yun Shu's safety bubble. She looked nervous, always feeling that the alien would open its mouth wide and bite her or Boss Yun in the next second. But the amazing thing was that when Boss Yun reached his hand into the alien's pocket and rummaged around, the alien didn't react at all and just let himself be touched. It's amazing! Ji Bing sighed. Then, he followed Ji Bing's example and courageously reached into the other pockets of the alien's clothes. I successfully found a small wallet. The wallet was frozen stiff. After opening it, I found his ID card and driver's license. Using this method, the two of them found 5 or 6 pieces of identity proof. Then I compared the addresses and felt completely discouraged. This is no longer City C. But it's the City T next door. Although the two cities are adjacent to each other, the roads are now blocked and most cars cannot start. It will take at least a month to walk back. This doesn't even take into account the possibility of getting lost. I'm just delivering a takeaway, why should I be sent here? However, every time a customer orders something, a ticket for instant teleportation will appear. Ji Bing also ordered one just now, so he should have a new ticket in his hand. She took out the score sheets and flipped through them, and sure enough, she found 2 teleportation tickets inside. Ticket for Ji Bing's 2 subsequent orders. What's this? This is a teleportation ticket, but I don't know if it works. Yun Shu now suspected that the teleportation ticket could not carry 2 people, which caused the instability and led to the wrong location. Although she wasn't completely sure, she couldn't try it now. Because once used, she will be sent within 100 meters of Ji Bing, which means that before she finds Ji Bing will not be protected by the safety bubble. Unless we find a safe enough hiding place for Ji Bing first. Chapter 30. The Temptation of Going Home. Ji Bing, listen to me. Hide somewhere for a while and don't come out until I find you. Where did you go? Ji Bing said worriedly that she really didn't want to be separated from Boss Yun. After all, it's absolutely safe to be with Boss Yun. I have to find a way to get us back to the hotel. By the way, don't eat the 2 steamed buns in your hand, keep them. Ji Bing nodded. Okay, I understand. Yun Shu took her into a furniture store nearby. Found a large wardrobe which was a little more spacious. Well, you hide in this big closet, and I'll come find you in a few minutes, not more than half an hour. Remember what I said, don't eat your buns. After repeated warnings, Yun Shu saw that there were no alien species around for the time being, so he let go of Ji Bing's hand and let her hide in the closet. Then he took out the 2 instant transmission tickets, and found that one of them was no longer working. That one was the order she had already completed, so naturally it was out of order and could not be used. Throw away the invalid one, hold the good one in your hand, and start. Teleportation tickets slowly combusted, and she instantly disappeared into the air. This time it didn't spin around like last time, and landed smoothly. She is still on this commercial street. It took only a few minutes to find the furniture store where Ji Bing was. Quickly kill the alien species that broke in and lead Ji Bing out. Boss Yun, what next? Ji Bing squatted down and searched for the crystal core in the alien corpse. She actually found a primary crystal core. She took out a rag and wiped it. After wiping it clean, he handed it to Yun Shu naturally. Yun Shu took the crystal core and put it in her pocket. She was so cold that her hands and feet were stiff. If the clothes on the aliens weren't so dirty, she would have wanted to pull them off and put them on herself. Cheap winter clothes from Taobao again. There is no compensation for freezing people to death, and there is no after-sales service. Hold me, let's try again. As before, she used her instant transit ticket for the return trip. The ticket twisted again before it reluctantly combusted. After a dizzying spin, the 2 of them landed again. Very good, it's a place I don't know. Yun Shu looked around helplessly. This time she was sent to a garden that looked like a private garden with a large villa next to it. It was nice to look at, but she wanted to see her own shabby little hotel even more. I know this place. Ji Bing pointed at the big villa and said. Yes, there is hope, Yun Shu waited for Ji Bing to say with great anticipation. As a result, she said, I saw a video of this villa on Douyin. It was built by a wealthy man in City C. It is said that he has a 3rd sister living here. Unexpectedly, the 4th sister was not satisfied and wanted to live in the big villa. The wealthy man did not agree, and the 4th sister was so angry that she exposed him. Yun Shu ate a stale melon, but was still very happy. Because this place has become City C after all, the hope of returning home is much greater. It doesn't matter whose territory it is, as long as it's City C, it's much easier, Akio. A gust of cold wind blew by, and Yun Shu sneezed out of the cold, and felt dizzy from the cold. I have to find some warm clothes to put on before successfully returning to the shabby hotel. The rich man's mansion is right in front of us, and the 3rd sister's winter clothes must be warm. Boss Yun, are you okay? It's okay, but something's going to happen soon. Let's go into the mansion and find some clothes to wear. Oh, okay. Yun Shu and Ji Bing walked through the frozen and deserted garden and arrived at the gate of the mansion. I tried to open it, but found that it had a combination lock and could not be opened at all. It's worthy of being a mansion, it's really tight, Ji Bing exclaimed. Find someone to smash the window. Yun Shu first went to the viewing pool in the garden, picked up a large pebble, and threw it at the window on the 1st floor of the mansion. Fortunately, the glass was not bulletproof and shattered to the ground with a crisp sound. Why are the windows on the 1st floor of this house so intact? Has no one come in to explore? Ji Bing said curiously. After all, there should be a lot of freedom in such a mansion. I'm afraid it's because you don't want to explore. Look inside the house. Ji Bing looked inside and saw that there were more than a dozen aliens wearing uniforms. Plus, the mansion storage room was underground with another passage, so no one searched the 1st floor. Let's go, climb in, be careful of the broken glass. Good. They had to hold hands and climb over the wall, and they had to be careful of broken glass. It took them several minutes to get in successfully. At this time, the order time was almost up, and Yun Shu could only say, "Give me your steamed bun, let's swipe the order, and then you can order another steamed bun." I didn't expect that I would also be doing fake orders. Rebirth. I am brushing orders in the Doomsday. After Yun Shu finished, he pushed away the alien species and explored the mansion. Even though there were a lot of dirt and bloodstains on the floor and walls, one could see the former glory of this mansion everywhere. The furniture is all made of genuine leather and is obviously high-end custom-made. It is 10 times more comfortable to sit on than Yun Shu's bed. It would be great if I could move these into my own hotel. An idea suddenly occurred to her. In theory, the furniture outside could also be moved into the hotel and used. In the future, she might be able to take possession of the complete furniture here. In addition to the living room bar on the first floor, there is also a conference room next to it, and dormitories for servants and security guards on the side. No wonder there are so many alien species on the entire first floor. She and Ji Bing went straight to the second floor. The master bedroom is found on the second floor. I saw that this bedroom was more than 100 square meters in size, just like an entire large flat. Square meters inside. A wall of designer bags and shoes. No wonder she's a mistress. This guy earns my lifetime money by lying down in one night. Look at all the things in this room, they're all big brands. Ji Bing's eyes lit up. She used to be a fashion manager for a small brand and was very sensitive to these things. Yun Shu just wanted to find a pair of comfortable fleece shoes and a thick and warm winter outfit. As a result, I searched through my third sister's closet for a long time, but all I found were sexy and cool clothes, with a few furs at most. Okay, you just want grace but not warmth, right? Don't rich people celebrate winter? In the end, she had no choice but to find several pieces of clothing and put them together and put them on. At least it's warmer than inferior products. Not to mention the shoes, all of them are high heels. Not to mention cotton shoes, there aren't even any fleece ones. Forget it, I'll just have to make do with the pair I have on. So Yun Shu did it, wearing 2 base tops, a one-shoulder sweater, a fox fur coat on the outside, and 2 scarves to cover her head, neck and face. Ha, Boss Yun, this outfit of yours can be worn on the catwalk. Stop laughing. We don't know when we can get back to the hotel. Chapter 31 Collecting Supplies. So which district of City C is this? Yun Shu asked. Although she is from City C, her growth experience is rather special, and she doesn't know much about City C. Yun Shu was taken away from the orphanage by her adoptive parents when she was 5 years old. Everything was fine. Her adoptive parents wanted to have both a son and a daughter, but her adoptive mother was too old to have any more children, so they were okay with Yun Shu. But when Yun Shu was 12 years old, he was molested by his brother Yunza. She ran to tell her adoptive mother. Who would have thought that the adoptive mother would say that it was Yun Shu who seduced her own son, and scolded her for not learning well at such a young age, and that she must have been led astray by her friends at school. Later, Yun Shu was sent to a boarding school in another city. It was not until Yun Shu took the college entrance examination that he was able to escape the fate of being a boarding student. So she knew nothing about City C and could only place her hopes on Ji Bing. But Ji Bing shook his head embarrassedly. I don't know either. I only saw it on Douyin. Well, hope is dashed. I can only find the way myself. But this rich man is in real estate, maybe he has maps or something like that at home, Ji Bing added. This is good news. The two of them couldn't look for it separately, so they had to hold hands and look for it together. You wouldn't know until you look for it. You'll be shocked to see how big this house is. It has 4 floors and a basement underneath. Each floor was over 100 square meters in size, and it took Yun Shu and Ji Bing a while to find the rich man's work-study. Sure enough, I found a map of City C in it, which was very detailed. The rich man's own assets are also highlighted above. This is where our hotel is, and this is the mansion. Yun Shu pointed at the 2 places and found that they were not close to each other. City C was not small, and this mansion was not in the city center, but in the suburbs. The straight line distance between the two is about 60 kilometers. It's over. Even if we drive, it will take an hour and a half. Besides, there is no car and no good road to take now, Ji Bing said anxiously. The money in her card has not been spent yet. She must go back. Yun Shu was also very anxious. It would be terrible if a new takeout order came in during this period, so she had to go back as soon as possible. This rich man should have a garage. Look around to see if there is a car or bicycle that can be used. Don't forget to use the steamed buns to pay for the order every once in a while. Don't lose your precious steamed buns. Bicycles are actually the best. They are faster than walking and can squeeze through any small gap. After searching for a long time, they finally found the garage, but all the luxury cars in the garage had been driven away or could no longer be driven. The good news is that in the staff lounge on the first floor, among the many alien employees, a plain black bicycle was found. Great, this one is still usable. Bring the air pump and check the layer to see if there is any food. Let's take it all. Yun Shu bent down to check the condition of the bicycle and found that it was still usable. Okay, but it's almost dark outside now, said Jibing. Yun Shu looked outside, and it was indeed the case. Not only is the temperature lower after dark, but the road is also unclear. Let's sleep here for one night and leave tomorrow morning. Now let's search for useful supplies. Finally, the two of them found the air pump, and dug out a dozen want snow rice cakes, 4 bags of sesame paste, and 2 cans of the third sister's bird's nest drink in the living room cabinet, but they were already frozen. Put these things in a large capacity brand name package, and each person took a more convenient weapon and was ready. The weapon that Ji Bing picked was a curling stick, and Yun Shu chose a longer kitchen knife. We have food. At least we won't starve to death. If you're thirsty, just grab some snow and eat it. Let's go upstairs and sleep on the luxury beds. They chose the bed in the master bedroom, threw away the blood-stained sheets and quilts, and took out 2 thick and soft quilts from the closet to cover themselves with. You know what, the beds that rich people sleep on are so comfortable. I can't help but imagine how good it would be to have sex on this bed. Ji Bing sighed with narrowed eyes. Yun Shu? Why does it feel like after we got to know each other, Ji Bing became more lively, completely different from when we first met? I was already tense and tired after a long day, and now I lay down under the quilt, feeling the warmth wrapping myself, and soon I fell sleepy. Just as she was about to fall asleep, a cold mechanical voice reminded Yun Shu that her order was about to expire. Damn! Timeout is the limit. Forgot about this. If I have to check orders every half an hour, how can I sleep? Even before giving birth, Yun Shu felt that she had already experienced the sadness of a mother. It's just that the mother gets up to feed the baby, while I get up to check orders. How about this? Block the door, cover the windows with sheets, and go to sleep. If any alien species finds us and tries to break in, you just order some steamed buns right away. Remember? This was the only way to get some sleep. By the time we had blocked the door with the small sofa, bed, table, and other things, it was already late at night. The two fell into a deep sleep. Now I slept very uneasily because I was worried that alien species would break in. This feeling of panic was like a nightmare, wrapping around him tightly, and Yun Shu felt as if he had returned to the time of exile. The elf in the hotel was completely dumbfounded. What is going on? The boss was late in coming back, but the hotel's orders came in one after another, all from guest number 0000000005, and each time it was for 1 steamed bun. Boss? Although Dumbo's plastic toy face couldn't make any expression, his tone was full of worry. I'm afraid something has happened to the boss. We might lose our jobs and fall into a deep sleep. The elf said self-reproachfully. This is all my fault. I didn't explain clearly the taboos of the timely transmission ticket. I thought that with the invincibility buff, sending a steamed bun would be easy, so I forgot about those taboos. Although the instant delivery coupon is useful, it has a bad temper. As long as the number of people being teleported is not just one person, it will get angry because of the increased workload and will deliberately torment people and teleport randomly. The more people there are, the farther the random location will be. Based on the changes in the orders, the elf has already guessed what happened. What should we do? Dumbo ran around the elf anxiously. It had only been in the hotel for a short while and didn't want to fall asleep again. The elf looked solemn. Let me think of a solution. Don't worry. Work with me to maintain the daily operation of the hotel. Don't let the boss come back one day and the hotel go bankrupt. It's not that there is no solution at all. Only when employees are upgraded to the maximum level can they establish spiritual communication with their bosses. Or the boss can buy a portable phone to carry around, but neither of these two methods works now. There is only one last resort. That is, if employees really cannot find their boss, they can forcefully call their boss, at the cost of going back one level. If the boss doesn't come back tomorrow, it will force a contact and the boss will be downgraded. Chapter 32 Getting Started. Yun Shu woke up at 5 in the morning the next day. She didn't wake up naturally. It was because Ji Bing took away all the quilts, and I woke up from the cold. She looked speechlessly at Ji Bing's sleeping posture, locked on the quilt like an octopus, silently put on her fur coat to keep warm, and decided not to sleep. Fortunately, no alien species broke in last night, so I was able to take a rest. It was already getting light outside. It was time to set off. She hadn't triggered the safety bubble yet, so she didn't dare make a sound and could only pat Ji Bing. Ji Bing was about to speak when Yun Shu quickly covered her mouth. Shu, order a steamed bun! With his cold hands covering his mouth, Ji Bing soon came to his senses and placed an order for a steamed bun. After opening the safety bubble, the two relaxed. It's almost dawn outside. We should set off soon. I thought of a possible route based on the map last night. Yun Shu spread out the map on the bed and said, Look, let's avoid these commercial streets, hospitals, and schools and take this road. If we're lucky, we can get back today. If we're not, we'll probably get there tomorrow. Ji Bing nodded. Okay. If we can walk on the road, we should be able to go back in the evening. I miss the bed in the hotel so much. Although this bed is comfortable, I can't sleep well. Who said it wasn't? Yun Shu almost wanted to die in the hotel. The two of them prepared everything and set off. Let's take turns riding, switching every half an hour when we're doing orders. This will ensure that both of us have some rest time, and some exercise can help fight the cold, Yun Shu said as he pushed the bike out, while Ji Bing held the back of Yun Shu's hand and rubbed the bubble buff. Good. Ji Bing used to be a caregiver because she had an unreliable sister. But now she feels that Boss Yun is as reliable as a sister. The door of the mansion had been pried open long ago by someone unknown. It was ajar and opened with a push. The heavy iron door made a rusty creaking sound. Fortunately, the safety bubble can block the noise caused by Yun Shu in the alien's ears, otherwise the loud noise of pushing the door would probably attract all the aliens within a radius of 1,000 meters. The basket was very small, and it was unsafe to put the bag of supplies in it, so Ji Bing was responsible for holding the bag, while Yun Shu rode in front. She couldn't find a place to put her gloves because there were so many secret compartments in the cloakroom. Or maybe the rich woman didn't wear warm gloves, so Yun Shu could only wear the cheap gloves she bought on Taobao and wrap her hands with the corners of a long scarf. But the cold wind still stung me. My hands went numb after just a few minutes. Ji Bing hugged Yun Shu's waist from behind, firstly to get the safety bubble buff, and secondly to keep warm so that the body temperature of both of them would not be lost so quickly. After waiting for half an hour for the person to change orders, Yun Shu got off the bicycle and felt that his face and hands were numb from the air. They switched roles. Yun Shu sat in the back holding the bag, while Ji Bing rode the bike in the front. There were quite a few alien species on the road, some alone and some in groups, but none of them could hinder their journey. Although the road was covered with ice and snow, there were many collapsed buildings and scrapped cars, and corpses could be seen from time to time, but the bicycle was small and we could find ways to get around them, so the journey was relatively smooth. At noon, the two stopped and found a corner sheltered from the wind. Take a break. I can't take it anymore. I'm numb from the cold. Ji Bing's nose was so cold that it started to run. She even felt that as soon as her nose started to run, it would freeze immediately. Okay, eat something quickly. We had a smooth morning. I think we'll be back before the evening. He took out a snow rice cake from his backpack and started chewing it. Snow rice cakes are not afraid of freezing, and even though it's freezing cold now, it doesn't change how delicious it is. It was crispy when they took a bite, and the aroma of rice and the icing on the surface melted into their mouths, bringing comfort to both of them. Before she had taken a few bites, Yun Shu faintly heard the sound of snow being stepped on. She gave Ji Bing a look, and Ji Bing understood. He stood up with Yun Shu, hid against the wall, and silently clenched his weapon in his hand. The sound of stepping on the snow gradually became louder. Not an alien species! Because the other party was obviously deliberately lightening his footsteps, and it was only because Yun Shu's 5 senses had been amplified after absorbing the crystal core that he noticed such a small sound. The footsteps were getting closer and closer, and Yun Shu stabbed the other person with a knife when he showed his head. As a result, the opponent reacted quickly and dodged by taking a step back. "Don't be nervous, sisters, I'm human." The other party retreated and whispered to dispel the vigilance of Yun Shu and the others. The person who came was a little boy of about 10 years old. Although he was not tall, he was not thin and looked like he often had something to eat. He took off the scarf around his face, revealing a harmless face. Ji Bing breathed a sigh of relief. "You scared me to death, kid. You are alone?" "No, I have 2 older sisters. Our hiding place is behind you, but they went out to look for food this morning. Just now I thought it was my sisters who came back, but I wasn't sure, so I came over to take a look." The little boy moved to the side as he spoke, seeming to be a little afraid of the knife in Yun Shu's hand. "Oh, it's not safe here. You should go back and wait for them," Ji Bing said. The little boy was stunned, and added, "Yes, sister, you two are good people. I have an unused bicycle at home, which is better than yours. If you want it, you can exchange it for 3 snow rice cakes." He looked at the half-snow rice cake in Ji Bing's hand and swallowed. Ji Bing was a little tempted when he heard this, and whispered in Yun Shu's ear, "Boss, let's go and take a look. This bicycle is indeed difficult to ride, and we will arrive in the evening, so 3 snow rice cakes are still a good deal." Yun Shu said nothing, silently looking at the child. Something is wrong. Absolutely wrong. It has been 4 months since the apocalypse, and those stupid kids must have died long ago, but this kid revealed his hiding place as soon as he opened his mouth, and said that he was the only one at home. Isn't this clearly inviting others to rob his house? And instead of staying at home, he ran out and wandered around? "Stop pretending and get out of here," Yun Shu said coldly. She didn't care what tricks this little brat was playing, she just wanted to get back to the hotel, have a hot meal, and take a hot bath. When the little boy heard Yun Shu say this, his innocent expression disappeared. He narrowed his eyes, raised his hands, and clapped 3 times. "Humph, you're not stupid, but sister, you two can't get away." He had just clapped his hands when 7 or 8 people appeared from about 10 meters ahead and behind. All of them had fierce and cold eyes, holding various weapons in their hands, staring at Yun Shu and Ji Bing. That look was not like the look of someone seeing a fellow creature, but rather, like seeing coveted food. Chapter 33, Battle Against the Cannibals. Ji Bing pointed at the little boy angrily. "How dare you lie to me, you bastard!" The little boy retreated silently to his side. "These 2 sheep are not obedient." The crew-haired man next to the little boy swung the hammer in his hand. "Boy, your rhetoric is still too poor. You haven't fooled a single sheep in more than 10 days. One of them just ran away a few days ago. No matter what these 2 say today, you have to surround them." When the others heard this, they all looked excited and said, "Okay." Yun Shu and Ji Bing stood back to back. "Ji Bing, don't leave me. The safety bubble has a protection mode. As long as you don't loosen your contact with me, these people can't hurt us." "I understand, Boss Yun. Can we fight back against them?" "Can definitely use your curveball stick." "Okay. Since they can't hurt us, let me teach these bastards a lesson." "Boss, did you hear what I just said? These scums are cannibals." "I heard you. Don't be careless and don't break contact with me." "Come on," the man with the crew cut shouted, and everyone rushed over with murderous intent. The little boy stood in place with his hands clasped together, activated his special power, and built 2 2-meter-high earth walls on the left and right sides. The earth walls seemed to be pulled out of the ground, standing up against the ice and snow, blocking Yun Shu and Ji Bing's escape route. They were cautious and did not underestimate Yun Shu and the other 2. Those who had superpowers summoned their powers one after another. For a moment, the place was colorful and attracted several alien species. The man with the crew cut was the first to rush over. It turned out that his special power was lightning. No wonder he was holding a metal shell hammer in his hand. Blue and purple lightning wrapped around the surface of the hammer, making a buzzing sound from time to time, which looked quite cool. Thor's hammer? Ji Bing quickly put away his baseball stick. If it touched anything, it would be terrible if he got electrocuted. He swung his hammer high, made a circle, and was about to smash it hard at Ji Bing. Ji Bing subconsciously raised his hand to block it, but Yun Shu grabbed his hand. Don't let me go! In a second, the hammer was about to hit her, but it bounced off as if it had hit a transparent rebound wall when it was less than 20 centimeters away from her head. The man with the crew cut took several steps back due to inertia and almost dropped his hammer. He was surprised and angry. My brothers were all watching. I didn't expect it to be so embarrassing. Fuck you, you immortal board, what the hell are you doing standing there, come on! After summoning the earth wall, the little boy felt exhausted, as if his supernatural energy had been used up. He stared at the aliens coming from afar. There were 3 other people who were specifically responsible for dealing with the approaching alien species, while the others used their superpowers to attack Yun Shu and Ji Bing. But without exception, they were all bounced away by the transparent bubbles. Yun Shu finally let go of the worry in his heart. She had always been worried that the bubble wouldn't work, but now it seems to be very effective. The only thing they need to worry about is that they have to deal with these people before the end of this steamed bun delivery order, otherwise they may be caught by the other party when the safety bubble expires temporarily. Damn, what kind of superpower is this? We can't get in, one of the men shouted. Tuh! If your superpowers can't penetrate them, change your weapons and drag them both to death. If you kill them, we can have barbecue tonight, said the crew-haired man with a spit. Yun Shu nervously raised the blade in his hand, ready to find an opportunity to counterattack when they get close. Finally, a woman with a knife tried to stab Yun Shu, but was stopped by the safety protection bubble. Yun Shu seized the opportunity and stabbed her wrist with a quick, accurate, and fierce knife. In an instant, her clothes were soaked with blood. Oh! Shut up and stop yelling. There are more and more alien species. You better finish them quickly, said the person in charge of stopping the alien species. Aliens were constantly being attracted around them, and the 3 psychics were almost unable to cope with them. If they couldn't deal with Yun Shu and the other 2, they had no choice but to retreat. Several people swung their swords and sticks vigorously, but they couldn't hit Yun Shu and Ji Bing. Instead, Yun Shu and Ji Bing found the right opportunity to hit and stab them. After a while, the people on the opposite side were all injured. Scold them and make them lose their minds, Yun Shu whispered. Come on, continue. Don't you want to eat my flesh? You bunch of toads, you were born as human beings but you eat people. Did your parents abandon their children and raise the placenta? Ji Bing kept mocking. The man with the crew cut kept cursing, his face turning pale and blue. Don't stop, keep smashing, and you can break it after you use up all their powers. The woman whose wrist was pierced had turned pale. She simply bandaged it herself. Her hands were shaking and she didn't dare to move forward. The man with the crew cut went up and kicked him. Come on, come at me! I can't do it, boss, let's retreat quickly, there are more and more alien species. No, those 2 women are dressed cleanly and have a faint fragrance. I wonder how delicious they will be if I kill them and roast them. Besides, they must have good stuff on them. If you don't go ahead, I'll roast you first. Just like that, they launched the second attack. This time Yun Shu and Ji Bing knew what was going on, so they fought back even more boldly. Ji Bing's curved stick specifically hit the head and lower body, with both ends hitting them at the same time, making those who covered the upper part unable to take care of the lower part, and those who covered the lower part unable to take care of the upper part. Yun Shu, on the other hand, went straight to the vital points, specifically stabbing the neck and heart. After a while, a man died under Yun Shu's knife. Brother! The little boy who lied to Yun Shu and Ji Bing at the beginning shouted in pain and worry and ran over. This is your brother. I'm sorry. As compensation, you should die together with him. Yun Shu grabbed the back of his neck and cut his neck with a knife. So what if they are children? If you dare to eat and kill people, you must be prepared to be punished. Blood sprayed all over Yun Shu's face. The bright red color matched with her fair skin, giving her a seductive beauty, if you ignore her weird outfit of a delivery woman and a rich lady. Her ferocity and Bubbles' presence frightened the others, and they all retreated. Boss, let's forget it. 2 people have already died. It's enough to last for a while. Should we retreat? Yun Shu looked straight at the buzzcut man, his eyes calm as a snow leopard. Continue? In fact, she was also very nervous, because in 7 minutes, the takeaway time would be over and the bubble would expire. The man with the crew cut backed away. Retreat! You bastard, let the aliens eat you! After saying that, he threw the hammer and smashed it hard at Yun Shu and the others' bicycles. Bubbles can only protect people, not bicycles. The flying hammer instantly knocked off one of the wheels of the bicycle. Holy crap! Yun Shu was stunned. Who should she tell about her speechlessness? If she couldn't beat them, she would just smash their car. She grabbed Ji Bing's wrist and chased after him. If you dare to smash my car, you will be buried with my car! Chapter 34. Pick her up. The flat-headed man led his men and ran away. Yun Shu turned around and raised the hammer. He aimed at the man with the flat head and threw it with all his strength. Her absorption of the crystal core and lifting of the dumbbells were not in vain. She threw the hammer fast and far, but her accuracy was not very good, and it only hit one leg of the flat-headed man. He ran away with a limp. Boss, are you still chasing me? Ji Bing was eager to try, as he felt that the fight just now was so cool. Chase and chase, quickly change the steamed buns, and see if this bicycle can be repaired. If not, we have to find another one quickly. In the Doomsday Hotel, the elf stood outside the hotel door, looking anxiously. It can only stand inside the transparent wall, which means it can only stay within the hotel. If it steps out, it will turn into a Pokemon figurine. Boss, are you back? Dumbo had just finished mopping the floor and came over to ask the elf. The elf sighed and shook his head. He hasn't come back yet. I'm afraid he has encountered some special situation. Well, it seems that this is the only way. As it spoke, it changed to normal human size, sat in front of the computer, and clicked on a video call icon. The moment the call was made, the elf could no longer maintain its human form and turned back into a smaller version. Yun Shu was surprised to find a floating translucent screen popping up in front of him. It says, Doomsday Hotel call, accept, reject. Yun Shu quickly clicked, accept. Boss Yun? What are you doing? Ji Bing asked curiously when he saw Yun Shu pointing at the air with his hand. So other people can't see it? It's okay, you fix the bike first. After clicking accept, a panda appeared on the screen. It turned its back to the screen and twisted its butt. Then it burped, forming the words, screen loading. 10 seconds later, the elf's big face appeared on the screen. Boss. Where are you? I can't live without you at home. Don't you know that the cold-faced, wealthy man from yesterday came again, saying he wanted to buy something, and he kept sitting there watching me and Dumbo work? The elf complained aggrievedly, fearing that Yun Shu would react and ask him why he couldn't go back with the instant transmission voucher. Ji Bing and I are now at. Yun Shu looked around and found a tall building in the distance. Although other words had fallen off or were covered up, the words, Central Hospital, could still be seen. It's on a street about 500 meters north of the Central Hospital. It's a residential street. The elf quickly searched on the map and found that the distance to the hotel center was at least 40 kilometers. Boss, you can't walk back today. Is there any transportation? I can't leave the hotel and pick you up. Ji Bing threw the wheels to the ground and ran to look for crystal cores next to the aliens killed by the cannibal team. When an alien came, he ran back to Yun Shu and said, Boss Yun, we can't keep this car. It's too badly damaged to be repaired. There is no transportation. Please ask the guest to wait for a while. We will go back as soon as possible. Yun Shu said helplessly. I'll go pick her up. Gu Paisai opened the door and walked out. His 5 senses have evolved very well, and can be said to have reached the limit of human beings. So he heard what the elf said in the house. The elf remembered that he had just tickled him from behind, and sweat dropped all over his body. However, when he thought about how he couldn't leave the house and couldn't do anything, he said angrily, You're going to pick up my boss? Who needs you to pick him up? I'll use it. Yun Shu could hear Gu Paisai talking and replied. She wanted to go back quickly. She was suffering outside. Since she could go back quickly, why should she endure the hardship? Little elf, you said thank you to him, and I will treat him to a meal when I get back. The elf said reluctantly. Thank you, my boss will treat you to a meal when he comes back. Okay, tell me the address. Gu Paisai put on his coat, which was a black thick combat suit. He stood there with a thin waist and long legs. He was not as bloated as others. It can be seen that his adaptation to body temperature has also evolved very well. See City Central Hospital, about 500 meters north of the residential street. If the map is correct, it's called Lund Street. The elf also hoped that the boss would be able to come back soon, because his and Dumbo's happy life depended on the boss. Okay, tell her to wait for me here and not run around. Got it. Come quickly, you're freezing to death, Yun Shu said. Before the elf could convey his message, Gu Paisai walked to the door of the hotel and opened a space crack. Boss, you must remember to let that customer place the order, make good use of the protective barrier, and come back safely. The elf reminded again and again before hanging up the video. Oh, it's all my fault. All I did every day was sleep, eat human food, watch TV series with my boss, and listen to customers' gossip. Why didn't I explain the precautions clearly to my boss? Fortunately, nothing serious happened, otherwise he and Dumbo would have to go back home again. Ji Bing was digging nearby and actually found a primary crystal core. Yun Shu squatted beside her and grabbed the corner of her clothes to prevent any alien species from rushing over and infecting her. Look, Boss Yun, we finally found one. Ji Bing wiped the crystal core on the slightly cleaner clothes of the alien and handed it to Yun Shu together with another primary crystal core in his pocket. Boss Yun, thank you for coming to pick me up. If it weren't for me, you wouldn't have been hungry and cold, and you wouldn't have encountered so many bad things. Yun Shu was not polite and took it and put it in his pocket. You know, don't go too far when hunting alien species in the future. If you have any problems near the hotel, you can run back. I won't save you and let you freeze to death. Hee. At this moment, Ji Bing felt that Yun Shu was not as cold and unkind as she had imagined. In the past, she had seen Yun Shu's decisive killing, and she was actually very afraid of this mysterious and powerful boss. But after these 2 days, she finally realized, Boss Yun is also a human being, not invincible, nor indifferent. Gu Paisai was very fast. When he arrived at a place, he would immediately create a space-time rift to go to the next place if he didn't see the place. He soon arrived not far from where Yun Shu and the others were. The air in the air twisted a few times, and a 2-meter-high black hole vortex appeared out of thin air, and a pair of slender legs stepped out. Who is this? Could he be an accomplice of that group of people? Such a handsome man also eats human flesh? Gu Paisai had half of his face covered. Ji Bing had never seen Gu Paisai before and didn't recognize him. He nervously raised his baseball bat. Thank you for your hard work on this trip. I will treat you to a meal when I get back, and I will give you a 10% discount on your medicine purchases in the future. While expressing his gratitude, Yun Shu also did not forget to promote his own pharmaceutical business and tried to make friends. I'm still waiting for Boss Yun to do business. It's my duty. Gu Paisai made a gesture of invitation. I have torn open the space at the entrance of the hotel. You can just go in. Chapter 35, Joints Appear. Thank you? Yun Shu looked inside with some curiosity. This black hole is like the special effects I saw on TV before. I wonder what it would be like to go inside it. The 3 people were standing openly on the street, which had already attracted some alien species, who were roaring behind them with sharp and unpleasant sounds. Yun Shu lifted his foot and put it in, and found that the next moment he was standing at the door of the hotel, just like an arbitrary door. Ji Bing also hurried over. When she saw the glass door of the hotel, she almost cried with happiness. I will never go far away to hunt alien species again. It was too scary. I almost lost my life. Thinking of the warm bed, delicious meals, and absolutely safe environment in the hotel, Ji Bing couldn't wait to go in. Yun Shu and Gu Paisai also went in. Pushing open the glass door and feeling the long-lost heat, Yun Shu breathed a sigh of relief and felt like he was back home. It feels good to be back in my own territory. Yun Shu took off her strange lady's clothes and rider's clothes and went back to the house to change into her own comfortable little white dress. Come out and set up a table. She took a portion of all the dishes and invited Gu Paisai to have dinner with her. We follow the old tradition and discuss business at the dinner table, but there is no wine. We use water instead. Yun Shu first gulped down a large glass of water. She was really thirsty. She had no chance to drink water during the 2 days she was outside, and there was no water to drink. Gu Paisai sat down, took off his mask, revealing his delicate face, then he cooperated by picking up the water cup and taking a sip. Why did Boss Yun go so far? Gu Paisai put down his water cup and looked at Yun Shu with a hint of curiosity without moving his chopsticks. He wanted to know why they left such a good shelter and went dozens of kilometers away. And judging from Boss Yun's appearance, he seemed to be an ordinary person outside the hotel. Could it be that her ability is similar to that of a hermit crab? He couldn't help but imagine in his mind that Yun Shu's face was placed on a hermit crab's head, with the corners of his mouth curved, which was quite cute. Yun Shu had long missed the hotel meals, so he picked up some food and started eating, his cheeks puffed up as he ate with great relish. Hey, that's a long story. Do you remember the ad that appeared at the head of your bed? Gu Paisai nodded. Yeah. It's almost like the teleportation function has gone crazy, do you understand? Yun Shu was not afraid to tell him. Eat your food, you're welcome, you saved me, you will definitely be a distinguished guest of the Doomsday Hotel in the future. Gu Paisai picked up the chopsticks, picked up the food and started eating without asking any more questions. He saw Yun Shu was eating with great relish, and it was quite appetizing. When Yun Shu had almost finished eating, Gu Paisai took a sip of water and put down his chopsticks. Boss Yun, you said there are medicines here. I wonder how many kinds there are in total. Gao Jiuyue once used Yun Shu's medical kit, and later paid Yun Shu with an intermediate crystal core. Yun Shu was not a fool. When Gao Jiuyue and the other two saw Gu Paisai's expression for the first time, she knew that they knew each other. So even if he didn't mention the matter of the medicine, Gu Paisai should be able to find out from Gao Jiuyue and the other two. I offered to give a 10% discount on the medicines myself, just to remind Gu Paisai, don't forget that I still sell medicines. As for the types, there aren't many at the moment, but they have almost all the basic medicines you need. I'll just show them to you. Yun Shu stood up, and the elf and Dumbo came to clear the table. She went into the house and got out the medicine box. When the lid was opened, it was filled with medical instruments and medicines, more than 30 kinds in total. I'll sell all of these. 1 intermediate crystal core per box. I'll give you a 10% discount, which means 1 box contains 9 primary crystal cores. Gu Paisai was surprised. This price could be said to be very cheap. After all, except for the top laboratories and major bases, the production and research and development of drugs had long been stopped. In addition, it was impossible to find doctors, and all hospitals were also severely affected by the aliens. This makes medicine extremely precious. How many people may lose their lives because of a cold or an infected wound? 9 primary crystal cores may be very rare for ordinary people, but for those with special abilities, they are far less precious than this box of medicines. Can you find such a complete range of medicines nowadays? He leaned forward slightly, took the medicine box and looked at it, and found that the production dates were all the latest. It was yesterday. No matter how calm Gu Paisai was, he was shocked at this moment. How could there be medicine with a production date of yesterday? Could it be that there really is a parallel universe in the world, and this mysterious girl is the one who traveled through the parallel universe? He was shocked in his heart, but he didn't show it on the surface. Boss Yun, I need a box of these medicines first. I'll be back in a while. As usual, he planned to take it back and let Lingxi study it. Okay, please go ahead, sir. Gu Paisai took out an intermediate crystal core and placed it on the table. The extra one is a thank you to Boss Yun for treating me to dinner. Then he picked up the medicine box, went out, opened the space-time rift and left. Hey, the ability to control time and space is good. After these few months of Doomsday, people have slowly figured out some rules, such as that alien species will actually evolve slowly, and the more humans they feed on, the faster they evolve. For example, people's supernatural powers can also evolve and upgrade by absorbing crystal cores. In just such a short period of time, Gu Paisai was already able to tear open cracks at will to travel through them, and he could even lead others to travel through them. I wonder how terrifying his potential and control ability would be. After Gu Paisai left, the elf came over with a wronged look on his face. Boss! He threw himself into Yun Shu's arms, thinking that it was a good thing that the boss was back. Dumbo also hurried over and rubbed Yun Shu's feet gently with his nose. Yun Shu picked up the elf's clothes and lifted him up in front of him. Tell me, what's the matter with that broken teleportation ticket? You wouldn't know if you didn't mention it, but once you mentioned it, you found that the elf seemed to have changed. Even when he was a mini version, he still looked like a delicate little man. If it weren't for his pointed ears and the pair of wings, he would have been a living, mixed-race blonde beautiful boy. But when I look at him again now, I find that his joints have become like those of a BJD doll. What's wrong with you? Yun Shu pointed at his elbow. The elf felt even more aggrieved. It's all because of my dearest boss. My video rating has been downgraded by 2 levels. I've become fake now, and I can't maintain a normal human-sized form for a long time. He looked at his joints with disdain. Boss, will you still like me if I become fake? The elf's golden eyes were misty, and he looked at Yun Shu with puppy-like eyes. Well, I like you as long as you can work. You shouldn't ask. Dumbo, when I have money, you'll have to bear with it for a while. Yun Shu touched the head of the elf and Dumbo, and they were immediately happy. Chapter 36. She smiles and talks to others. So, that damn teleportation ticket? The elf then embarrassedly told Yun Shu everything. So I can't bring people with me. What if I want to teleport or bring people to other places in the future? Yun Shu thought that since his hotel now had such good conditions for development, there would be more functions that could be used in the future. Maybe he could travel to deserted places with beautiful scenery. Although the global temperature is dropping now, the endless ice fields in the ocean and the aurora in the Arctic must be very beautiful. Moreover, there shouldn't be many alien species there. It's a real restricted area for living people and an extremely cold paradise. There are many ways. For example, you can buy transportation. There are all kinds of them. The more expensive they are, the more powerful they are. But now the road is blocked and we can't go anywhere. Yun Shu took another apple and ate it, swallowing it into his snack stomach. The products of this hotel must be of the highest quality. There is no need to worry about the road. Flying in the sky, hiding underground, or just flashing over are not a problem. The elf patted his chest proudly. Yun Shu couldn't help but imagine the day when she would have a means of transportation, even though she knew she definitely couldn't afford it. But you still have to have dreams. While she was away, all the guests checked out, some because they had completed their missions, and some because they ran out of crystal cores. Wang Jingzhu's team also left, probably because they didn't have enough crystal cores. Spent a few days of peace like this, absorbing crystal cores, exercising, and watching TV series every day. I stayed like this for 5 days. Now she is no longer anxious about whether she has superpowers or not. She has let it go. This matter requires the right time, place and people, and there is no need to rush. And I already own this hotel. Isn't it more magical and practical than any supernatural power? No one can be perfect in everything, so let the lack of superpowers be your only shortcoming for now. However, she still insisted on absorbing the crystal core because it could improve her physical fitness and enhance her 5 senses. On the 6th day, Chu Jiuzhou returned with Zhao Hua and Su Miao. Long time no see, Boss Yun. How is business? Zhao Hua greeted him in a familiar manner with a smile on his face. He looked to be in a very good mood. He missed the hot water and food here day and night. Once people have tasted good food, they will no longer look down on bad food. In the past, I felt lucky enough to have superpowers, to be alive and to have something to eat during the apocalypse. But ever since I stayed in a hotel and ate the delicious food there, and then went back to the base to live in the cold house and eat biscuits and bread, I missed the hotel terribly. Hello, guests. My business is good with your presence. Yun Shu smiled and nodded in response. Zhao Hua couldn't help but stare in amazement. He remembered the first time he met Boss Yun. Although Boss Yun was beautiful, she was only good in temperament. If you looked closely at her facial features, they could only be considered above average. But although his facial features can be recognized as the original Boss Yun, he is actually more stunning and exquisite than all the big stars before the end of the world. Chu Jiuzhou coughed to remind Zhao Hua not to be abrupt. Boss Yun, I need a double room and a single room for 3 days. Take out the crystal core and it will be automatically converted into the hotel's public account. Yun Shu hadn't received any takeout orders in the past few days. At first, she thought that no one had placed an order. However, the elf told her that she had been judged to have placed orders maliciously, and as a result, she could not use the takeout service for 10 days. But now it is not too far away from opening a branch. As long as he waits for Gu Paisai to come back and make another purchase, he will put the medicine box on the hotel's shopping supply list, and he will be able to make a lot of money. As for Gu Paisai, after returning to the base, the first thing he did was to go to Ling Xi's laboratory. The security there is very tight, just like the one outside Gu Paisai's command room, and it also contains the base's top secrets. In the base, the person with the most authority is the base chief, followed by the commander-in-chief Gu Paisai, and then senior personnel such as Han Jiao and Ling Xi. Seeing Gu Paisai coming, all the soldiers on guard quickly stood up and saluted. Gu Paisai entered the disinfection chamber outside the laboratory, took off his uniform, put on a white coat, mask, gloves and other sterile suits, and a puff of white disinfectant smoke sprayed down, and then the heavy bulletproof glass door opened. Ling Xi was doing an experiment. There were many alien species of different shapes locked up in the laboratory. He was currently extracting tissue fluid from one of the alien species. Unlike his usual calm and taciturn state, Ling Xi was extremely focused at this moment, as if the person in front of him was not a disgusting and terrifying alien, but his lover. Gu Paisai and Ling Xi were also close friends, and knowing that Ling Xi was in a state of extreme concentration due to autism, he handed the medicine box to Ling Xi's assistant. "This is the medicine I got outside. Test it to see if there is any problem. Give me a report as soon as possible." "Got it, Commander. I will talk to Dr. Ling." "Well, how's the new batch of xenomorph research going?" "We have discovered that the alien species have begun to develop some nerves that are different from humans, and can receive simple signals from their own kind. They have shown a preliminary phenomenon of gathering together, but they do not have thoughts or reason, and they do not even have the reactions of animals. They have not evolved any special abilities, but if they continue to evolve, it is unknown." The assistant reported while holding a thick notebook recording the experiments. "Okay, tell me if there's any new information." After arranging things over there, Gu Paisai hurried back to his command room. The base's combat readiness forces and special tasks had to be coordinated and arranged by him personally, and the time he could take to go to the hotel was already time he could find in his busy schedule. As a result, as soon as I walked out of the time and space rift, I saw Han Jiawan standing at the door of the command room wearing a skirt. As soon as she saw Gu Paisai, Han Jiawan smiled sweetly. "Brother Pei, where have you been? I've been waiting for you for a long time. I've never seen you on a mission for so long." Gu Paisai took a half step back and said, "It's inconvenient to tell you. Go back. I know I can't disturb you, but I waited for you to give you this." Han Jiawan took out a scarf. It was knitted crookedly, but it was knitted by her herself. "Thank you, I'm allergic to wool." Gu Paisai made up a lie, cut through the space-time rift, and went straight into his command room. You are just treating me perfunctorily again." Han Jiawan threw the scarf on the ground angrily and turned away angrily. In the following days, more and more drugs were tested, but because there were so many types and Ling Xi was interested in this batch of mysterious drugs, he tested them all by himself, and it was not until the 6th day that all the tests were completed. Looking at the report in his hand showing that there was no problem with this batch of drugs, Gu Paisai immediately came to the hotel. As soon as I arrived at the glass door, I saw Yun Shu talking and smiling with 3 men. One of the men, Zhao Hua, was looking at Yun Shu with an infatuated look on his face. Chapter 37 Large Income. He pushed open the glass door and stood next to Chu Jiuzhou. He was actually a few centimeters taller than Chu Jiuzhou. It was estimated that his naked height was 1.88 meters. "Boss Yun." Yun Shu put away his bared teeth and asked, "Guest, is the medicine you gave me last time still working?" Gu Paisai's voice was very pleasant, and he said, "It's useful, so I want to buy it back." "Boss Yun, you can just call me Paisai." "Paisai? Lose all money?" Yun Shu silently complained about his name in her heart, but still nodded. "Okay, the guests, please help yourself, I will talk about business first." Chu Jiuzhou nodded. "Of course, don't worry about the 3 of us." He always felt that the name, Paisai, sounded familiar. but I can't remember who it was. Gu Paisai did not wear a uniform today, but casual clothes, a black sweater on top, trousers on the bottom, and a windbreaker on the outside, as if he had just stepped out of a Korean drama. Only someone with a high degree of mutation like him would dare to wear it like this. If it were anyone else, they would have been frozen into a sieve long ago. Since there was no meeting room, Yun Shu led Gu Paisai into the restaurant and had a conversation at the table. Originally, you couldn't enter the restaurant except during meal times. But who makes Yun Shu the boss? She first took 2 bottles of mineral water, then 2 oranges and 2 pieces of chocolate. Push 1 copy to Gu Paisai. We can talk while eating. Don't be polite. After all, he is a big customer, so he must be treated well. As it stands, if you want to open a branch, you mainly have to rely on this handsome god of wealth. She has now used up all her luck points in drawing mini blind boxes, and has 14,000 points left after earning some money. The gap to open the smallest branch is still 46,000 crystal core points. It's up to you. I'll kill the rich man. Gu Paisai picked up a piece of chocolate and put it in his mouth. The chocolate was fragrant and smooth, and the restaurant had no windows and the lighting was dim, which made him feel that the eyes of the boss in front of him were sparkling. Pacey, how much do you want to buy? We are currently planning to purchase 300 copies. Mr. Duo? 300 medical kits. 3,001,000.9 is equal to 27,000 crystal core points. I just don't know if Boss Yun has enough. Yun Shu slammed the table excitedly. It's guaranteed. So when can the delivery be made? When you pay, you can get the goods. Gu Paisai said with satisfaction. Very soon. After saying that, he walked out of the hotel, and Yun Shu followed him, fearing that the god of wealth would run away. Chu Jiuzhou and the others were still sitting in the lobby, so with Yun Shu, there were 4 of them in total. They saw Gu Paisai arrive at the hotel entrance, stretch out his index finger and draw a line in the air. A small void appeared. He reached in and took a bag, and it appeared in his hand. Inside are 27 shining high-level crystal cores. Chu Jiuzhou remembered why this name sounded familiar. He is the mysterious commander-in-chief of the base. Only he has the ability to control time and space. Generally, it is the deputy commander Han who comes out to announce and arrange matters. Except for the core figures of the base and a few people who have met him due to missions, no one has seen the commander-in-chief. That's why I didn't recognize it. Gu Paisai handed the bag to Yun Shu. There are 27 high-level crystal cores in it. Yun Shu quickly took it, opened it, and took a look. The unique brilliance of the high-level crystal core flows, and Yun Shu looks at it carefully and loves it so much. However, after she took a few glances, the crystal cores were taken away by the hotel, and then 300 neatly arranged medicine boxes appeared out of thin air outside the glass door of the hotel and inside the air wall. The air walls around the hotel are full. Damn, this isn't the same kind of medicine box we used last time. There are so many! Zhao Hua shouted in a low voice. These are exactly 300 boxes. There is absolutely no problem with the quality. I have as many as you want. Yun Shu was in a very good mood and said with a smile. Gu Paisai now not only regards Yun Shu as a mysterious woman, but also as a partner. Okay, thank you. Gu Paisai opened a crack in time and space, went in for a while, and brought out a few people. When they came out and saw the hotel, they were surprised for a moment, and then began to move the boxes skillfully. Yun Shu went back to the computer and looked at the balance of the public account, which was 41,000 crystal core points. Only 19,000 crystal core points are left. She has now begun to fantasize about where to open her new store. Should I watch the ice fields at the seaside, or the aurora borealis in the Arctic, or somewhere else? But if you want to earn more crystal cores, it is best to go to the base. I dare not imagine how much money I can make at the base. Then use the new money to open more hotels. The next day, a man without pants appeared in the hotel. He was holding a piece of advertising paper in his hand, the same one that Yun Shu had posted. Still maintaining the posture of wiping his butt. What's going on? The elf quickly blocked Yun Shu's eyes. Boss, don't read it, read the report. The man's name was Yuan Zhuang. He was feeling very uncomfortable in the team, so he left the team to take care of some urgent needs. As a result, I saw a slightly cleaner piece of advertising paper pasted on the telephone pole. So he didn't even look at what was written on it, he just tore it off and used it to wipe his butt. When he looked up again, he found himself on another street. There was a shiny hotel next to him. Inside, an incredibly beautiful girl was looking at him in shock. He quickly put on his pants. He pushed the door open and went in to explain. No, don't get me wrong, I'm not a pervert, and I don't know how I got here, really. The elf covered his nose and said, Guest, please go to the bathroom and wipe yourself. There is free toilet paper. Only then did Yuan Zhuang see the flying little man. Oh my God, what did this little thing say? Guest, free toilet paper, go quickly. The elf urged again and led the way for him. Yuan Zhuang then remembered that he had pulled up his pants in a hurry, and followed him into the bathroom with a red face. He was so flustered that he didn't notice how warm and clean the hotel was. Now that he wiped his butt and calmed down, he realized it. Oh my God, it's too warm in here. Sister, what's wrong with you? Yun Shu suppressed his laughter. My special ability, do you want to stay in the hotel? It's absolutely safe here, and you can take a shower for free if you stay in the hotel. When Yuan Zhuang heard that it was Yun Shu's ability, he smacked his lips in envy. Sister, your ability is amazing, you are so lucky! But I can't stay here, I have to go back quickly. He was worried because his wife and daughter were still in the team. He is a system superpower user with strong abilities, so he has been able to protect his wife and daughter who do not have superpowers and have lived to this day. A while ago, the alien species suddenly started to gather in groups, causing him to start to struggle, and he almost couldn't protect his loved ones several times. So I joined a small organization I met on the road. That organization has several people with special powers, and everyone does their job, so they get by pretty well. The only thing is that the boss is a bit lustful and has no morals. Chapter 38 Going Out Again. Excuse me, where is this? Yuan Zhuang scratched his head. He used to have a bald head, but now he hasn't had his hair cut for 4 months and a small amount of hair has grown out, which always feels itchy. He opened the glass door and stuck his head out to look around. Yun Shu told him the address of the hotel, and Yuan Zhuang was stunned. Because this place is more than 100 kilometers away from his organization. It would take several days to go back now. What should he do? He has to go back. From the personalities of those people in charge of the organization, once they find out that he is missing, his wife and daughter will be in danger. So he has to go back. Yuan Zhuang was so anxious that he was walking around in the hall. What should I do? This is ruined. He touched his head and squatted on the ground, and suddenly remembered. What the hell did you put on it, sister? How come that piece of paper you made brought me so far away? You know me. If I can't go back, my wife and children will be in trouble. When Yun Shu heard this, he poured him a glass of water and said, I'm really sorry. Please sit down first. I may be able to help you. When Yuan Zhuang heard that Yun Shu might be able to help, he took the water, drank it in one gulp, and sat on the chair. Sister, my wife and kids are waiting for me. They are all in Shaojing District, H City. You tell me about this matter, I just wiped my butt. How come I wiped out more than 100 kilometers? When Yuan Zhuang thought of his wife who had lost weight and his 7-year-old daughter, tears welled up in his eyes. They were his only support. In this broken world, if something bad happens to the two of them, he won't be able to survive. Yun Shu felt very embarrassed. Although it was an unintentional mistake, she still wanted to do her best to help him. She quickly called the elf. What should I do about this? Is there any way I can send him far away? The elf nodded. Yes, it's just a flower crystal core points. Upon hearing this, Yuan Zhuang quickly took out his crystal cores from his pocket, which were 4 primary crystal cores. Here, I have these. If you help me go back, I'll give them all to you. Yun Shu pushed his things back and said, Keep them. This was caused unintentionally by our Doomsday hotel. We will definitely help you get them back. Isn't it just crystal core points? I can go back and cheat some more from the god of wealth, Ba, and make some more money. Thank you, sister. Yun Shu pulled the elf aside and asked, What's the most cost-effective solution? The elf thought for a moment and said, "The most economical way is to buy an instant delivery voucher, but the instant delivery voucher cannot be used by guests alone, so you have to go together." "How many crystal core points?" "This instant teleportation voucher that can be used by 2 people is currently on sale. One voucher is worth 1,000 crystal core points. The same instant teleportation voucher for takeout that can be used by 1 person is worth 500. The 2 vouchers cannot be used consecutively, and there is a 10-minute cooldown in between." "So expensive." "That means it would cost 1,500 to send him back myself." "Then if I send him off, will there be any danger in the next 10 minutes? I don't have any special powers." Judging from Yuan Zhuang's description, his wife and children are likely to be in danger. "I don't have any special abilities to protect myself, and there are no customers who can order takeout, so I can't use the safety bubble." She had to find other ways to protect herself. "Superpowers. Taobao in the hotel can buy a self-protection artifact, but it is a one-time use, which allows you to choose your own abilities, similar to superpowers." "What kind, and how much?" 1,000 each. Each use can maintain the ability for an hour. The abilities you can choose are controlling shadows, turning Medusa into stone, and controlling other people's body temperature. In addition, there is an invincibility bonus in the first 10 minutes. "Okay, I'll buy one." It's quite cost-effective and can save your life at a critical moment. She immediately placed an order for a self-protection device, which was something similar to a keychain. This self-protection artifact is in the shape of a panda head. As long as you pull the head off, the safety pin will open and the ability will be automatically activated. She also bought a teleportation ticket. "What's going on? Is there any solution?" Yuan Zhuang had been waiting anxiously for a long time, so he came up and asked. Yun Shu saw that he was clenching his hands so tightly that his knuckles were white. She understood his anxiety and quickly put on those weird rich woman's clothes. "Yes, tell me the exact location and get ready to go." Yuan Zhuang quickly told Yun Shu the exact location and followed him out of the hotel. Then Yun Shu took out a piece of paper, hung the panda head self-protection artifact around his waist, and shook the paper. "Recite the address silently in your mind and the piece of paper will ignite without fire." The next moment, she and Yuan Zhuang appeared at a crossroads. Yes, it's right here," Yuan Zhuang thanked excitedly. "Thank you, sister. Thank you so much." Then he ran to a store in a hurry. The store had a small basement, where their organization had been hiding for the past few days. He had been gone for over half an hour, and he hoped they hadn't noticed that he had disappeared for no apparent reason. Yun Shu didn't want to be alone, and it was quite cold, so he followed. As soon as Yuan Zhuang opened the secret door of the basement, he heard the sound of his wife screaming with her mouth covered. "Don't call me Sister Hua. Yuan Zhuang has been taking a shit for a long time and hasn't come back. I sent people to check, but there's no trace of him. Either he was eaten by the aliens, or they don't want you two anymore. Follow me, I will protect you and the girl." Yuan Zhuang was so angry that his back teeth were about to break. He kicked the secret door open and said, "Lu, you old bastard, how dare you touch my woman?" "Yuan Zhuang?" In the dim basement, there was a small pile of garbage, with a few broken cargo boxes next to it, and cardboard on the ground, which should be used for sleeping. A thin-faced man was covering a woman's mouth, while other men and women were watching. There was also a little girl with a broken forehead crying in the corner. In order to prevent her from making any sound, a cloth was stuffed in her mouth, and a man was holding the little girl's arm tightly. These should be Yuan Zhuang's wife and daughter. Yuan Zhuang angrily summoned 7 or 8 huge earth spikes and said, "Let go of my wife and daughter." "Haha, so what if you're back? We have 4 superpowers. If you dare to attack me, I'll kill your daughter first." After the thin and long face finished speaking, he saw Yun Shu behind him and said, "Wow, where did such a beautiful little sister come from? Which celebrity has reached this stage?" "Ha!" The other men behind him also laughed. "Yuan Zhuang, how about this? You grab the girl behind you and exchange her for your wife and daughter. How about that?" Yuan Zhuang hesitated for a second, then half of the earth spike turned and rushed in another direction. But it was not where Yun Shu was standing. "But the stainless steel basin is in the direction. If you don't let me go, I'll use Earth spikes to hit those steel basins, attracting alien species, and no one will survive. Yun Shu didn't expect Yuan Zhuang to reject the thin-faced man's proposal so quickly. In that case, she would help him. Chapter 39 Temperature Control. Yun Shu pulled the panda head keychain around her waist. Wow, invincible panda head, no need to worry about abilities. Please choose the ability you want to activate. The keychain made an uncle's voice. This attracted everyone's attention. Can't you just say a few cool slogans? The abilities that can be selected at present are controlling shadows, petrifying Medusa, and controlling the body temperature of others. They were in a dim basement, hiding in a corner, and without any shadows, so this was not an option. Medusa's petrification is only effective when the other person looks into her eyes. It will be useless if the other person closes his eyes. You cannot choose this option. The best thing is to manipulate the other person's body temperature. Yun Shu chose this one. I choose other people's body temperature control. Wow, good! The panda head immediately made a bang and turned into a ball of gray smoke. Then it wrapped around Yun Shu's wrist and turned into a gray bracelet. Yun Shu immediately felt a surge of energy coming from his wrist. According to the elf, he is invincible in these 10 minutes. Yuan Zhuang, are you willing to let your daughter die? Look at your daughter, she is only 7 years old, so pink and tender. She has only been in this world for a few years, and her life has just begun. The long face continued to stimulate Yuan Zhuang. Her life has just begun, but your life can end. Yun Shu spoke suddenly, and Yuan Zhuang looked at Yun Shu in surprise. This girl won't leave yet. How dangerous is it here? Sister, please go quickly. I'm afraid I'll have to fight for my life today. Please go. Thank you for sending me back. Yuan Zhuang regretted it so much that his intestines turned green. Why did I join this organization at that time? If I had known earlier that there was such a good shelter like this one provided by this girl, I would have brought my wife and daughter there no matter how difficult it was. Put them there. Ha ha ha, little girl is really good at bragging. We have several people with special abilities here. Besides, if you move, I will kill that kid immediately. Just try it. Yuan Zhuang immediately said anxiously. Sister, that's my only daughter. Yun Shu walked in front of Yuan Zhuang and whispered. You step back, I'll do it. Just don't let their abilities hit you. She is now invincible for 10 minutes, so hurry up and deal with her before the buff expires. When I clap my hands in a moment, you will immediately erect 1,000 around your daughter and your wife to separate them. Yuan Zhuang understood and nodded. Yun Shu clapped his hands, and Yuan Zhuang instantly summoned a wall of earth. A cloud of earth and fog suddenly rose up, and 2 earth walls protected Yuan Zhuang's wife and daughter. At the same moment, Yun Shu used his ability to control body temperature and instantly adjusted the temperature of the people who were controlling Yuan Zhuang's wife and daughter to 0 degrees. They both immediately turned purple all over, gasped, and fell to the ground with a thud. He died without even the slightest ability to resist. The other few people did not do it themselves, but they also watched and assisted the evil, so they should also be punished, and her temperature was adjusted to 39 degrees. Several people immediately felt uncomfortable, and 2 of them even wanted to fight back using their special powers. One of them is wood element, and the other is fire element. 2 people worked together, wrapping the wood around and moving it forward while lighting the flame at the same time, coming with great force. But as soon as it reached Yun Shu, the burning vines and wood disappeared without a trace. Then Yun Shu raised his hand, and the 2 men's body temperatures immediately dropped to 0 degrees, and they died with their eyes rolled back. The others were trembling with fear, and one by one they knelt down, taking the lead. Mercy, mercy! Fairy, please spare me! We were wrong, let me go! You shouldn't have helped him bully an orphan girl and a widow, and you should be punished. It's your fate whether you can recover from the fever. If you want revenge, just go to the Doomsday Hotel to find me. After saying that, Yun Shu asked Yuan Zhuang to bring his wife and daughter out. I didn't care about those people anymore. Instead, she hoped that those people would go to the Doomsday Hotel to seek revenge on her, so that she could gain some luck points. It's a pity for those people who died just now. They all had special abilities, so their luck should not be very low. It was wasted. As soon as he got out, Yuan Zhuang immediately knelt down and said, "Sister, I, Yuan Zhuang, am making this clear today. You will be the benefactor of my family's rebirth in the future." His wife also hugged her daughter and thanked her with tears in her eyes. Yun Shu felt embarrassed. Oh no. After saying that, she remembered that maybe those people had crystal cores in their pockets. He quickly turned around and went back to Rob. Were suffering from fever, and when they saw the female killer coming back, they were so scared that they fell to the ground again. You, take out all the crystal cores from your bodies, and find those from the dead as well. Yun Shu pointed and started robbing. Today she is robbing other thieves. It's the end of the world, so what's wrong with a robbery? When everyone heard that they were not going to be killed, they hurriedly searched up and down for the crystal core. No one can stay here privately, or you will die immediately. Okay, we understand. After a while, Yun Shu collected 4 intermediate crystal cores and 17 primary crystal cores. Although I didn't earn enough to pay for the travel expenses, it was still a considerable gain. It's not a wasted trip. Yuan Zhuang and his family were still waiting for Yun Shu. When they saw her coming out, Yuan Zhuang asked, "Sister, why are you going back?" "I have a way to get back, don't worry about me." He scratched his head embarrassedly. "Well, can my family go back with you?" Yun Shu didn't mind their family staying here. As long as they had the crystal core, they were good guests. But she can't take it back now. "I can't take you back, but if you can come to my hotel, I will let you stay. It will just take a few primary crystal cores for one night, but it will definitely be warm and safe." When Yuan Zhuang heard this, he was very happy. "We can't let you take it back with you. We'll be there in a few days. Thank you for what you did today." The little girl also said in a childish voice, "Thank you, sister." After dealing with Yuan Zhuang's family's problem, the cooling-off period has passed. Yun Shu threw the instant transmission voucher and went back to the hotel. "Boss, are you back safely this time? Have you resolved the issue with that guy?" The elf flew over and sat on Yun Shu's shoulder. Sticking to Yun Shu recently, hoping that the boss will give it a chance to upgrade. It only has 3 levels now, and many functions are gone. For example, it can no longer grow to human size for long periods of time. Can no longer use elven arrow multiple times. It's ugly looking. He could tolerate the previous part, but he could not tolerate the deterioration of appearance. Yun Shu stroked its head soothingly. "I just think that the quality of the elf hair is bad. You need 9,000 crystal core points to upgrade back to level 5. It's a bit too much. Once we open a branch, we'll upgrade you back." She is still waiting to get the luck value reward after opening a branch so that she can open the big blind box. The elf nodded. "Boss, Chu Jiuzhou and the other 2 just left, but they asked a strange question before leaving." "What's the problem?" "They asked if they could take the alien back to the hotel." Chapter 40 Crystal Core version of mobile phone. Bring in aliens? That definitely won't work. Whether it is a living alien or a dead alien, if it is brought into the hotel, not only will the smell be unpleasant, but it will also scare away other guests. In the afternoon, when it was almost time for dinner, Chu Jiuzhou and his 2 companions actually came back with an alien. I saw the 3 of them forming a triangle with iron chains, standing in 3 directions and pulling the alien. The alien was controlled and walked with the 3 of them. The alien's mouth was filled with a huge iron ring, making it unable to bite or hiss with its mouthparts. Yun Shu opened the glass door. "No, we refuse entry to alien species." Boss, let's get a room for it, lock it in there, and pay double the room rate, okay?" Zhao Hua held the alien and begged for discussion. "Decline again," Chu Jiuzhou said. "Boss Yun, I'm sorry to trouble you, can we tie it behind the hotel? This alien species is needed for experiments within the base." The 3 of them took great risks to catch it. This alien species is different from the others. It is an alien species that becomes pregnant before giving birth. And judging from the degree of bulge in its abdomen, it is likely that the mother has been pregnant for many months and the baby has basically developed, and then the mother has turned into an alien species. The 3 of them were lucky to find it. It is precisely because this alien species is so precious that I thought of bringing it into the house. Yun Shu thought for a moment and said, Okay, tie it outside your window so that guests can't see it, and you can keep an eye on it at any time. Thank you, Boss Yun. We will pay one more primary crystal core every day to express our gratitude. Okay. Early the next morning, they recharged 5 intermediate crystal cores, bought some biscuits and medicines, and left with the alien. Yun Shu and Ji Bing were the only ones left in the hotel. Ji Bing rarely took a day off for herself. Boss Yun, our store has been pretty quiet lately. She took a glass of water and sat on the chair next to Yun Shu. Yun Shu was standing in the hall exercising with dumbbells. Well, you're the only one who lives here. They're all from the base. Have you ever been to the Peace Base? Yun Shu wanted to find out about the Peace Base. Her adoptive parents and brother may be in there. Ji Bing shook his head. I only heard that the conditions for getting in are very strict and not everyone can get in. Before Yun Shu was killed by her adoptive parents, she heard them say that they were planning to go to the Peace Base. But given their skills, people may not necessarily accept them. She planned to open a branch in the Peace Base to look for them, and take revenge on them when she found them. No mercy. Well, why didn't you go out today? Ever since Ji Bing broke off all ties with her sister, she often went out early and came back late to hunt alien species. Just to be able to stay in the hotel safely. Upon hearing this, Ji Bing smiled mysteriously and took out a mid-level crystal core from his pocket. Because I found this yesterday, I decided to give myself a day off, absorb a primary crystal core, and improve my superpowers. That's good, improving my abilities will make me more efficient. Yun Shu practiced so hard that her forehead was covered in sweat, which dripped down her neck and wet a small area of her clothes on her chest and back. Boss Yun. The glass door opened and a gust of cold wind blew in. Yun Shu couldn't help but shiver from the cold. Gu Paisai quickly closed the door. Sorry. It's okay. The god of wealth has arrived. Yun Shu went to get a towel to wipe the sweat off her face and washed her face. The hair on her forehead was a little wet, which matched her beautiful face and slightly red cheeks, giving her a kind of wet charm. Ji Bing had already returned to his room without anyone noticing. Yun Shu and Gu Paisai were the only ones left in the hall. Are you here to buy something? No, here's this for you. Gu Paisai took out a small leather bag. There was obviously something bulging inside. What's this? Yun Shu took it, opened it, and saw that there was a Nokia-like mobile phone inside. But it is slightly different, it is oval in shape and has a more technological feel overall. This is the latest communication device issued by the base. Now that you are a partner of the base leader asked me to give you a mobile phone. Is there still a signal now? It's newly developed using the energy in the crystal core. The energy battery in this phone is consumable. You have to buy a new one after it's used up. And it can only make calls within 100 miles. My contact information is stored in it. Yun Shu opened the purse again and took a look. He found a spare energy battery thoughtfully placed inside. Okay, I'll take it, thank you. Yun Shu naturally wanted to have a way to contact the god of wealth. After delivering the phone, Gu Paisai left. Fiddling with his phone. There is not much software in it, only the flashlight, phone and text messaging functions. Text messages can only be sent effectively if the recipient is within 100 miles of you. There is only one contact person, Pei Si. According to what he said, he is the purchasing manager of Peace Base. He should be an official. No wonder he always buys things in large quantities. In fact, this phone hasn't even been released yet. Only a few dozen units have been developed. I finished researching it yesterday, and Gu Paisai brought one today. He thought, it will be more convenient to buy things this way. So he delivered it quickly and casually. As soon as he left, Ji Bing stuck his head out. Boss Yun, who is that? So handsome. Looks like he's the base's procurement officer or something like that. Ji Bing silently expressed that she was touched. She thought that Yun Shu and that person standing together were really pleasing to the eyes. You don't absorb the crystal core? Ji Bing shook his head. Absorb it at night. Then do you want to watch a movie? I'll treat you to some snacks. Yun Shu was tired from practicing and just wanted to relax, so he suggested. There are only 2 of them in the hotel now, so it would be nice to have a movie day. Just think of it as finding joy and suffering in these last days. Ji Bing's eyes lit up when he heard this. Not only can he watch a movie, but he can also get some snacks. She knew that following Yun Shu was the right path. Yes, thank you, Boss Yun. Yun Shu found a healing family movie, took 2 oranges, 2 chocolates, and 2 apples, and watched it with Ji Bing. The 2 of them were living a peaceful life here, but Gu Paisai was in a lot of trouble. He had just returned to his home through the space-time rift when the housekeeper came to find him. Commander, Miss Han is at the gate and said she wants to see you. Gu Paisai's house is a 3-story villa with a garden, and it is also the top building in the base. He rubbed his temple. Han Jiawan again. What's wrong with her? I don't know either. He just said that he must see you. If you keep letting her stand outside, Master Han Jiao will probably come looking for you again. Han Jiao was a well-known man who doted on his sister. Every time he contacted me, out of 10 times, 6 were for work and the remaining 4 were for his sister. Open the door for her and let her in. Chapter 41 Underground Laboratory. Yes. The butler is over 60 years old this year, and he is the old butler who has been taking care of him since before the end of the world. He bent his waist slightly, stepped back, and went to open the door for Han Jiawan. Han Jiawan and Han Jiao often came to Gu's house to play when they were young, and the Gu and Han families have always been old friends. However, after Gu Paisai's parents both died in this doomsday change, his power was obviously weakened. But Gu Paisai himself inherited his parents' power group, and with the unparalleled talent he displayed, he is the most watched genius in the base. Han Jiawan came to see Gu Paisai many times. Brother Gu! Han Jiawan likes to wear complicated skirts. Even though it is the end of the world now and things are different than before, she still wears gorgeous princess dresses. She was wearing little leather shoes, which made a tapping sound as they stepped on the tiles. What's up? Gu Paisai sat at the desk, looking at official documents without raising his head. Han Jiawan pouted and walked around to stand next to him. Brother Gu, what are you looking at so seriously? As soon as she came over, Gu Paisai closed the document and put it aside. Where's your brother? Why don't you follow him? I don't know. What does it have to do with me where he goes? What's it to you what I'm looking at? Brother Gu, you weren't like this before. Han Jiawan was choked and said aggrievedly that the noisy Gu Paisai gave her a headache. He stood up, took a bag from the side, and went to his garden. Han Jiawan immediately followed him to the garden. Butler, close the door. I'm going out for a while. This is to prevent Han Jiawan from wandering around his own house. Brother Gu, I want to go too. Gu Paisai didn't reply, he just opened the space-time rift and left. It was too noisy. He might as well go out for a walk, first go to the Doomsday Hotel to buy some things, and then go to the underground laboratory that had been difficult to conquer for a long time. It is said that several scientific researchers were trapped in the core area of the scientific research base at the beginning of the apocalypse. A telegram was sent out 10 days ago. They said there were still 3 of them alive and hoped to be rescued. However, during these 10 days, 3 or 4 teams took on the mission, but none of them succeeded. So he decided to go and see the situation himself. In the Doomsday Hotel, Yun Shu was pulling the curtain of the glass door to block out the little light outside, and was happily watching a movie with Ji Bing. Gu Paisai saw that the curtain was drawn on the glass door. Is it closed? The door was open just now. He pushed it tentatively, and found that the door was not locked. When I walked in, I saw Yun Shu and a girl eating oranges and watching a movie. Not only is there electricity here, but you can also watch movies? Is there internet here? But now the world's network systems are paralyzed, except for a few large bases with built-in top-secret network systems. Pacey, why are you back? We are going to watch a movie. Do you want to join us? Yun Shu saw that he was going to lose the fortune and said with shining eyes. Thank you, but that's not necessary. Boss Yun, is there internet here? He asked casually. Yun Shu does have internet here. But she is connected to the headquarters and knows nothing about what is going on there. She definitely couldn't tell anyone about this, so she shook her head and said, No, the movie was already downloaded to the computer. Then she changed the subject and asked, Did you forget to buy something when you came back? Gu Paisai sat down, opened his backpack and took a look. It contained necessary weapons and supplies. I'm here to buy a medical kit and 5 compressed biscuits. This is the first time that I have bought so little. So this time he was not purchasing anything, but using it for himself. Look at his bag, it's a combat bag, and it looks like it's half full of stuff. So he should be on some mission. Okay, right away. There was still balance in Gu Paisai's cart. No matter how small a fly is, it is still meat. She went to get a first aid kit and 5 compressed biscuits and handed them to Gu Paisai. Thanks. Gu Paisai took it and put the medicines into his backpack one by one. The box is not needed. Goodbye, Boss Yun. After saying that, he left. He came and went in a hurry. Judging from his behavior, he must have taken some mission, Ji Bing said as he poked his head out from behind the front desk. Yun Shu only hoped that Gu Paisai would return safely, or at least nothing would happen to him before she finished building the branch. Suddenly she thought of something and hurried to the door. Gu Paisai was about to enter the space-time rift. Paisai! Wait a minute! Gu Paisai suddenly heard someone calling him, Paisai, anxiously, and he couldn't help but be dazed for a moment. What's wrong? Boss Yun? Well, if you encounter any danger outside, just think in your mind that you want to order takeout, and then buy a random meal from the hotel, and I will come to you immediately to help you. He was stunned. Since the end of the world, he has only been told by others that they need his help and protection. It was the first time since his father and mother passed away that someone said they wanted to protect him. He was moved and nodded seriously with a smile on his face. Yeah, okay. Then it disappeared into the crack. Shrank her shoulders due to the cold and hurried back to the hall, thinking about how to continue selling her goods when he came back. If you find a big customer, you must grab him quickly. 2 days later. The hotel's business was slow for 2 days. Suddenly Yun Shu received a takeaway order. She thought it was from Paisai, but it turned out to be from Chu Jiuzhou. Well, think about it, with Paisai's cool superpowers, if he really encounters any danger, he can just lift his legs and walk away. There is no need for her to rescue him. But at this moment, in the underground laboratory far away, Gu Paisai and 3 laboratory researchers were trapped in the core area, in a dilemma. Commander Gu, please take these materials and go directly. There are many alien species outside. I'm afraid the 3 of us can't get out. Scientific research expert A said. The 3 of them have been trapped here for nearly 4 months, during which time they have been using cameras or tempered glass passages to observe the outside environment. At first, we were still able to contact the outside world and just said we were waiting for rescue. Later we lost contact. It was not until a while ago that the peace base restored its radar and was able to receive signals, and only then was their distress signal received. Gu Paisai stuffed the USB drives and documents in their hands into his bag. No, you guys come with me too. Gu Paisai's eyes were focused and serious. He couldn't leave the 3 of them behind because they were all academic leaders in biology and environmental studies. If we can bring these 3 back alive, it will be crucial to the current research. Here are 5 compressed biscuits, some medicines, and 2 knives. The 3 of you continue to stay in the core area and do not go out rashly. Gu Paisai took out the supplies he had bought and gave them to them. There was some stored food, water and other supplies in the core area, but most of them have now been consumed. Especially since the 3 of them are old, and scientific research experts see is in poor health and needs to take medication. Then what are you going to do? I'll go explore the way. Chapter 42, 200 compressed biscuits. No, do you know how many alien species there are out there? Research expert A took out some papers. That was when the surveillance was still working normally, and they printed out the surveillance screenshots. At least 20 to 30 alien species wandering outside each of the 4 gates in the core area. Most of them were wearing white lab coats stained with blood. These 4 doors are all ways to the outside, but now they are blocked by aliens. Everyone knows that the closer to the core area, the safer it is. So at the beginning of the Doomsday, when everyone saw that they couldn't get out, they all started running towards the core area underground. If it weren't for the automatic emergency warning system in their core area that closed all the gates in time, the 3 of them would have turned into monsters by now. However, at the beginning, there were 11 scientific researchers in the core area. Later, supplies became less and less. Others chose to sacrifice themselves to preserve those with the most knowledge. This is the only way to protect scientific research data to the greatest extent possible. Is there no secret underground passage? Gu Paisai asked. How could there be no escape route in a large base like this? Yes, there is, but only D knows the password. On the day the core area was closed, he was called out by his students to look at the experimental data. It's okay. I'll go out and take a look. Whether I come back or not, you guys should not go out. Even if I don't come back, there will be others to save you. Gu Paisai explained again and again. He went out to take a look, and if there were too many alien species, he would go back to the hotel first. 5 minutes later, he was outside the hotel. Why does a scientific research base need to recruit so many people to do experiments? There were simply too many alien species, and they were very densely packed together. Plus, the rooms and corridors were so complicated, it was impossible to get the 3 of them out. It would be better to buy some other supplies and take the experimental materials back. As soon as I entered the hotel, I found that Boss Yun was not there. Yun Shu was delivering takeout to Chu Jiuzhou and the other 3. The 3 of them bought 6 big steamed buns, and that was it. Yun Shu stood beside a frozen lake. This used to be a wetland park with beautiful scenery. Now covered with snow and ice, it is even more beautiful. The surface of the lake had been completely frozen into solid ice. The trees had long since died and were covered with thick snow, some of which still had icicles hanging from them. There is only a small cabin on the opposite side of the lake. It seems that Chu Jiuzhou and the others are most likely inside. Yun Shu took a deep breath, and the cold air filled his lungs. There are no alien species here, and the air lacks the smell of decay, leaving only the bleak smell of nature. She lifted her foot and stepped onto the ice. The ice was frozen solid and slippery to walk on. Occasionally, you can see dead frozen fish deep in the ice and ice caves that have been artificially drilled. Maybe he wanted to chisel it open and take out the fish to eat. Carefully crossing the ice, she knocked on the door of the cabin. Boom, boom, boom. The door opened quickly. Boss Yun! You can actually deliver it! Only Zhao Hua and the tightly tied alien were in the wooden house. Where's your boss? Yun Shu was anxious. Her order was placed by Chu Jiuzhou, and it had to be handed over to Chu Jiuzhou. Why do I only see this Zhao Hua? Zhao Hua pointed to the forest where Yun Shu came from. The boss and brother Su went to explore the forest, so they asked me to stay and wait for you. Damn it, I'm really impressed by your generosity. It turns out that the forest next to where she was sent was her destination. She looked at the time and saw that there were still 6 minutes left. What a big help. Yun Shu quickly picked up the 6 big buns and slid out to hurry on his way. There is no longer the leisurely feeling that I had when I first came here. Chu Jiuzhou! She shouted as she slid. White mist came out of his mouth, and the tip of his nose was red from the cold. Chu Jiuzhou was walking through the thick snow in the woods, looking for a gravel road, when he faintly heard someone calling him. Go back, it seems to be Boss Yun. Chu Jiuzhou hurriedly retreated with Su Miao. As soon as they came out of the woods, they saw Yun Shu slip and fall on his butt. Ouch! The takeaway's invincibility buff can only prevent others from hurting her. She can't defend herself. The ice was very hard, and Yun Shu felt like his butt was broken into 8 pieces after falling. The coccyx is about to break. Boss Yun? Chu Jiuzhou stepped forward and stretched out his hand to pull Yun Shu up. Unexpectedly, Yun Shu stuffed the bag of 6 steamed buns into Chu Jiuzhou's outstretched hand. She said angrily, Your takeaway! Don't you know how to stand here and wait for takeaway? Chu Jiuzhou took the steamed bun and looked at Yun Shu embarrassedly as he got up. Sorry, I thought you knew to go to the cabin. His father's. Of course she knew to go to the cabin. That's why I'm angry. Takeout only counts when it's delivered to the person who ordered it. I just ran back from the cabin. Yun Shu's clothes and her face was red from the cold. She looked very cute when she was angry. Chu Jiuzhou was stunned for a moment. Sorry, I'll remember it next time. Okay, no need to be polite. Consuming more crystal cores is better than anything else. Here, fill this in. Yun Shu took out a piece of paper. Above are the takeaway reviews. After she worked diligently in delivering food for so many days, it is almost 2 stars now. 5-star review. Yun Shu stared at him as he wrote. Chu Jiuzhou naturally gave it 5 stars. Okay, I'm leaving. Yun Shu's butt hurt a lot. He tried to look decent on the surface, but in fact he wanted to lie down on the bed and apply hot compress. So she threw away the instant transmission ticket and returned to the hotel. The curtains on the glass door were still drawn. Thinking no one was inside, she gasped, rubbed her butt, and opened the door. It hurts so much, I'm really fed up with this crappy takeout. The moment she saw Gu Paisai in the hall, she stopped talking. Why is he back again? My image has been completely ruined today. What's wrong with you? Gu Paisai stood up, with a hint of concern in his tone that he didn't even notice. Haha, it's okay, I just fell a little. Yun Shu let go of his butt and clapped his hands in embarrassment. You're back so soon? Are you buying anything? Gu Paisai looked at the snow stuck on her body and said, Be careful when you go out. I thought to myself that I would bring her a pair of non-slip women's shoes next time. I just don't know what size she wears. Forget it, just get a pair of each size. Thank you, so are you going to buy anything? Buy 200 compressed biscuits. When Yun Shu heard this, her waist and legs no longer felt sore, and the injury on her buttocks healed. She felt like she could do some aerobics right away. 200 compressed biscuits, then you can open your own branch. By opening a branch, you will not only have hope of finding your deceased adoptive parents, but you can also get lucky value rewards. Save up some to open a big blind box. She knew that it would be the right thing to do to get along well with the god of wealth. Chapter 43 Design Branch. Okay, do you want it now? Yun Shu quickly took off her colorful rich lady outfit and takeaway clothes. 1 compressed cake is 100 crystal core points. 200 pieces means 20,000 crystal core points, and with a 10% discount it means 18,000 crystal core points. She now has 56,500 crystal core points in her account. There is only a little bit left to open a smallest branch. Later she would trick this god of wealth who was purchasing supplies into buying something else, and that would be it. She killed Li Dalong and gained 50 luck points, and the takeaway star rating was upgraded by 2 levels, which awarded her 30 luck points. Gained 100 luck points by setting up a restaurant. There are a total of 170 luck points. Yun Shu was calculating his own little accounts in his mind. The restaurant was closed now, and he couldn't go in to buy them by himself, so Yun Shu took him into the restaurant to get the cookies. After we open a branch and have some extra money, we will renovate the main store and put a vending machine and other things in the lobby. After a while he brought out 200 biscuits, a whole bag. Would you like to buy anything else? Just ask for anything you need. Yun Shu smiled sincerely. As long as the god of wealth wants it, she will unlock it for him on the spot. Gu Paisai originally wanted to give those things to his own people first, and not report them to the base commander first. This will prevent the base commander from disturbing Yun Shu again due to his greedy character. So he didn't want to buy too much. But seeing Yun Shu's glowing eyes, well, okay, it's not impossible to buy some more. Well, do you have any heating pads here? It's just a hot pack, so it must be there. Yun Shu quickly checked on the computer and found that 200 crystal cores were required to unlock it. Untie. There are 56,300 crystal core points left. She set the price of the hot pack to 10 crystal core points each. After all, this is a disposable consumable. If the setting is too high, no one will buy it. Yes, 10 crystal core points for one, which is a primary crystal core. In fact, this price is still expensive for ordinary people. But he bought the heating patch mainly so that people could wear 2 fewer pieces of warm clothing in special circumstances and be able to perform tasks more flexibly. After all, wearing too much will be cumbersome. Then I want 500 stickers to use first. 500 stickers. Very good. Yun Shu could hardly suppress the smile on her face. Dumbo and the elf took the initiative to bring the things to the door for him. After Gu Paisai left with the things, the elf came over. Boss, he bought a lot. How much money do we have? 61,300 crystal core points. Great! We can now set up a branch. The elf was very excited, because setting up a branch not only meant having one more store, but the employees and store owners could also move freely between the main store and the branch. It's tired of staying in this store all the time. Now that it has branches, it can go shopping in those branches. Yeah, let's take a look at the branch layout later. Boss, where are you going to set it? Yun Shu thought for a moment and said, I want to set it up in the base, but I'm afraid I have to ask the base's opinion first. Thinking of this, she took out the mobile phone given to her by Gu Paisai. There was only one number in it. The words Pei Si are written on it. It turns out that his name is these two words, and it's a pretty nice name. Yun Shu thought silently, then sent a text message. Yun Shu, excuse me, I would like to set up a branch hotel in the base, is it possible? I thought Pei Si would be very busy, but he replied very quickly. Less than a minute later, she received the message. Pei Si, do you want to come to the peace base? Yun Shu, yes, is that okay? Do I need to go there to get some kind of qualification certificate or something? Many people in exile around here know that it is difficult to enter the peace base. Pei Si, no need, I can do it for you. Yun Shu, that's great. I'll treat you to a meal next time. Then can you tell me about opening a shop? Gu Paisai happened to be looking at the patrol route and sent a blueprint of the commercial area to Yun Shu. Pei Si, this is a blueprint of the commercial area. The blank area is optional. Please let me know when you have selected it. Wow! Of wealth is too high. Yun Shu, thank you. She has such a good friend that her life becomes much more convenient. However, it seems that Pei Si has a high status in the peace base. He sent the drawings so quickly and was able to help me handle the procedures for entering the base and opening a store. Yun Shu looked at the drawings and thought silently. That drawing is very detailed. There are only 3 streets in the commercial area of Peace Base, and currently there are 4 or 5 vacant stores. Most people set up stalls to sell things. Yun Shu chose a store in a more central location. I don't know if I have to pay the rent for the store. It's okay. If you need to pay rent, you can ask if you can use food instead, the elf said while eating an orange. Yes, you can pay with food. I think you will agree. You're so smart, elf. The elf was praised and raised his head proudly, just like a praised puppy. So Yun Shu sent the selected store to Gu Paisai. Yun Shu, I want to choose this one. Do I need to pay rent? Pei Si, you don't have to worry about the rent. But there is no house in this place, do you want to build one now? The commercial street was under the management of the base, and Gu Paisai planned to simply designate that piece of land for Yun Shu to use. When Yun Shu heard this, he realized that he didn't have to worry about these issues anymore. Yun Shu, yes, it is under construction. Can I move there tomorrow? Tomorrow? So fast? Gu Paisai wanted to see how she would bring the building materials across more than 20 kilometers to build a store here. Pei Si, yes. So Yun Shu decided on the location. The next step is to design the layout of the new store. I guess there aren't many people staying at the base. Yes, so the main direction of the new store is to sell things, or position it as a high-end hotel and make money from the wealthy people in the base, the elf suggested. For example, a leader who wants to have a secret date with his mistress. Yun Shu sat in front of the computer and opened the design page of the new store. The elf sat on her shoulder and watched together. Dumbo also came over curiously and looked up, but he was too short to see anything. Yun Shu moved a stool for it, carried it onto the stool, and the 3 of them looked at the future new store together. The total area is 60 square meters. Let's keep 15 square meters for the hall. Yun Shu operated and changed the room information. Build a dining room with floor-to-ceiling windows so that people on the street will be tempted. It should be about 15 square meters. The branch owner's room is 15 square meters with a private bathroom. A 5 square meter public toilet with separate wet and dry areas. There is also a 10 square meter king-size bedroom with ambiguous lighting installed. Then Yun Shu clicked preset. She instantly entered a VR-like scene. Surrounding it is the branch store she just designed. This is amazing. Yun Shu looked left and right, adjusted the tables and chairs and other details, and then built the new branch. Just wait until tomorrow morning, pay, and open the store. Chapter 44, Opening a Branch. Yun Shu paid the bill early the next morning. Ding! Congratulations on successfully setting up your first branch. Please select the location of your branch. A globe appeared in front of Yun Shu. My God, the whole earth is set randomly. If she wanted, she could even take over the office of the head of the largest base and forcibly turn it into her own hotel. She chose the vacant store site at the Peace Base as she had chosen yesterday. Please set your branch name. Recommended name, Doomsday Hotel Branch Number 2. Yun Shu thought about it and decided to take this opportunity to change the name of the head office. What name should I choose? Finally, she decided on the 2 words. Qian. After all, in the end times, all anyone wants is to stay alive. So she changed the name of the main store to Qian Hotel, and the branch became Qian Hotel Branch 2. Do you want to use the preset layout? Yun Shu nodded yes. Then 2 keys appeared in her hands. The key is different from the ordinary one. There is a panda head on it, and the head and neck can rotate. Yun Shu twisted one of them. A void portal immediately appeared in front of him. Wow, so advanced. Yun Shu stepped in, followed by the elf, while Dumbo stayed at the main store to look after the house. As soon as she entered, she arrived at the branch. The branch was located on the street she chose, so people in the Peace Base commercial street watched helplessly as a store covered with beige tiles appeared out of nowhere on the empty ground. The tiles are slightly cracked. The hall still has a glass door, but floor-to-ceiling windows are installed in the restaurant on the left side of the hall. There are 4 tables in the restaurant, which can accommodate up to 24 people for dinner. The lobby still has a table, 4 chairs and a reception desk. Then there was a sign on the store with the words, Qian Hotel Branch 2, written in large letters, and colorful LED lights were flashing. The layout inside is similar to the main store, but there are fewer guest rooms and only 1 guest room. It wasn't here just now. Pedestrians on the street stopped and looked at the store that appeared out of nowhere. Yes, I can testify. I saw it with my own eyes. Just give it a thumbs up. There will be another store here. Is this true? It sounds so weird. Epsilon? You still don't believe it? So many of us saw it, it really appeared out of thin air. Besides, people nowadays can breathe fire and spit water, what is impossible? They all spoke in a few words. No one dared to go into the store to take a look. Suddenly, someone with sharp eyes saw Yun Shu behind the front desk through the glass door. Hey! There's a little girl in there! Look everyone, she's so pretty! When everyone heard him say that, they stretched their necks to look. Really? Was this a celebrity? Did she open this store? Yun Shu just felt that the base was different. The store had just opened and there were already 20 or 30 people gathered at the door to watch the fun. It turns out that no matter what time it is, everyone loves to watch the fun. She put on a coat and went out, putting on her friendliest expression. Hello everyone, nice to meet you. I'm the owner of the Qian Hotel, my name is Yun Shu. Our hotel has just opened, and we're offering a 20% discount for the next 3 days. Someone couldn't help but interrupt. Hotel? Who stays in a hotel nowadays? Ha ha ha, little girl, you opened the wrong hotel. Yun Shu was not angry at being interrupted. She just needed someone to ask the same questions as her. She followed the man's words and explained. Not only can you stay in our hotel, but you can also take a free hot shower after checking in. There is also a restaurant in the store, so you can eat in the store. When they heard that they could take a hot shower for free, everyone was shocked and started talking about it. When they heard the pretty girls say that they would also provide food, everyone became excited and asked, What kind of food? Yun Shu took out the flyers that he had prepared long ago. This was a gift from the new store system, which allowed her to select a few photos to post. She chose close-ups of food and a close-up of the medicine box. Everyone can pass this around and take a look. These photos are all real shots. The food we provide is made from fresh ingredients, and there are also medicines for sale. As long as you have a crystal core, you can get all your food, drink and accommodation needs in this store. Everyone rushed to take a look. I saw sweet and sour pork ribs covered with sauce, steaming fried potato shreds, scrambled eggs with tomatoes, and even fresh fruits like apples and oranges. One by one they expressed disbelief. Little girl, you are using this picture from before the apocalypse to scare people. That's right, where can we find these vegetables now, let alone fruits? Yun Shu turned around and went in and took out 2 apples. She had asked the elf to cut it into small pieces in advance. Everyone can line up to taste it and see if it is fresh fruit. Everyone looked at each other, but couldn't resist their curiosity, and lined up. Some of them cut in line, but now everyone has special abilities and they stand tall, and no one gives way to anyone else. So they lined up in an orderly manner. Sent them one by one. Everyone got a small piece. As soon as they ate it, they could taste the crispy apple aroma and the sweet juice. They are actually fresh apples. Then the crowd immediately went wild. Some people squeezed forward and tried to take advantage of the chaos to grab another piece to try. Some people anxiously asked Yun Shu how to sell these apples. Everyone be quiet! Yun Shu shouted a few words, but no one paid any attention and the situation was still very chaotic. So she threw the plate in her hand. The crisp sound of breaking plates immediately silenced everyone. Yun Shu put on a smile and said, Everyone be quiet. We 3 have unlimited apples for sale. Just come to our hotel and you can eat the freshest food. Then she opened the door and welcomed customers. As a result, her cell phone rang, she took it out and saw that it was Pacey who sent her a message. Pacey, you moved in? Yun Shu thought, this person is very fast at getting news. Little did he know that Gu Paisai was now standing on the top floor of the base's core staff office building not far away, watching Yun Shu calling on the crowd to enter the store. Yun Shu, yes, thank you for your help. Pacey, you're welcome. He had already greeted the person in charge of the commercial street. Ask him to give the news store the green light. Yun Shu was very busy. Many people rushed in to buy something to eat. There were also many people who thought it was too expensive and left after looking at the price. In order to cater to these customers, she specially changed the branch's restaurant dining hours. The restaurant, which originally had restricted hours, has now opened around the clock. It's so expensive. 1 apple costs 5 primary crystal cores. Oh, Laoli, don't you think about it. This is an apple. It's different from the apples in the past. Where can you find it now? Yeah, fine. I'll buy one. It's my daughter's birthday tomorrow, so let's celebrate it. Chapter 45, Killing the Chicken to Frighten the Monkey. Oh, it's a pity that I have no money, otherwise I would like to buy one too. Buy some steamed buns and a primary crystal core. Take them home and let the children have some. For everyone, exchanging a primary crystal core for a steamed bun is a bit expensive, but it is still acceptable for middle-class families. After all, those who can enter the base are not ordinary people. They all have some ability to hunt alien species, so naturally they have some crystal cores. For the rest of the day, Yun Shu was busy serving customers coming and going. But most people just look and don't buy. Even so, Yun Shu also gained a lot of crystal core points. Killing Li Dalong gained 50 luck points. Gained 100 luck points for opening a restaurant. Gained 300 luck points for opening a branch. In addition, the takeaway was upgraded to 2 stars, and a total of 30 luck points were awarded. So she now has 480 luck points. Total account balance, 3,250 crystal core points, 480 luck points. Yun Shu was in a good mood, and then he found that he had a new task. Receive 100 customers cumulatively, 85 out of 100, reward 200 luck points. Having 20 members in total, 17/20ths, reward 100 lucky points. These 2 tasks are easy to complete. They are free. The new store opened and customers came and went. There is always 1 person out of 10 who buys it. Whatever he buys, he becomes a customer of the hotel. I guess I will be able to complete these 2 tasks naturally tomorrow. Just when Yun Shu was fantasizing about drawing a blind box, 2 guests suddenly shouted that the door could not be opened. When she looked, she saw 2 men pushing and pulling the glass door with all their strength. Some of the other guests were watching the fun, while others were looking at the menu in the restaurant. Boss, why can't you open this door? Yeah, open it for us. If the guests inside want to go out, the glass door will not be unable to open. If it can't be opened, there is only one possible situation. That is, they both have things on them that they haven't paid for yet. Or things that cannot be taken out of the hotel. Yun Shu sneered. Guests, please take out the things that belong to our store. They looked at each other. Why are you still slandering me? We didn't buy anything. That's right. When the other guests heard the noise, they gathered around. Everybody is looking over here. Yun Shu thought that was just right. The new store has just opened, so it's a good opportunity to use these two to set some rules. Yun Shu looked around and said, Our store protects the rights of every customer, but stealing is not allowed in our store. My dear customers, I will say this for the last time. Please hand over your belongings. There are about 20 people in the store now. They were too embarrassed to be seen by so many people, so they stiffened their necks and said, I told you, I didn't take anything from you. Do you want to search me? Do you have the right to do so? Do you have any evidence that I took it? Yun Shu walked forward, with the elf following beside her. In the store, my words are evidence. Yun Shu snapped his fingers, and the two men were immediately unable to move. But Yun Shu deliberately left them the right to speak. It's a good way to make an example to other guests. Why can't I move? Me too, bro. Please, let us go. Yun Shu stood in front of them. Her otherworldly appearance and brand new white dress made her stand out in the crowd, and people automatically left some space for her. The elf was very attentive, and moved a chair over. Yun Shu sat down. Have you decided to tell the truth now? What did you take? The two men were obviously a little flustered. They tried hard to use their supernatural powers, but found that not only could they not move, they couldn't even mobilize their supernatural powers. Brother, my superpowers are no longer usable. Fuck, mine too. Let us go, do you know who we are? That's right, you dare to touch my brother. When Yun Shu heard this, he was surprised. Wow, they are two people with backgrounds. She walked up to each of them and slapped them. I'm going to do it. I don't care who you two are with. Tell me, where are the things you stole from me? The crisp sound of slapping not only stunned the two men, but also shocked the onlookers. Not for any other reason, just because these two men are the sons of the deputy manager of this commercial street. It can be said that he has real power. Moreover, all four members of their family have superpowers, so they get along very well in the commercial street. Normally these two guys are petty thieves and occasionally take advantage of pretty girls. But no one dared to resist, so they could only swallow their anger. Now seeing Yun Shu slapping both of them, I wonder how many people cheered in their hearts. However, some people were thinking silently, this new girl is in trouble. It's not like there haven't been people who resisted before. There used to be a small barber shop, the owner was a 40-year-old man with his daughter. These two brothers bullied someone's daughter. The uncle was so angry that he beat them up. 2 days later, the barber shop inexplicably closed down. They said it violated some base regulations. The family was driven off the base. This girl is really brave. That's right. Although it's fun to watch, I'm afraid this little girl is in trouble. The two people who were beaten reacted and became angry and humiliated. Originally, they thought Yun Shu was pretty and had some fantasies about her, but now each of them had a slap mark on their face and they were left with nothing but anger. Fuck you, my dad is Deputy Street Chief Lu. I'll tell my dad when I get home. If you let us go now and kneel down and beg for mercy, we might spare you. Otherwise, just get out now. They both shouted. Yun Shu worked out for a while, and with the force of the slaps, the two of them had red slap marks on their faces. You still dare to yell, you little thief, want to be beaten again? She raised her hand and slapped another person. Bang! Bang! Some of the onlookers were trying to hold back their laughter, while others were shocked. If you don't take out your things, I will strip you naked in front of everyone and make you get out of here naked, Yun Shu said. They finally started to worry. Lu De thought to himself, a wise man never suffers a loss in front of him. This damn woman, I will let my dad deal with her for me when I go back. It would be best to send her to his home before driving her out of the base so that he can play with his younger brother Lu'er. Just like the barber's daughter. So he whispered, I just took a chocolate, you put it on the table, who knows it's for sale. It turned out that Yun Shu had put some chocolate in the drawer at the front desk for herself, and he had taken it. Shameless. The elf scolded him and took out chocolate from his pocket. Everyone has heard and seen it. We caught the thief red-handed. Theft is absolutely not allowed in our store. Otherwise, no matter who you are, you will be punished. As Yun Shu spoke, he decided to give everyone a sweet date. I'm sorry for delaying your shopping. Before you leave today, everyone can get a free big steamed bun. Chapter 46. That's the person he had asked. Oh my God, is this really a gift? I think she will really give it to me. This girl is not simple. Look at the decoration of this store. It even has electricity, and there are so many supplies. Yes, he even dared to hit Deputy Street Chief Lu's son. Let's stop talking. According to Yun Shu's idea, she wanted to wipe out these two people directly. But it was Pei Si who handled my procedures. Judging from what these two people said, they probably have a backer. She had just arrived and was worried that if she killed them, it would bring trouble to Pei Si. So they were just given a slight punishment and thrown out of the store. With these two as examples, no one dared to take things secretly anymore. Yun Shu went to get a lot of steamed buns and gave one to every customer here. First, you can promote your new store. The second is to give a sweet date after a slap, so that the effect will be better. Third, they have benefited, so what happened in the store today will be publicized, and public opinion will be on their side. By 7 o'clock in the evening, it was completely dark outside and the temperature dropped sharply, and there were almost no customers in the store. Although there is a power generation system in the base, ordinary people simply cannot afford electricity. These vendors who opened shops rarely used their shops. So at night, everyone just went back to their own homes. On this street, only 2 or 3 shops still have dim lights. Of course, except for Yun Shu, the hotel was still brightly lit. She has completed those 2 tasks today. Received a total of 300 lucky points as rewards. Adding them all together, you have a luck value of 780. Some food and other items were also sold, and the total number of crystal core points is 3,500. The elf had been flying all day today, busying around and feeling a little tired, so he lay on Yun Shu's shoulder. Yun Shu stroked its furry head. I'm almost saving enough money. Once you have 4,000 crystal core points, I'll upgrade you. The elf nodded touchily. Boss, I knew you hadn't forgotten me. I'll restore you to level 5 first. From now on, you'll be in charge of the main store. Dumbo and I will watch over the branch store. Dumbo's language system is not perfect yet, and he can only speak 1 or 2 words. It is definitely not realistic to let him run a store by himself. A while ago, the elf was demoted 2 levels for his own sake. So Yun Shu planned to restore it first. Let it look at the head office. Can make more money in the branch with Dumbo. Then upgrade Dumbo as soon as possible. Okay, let's go back to the main store and take a look. If there's nothing else, we can rest. Good. Yun Shu took out the panda head key and turned the panda head, and the void door in front of him appeared again. Step inside and you're back to the main store. So convenient. It's simply an arbitrary door. Dumbo is doing his daily cleaning. The floor isn't actually dirty, but he's mopping it anyway. Dumbo, thank you for your hard work. Yun Shu walked forward and touched its head. Dumbo said happily, Miss you, boss. After playing with Dumbo for a while, Yun Shu went to rest. It's been a busy day today and the store is bustling with activity. There is no post-apocalyptic loneliness at all. It made Yun Shu feel very good. So she slept particularly soundly that night. The next day, Yun Shu took a quick shower, changed his clothes, and went to the branch with the elf. Unexpectedly, as soon as I entered the branch, I saw a lot of people standing outside the glass door. It seems that yesterday's promotion was very effective. There were already at least a dozen customers queuing outside. She quickly opened the door for business. Welcome all new and old customers. You can buy any food in our restaurant. You can use crystal cores to top up your account, and then you can use your card to buy it yourself. In addition, theft is strictly prohibited in our store, so please abide by it. Yun Shu did yesterday has spread. So no one dares to steal anything today. Business is going very smoothly. Even though there were more people looking than buying, Yun Shu didn't mind at all. As a result, the peaceful life didn't last long before someone came to the door looking for trouble. I'm going, look at the door, hurry up. Oh my God, it's true. Get out of here quickly. A middle-aged man in his 40s or 50s was standing at the door, with two men beside him. It was unclear whether they were his subordinates or bodyguards. Anyway, it's obvious that the three of them are powerful. Especially the middle-aged man in his 40s or 50s. Although he was wearing thick clothes, it could be seen that he was of high status. The people in the store seemed to be very scared of this man, and most of them ran away in an instant. The remaining half were still hiding in the restaurant, and did not come out. Yun Shu opened the door. She wanted to see what these three people were doing. As soon as the middle-aged man came in, he sat down on the chair. Are you a new vendor? Is your store registered? His tone was sharp and his brows were furrowed. It's obvious at first glance that he's here to cause trouble. Yun Shu had already guessed who he was. Are you the deputy street chief Lu? Lu Data smiled and crossed his legs. Oh, you were the one who beat someone up yesterday? You don't have a business license, and you beat someone up openly. I think you don't want to open this shop anymore. Your two sons of bitches stole my things and are now doomed. Even in the base, stealing someone's food is like taking their lives. Even if I beat them up, so what? If I hadn't saved your face, they would have been dead by now. Yun Shu said nonchalantly. But Lu Datu was obviously unwilling to give up. He clapped his hands. Lu De and Lu Er came in from outside with their heads lowered. Dad, it's her. She accused us of stealing and even beat us. Lu Datu's expression was gloomy. He loved his two sons very much, and now he wanted to kill this woman. But he heard that the woman was the one who signed the move-in documents personally by the person in charge of the commercial street, so he couldn't act rashly. Before taking any action, he must find out the relationship between this woman and the person in charge of the commercial street. So he said, all new stores must have my seal. Where is your store opening procedure? This Yun Shu really doesn't have it. After all her procedures were handled by Pei Si, the god of wealth. No. If he is really the person in charge of the commercial street, how could he not have the procedures for opening a store? It seems those words are all rumors. Lu Data felt relieved and looked proud. Since this woman had no backing, don't blame him for being rude. So he waved his hand. The two people behind him kicked over the wooden table in the hall. Depend on. Just when Yun Shu couldn't bear it anymore and was about to kill them all. A well-dressed man almost trotted over. Big Lu! As soon as he entered the door, he wiped the sweat off his face and scolded. It was very cold outside, but when he heard that Lu Data had taken people to the mysterious hotel to cause trouble, he immediately broke out in a sweat. That's the one who asked for green lights all the way. As soon as Lu Data saw him, he quickly stood up and bowed. Street Chief! Chapter 47, Climbing Back on the Iron Plate. The street chief first glanced at Yun Shu, then smiled at her. I'm really sorry, girl. The people under me are ignorant. Don't mind it. This matter is just a misunderstanding. The same goes for this child. He has been unruly since he was young. Yun Shu was wondering why this guy was so nice to her. Are you two together? Are you his boss? Yes, your name is Yun Shu, right? Welcome to our peace base. I am the chief of this commercial street. My name is Niomeng. He stretched out his hand and took the initiative to show goodwill to Yun Shu. Yun Shu also reached out to avoid hitting the smiling person. Hello? Lu De and Lu Er in a serious tone. You two are ignorant and make trouble on the street every day. Normally, I should have punished you a long time ago. Now Miss Yun is willing to teach you the principles of life. Why don't you thank me quickly? Lu De and Lu Er looked at Lu Datu. Lu Datu stood up quickly and said, Why are you looking at me? Apologize now. Now he finally realized that he had hit a wall. Originally, I just guessed that she had a relationship with Chief Neo. But now looking at the attitude of Street Chief Neo, she might have a more powerful backing. Lu Datu regretted a lot, but of course he didn't regret not teaching his son well, but he regretted why he didn't avoid this big Buddha at the beginning. The same goes for her two sons. They could bully anyone else they wanted, but they had to pick on her. Lu Datu bowed deeply. Miss Yun, I am so sorry. I was in a hurry and didn't ask the whole story clearly. I was so rude to you. I am really sorry. I will teach my two sons a lesson when they go back. The few people who were hiding in the restaurant watching the excitement all widened their eyes at this moment. I didn't see it wrong. The deputy street chief just bowed and admitted his mistake. What? Get out of the way and let me see too. Keep your voice down, and stop crowding. Yun Shu didn't want to accept this hypocritical apology at all. She put her hands on her hips and said, Parents who love their children will plan for them in the long run. Since the deputy street chief wants to teach his own child, why don't you do it in our store? Go ahead and beat him up. If you get hurt, we have good medicine ready for you. Yun Shu took out a bottle of Yunnan Bai Yao and placed it on the table. Before the Doomsday, Yunnan Bai Yao was a secret formula of the country. After the Doomsday, no one cared about it, and it was almost lost, so one bottle less was found. Lu Datu didn't have time to look at the bottle of precious Yunnan Bai Yao. His face turned blue and white. I gnashed my teeth in hatred but didn't dare to show it at all. Yes, I must teach them a lesson and see if they dare to do it again in the future. After saying that, he winked at Lu De and Lu Er, then raised his leg and kicked them. They were kicked one by one and fell to the ground, holding their buttocks and screaming. Yun Shu looked at the father and his two sons in front of him and felt that with such acting skills, no one would want them to be extras. Ji Bing also came out to join in the fun. Yun Shu held out his hand. Let me borrow your curveball stick. Oh, okay. Ji Bing quickly took out the metal curveball stick and gave it to Yun Shu. Here, Deputy Street Chief Lu. Yun Shu handed over the hook stick. Don't hurt your official hands and feet. Lu Datu's facial muscles were twitching with anger, but he still had to stretch out his hand with a smile. Miss Yun, this is a bit too harsh. They are still children after all. Why don't you let Lao Lu take them back and teach them a lesson? Lao Lu and I will go to their house with gifts to apologize some other day. Neo Ming stepped forward to smooth things over. Children? They are so big and strong, and they can still eat so much fat even at the end of the world. They look like adults at first glance, maybe even older than me. Doesn't that mean I am also a child who can beat people up? If that's the case, then I'll do it myself. As soon as Yun Shu finished speaking, he raised the baseball bat high and hit Lu De on the back. He screamed in agony and fell to the ground. Dad, save me! She's going to beat me to death! Yun Shu handed the hockey ball over again. Do you want to play this time? If not, I will continue for you. Hit. I'll do it myself. Thank you, Miss Yun. Lu Datu quickly took it over, his back teeth almost breaking. Hey! He has to thank us. Yun Shu just wanted to torture these three people, letting them plunder the people and harm others everywhere. If it weren't for the fact that we can't go too far, I would have let the elf kill them all long ago. Maybe you can accumulate enough luck points in no time. Next, Lu Datu was angry and beat them harder. It was not until Lu De and Lu Er were crying and snotting that Yun Shu called for a stop. Okay, now that I know I'm wrong, please take it back. I still have business to do. Okay, let's go. Neo Ming smiled apologetically and took the three of them away. The guests then slowly came out. But they all walked out quietly, staying away from Yun Shu. This person is too difficult to deal with. They are unsure of Yun Shu's temper and are afraid of angering her. You don't have to be afraid of me, dear guests. As long as you don't violate the hotel's rules, such as bullying other customers or stealing our property, you will always be a welcome guest of our hotel. Once today's turmoil was over, Yun Shu had completely established his authority. She couldn't help but think about the identity of the god of wealth. If it was about managing the base's supplies, would that street chief be so fearful? Although the title of street chief may not sound like a big deal, he is in charge of one of the three major commercial streets in the base, so the real power in his hands is definitely not small. It seems that the power and status of the god of wealth are far above that of the street chief. But as long as he doesn't get into trouble because of this matter, no matter how high his official position is, it has nothing to do with her. Yun Shu took out his phone and said, "Excuse me, customer. Someone just came to our store to cause trouble. I offended the street chief and the deputy street chief. Will this affect you?" Gu Paisai quickly replied, "Just call me Paisai." No. In fact, he had been watching Yun Shu's situation in the command room. He stood in front of the large French window, looking at the girl in white clothes behind the glass door in the faint sunlight from a distance. It turns out that Boss Yun is quite efficient, and it looks like he won't be bullied by others. Then he went to handle official business. Yun Shu finally resolved the farce and planned to go out for a walk. However, she did not have any special powers, so it was still very dangerous for her to go out. Just in case, she bought a panda head self-protection artifact, the same one she had used before to send Yuan Zhuang to find his wife and children. A 1,000 crystal core just offsets today's sales. She wore a panda head necklace around her waist and put on her own patchwork ladylike outfit. "Boss, are you going out?" asked the elf. "Yeah, I'm going to go out for a walk. You can look after the store first." Yun Shu went out and walked on the street and found that the people in the base were not as relaxed and free as she had imagined. Most of the shops in the commercial street are craft shops, and there are very few selling supplies. Even when selling supplies, most of them are done using one's own special abilities. Chapter 48 Meeting Yuzu. The shop in front of Yun Shu. It says pure energy drink. Yun Shu was curious and went in. "Welcome, all the drinks in this store are made by the owner's special ability, pure natural and without additives." Hearing this familiar voice, Yun Shu was stunned. She looked up. "Grapefruit? You are Shu Shu?" Yun Shu looked at the girl in front of him in disbelief. It turned out to be his college roommate Ning Yuyu. Ning Yuyu is from the neighboring city, and the peace base is in the middle of the two cities, so it is understandable that they met. But this is too much of a coincidence. Yun Shu excitedly ran over and hugged Ning Yuyu. She had a very good relationship with Ning Yuyu when she was in college, and meeting him now was like a virtuous friend sent from heaven. "I didn't expect you were still alive, Yuzu. You don't know how fantastic my life is." Ning Yuyu also hugged her. "Yeah, I thought you were dead too, Shu Shu. I missed you so much, do you know that? But by the way, how come you look so beautiful now? It's like it's been beautified 10 levels higher." And she is without makeup. When everyone becomes uglier, she becomes a goddess. This is the most fantastic thing. "It's a long story," Ning Yu suddenly said. "I see your special ability, right? How are you now? You are dressed like a rich woman and smell so good. You wouldn't let yourself degenerate and be maintained. Is he handsome?" Yun Shu gave him a slap. "Go away. If anyone needs maintenance, I should take care of others." Speaking of maintenance, Yun Shu looked at Ning Yu's shop. Although there is a store, it is only 3 or 4 square meters. "Where are you sleeping, Yuzu?" Yun Shu asked. She wanted to see how her old friend was doing. If not, she didn't mind supporting Ning Yu first. Ning Yu pulled Yun Shu into the inner room. "I live here." What came into view was a small room of about 5 or 6 square meters, a single bed made of wooden boards, a box with a few tattered clothes in it, and nothing else. "Don't be fooled by its small size and shabby appearance, but I am already very satisfied to have managed to find a place like this in the apocalypse." Ning Yu sniffed embarrassedly. She held Yun Shu's hand and said, "I've never met you before in the base. Are you new here? Then you must have no place to stay. Although my bed is small, we can still sleep comfortably if we squeeze in." Perhaps worried that Yun Shu might have concerns, she continued, "Besides, it will be warmer if we sleep together." Yun Shu's nose felt sore. When Ning Yu was in college, her family was well off. At that time, Yun Shu's adoptive parents did not give her living expenses, and she also encountered the mask era, which prevented her from going out to work and study. When Yun Shu was in the most difficult times, it was Ning Yu who helped her. Ning Yu often buys 2 snacks and then says she can't finish them, leaving one for herself. Thinking about the past, I never expected that the spoiled young lady Yuzi would live here with such a strong smile on her face. Yuzu, come live with me. Yun Shu held her hand and shook it gently. Ning Yu looked inquiring. What do you mean? You are not really a rich woman, are you? Yeah, really, let me raise you instead. Is this true or false? Really? Let's go. Yun Shu pulled her out of the store. Ning Yu locked the door and followed Yun Shu on the street. Two people were walking hand in hand on the street. Although they were still in the end times, Yun Shu felt so warm in his heart for the first time. Shu, where are you after the apocalypse? I was originally in exile with my family, but they left me and ran away. Now I run the shop by myself. Ning Yu knew early on that Yun Shu had a bad relationship with his family, but he didn't expect that they would actually abandon Yun Shu. Why are they like this? There is no good person in your family except you. What about you? Have you been at the peace base? Ning Yu lowered his head, with some sadness in his eyes. No, I hid in the basement at home at first, and then came here. Yun Shu did not continue to ask. For those whose family members are not around now, even if they are not dead, there is a high probability that they will never meet them again in this life. Ning Yu didn't want to make Yun Shu sad, so he changed the subject and asked, What kind of store do you run? Hotel. Pfft, did an alien kick your brain? Who's staying in a hotel on Doomsday? Hey, you'll know when you get there. After a while, the two arrived. Ning Yu originally thought that Yun Shu opened a small shop like him. After all, the rent here is super expensive. She was only able to rent that mini shop in recent days. But when standing in front of the door of Chien Hotel Branch 2, Ning Yu was stunned. Oh my god, sister, are you a regular soldier? Your hotel looks too regular. Ha ha ha, go, are you hungry? Ning Yu touched her belly. I've been starving for months, you know? I feel like I've lost more than 10 pounds, but I didn't expect that the ultimate secret of losing weight would be Doomsday. Come in, I'll treat you to a feast. As Ning Yu walked into the room, he'd hit me in the face. It's so warm, you can even turn on the heating, Shu, you are so fashionable, leaving me alone in the village. Yun Shu took her to wash her hands. She yelled again. You can still afford hot water. When she came out after washing her hands, she saw scrambled eggs with tomatoes, stir-fried shredded potatoes, sweet and sour pork ribs, rice, chocolate, and oranges and apples on the table. Screaming on the spot. Oh my god, what kind of a fairy-like life are you living, Shu? No, Zichu, you know I haven't had a sister since I was a child. I will support you from now on. Eat as much as you want, just don't overeat. I will have it every day. After hearing this, Ning Yu didn't hesitate and started eating with big mouthfuls. While eating, Yun Shu was beside her, holding a tissue to wipe her tears. She knew that Ning Yu was feeling miserable. Everyone in the Doomsday feels so miserable. Ning Yu's tears fell into her bowl. She shoveled rice into her mouth, thinking about what happened before. The last time she had a hot meal like this was when her mother cooked a table of dishes for her. Mom doesn't cook often, but that day was her birthday. That's why my mother cooked the dish herself for the first time. I also made fried tomatoes and eggs, and sweet and sour spare ribs. It's just extremely unpalatable. But at that time she never thought that would be the last meal she had with her family. Eat slowly, it's okay, it's all over. Yun Shu comforted her. When you finish eating, let's watch your favorite anime together. Ning Yu nodded. Yeah. Although the end of the world is cruel, as long as there are people you care about, it is like a ray of sunshine appearing in a black hole. For both of them, now each is the other's ray of sunshine. Ning Yu started burping after eating for less than 10 minutes. Then she asked for 2 empty glasses. As soon as he stretched out his hand, 2 cups were filled with pink water. Chapter 49, Best Friend Becomes a Rich Woman. She pushed a cup to Yun Shu's hand. Hey, try it, it's cherry blossom and lychee flavor. Yun Shu looked at the drink and felt a bit weird. Although it was a supernatural power, it was still a liquid produced by humans. However, looking at Ning Yu's expectant eyes, she still picked it up and drank it. The first taste is refreshing and slightly sweet lychee, followed by a light cherry blossom fragrance. Delicious. So your ability is making drinks? Ning Yu smiled embarrassedly. Yes, I can make all kinds of drinks. It is also because of this ability that I can open a store and have a place to live. Although my store is small, I can make a maximum of 11 cups a day, and sell 1 cup for 2 crystal coins. I can make a maximum of about 22 crystal coins a day. Crystal coin? Yun Shu asked doubtfully. Yes, it is the currency issued by the base half a month ago. 1 primary crystal core can be exchanged for 10 crystal coins. She pulled out a few things from her pocket that looked like pre-Doomsday coins, with an intricate pattern printed on them. However, it is smaller than the previous dime, and a little lighter and thinner. So Ning Yu can earn 2 primary crystal cores a day, which is already a very good income. No wonder she can afford to open a store on her own. But now many people are used to using crystal cores. After all, it is more practical to hold a crystal core in your hand. Yes, just like gold and silver are the most reassuring currencies in troubled times, in Doomsday, crystal cores have replaced the status of gold and silver as natural currencies and have become the assets that everyone wants to hold on to the most. Yuzu, come live with me. You can help serve drinks in the store. I will provide you with food and lodging every day. You can eat whatever you want in the store. Ning Yu originally wanted to reject Yun Shu. It was not that she didn't want to move in with him, but some materials were more precious than human lives right now, and she was afraid of causing trouble for Yun Shu. However, the temptation of this meal is really too great. She swallowed several times in confusion. This hotel is my superpower, and the food inside is also my superpower, so you can eat as much as you want. Come live with me, Yuzu. In the Doomsday, you and I can rely on each other. The last sentence touched Ning Yu's heart deeply. Her eyes were filled with tears. Okay. I'll close the store tomorrow and come to see you. Yun Shu thought of the things in her room. Don't move your cardboard bed. Just take the necessary things. We have everything else. Okay, my big boss Shu Shu. At this time, the elf came out of the guest room and threw away the mop. The wooden handle of the mop made a dong sound, attracting Ning Yu's attention. What the hell, what is this? An elf? Sister, are you Barbie? The elf looked at this person he had never seen before and said, Hello, guest. I am the hotel employee, the elf. Welcome to the Qian Hotel. She's not a guest, she's my friend. She'll be a permanent resident of our store and provide special drinks. The elf looked at Ning Yu in surprise. Wow, the boss's friend. So it flew over and held out its hand. Hello, friend of the boss. Ning Yu stretched out 2 fingers, gently pinched the elf's hand and squeezed it. Hello, little elf. Yes, we are a family from now on. I'll take you to see the main store. Yun Shu took Ning Yu's hand, asked the elf to look after the store, and summoned a void portal. Wow, that's cool, sis. Ning Yu was pulled in and the next moment he was standing in a larger hotel. There was no one in the store now, only Dumbo was sitting there in a daze. When he saw Yun Shu coming back, he fanned his ears happily. Boss! I miss you! Ning Yu had just seen the elf, so she was not so surprised by the appearance of Dumbo. She and Dumbo got to know each other. Ji Bing probably went out to hunt alien species. Ji Bing now stands in the air wall regularly every day to lure and kill the alien species around her. When there are no alien species around her, she will run out to hunt them. She is definitely a strong woman. Oh my god, I underestimated your wealth. This is not the end of your world, it's the end of others, your resort, damn it. Yun Shu took Ning Yu around and explained the rules of the hotel and the air wall. You can live in single room 04. This room will not be rented out anymore. Single room number 03 is now occupied by Ji Bing. She extends her stay every day and has now become the most stable guest of the hotel. The main store will remain like this for now. Yun Shu does not plan to add more rooms. After all, this place is outside and there are few customers. Once the branch expands and becomes famous in the base, the business of the head office will be boosted. Yun Shu opened the door of room 04. Ning Yu took off his thick and dirty coat and threw it on the ground, then threw himself on the soft and warm bed. I feel that this bed is 10,000 times more comfortable than the Simmons mattress I used before the end of the world. Shu Shu, I love you so much. I never thought that my best friend would become a rich woman one day. You can continue here with your best friend becoming a rich woman. Seeing her happy, Yun Shu also became happy. I'll upgrade your room later, add a bigger window, and put some green plants in it. Yun Shu finally understood what it meant that she always felt like something was missing in the hotel. Bad green plants. After all, it's freezing outside and there's no green leaves. If I plant some flowers and plants, wouldn't it attract a group of people in minutes? Unexpectedly, Ningyu said, No, I don't want a window. Pain and sadness appeared in her eyes, as if she remembered something bad. Yun Shu comforted her and said, Okay, don't open the window. Don't worry, our home is absolutely safe. No one and nothing can hurt you. Ningyu nodded. She had watched the alien suddenly appear from the window, open its huge mouth and bite her father's neck. From then on she dared not live in a room with windows anymore. Yun Shu left her to wash and change her clothes while he went out to look for Dumbo. Although the elf said that the hotel staff did not need to eat, drink water, sleep or go to the toilet, and they had endless energy and strength. They sounded like the perfect cattle and horses favored by capitalists, but she was always reluctant to regard them as lifeless tools. She was more accustomed to thinking of them as human souls borrowing magical bodies. So when she saw Dumbo sitting alone and staring outside just now, she suddenly thought that she should add some entertainment to the hotel. For example, you can buy some small toys, game consoles, puzzles or books, so that you and your employees can pass the time when there are no customers. Dumbo, can you read? When Dumbo heard his boss asking him this, he tilted his head in a daze. No, look at the words. Its level is too low and it has not yet unlocked the reading function, just like a child. Chapter 50 News about the adoptive parents. So Yun Shu found a few cartoons for it from the computer and put them on the desktop. When no one is around and you're bored, just watch cartoons by yourself. Dumbo loved watching it and rubbed Yun Shu's calf happily. Yun Shu said hello to Ningyu and returned to the branch. She still has one important thing to do. That is to find out about the news of my adoptive parents' family. There were already quite a few customers waiting outside the store. The elf couldn't transform into human form for a long time, and Yun Shu was not in the store, so the elf didn't let them in, fearing that he would not be able to control the situation and accidentally kill them all. Dear guests, thank you for waiting. Please come in. You can choose any food from the restaurant and buy it. You can also check in for accommodation. You can take a free hot shower if you stay here. Yun Shu invited them in and let them wander around on their own. Her story spread throughout the entire commercial street overnight, and now everyone calls her Slap Shisher behind her back. So there were no more thefts. Yun Shu sat at the front desk, and except for occasionally answering customers' questions or looking up, she was always thinking about what happened before. She took out her cell phone and opened the chat page of her only contact, Pei Si. Yun Shu, Pei Si, excuse me, can you help me find someone? It can be said that she only has one connection in the base, that is Pei Si de Kaishin, and judging from the performance of the two street chiefs, Pei Si de Kaishin is quite powerful and might be able to help her. She saw that the message was being typed, and it took a long time before the message came. Pei Si, who are you looking for? Yun Shu, looking for my parents and brother. She did not tell Pei Si about the grudge between herself and her family, and planned to kill her enemies as soon as she found them. Pei Si came back very quickly this time. Pei Si, sure, treat me to a meal if you find me. Yun Shu, even if you can't find them, I'll treat you to a meal. Just help me see if there are any of them in the base. My brother's name is Yunzei, and his supernatural power is fire. With Pei Si's help, Yun Shu felt relieved. But she felt that the chances of her adoptive parents and their families successfully entering the base were slim. Because Yun's supernatural attributes are not that good. Pei Si acted quickly and sent her a message in the afternoon. Pei Si, I have looked for it. Your brother has been here before, but he was refused admission because his ability level was not high enough and his potential value was too low. If he wants to go in by himself, he can still come in. But if you want to bring Yun's father and Yun's mother to live in, that's not possible. Yun Shu was a little surprised. How could Yunzei, such a selfish guy, be willing to give up the opportunity to enter the city for his family? But she was actually right. When Yunza first came to the base and wanted to enter, he was told that he could only enter the city by himself. He wanted to move in immediately. But Yun's father and mother held him back and threatened to commit suicide, so he had no choice but to leave, Yun Shu was disappointed. Yun Shu, thank you. When are you free to come to my restaurant? I will treat you to a meal. Pacey, tonight. Well, it's pretty fast when you have time. Yun Shu, okay. Gu Paisai, who was far upstairs, put down his phone, glanced at his schedule, pressed the button next to the desk and said, Ask Adjutant Han to inspect the training of Team 7 tonight. Tell him I have other things to do. After the inspection, write a report to me. Yes. As night fell, the guests left the hotel and went home one after another. Yun Shu has also completed the luck value mission. Receive 100 customers cumulatively, 100/100, reward 200 luck points. Having 20 members in total, 20 20ths, reward 100 luck points. Get 300 luck points. Adding her previous luck value of 480, she now has a total of 780 luck points. After completing these 2 tasks, she immediately received a new task. Upgrade any employee and reward 100 luck points. Buy a vending machine and get 100 lucky points as a reward. Vending machines can be placed inside or outside the hotel. Moreover, it does not require anyone to watch it. It can replenish the stock and collect the crystal cores by itself, which is very convenient. There is just one bad thing: the location of the vending machines outside cannot be specified. Just like the advertising papers, it has to be random. That is to say, once you buy it, it may not appear anywhere. Moreover, one machine requires 1,000 crystal core points, and can only hold 5 items, not vegetables. Just when Yun Shu was thinking about whether to buy another one after upgrading the elf, the glass door suddenly opened. Who comes so late? Walking in wearing a handsome turtleneck sweater and windbreaker, looking very Korean. You seem to have a wall between you and this Doomsday. It's okay, let's eat right away. Yun Shu went to the restaurant to get the dishes, and Gu Paisai followed her in and helped carry the plates. Every time Yun Shu took out a dish, he reached out to take it. Soon the table was filled with delicious food. The 2 of them ate very slowly, leaning against the floor-to-ceiling windows of the restaurant. They didn't know when heavy snow started falling outside. Snowflakes fell down in a large number, and were illuminated by the light from the house. In the deep blue night, they looked like goose feathers floating out of the pillow. The restaurant is quiet and nice. After Yun Shu and Gu Paisai finished eating, he said, Regarding your family, I asked the nearby bases for you. There seems to be news about them in a small base not far from here. Yun Shu said excitedly. Really? Can you send me the location? Okay, I'll send you the location on my phone later. I happen to have a mission there in a couple of days. If you need me, I can take you there. If Yun Shu wanted to go by herself, she would have to spend crystal cores to buy an instant teleportation ticket. Now that there is a free Void shuttle bus, of course she is happy to go. Okay, thank you for your help, Pacey. It's okay, thank you for your hospitality, I'll go back first. Yun Shu saw that he was about to leave, so she went to get a few more apples and said, Here, you're welcome. Take them back and eat them. Pacey looked at the apple in his hand and smiled slightly. Thank you. Then he went out and walked away through the void. Only a small piece of snowflakes was left flying in a mess due to the distortion of space. Yun Shu soon received a message from Gu Paisai about the location of her adoptive parents, which was a small town about 40 kilometers away from here. Pacey, this base has a strategic partnership with Peace and is affiliated with Peace, but it is not under our direct jurisdiction. It is expected to depart in 2 days. You can prepare in advance. Yun Shu, okay. When she thought about the possibility of finding her adoptive parents, she felt a complex emotion of excitement and hatred. I've raised you to this age, but you're eating and drinking for free. It's better for you to die than for my son to get hurt. These were the last words Yun Mujina said before she pushed her. Chapter 51, Cool Lightsaber. She had fantasized about getting family warmth, but unfortunately, in her adoptive parents' home, she only felt indifference and exclusion, and finally abandonment and betrayal. Yun Shu didn't have to prepare much. After selling food in the branch for the past 2 days, his reputation became more and more famous, and many people knew that there was a store here where they could buy fresh food. She already has 6,000 crystal core points. I was going to upgrade you first, But I need to go out for a while in a couple of days, and I don't know when I'll be back, so I might have to buy some other things first. Yun Shu said to the elf embarrassedly. The elf flew to Yun Shu's head, lay on her head and touched her hair. It's okay, boss. You must pay attention to safety. Let me think, since you are going to be away for several days, it is better not to buy that self-protection artifact. Why? The self-protection artifact only lasts for a short time. It's useless after that. It's better to spend 3,000 on an amulet, another 500 on a warm suit, and the remaining 1,500 on a lightsaber. The amulet is a high-quality product of the Panda brand. As long as you wear it, you can be immune to all damage outside and automatically shield yourself from alien species. However, just like the delivery service, it can't prevent you from falling down or falling into a puddle. And it only has a shelf life of 1 month. Thermal suits, as the name suggests, keep you warm when you wear them. As for the lightsaber, the elf said it was like the laser sword in the movies, but it required crystal cores. But the matter of the crystal cores was easy. In addition to those she absorbed, she still had an intermediate crystal core and 4 primary crystal cores in her hand. Okay, I'll buy these 3, and use the extra 1,000 crystal core points to buy a vending machine and throw it out, Yun Shu said and placed the order. First, the vending machine. Since the vending machine cannot choose foods such as steamed bread and dishes, and can set prices at will, she chose compressed biscuits, 2 primary crystal cores, hemostatic bandages, 1 primary crystal core, antibiotics, 5 primary crystal cores, antipyretics, 3 primary crystal cores, and apples, 5 primary crystal cores. The price has been lowered a little, but it's pure profit anyway. The machine won't be damaged by anyone, right? Yun Shu couldn't bear to part with his 1,000 crystal core points. No, but the vending machines that are put out there will have natural wear and tear, which depends on the external environment. For example, if it's snowy outside now, it may not be usable in a month, but it will clean itself. Okay, place the order. Can I see where it is randomly sent to? Yes, you can see the location on the computer. Then Yun Shu bought it, and said to himself, go to a crowded place, go to a crowded place. When I opened my computer, I was randomly sent to a small town in country M. We are also a multinational company. Yun Shu was speechless. Forget it, foreigners are also human beings, they will probably buy it too. Next, Yun Shu bought the thermal suit. I didn't expect it to be a furry white bracelet. Yun Shu put it on her wrist and didn't feel hot. She just wore her little white dress and went out to try it out. She found that she was not cold at all standing outside the door. It seems that this bracelet has a constant temperature function, allowing the human body to maintain a comfortable temperature. Very good, she made a good deal on this purchase. If she had known about this good thing earlier, she would have bought it long ago. Next is the amulet. Yun Shu guessed that it was in the shape of a panda's head. I got it and found that it was indeed the case. But it's a headband in the shape of panda ears. This guy in Doomsday is wearing this thing. Who do you think researched this thing? Yun Shu put it on his head. The elf immediately held his face with both hands and his eyes were full of love. Boss is so cute. Yun Shu stretched out his finger and flicked it away. Deduct my salary. I don't have any salary. Yun Shu then bought the last item. It's that lightsaber. It feels a bit heavy in my hand, and it only has a handle. There is no lightsaber blade. Is it because the crystal core is not installed? Yun Shu turned around and looked at the handle of the knife in his hand, and found a small hole at the bottom that could be opened. As expected, it was empty inside. TSK, stingy Taba, he didn't even know to give a battery, as a gift. She went back into the house and took out a low-level crystal core and stuffed it into the hilt, but still no lightsaber appeared. The elf flew back, covering his head. Hey, you still need me to do it. You have to set a starting slogan for it. The current default slogan is, Sword come. So second rate? Do I have to say it out loud? Yes. Yun Shu was helpless and said, Come here, sword. But there was still no response, and the elf burst into laughter. Ha 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 ha, boss, who asked you to play me, ha ha ha. I'm going to beat you up, just tell me how to use it. Under the threat of Yun Shu's eyes, the elf wiped the tears from his eyes and said, Just think about opening the lightsaber and swing the handle. The lightsaber is a bit long, so don't point it at the furniture. Yun Shu held the hilt of the knife with one hand, muttered something to himself, and swung it back. A blue-purple lightsaber suddenly appeared, so cool. The lightsaber is similar to a laser, and there is a faint halo emanating from the blue-purple blade, as if lightning was pulled down to create this sword. Yun Shu walked out the door. Because she was wearing an amulet hair accessory on her head, the one or two alien species wandering around her acted as if they didn't see her. She took the initiative to approach an alien species and swung her lightsaber. The alien species was instantly split into two halves, and the upper body slowly slid down, and even the upper body was still moving as it slid down. Damn, this is so cool! She wanted to cut the alien species open to see if there was a crystal core, but was afraid of damaging the crystal core, so she had to run back to the store to get a knife. When I came back, I saw a girl squatting on the ground digging at the corpse. Did you find a bargain at someone else's door? Hello, have you found the crystal core? Yun Shu walked over quietly and patted her shoulder kindly. She was so scared that she screamed "ah" and jumped to the side. When she turned around, Yun Shu realized who it was. Isn't this the spirited girl Zhang Jia? She is the cousin of Gao Jiuyue team member Zhang Yan. Why isn't she with her cousin? Seeing that it was Yun Shu and not an alien, Zhang Jia glared at Yun Shu and smoothed his messy bangs. I know you have to pay me for scaring someone to death. Do you know how to deliberately scare others like that? No, I saw you picking up the aliens I killed, so I asked if you had any gains. Zhang Jia blinked twice when he heard it, and put his hands in his pockets and stuffed them in. No, how would I know that you killed him? I didn't find anything and I'd dirty my knife for nothing. Yun Shu saw this and snorted in his heart. Oh, where's your sister? My sister has returned to the base. Zhang Jia answered with an unnatural look. Chapter 52. Heading to the small base. Besides, it's none of your business. Don't think you're superior just because that brother talks to you a few more times. Get out of here! She stood up and started cursing. Yun Shu was speechless. Well, then you're asking for death. I won't ask any more. Your sister left something for you. Come in and get it, Yun Shu said and went back to the hotel. Zhang Jia hesitated for a few seconds, but couldn't resist the temptation and followed Yun Shu into the store. What did my sister leave for me? Leave your life behind. As soon as Yun Shu finished speaking, the elf turned into human size and shot out the elf arrow. Then it changed back immediately. Yun Shu also received a voice reminder from the hotel, indicating that 200 crystal core points and 20 luck points had been credited to her account. Yun Shu felt a little strange after hearing this. She has no special powers and her luck is not very high, but why does she have 200 crystal core points? Even though the crystal core she just snatched away was an intermediate level 1, she still had 100 crystal core points. But Yun Shu was too lazy to think about it. In addition, she completed the task by buying a vending machine, which rewarded her with 100 luck points. Now she has 900 luck points. All that's left is to complete the task of upgrading the employees, and then you can draw the lucky wheel. She used to love drawing blind boxes or lotteries, but now she has switched to this kind of unknown grand prize and she doesn't want to wait even a moment. If it weren't for finding adoptive parents, nothing else would have stopped her from making money. Gu Paisai at the Peace Base was deploying personnel to participate in the mission. He was indeed going to carry out a mission near that small base. The purpose is to go there and rescue those scientists and biologists trapped in the underground laboratory. Each of them is at the academician level, and rescuing one of them will be an endless wealth of knowledge. This time he personally selected a team of 10 people, each of whom has his or her own unique abilities. When the time comes, he will take Yun Shu to a small base. By the way, he would investigate the situation around there, and then take the team of 10 people to rescue the scientists. After the mission was completed, he would take Yun Shu back with him. Pacey, Boss Yun, this time you will be gone for at least 2 days, but you may not be able to come back for several days. Yun Shu understood that he was reminding her to bring the things she needed. She didn't mind how long she would be gone, the only downside was that she would have to eat compressed biscuits for a few days. But it's okay, compressed biscuits have flavors to choose from, so just bring a few more flavors with you. Yun Shu 1. She quickly arranged the affairs of the 2 hotels and asked the elf to help Ningyu manage the branch. She opened the branch as usual every day and let Ningyu live in the owner's room. Unfortunately, she couldn't give Ningyu any other permissions, so before she left, she gave Ningyu a lot of compressed biscuits, chocolates, medicines, etc. Lest she need it, and not have it. Dumbo continued to stay in the main store and watch over there. She left a key for the elf. Tell it to come back to the main store every few hours to take a look. Time passed quickly and the day of departure arrived. The agreed time to leave was around 9 o'clock, and Yun Shu got up at 6:30 in the morning. She couldn't sleep, so she just watched a movie about revenge. After the show, I felt refreshed, had a hot meal, and then chose a pair of pants and a top from the pile of weird rich women's clothes to change into. Gu Paisai happened to be here too. As soon as he pushed the door open, he saw Yun Shu wearing a pair of slim-fitting pants. She looked slender and powerful, with her hair tied in a high ponytail and a panda headband on her head, which was a contrast. There's something lovely about it. Ahem, are you ready to bring your things? We're ready, let's go! She carried a backpack filled with a dozen compressed biscuits, 2 bottles of water, her crystal cores, basic medicines such as antipyretics, disinfectant, bandages, and a few pieces of chocolate. The lightsaber in her hand, and outsiders would have thought she was only holding the hilt. Gu Paisai cut through the void, and she followed him in with ease, and arrived at an unfamiliar place. This base was originally a military academy. After the virus broke out, it was closed and gradually turned into a small base. Although they are attached to the peace base, you still have to be careful. If you have any problems, contact me on the phone and I will take you in. Gu Paisai explained patiently. Yun Shu looked at the base surrounded by high walls in front of him. The walls here are brick walls with iron mesh on them. It can be seen that they have been raised and reinforced a lot, but they are still far inferior to the peace base. There were quite a few guards at the door. As soon as Yun Shu and Gu Paisai appeared, they were locked with several red dots. Please stay. If you want to enter the base, you need to go through inspection. Please stand where you are and don't move. After the guard on the wall finished speaking, 4 people approached with guns. 2 of them were responsible for keeping their eyes on the 2 of them, while the other 2 planned to handcuff them and take them back. Gu Paisai took out an ID, and the person who came to check immediately put away his gun respectfully. Put it down, we are one. Then he bowed and said, Sorry, Gu Ji. It's okay, go in. Yes. Please. Yun Shu watched silently, feeling that the identity of this wealthy man who lost all his money was becoming more and more complicated. People from other bases knew him. After entering the base, I found that although it was a small base, it had at least several thousand people. I saw people on the playground cleaning up ice and snow, collecting them to melt into water, or simply rolling them into snowballs to eat for hydration. Everyone was wearing tattered clothes, but it was ultimately a relatively orderly shelter. Soon someone came to greet Yun Shu and Gu Paisai, and took them directly to a building. Many people were looking at Yun Shu and Gu Paisai along the way. Because even though they were wearing masks, you could tell they were special by their clothes and appearance. Just the fact that they both kept themselves clean was something that not many people could do. In the apocalypse, clean has become synonymous with power. Yun Shu had no intention of listening to what Pei Si and the leaders of the base were saying. It was nothing more than some official flattery, and Pei Si, the god of wealth, didn't pay much attention. She had been quietly looking at the people around her to see if there was the face she was looking for. Unfortunately, she didn't find the person she was looking for even after walking all the way into the building. Girl, the person you are looking for has indeed been here and has checked in. A person in charge of the base said to Yun Shu, attracting Yun Shu's attention. However, our base will let those who want to look for crystal cores go out at a fixed time every morning. We don't keep statistics. Whether they can come back depends entirely on their ability, so we don't know whether they are still in the base now. Then do you know where they will stay after they move in? Yun Shu asked. Even if Yunza dared to go out to hunt alien species to earn crystal cores, Yun Shu's adoptive mother Genia would never go out, because she had a hidden disease in her ankle, and it would be very painful to walk or run for a long time. Going out to hunt alien species would be seeking death. So as long as I can find where they are, it is very likely that I will find them. This can be found, wait a moment. Chapter 53. A familiar voice. I'm leaving first. Feel free to contact me if you have any questions. After giving instructions to the small base, Gu Paisai said goodbye to Yun Shu. Okay, don't worry, thank you very much. Yun Shu handed him 2 bars of chocolate. Travel expenses? Gu Paisai didn't like sweet food before, and he still doesn't like it now, but he still took it and put it away. Hey, what travel expenses? This is called a thank you gift. After saying goodbye to Gu Paisai, the leader of the small base called a neatly dressed girl with a buzz cut, about 20 years old, with a mole between her eyebrows, and her eyes were heroic and indifferent. Yu Yang, take this young lady to room 201 on the 2nd floor of Building 3 to settle down first, and then go to the shanty town behind to find Yun's family. The leader of the small base gave the girl instructions, then turned around and said to Yun Shu with a smile. Miss Yun, I have arranged a room for you, and I will take you to find your family later. Okay, thank you. Yu Yang held the gun and nodded. Follow me. Yun Shu walked with her and looked at the basic structure of this small base. There were 2 buildings where everyone lived, and the small leaders had a separate building. Some of the remaining training grounds were divided into shanty towns, and some were turned into trading areas. Those who could not afford to pay the crystal cores to the base and lived in the houses temporarily lived in shanty towns, such as Yun Shu's adoptive parents. Yu Yang led the way in front, and Yun Shu said, Let's go directly to my adoptive parents. I don't have anything to leave behind. She was worried about putting down the things in her backpack. If she lost them, she would have to go back hungry. Yu Yang said very little. After saying, okay, he took her in a different direction and went to the shantytown. The shantytown is not small. At first glance, there are hundreds of simple tents or houses. They are all built with picked-up materials such as rags, wood, and plastic sheets. Although it is not warm in such severe cold, it is better than wandering outside in fear. Hello, do you know Yunza? Yu Yang only knew that Yunza's family lived in a shantytown, but didn't know the exact location, so she just asked someone at random. Yun Shu didn't want to make a big scene, in case her adoptive parents knew she was back and ran away, so she stopped her and said, Yang, I can look for it myself. Yu Yang was stunned for a moment when she heard her calling him Yang, then she coughed lightly and nodded. Okay, then I'll follow you from behind. Yun Shu knew that she would not leave, so he had to follow her. First, I am obviously Pacey's man, and they are afraid that something unexpected will happen to me here, and they will have to explain to the god of wealth. Second, they are worried that I will know things I shouldn't know if I run around, or they are afraid that I have ulterior motives. Yun Shu said, Okay, thank you for your help. Then she pulled the scarf up to cover her mouth and nose, leaving only her eyebrows and eyes exposed. Everyone around looked at Yun Shu with curiosity or unkindness, but because Yu Yang was standing behind Yun Shu with a gun, no one dared to act rashly. Yun Shu started turning from the side. She saw that most of the people left in the shantytown were the elderly and children, and there were not many young people. Some of them stayed to guard the house to prevent the house from being robbed, and the others probably went out to look for supplies. Many children squatted on the ground because they were hungry, cold, and had messy hair. They had no energy to find other friends to play with. There were also several people who gathered together and snuggled up to each other in order to get a little warmer. Grandma, this sister is so beautiful. A little girl of 5 or 6 years old said to the sick old woman lying on the bed. Will she be cold wearing so little? As she said that, she took a warm blanket from beside her bed and ran to Yun Shu. Yu Yang immediately pointed the gun at her. The old man lying on the bed coughed twice anxiously. Yuan, come back! Yuan ran to Yun Shu and raised the blanket in her hand. Sister, are you cold? I'll lend you this blanket. Yun Shu took the blanket from her hand. Thank you, sister, you're not cold. Is that your grandma on the bed? Are you and your grandma the only ones at home? Yuan nodded, her little face filled with sorrow that was not suitable for her age. Dad went to look for supplies. Mom died. Uncle went to the nearby market to look for medicine for Grandma. Grandma had a fever yesterday. Yun Shu reached out and touched Yuan's little head, then walked into Yuan's house, which was half tent and half wooden board. He put the blanket aside, stood at the door and closed it.
Hello?
Yuan Yuan's grandmother knew that the girl who came in was an important person. She wanted to sit up, but she was very sick. She coughed twice and said with a sick and apologetic look on her face, "Hello, leader. I am just a child and I am sorry for offending you." Ahem. You don't have to get up. It's okay. I want to know if you know Yunzhe, Yuntong-chun or Jinya? Grandma Yuan Yuan thought for a moment, then opened her cracked lips and said, "The name Jinya sounds familiar. She might be from the east." Yun Shu saw that she was seriously ill and did not approach her. She took out a box of antipyretic medicine from her bag and handed it to Yuan Yuan. "Yuan Yuan, this is antipyretic medicine. Don't let anyone see it. Feed it to your grandma." Grandma Yuan Yuan struggled and tried to sit up, but she was too old and hungry and cold to do anything. She knows how difficult it is to get medicine these days. Because of her poor health and fever, she always felt that she had implicated her sons and granddaughters. She felt uneasy and even thought about dying. She felt that even if her sons and granddaughters ate her flesh and drank her blood, it would be better than lying here and doing nothing. When she saw that the girl in front of her was willing to give her a whole box of medicine, she was so grateful that she didn't know what to say and tears flowed from her eyes. "Thank you, leader. You are our family's great benefactor." "It's okay, just remember to hide it. I'll pretend to be unhappy when I go out later. Yuan Yuan, don't give things to others easily in the future, and don't talk to others, understand?" It was rare for Yun Shu to have the patience to talk to a child, because she felt that this was a good kid. Yuan Yuan nodded. "I see. Thank you, sister." Yun Shu deliberately slammed the door and left. If she went out happily, some people would probably guess that they might give something away out of joy and then come to snatch it away. When Yun Shu came out, he happened to meet Yuan Yuan's uncle coming back, and he quickly went into the shed. Yun Shu didn't care about what happened next. She went directly to the east according to the vague information she got from Yuan Yuan's grandmother. "After searching for an entire afternoon, I still couldn't find my adoptive parents." Just when she felt that it was starting to get dark and was about to go to the arranged accommodation to rest, she suddenly heard a familiar voice. "Hey, what are you doing? My son is back to kill you. Get out of here right now. My son has superpowers." She would not be mistaken, this was the voice of her adoptive mother Jinya. Chapter 54, Rescue. She immediately turned around and looked in the direction of the sound she had just heard. Although she heard it clearly just now, the source of the sound was actually not close to her. It was because her five senses were now almost developed to the extreme that she could hear it. Following the sound of the noise, Yun Shu found it. She stood in front of a shed and kicked the wooden door open. Bang! The wooden door was kicked open with great force, hitting the wooden wall and bouncing back, almost breaking the flimsy makeshift shed apart. "Damn it, who dares to ruin my good deeds?" A man who looked to be in his 40s or 50s turned around and cursed while tying his belt. Jinya quickly kicked him away and ran out the door. She didn't have time to see who kicked the door and hid behind Yun Shu. Yu Yangyang knew that Yun Shu wanted to find his family. He was afraid that Yun Shu would kill the man in anger, and he would have a hard time explaining himself. So he pointed his gun at the man and said coldly, "Get lost!" The man turned around and saw that he was being pointed at by a gun, so he ran away quickly. "Girl, leader, you must make the decision for me!" Jinya slapped her thigh and tried to pull Yun Shu's clothes. Yun Shu leaned to the side and let her miss. "Yang, thank you. I want to talk to her alone." Yu Yang nodded coldly, then stood further away with the gun in hand, watching over Yun Shu with his back turned, leaving Yun Shu some space. Yun Shu went straight into the shed, but didn't sit down because it was dirty. Jinya didn't know why, she just felt that the woman's voice was a little familiar. But because Yun Shu won the beauty in the small blind box, her figure and everything changed, even her height changed from 163 to 168, so Jinya didn't recognize her at all. And in her heart, her adopted daughter Yun Shu had died long ago. She saw with her own eyes that Yun Shu was bitten to death and eaten by the alien species. Yun Shu stared at the woman in front of him. The first time he saw her was in an orphanage. The older kids in the orphanage always bullied her, which is why she hated kids. It was because of the bullying that Yun Shu tried desperately to leave there. One day, The director of the orphanage told them that a couple came and wanted to adopt a girl. Yun Shu kept herself clean and took the initiative to serve water and tea, and only then was she successfully taken home by Jinya and Yun Tongchun as their adopted daughter. Yunza is 2 years older than Yun Shu. He has loved bullying Yun Shu since childhood, such as pulling her hair and snatching her snacks. His adoptive parents always sided with their biological son. I thought that even if I was not welcomed, at least I had a home, but I didn't expect that it would be my own hell. Don't you recognize me? Yun Shu said coldly, holding the hilt of the knife in his hand, and even his voice trembled a little as he tried to suppress his anger. Upon hearing this, Jinya rubbed her fingers with a wry smile. Do you know me? My memory is not very good. I don't recognize you. May I ask your name? Yun Shu took off her mask. Mom, don't you recognize me? When Jinya saw Yun Shu's face, her mouth opened wide, her eyes widened, and she pointed at Yun Shu in fear, her fingertips trembling. She felt as if the air had been squeezed into a solid, and she couldn't breathe. No, it's impossible. Yun Shu was eaten by the aliens a long time ago. I saw it with my own eyes. Yun Shu grabbed her hair, crumpled the mask in his hand, and stuffed it into Jinya's big mouth to prevent her from shouting for help. Then he kicked her in the leg, tied her hands behind her back, and tied her up with a piece of rag. Jinya struggled, but Yun Shu completely ignored her and asked questions on her own. Where are my dad and brother? Where did they go? Jinya shook her head, her eyes filled with fear and hatred. She couldn't understand why Yun Shu appeared in front of her again when it was obvious that he couldn't have survived. Could it be that this damn girl is a monster? She seduced my son in the past, and now she looks so seductive and charming, she must be a monster. Yun Shu pulled out a knife and said, I'll let you talk in a moment, but if you yell, I'll cut you for every word you yell. Do you hear me? As she said this, she pressed the knife against Jinya's neck, and immediately a string of blood oozed out. Jinya quickly nodded. Yun Shu took the cloth out of her mouth and said, Tell me, are they dead or have they left? Jinya swallowed her saliva and said, Your father, your brother, Shu, and your mother had no choice before. Although you were not raised by us since you were a child, but you have treated me badly, and even tried to kill me. Yun Shu continued, choking Jinya so much that she couldn't finish the rest of the sentence. We took you out of the orphanage and raised you for free. You should have repaid us long ago. How has our Yun family wronged you? Were you willing to watch your brother get bitten to death by the aliens that day? Yun Shu lost his patience after hearing her outrageous remarks. He never changes his bad habits. The knife stabbed into the wood next to Jinya's face. I'll ask again, when will they roll back here? I said you died, not long after you left. Your father and your brother were also gone. Yun Shu kicked the old shoes of the man next to him. Dishonest. Then he covered her mouth and slashed it with a knife. Yun Shu didn't want to kill her now. She loved her perverted baby son so much, so she wanted them to die together so that the family of 3 could be complete. Jinya's eyes rolled back and she fainted. Yun Shu wiped the blood off his hands, untied the rope, and went out to say hello to Yu Yang. Yang, my mother got a little emotional and cut herself. Take her back to my room. Yu Yang didn't ask any more questions and nodded. Yeah, okay. After saying that, he went in and simply bandaged the wound on Jinya's leg, then helped her up and followed Yun Shu away. Yun Shu walked back to the room, closed the door, and tied her up again. She has mixed feelings towards Jinya. He once hoped to get some love from Jinya, but in the end he only got betrayal. Gu Paisai has already brought a team of 10 people to the surface of the underground laboratory. He reviewed the combat missions of each member of the team and then planned to go in. But at this moment there was an unexpected change. Suddenly, 5 people rushed out from the side, with a large group of alien species biting behind them. Gu Paisai and his team have a range of invisibility ability that covers a person, so the people in this team cannot see them. Boss, do you want to save him? Asked one of the psychics. Gu Paisai was about to say he would not save them. After all, in the apocalypse, everyone has their own destiny, and he couldn't control it, and was too lazy to care. Suddenly, the fastest runner in the team shouted, Yunzei! Use your superpowers! Gu Paisai immediately turned around and said,
Save.
Chapter 55, Revenge.
Yes.
The team members responded and immediately began to use their various special abilities, chasing Yunza and his 4 companions, but they were quickly killed by the team members brought by Gu Paisai.
Thank you, brothers and sisters.
The leader quickly put his hands together and thanked him, but at the same time he felt a little alert. He was afraid that these people had ulterior motives in saving him and others. What if they wanted to kill the aliens and steal their things?
You're welcome. Is there anyone named Yunza in your team?
Gu Paisai asked. When the little leader heard this, he looked at Yunza. Yunza shook his head slightly, indicating that he did not know these people.
Big brother, may I ask who you are looking for, Yunza?
The little leader asked tentatively. He had planned that if it was a good thing, he would say that he and Yunza were good friends. If it's your enemy, cut off ties with him immediately.
Just answer the question quickly, stop wasting time,
a sturdy man behind Gu Paisai said in a hoarse voice.
Yes, Yunza, hurry up, the big brother is looking for you.
The little leader decided that no matter what, he would push Yunza out first. Gu Paisai signaled with his eyes, creating a crack in time and space. A man walked out from behind him and dragged Yunza into the crack. In a blink of an eye, they returned to the base. Yunza asked in panic,
Leader, what do you want to talk to me about?
He could see that these people were not dressed simply and guessed that they were all leaders. He thought carefully about whether he had offended anyone recently. But ever since he came to this base and his father died, he has been very cautious. I didn't offend anyone I shouldn't have offended.
Your family asked me to find you.
Yunza was relieved when he heard this. It was good that they were not seeking revenge. So was it his mother who was worried about him? Or were there other relatives coming here?
Leader, who are you to me? You'll know when you see it.
Gu Paisai still had a rescue mission to do, so he just had someone take him to Yun Shu's door and then sent a message to Yun Shu. Pei-si, your brother has been found. Someone has brought him to your door. Wait for me for a few days. I will return after completing the mission.
Yun Shu, thank you.
Okay. Yun Shu closed his phone. Now, except for Yun Tongchun, the whole family is reunited, right? This small base still attaches great importance to Yun Shu and dares not neglect him at all. For Yun Shu was a 1-bedroom and 1-living-room apartment. Someone would be coming soon, so Yun Shu tied Jinya up in the bedroom and sat in the living room drinking water while waiting for Yunza. Unexpectedly, Pei-si found Yunza. She was worried that her dear brother would notice something was wrong and run away. After a while, someone knocked on Yun Shu's door. Yun Shu pulled up her clothes to cover her face, put on her hat, and opened the door.
Girl, the person is here.
A young soldier and Yunza were standing at the door. The young soldier lowered his head, said something and then left. It seemed that he was a former military student of this school. Yunza was dazed by the incomparably beautiful girl in front of him. When did I have such a beautiful relative? Although she had half of her face covered, her figure and features showed how stunning she was.
Brother, come in.
Yun Shu grabbed his hair and quickly pulled him in. Then he kicked the door shut.
Ah, who are you?
Yunza subconsciously summoned a fireball and threw it at Yun Shu. But when it reached Yun Shu, it disappeared.
What's going on?
Yunza saw that his special abilities were useless to her and took 2 steps back. Yun Shu swung out the lightsaber and slashed it to the side, easily cutting the glass on the table into 2 halves. Then he placed the lightsaber 5 centimeters away from Yunza's neck.
If I turn my wrist, you'll end up like this glass.
Yunza felt the heat coming from beside him, and the feeling of fear tightened his heart. His legs trembled and he fell to his knees. Yun Shu looked at the relative in front of him whom he had seen for more than 10 years since he was a child. He used to be a shadow in his childhood, but now he no longer posed a threat to him.
Lady Beauty, fairy sister, please forgive me. I have an old mother and a little sister to support. I can't die. I don't know how I have offended you. It's all my fault.
Yunza spoke with tears in his eyes, crying and begging Yun Shu to put down the sword. Yun Shu sneered.
Oh? You have a little sister?
Yunza nodded quickly and said,
Yes. My little sister is only 3 years old. She was brought back from an orphanage. I am the one who supports her. If I die, she and my mother will not be able to survive. Oh, come in.
Yun Shu used her lightsaber to force him to follow her into the bedroom. When he looked, he saw that the person tied up in the room was clearly his mother. I knew this matter was not simple. I'm afraid there's no way out. Could it be someone that my parents offended? Yun Shu kicked him in the knee. Jinya had woken up a long time ago. Now, seeing that her son was also caught by Yun Shu, she kept shaking her head anxiously. But her mouth was blocked, so she had no way of reminding her son to kill the bitch quickly. Yun Shu showed her face.
Brother, don't you recognize me? I'm your little sister?
Only then did Yunza see Yun Shu's full appearance, and she actually looked 3 points like his younger sister.
But Yun Shu, isn't she already dead? Aren't you dead? I know you are dead, you are not her!
Yun Shu said.
Where is Yun Tong Chun? Your mother has already told me an answer. If you two say something different, I will kill you immediately.
Yunza didn't dare to tell a lie, and quickly said,
Sister, our father is dead, calm down, you.
Yun Shu raised the lightsaber in his hand and said,
It would be better if I died.
One sword strike. Jinya and Yunzhe were no longer alive. Yun Shu's hands were trembling slightly, and her heart was beating violently.
You don't have to die if I didn't say anything.
Although his revenge was achieved, Yun Shu did not feel as happy as he had expected. She had thought that if she found her adoptive mother and father's family, she would definitely avenge them for not raising her and even killing them, but now she only felt an unspeakable bitterness in her heart. The world is so big, but she has never had a home of her own. Could it be that everything in the hotel, the elf Dumbo, and a meeting with Ning Yu were God's compensation to me? If that was the case, then she was willing to give this damn world another chance. After she finished her work, she opened the door of the house. Yu Yangyang had been standing at her door.
Yang, could you please ask someone to help me clean the room, thank you.
Yun Shu stood at the door, with blood stains on her clean clothes and a string of blood beads on her beautiful face. She said with a slight smile, as if nothing had just happened, as if she had just touched a glass of water. But Yu Yangyang saw Yun Shu's trembling wrist. Yu Yangyang still said very little. She said, Okay. Chapter 56, Little Girl in Red Dress. After learning that 2 people had died, this small base didn't say anything. After all, they are just 2 refugees relying on the base, not to mention a psychic with very low potential. There's no need to have any unpleasantness with Gu Pai-Sai's people because of him. So Yun Shu stayed in this base for 4 days. The basic conditions here are certainly not as good as her hotel. But who made her reluctant to buy the instant transmission ticket and want to take advantage of it? However, the base did send her a meal every day, which was some frozen canned food or biscuits that had been thawed temporarily. This is already a very high treatment in the Doomsday. Yun Shu had her own compressed biscuits for the remaining 2 meals, so she never went hungry. On the 5th day, an uninvited guest appeared at Yun Shu's door.
Hello, my name is Lin He. My father asked me to show you around the base. Are you interested?
Lin He, the son of the base commander of this small base, is 1.84 meters tall and good-looking. He is a dark-skinned military cadet with a muscular body. He is the dream lover of many single girls in the base. Yun Shu didn't know all this, but seeing Yu Yangyang bow his head and salute, he could guess that this was the son of a leader of the base.
No, thank you.
She had finished her business and had no interest in touring the base. Yun Shu wanted to close the door after he finished speaking, but Lin He held on to the door.
Wait a minute. Here's this for you. I got it a while ago. Since you don't want to transfer it, I'll leave first. Feel free to contact me if you want to see anything.
He handed Yun Shu a small paper bag and smiled cheerfully, revealing 2 rows of neat and white teeth. Then left. Yun Shu looked at the paper package in her hand. It was wrapped in craft paper and tied with a simple bow using wool that was pulled from some sweater. She opened it and found a small card and 5 fruit candies inside. There was a smiley face drawn on the small card. This boy, is he interested in me? Yun Shu picked up the hard candy and placed the card on the table. Then he opened the door and stuffed the 5 candies into Yu Yangyang's hand.
Yangyang, you've worked hard these past few days. Here's some candy for you.
Without waiting for Yu Yang to refuse, she went back to the room and closed the door. She appreciated the kindness, but she had no intention of falling in love at all. Her hotel business is booming, and she is determined to become the richest woman in the apocalypse. If you haven't experienced the feeling of being the richest man before the Doomsday, you should hurry up and experience it after the Doomsday. She sent a message to Pacey. Yun Shu, how is it? But Pacey didn't reply for a long time. Yun Shu, are you okay? 2 hours later, still no reply. Yun Shu couldn't help but feel a little anxious. It was not until the evening that he replied, Pacey, it's okay, I'll be back the day after tomorrow. The battle was fierce on his side. He is still hiding with his team members and several rescued scientific research experts. This base was equipped with some shielding and safety-enhancing equipment. Even though it was the end of the world, they were still in operation, causing his abilities to be suppressed whenever he entered this underground scientific research base. Each Terran space consumes more energy. Moreover, he can only take himself through space, and cannot take others with him. So we had to rescue her like this. Moreover, he discovered that these alien species were not just behaving in a simple cluster, but were surrounding them in an organized and planned manner. This phenomenon made several scientific research experts very excited, but it also made the team members break out in cold sweats. They couldn't imagine what this meant. If alien species have methods of communication, organization, and intelligence, then survival will become a more difficult thing. Maybe the base will be attacked in a planned manner in the future. Doctors, please record the conditions of these alien species, but always pay attention to your own safety and don't fall behind. Okay, that's great. Their eyes lit up, and without waiting for Gu Paisai to say anything, they were already taking pictures and recording with a special electronic device. Gu Paisai sent the psychic who could make himself invisible together with 2 attack psychics to investigate the situation ahead. They are now forced to be trapped in a small laboratory with 4 doors, but there are aliens squatting outside each door. This phenomenon is unprecedented. After the 3 of them became invisible, they approached the disinfection room outside and looked out through the glass wall, counting the number of aliens in all directions and looking for a route to retreat. At this moment, one of them, saw a little girl in red clothes, holding a doll in her hands, passing by. The 3 of them retreated back to Pacey, and A said, Did you see that just now? I saw a little girl outside. B. Impossible. There are a lot of alien species out there. There can't be any little girls. Gu Paisai motioned A to continue. Tell me more specifically. A thought about it, felt it was a bit weird, and got goosebumps all over his body. The lab light over there was on, but because there was no electricity, it was very dark. I followed the light and really saw a little girl about 5 or 6 years old, wearing a red dress and holding a doll in her hands, walking by. Damn it, stop scaring people. Did I ask you to come out to do the mission or to tell ghost stories? The sturdy man cursed. Although he was tall and strong, he was most afraid of this kind of thing touching his arm. Gu Paisai frowned slightly. Okay, don't scare yourself, completing the task is the top priority. He would rather A was mistaken. But now everyone's 5 senses have almost evolved, and 5.3 vision is standard. If A is really not mistaken, then he would rather hope it is just a Gue. If it is someone who can control alien species and has reactionary and anti-human consciousness, then it will be difficult to deal with. Plus, considering that these alien species have suddenly become organized, it's hard to say for sure. We must hold a meeting to take this matter seriously after we return. He listened to the reports of the 3 people and found that the 4 doors around him were blocked. Not only are there a large number of alien species surrounding them, but the space is small, so a fight cannot take place, and the 4 doors lead to interconnected places, so there may be alien support. Finally, he turned his gaze to the vent above his head. Where does this vent lead to? Several scientific research experts took a look. They were not very clear about the basic structure. Not sure, but it can definitely connect to other rooms. Gu Paisai brought over tables and chairs that could be used as footrests. Seeing this, others also started to help. We crawled through the vents and were careful not to get too close to the people in front of us, as this would cause the ceiling to be unable to withstand the pressure. We also tried not to make any noise. Good. Gu Paisai took the lead, stepped on the tables and chairs, reached out and pried open the vent with a knife, and a faint smell of decay came from inside.
Wait for me here. Be on guard. I'll go in and take a look first.
Chapter 57. Stop pestering my brother. He pressed his wrist against the board of the vent, and used the leverage of the built-up things under his feet to reach the inside of the vent. The ventilation holes were so small that you could only crawl forward, and there was a slight creaking sound as you walked. Fortunately, the materials selected by the laboratory are of good quality, so it didn't fall down. He made a hand gesture, and the people behind him began to follow one by one. First, 2 team members were sent up, and then the rescued experts were separated, with team members interspersed in between to prevent special situations from causing rescue in time. No one spoke, everyone crawled slowly and nervously. The vents were so cold that it hurt your skin to press on them, but no one cared. From time to time, a disgusting smell of decay wafted from the ventilation vents. Several experts endured the discomfort, and tried to follow the team. Suddenly, the ceiling couldn't bear the weight of so many people and made a loud, creaking sound, which scared the team to stop. Everyone held their breath nervously. The alien species below were attracted by the sound and screamed below, but could not come up. Everyone waited for a while, and a wood-type mutant took out a handful of seeds from his pocket and put them aside. Several vines appeared out of thin air and slowly wrapped around them. This fixes it a little bit. Walk. Gu Paisai said softly, and everyone continued to move forward slowly. Little did they know that the door of the place where they had just hidden suddenly opened, and a little girl in red clothes rolled her eyes strangely and looked around the dark room. Then he grinned, turned and walked into the darkness. Gu Paisai was busy retreating with several experts, while Yun Shu was quite free. She doesn't go out, and has no entertainment activities. She just stands at the window every day and observes the people outside. Every morning, a group of people would go out and come back in the evening, and occasionally there would be soldiers for training. There is order in all the chaos, like a small ark in the Doomsday. So everyone wants to join a base, even if it is a small base, even if they have to hand in crystal cores regularly. It is better than wandering around outside to survive. Lin He still comes occasionally. Boom boom boom. Yun Shu's door rang, and she guessed without thinking that it was Lin He again. So she opened the door, only to find another boy standing in front of her. He looks no more than 17 or 18 years old. He looked 50% similar to Lin He. When he saw Yun Shu opening the door, he looked Yun Shu up and down. What's so good about you? You're just a pretty face. I don't know what my brother sees in you. Yun Shu was about to close the door when she saw this. She was bored and she didn't like Lin He. Anyway, I'm about to leave, so I don't want to argue with him. Seeing Yun Shu was about to close the door, he continued. My brother won't like you. He just thinks you're new. The only one he really likes is me. Just give up. Ha! When Yun Shu heard this bombshell, her curiosity was aroused, and she opened the door again. What did you just say? Lin Zhua hummed, clearly a boy, but with a cute ending. A word immediately popped up in Yun Shu's mind, Omega? I said, my brother only likes me and not you. I don't have any feelings for your brother, please don't misunderstand me, Yun Shu said. You'd better. If I find out that you dare to seduce my brother, you'll be in trouble. And I warn you, you're not the first girl my brother has fallen in love with, but no girl can stay with him, so don't have any illusions. After saying this, he seemed relieved and left. Yun Shu originally thought that he would scold her, but in the end, that was it. Where Yun Shu couldn't see, Lin Zhua breathed a sigh of relief. About 2 hours later, Lin He came over in a hurry. Miss Yun, my brother didn't say anything offensive to you, did he? Yun Shu shook his head. No. He looked suspicious and asked, What did he say to you? His eyes were fixed on Yun Shu, as if he didn't want to miss any of her small expressions to determine whether she was talking or not. Every time Lin He visited Yun Shu, he was extremely polite and gentlemanly, always looking like a sunny and cheerful happy puppy. This was the first time that such an aggressive look was seen on his face. Yun Shu frowned. He reacted immediately, and put on his sunny smile again. I'm sorry, my brother has had some strange tendencies since he was a child. I'm worried that he might have said something that might have misled you. It's okay,
he didn't say anything. That's good. Here are these as an apology gift for my brother offending you. Do you want to go out for a walk today? He handed Yun Shu a few candies wrapped in brown paper as usual. Yun Shu didn't answer. No thanks, and I told you not to come to me again. After saying that, he closed the door. There was a hint of madness in Lin He's eyes, but Yu Yangyang was still standing beside him. He still maintained that smile and handed the paper bag to Yu Yangyang. Please pass it to her for me, thank you. After saying that, he went back to his room. And in his room, Lin Zhuo was locked inside. After he went in, the smile on his face faded, leaving only madness and mania. Lin Zhuo, I'm usually too nice to you. How dare you ruin my good deeds? Lin Zhuo stood in the corner in fear. Brother, don't go on, you are like this dash. Bang! Lin He slapped Lin Zhuo in the face, and a trail of blood flowed from the corner of Lin Zhuo's mouth. This base is supported by me. How dare you ruin my plans? I told you not to disturb my plans, but you ignored me. Lin Zhuo covered his face and dared not speak any more. He knew his brother was right. But his conscience was uneasy. My father condoned my brother doing these things and even secretly fanned the flames. I don't have any special powers, and I have no ability to stop this. I can only watch those girls one after another. Lin He looked for Yun Shu more frequently. He learned from Yu Yangyang that Yun Shu would be leaving soon, so he started to stay at Yun Shu's door all day, wanting to see her. Gu Paisai was entangled by the well-organized alien species and was unable to escape for a while, so the deadline for returning had to be postponed. Rumors began to spread in the base. Hey, have you heard that the young master has taken a fancy to that foreign woman? You mean the one a few days ago, the one who was dressed very neatly and followed that handsome guy in? Yes, that's her. I thought she was here for some reason. Could she be sent from another base to seduce the young master? It is said that someone has seen her profile. She is so beautiful. Wow, she is prettier than the young master's previous rumored girlfriends. But it's strange. The young master is so popular and has many girls around him, but where did they go later? Didn't they say they'd all leave the base? I said those girls really don't know how to enjoy life. They have such handsome boyfriends, and they're the eldest son of the base commander. What are they dissatisfied with? Why did they leave? Chapter 58 How Dare You Touch My People? That day, Lin Zhuo appeared at Yun Shu's door again. He was wearing a mask this time, and when he saw Yun Shu, he said maliciously, Get out of the base! Yun Shu spread his hands and said, I wanted to leave anyway. I'm waiting for my friend to pick me up. Don't worry, I'll be leaving in 2 days. He said anxiously. No, get out before tonight. Yun Shu was helpless. I said, it's not that I don't want to leave, I'm waiting for someone. I don't have any feelings for your brother. Did you eat anything he gave you? Yun Shu was stunned for a moment. Why did Lin Zhuo suddenly ask this question? No, they've all been put away. You can take them back if you want them. Yun Shu went back and took out a dozen pieces of hard candy and handed them to him. She didn't care for the candies anyway. What's more, it was given to me by a stranger, so I didn't want it anymore. Now that he misunderstood and wants it, I'll just give it all to him. Lin Zhuo looked at the candies and asked. 5 pieces are missing. Did you eat them? No, please stop bothering me. I'm so annoyed. You 2 brothers can do whatever you want. Just tell your brother not to come to me, okay? Lin Zhuo looked at Yun Shu deeply, then turned and left. As a result, as soon as he reached the corner of the corridor, he bumped into Lin He, who was leaning against the wall. He was startled and the fruit candies in his hand fell to the ground with a clattering sound. Brother, I. Lin He's expression was grim, and he stared at his brother coldly. You want to be the savior? Can't you tell the situation clearly? Lin Zhuo remained silent and clenched his fists. After a long while he said, I don't want to be a savior, I just hope you stop. Roll. Lin He now only wanted to find Yun Shu as soon as possible, so he squatted down and picked up the hard candies. Lin Zhuo suddenly shouted, Brother! Don't do this anymore. You have killed so many girls. Aren't their lives worth even a little bit of guilt to you? The sound attracted Yun Shu's attention. She opened the door, made a small crack and listened to the corner.
She could recognize that it was Lin Zhu's voice, so he was saying that Lin He had killed many girls? The blue veins on Lin He's forehead showed his current rage. He pressed Lin Zhu against the wall and punched him. You forced me to harvest it now! After saying that, he activated his supernatural power, and a wisp of pink air floated over from the direction of Yun Shu's room. There was blood at the corners of Lin Zhu's nose and mouth. When he saw that familiar breath, he closed his eyes in despair. Another girl. The pink scent floated towards Lin He, and he closed his eyes and smelled it obsessively until all the scent floated into his nostrils. There was a sound of someone falling down at Yun Shu's door. Lin He looked up, but found that the person lying on the ground was not Yun Shu, but it was Yu Yangyang at the door. Yun Shu also saw Yu Yangyang fall to the ground, and quickly opened the door to help her up. Yangyang? Are you okay? Seeing that Yu Yangyang didn't respond, she put her hand on her wrist and found that her pulse had become extremely weak and her breathing was almost non-existent. Why is it her? Lin He was too lazy to pretend anymore and wiped the corner of his mouth. It was as if he had just eaten a sumptuous feast. What did you do? Yun Shu quickly stood up and grasped the hilt of the lightsaber on his waist. It seems that Lin He approached me again and again not because he was attracted by my beauty, but because he had other intentions. But why would Yu Yangyang? She suddenly saw a pile of hard candies scattered on the floor of the corridor, and a scene of herself giving the candies to Yu Yangyang flashed through her mind. So it's the sugars that are the problem. I just wanted her to leave Doomsday earlier. It was originally yours, but I didn't expect that she ate my pink skull candy. His special ability is called Pink Skull. Some candies will condense every day, and the girl needs to eat them willingly. The more she eats, the more energy he will absorb when he harvests. And the prettier the girl, the more energy she provides. Relying on this special ability, he has greatly improved his potential, and can now summon many skeletons to fight for him. Yun Shu didn't expect that the few pieces of candy at that time would harm Yu Yangyang. Although she was not familiar with her, she had never had any conflicts with her, and the two got along well with each other. What's more, this dead man originally wanted to kill himself. It was not logical for her to let him go, so she swung out her lightsaber and slashed at him quickly. Then I will also send you away from Doomsday to die. Lin He also reacted quickly. He was a student of this military academy before the apocalypse, and his fighting skills were much better than those of Yun Shu, a self-taught half-baked one. Moreover, by absorbing the life energy of the girls, his control over his supernatural powers became very strong, and his 5 senses were also well developed. Yun Shu swung his lightsaber at him, he could always dodge it easily. Since you already know my secret, I can't keep you here. What a pity! You could have been very delicious. Lin He dodged the attack of the lightsaber, and raised his hand. Some black smoke came out from the ground, and 4 skeletons crawled out. Brother! Don't do this! Lin Zhu ran over and tried to hold his brother back. But he was swept by Lin He's arm, hit against the wall and fainted. Oh, you're a fool who can't accomplish anything great. Yun Shu looked at these skeletons emitting black smoke, and wondered what the hell these things were. She had always known that some people had special abilities. But this is a little too special. The skeletons rushed forward, and Yun Shu slashed at them with his lightsaber. The skeletons were scattered on the ground in an instant. But they quickly regrouped and continued to move forward. A true undead warrior. Finally, Yun Shu didn't have time to defend himself against one of the skeletons, and it got close to him. It stretched out the bone spur in its hand and stabbed towards Yun Shu. Panda headband on Yun Shu's head flashed, and then the panda's ears trembled, and a translucent bubble appeared, making it impossible for the bone spur to penetrate at all. Lin He frowned. This woman actually had a strange energy shield protecting her? But it doesn't matter. His skeleton soldiers are not hungry, tired or dead, so even if they are exhausted, they can still kill Yun Shu. Don't resist anymore. Wouldn't it be nice to be my food? When I become the king of the apocalypse one day, you should be happy as a part of me. There was madness in his eyes, as if he had seen himself standing at the pinnacle of power. The leadership of this small base was seized by him relying on his ability. It was only to make it easier for him to continue sucking the life energy of other girls that he let her father be the apparent manager. In fact, the entire base is under his control. But his goal is bigger. How could he be willing to stop at this small base? Although this woman was brought by people from the peace base, no one came to pick her up for several days, so he dared to take action. Just when he was feeling proud, a male voice suddenly came from behind him. You dare to touch my people? Chapter 59, Bringing Back Yang. Gu Paisai appeared in the corridor at some point. Wherever he stood, his aura was enough to make people ignore the skeletons that pounced on him. Without waiting for the skeleton to get close, Gu Paisai raised his hand and pointed his finger, and Lin He collapsed on the ground and started crying. The skeletons also disappeared in an instant. Lin He felt suddenly extremely sad in his heart. He cried and couldn't think of anything else. As soon as he thought about anything else, his emotions seemed to be tightly trapped by some invisible threads and he couldn't control himself at all. Yun Shu watched the skeletons in front of him disappear, put away the lightsaber in his hand, and looked at the person who came. It turned out that Pei Si, the god of wealth, had arrived. She quickly helped Ji Yangyang, who was lying on the ground, up and reached out to check her breath. It's already very weak. Gu Paisai looked at the emotionally broken Lin He and kicked him. Lin He fainted instantly. He pulled out the gun in his hand, intending to kill him directly. Unexpectedly, Lin Shua, who had woken up, stood in front of Lin He. Sir, please show some mercy. My brother was originally trying to make the base better, but it was his ability that changed his temperament and caused him to become like this. Gu Paisai tilted the muzzle of his gun and said, Get out of here. Lin Shua still refused to give in. Sir, although his ability is immoral and harmful, the reason why our base can survive and shelter so many people is because of his ability. As long as my father and I keep an eye on him, he will never kill anyone again. Please. Gu Paisai frowned slightly. I killed him because he touched the people I brought with me. After saying that, he flashed to the side and fired without hesitation for a second. If this base is maintained by a psychopath who loses control and kills people, it will be destroyed soon. Kill him and find a suitable person to take over the management of this base. Lin Shua fell to the ground as the gunshots sounded. No! Bro! He hugged Lin He and started crying, while Yun Shu planned to take Yu Yangyang away with him. Can we take her back with us? Gu Paisai put away his gun and said, Okay, let's go. Yu Yangyang is too weak now and needs medicine and nutritious food. She may recover if she stays safely in the hotel. After all, it was my actions that implicated her. Anyway, there aren't that many guests in the hotel right now. I can wait until she wakes up and recovers a little, and then send her back to the base if she wants. This made Yun Shu feel better. She actually felt somewhat grateful to Lin Shua. All the things that happened before were actually because he wanted to remind himself to stay away from here. But all the causes and effects are between him and his brother. Yun Shu and Gu Paisai returned to the peace base. She held Yu Yangyang in her arms, so Gu Paisai sent her directly to the hotel branch. Thank you for giving me a ride. Whenever you want to eat, just come here. You'll be full. Gu Paisai couldn't help but smile when he heard Yun Shu's simple thanks. After Gu Paisai left, Yun Shu settled Yu Yangyang into the guest room. Who is this boss? The elf flew over after smelling the stranger's scent, and asked curiously as Yun Shu put her on the bed. Before Gu Paisai left, Yun Shu gave him a few bars of chocolate and asked him to help her find a doctor. Now she is sitting by Yu Yangyang's bed waiting for the doctor to come. Don't mention it. I went out and hurt the little girl badly. Yun Shu shook her head. How could this happen? She should have known not to give her candy. My parents taught me since I was young not to eat candies given by strangers. How come I forgot this good habit after the end of the world? Although he didn't eat it himself, he gave it to Yu Yangyang. Is she still alive? I am alive, but I feel like I am not far from not being alive. The elf didn't ask Yun Shu what he wanted to do. He flew away silently to get some water. The boss must have not slept well or eaten well on this trip. While Yun Shu was waiting, she was not idle. She went to check the hotel's accounts. In order to prevent any mistakes during her absence, only the branch store was opened and the main store was not opened. Now the branch earns 2,200 crystal core points by selling food. That vending machine also earned 200 crystal core points. So she now has 2,400 crystal core points. The elf is currently at level 3, and it requires 4,000 crystal core points to upgrade to level 4. Still a little short. But now that the branch's business is getting better and better, she still underestimated the purchasing power of people in the big base. I originally thought that no one would spend a lot of money on food in the apocalypse. But as long as there are people, there will be classes and the gap between the rich and the poor. For example, although there are many people now who do not have enough food to eat, are hungry and cold, and even many people are starving to death. But there are still many wealthy people who come here to order food almost every day. In other words, Yun Shu did not start a takeaway business in the branch, otherwise there would be no delivery man in the store, and he would probably run himself to death. Ning Yu came back from the main store at this time and saw Yun Shu coming back. Shu, you're finally back. I've closed my shop. I'll stay here to help you from now on. Yeah, Yuzu, I brought someone back. She's going to recuperate in the guest room for a few days. After telling Ning Yu what happened, she couldn't help but worry for Yun Shu. Oh my god, it's a good thing you didn't eat those candies. Come on, have a drink I made to calm your nerves. As she spoke, she handed Yun Shu a glass of blue juice. Yun Shu took a sip and found it was a blueberry-flavored sparkling drink. The doctor came soon. There were 2 people in total. One was a famous medical expert before the end of the world. He was proficient in both Chinese and Western medicine, but he did not have any special powers. However, with his medical skills, he was able to get along well in the base. The second person gained healing abilities. But now the supernatural power is not fully developed and can only treat some minor injuries. But healing abilities are rare and valuable, and Yun Shu didn't expect Gu Paisai to send her a healing person. Please come in, both of you. Please help me take a look at this girl's injuries. Yun Shu opened the glass door and invited them in, and stuffed an apple into each of their hands. They were stunned for a moment, then quickly stuffed the apples into their pockets, smiling more and more. Okay, Miss Yun, you're welcome. Yeah, you're very welcome. With Yun Shu's help and Gu Paisai's instructions, the 2 worked very hard in the treatment. This girl's heart meridians are damaged and her internal organs are exhausted. If it were before the end of the world, we could prescribe some Chinese medicine to nourish her a little, but this is impossible in today's world. She is not in danger of death at the moment. The doctor felt Yu Yangyang's pulse and said, The healing psychic tried to repair Yu Yangyang's heart meridians, but because the damage was too serious, it was only partially effective. How about this? In the next few days, the 2 of us will come every 3 days. After 3 or 4 treatments, this girl should be able to wake up. Chapter 60 Yuan Zhuang's Family. Okay, thank you both for your help. Yun Shu was relieved. As long as there was a treatment method, it would be fine. As for the reward, he could use the supplies in the hotel at will. He just needed to give some food and other supplies. Ning Yu saw the doctor leave and said, A few people came from the main store. Yun Shu rubbed his temples when he heard this. Who is it? I don't know. Anyway, since our store is closed, they live in the house next door. Ji Bing leads the alien species nearby to clean them up every day, so it's safe. I'll go and take a look. Before Yun Shu left, he said that the main store would be temporarily closed, perhaps because some customers had come. She stood up, took the key, summoned a portal, and entered the main store. The main store was tidied up by Dumbo. It has been obsessed with cartoons recently, and after cleaning up, it started watching the cartoons that Yun Shu prepared for it. Yun Shu came, but I didn't see him. It waited until Yun Shu started talking before it excitedly moved closer. Boss! Yun Shu touched her head and asked Ning Yu who followed her. Where do those people live, Yuzu? Over there, the 2nd floor of that 3-story building. Ning Yu pointed to the building opposite. That man comes every evening to see if we're open. What does he look like? Yun Shu asked. If he was a guest, it would be bad to keep him waiting for a long time. If he was someone looking for trouble, it would be bad to keep luck waiting for a long time. She was anxious to collect 1,000 luck points to open the blind box. He looked like a very honest man.
He was very nice and said he wanted to thank you. He brought his wife and daughter with him. He even asked me yesterday when I would be back.
Yun Shu instantly remembered who this person was.
It's Yuan Zhuang,
the big brother who accidentally got teleported here naked after tearing up the advertisement. As they were talking, Yun Shu's stomach started to growl.
Ningyi laughed. You must be hungry after going out for a walk. I'm telling you, I'm going to be so hungry after you left that I couldn't help but spend some money to buy a plate of shredded potatoes.
Yun Shu and she looked at each other and laughed together.
Then eat more today, let's go.
They ordered several dishes and ate them with relish. It is so delicious to have the little sisters around, and the meal is so satisfying. Until both of them started to burp, it was time to reach the final stage. Whoever ordered it gets to eat it. In the end, the two of them didn't waste any food and finished it all. In the end, they were so full that they were too lazy to move. At this time, the doorbell of the hotel rang.
Who is it?
Yun Shu asked.
That big brother must be here again.
They walked out and saw that it was indeed him. As soon as Yuan Zhuang saw Yun Shu, he immediately smiled and waved. He had been waiting for the girl who saved his entire family, and he wanted to stay in the hotel this time. After his wife and children were held hostage last time, he vowed to take the initiative and stop hiding. Along the way, he kept looking for opportunities to kill lone aliens. Although the journey was dangerous, fortunately I managed to save up some crystal cores. He looked at the clean and bright hotel in front of him, touched the 6 primary crystal cores in his pocket, and his heart was beating fast. I don't know if these can be accommodated.
Yun Shu opened the door. Brother Yuan, how did you get here?
Yuan Zhuang chuckled.
We walked here, a little late, and when we arrived, we heard this girl say that you were not in the store. I came here this time to really thank you. Also, I plan to stay here with my wife and daughter. I wonder how much is it for one night? 1 night in a single room, 3 primary crystal cores. 1 night in a double room, 5 primary crystal cores.
Yuan Zhuang guessed that the price would not be low. After all, it was very warm in here and absolutely safe. As long as I can move in, my wife and children will be absolutely safe. He took out the 6 crystal cores and scratched his head embarrassedly.
Is it okay for me, my wife and children to live in a single room? Of course, but the room is small and a bit crowded. I can get you 2 more quilts so you can sleep on the floor,
Yun Shu said. Yuan Zhuang immediately thanked him profusely, asked for 2 nights, and vowed to go out and kill the aliens today.
Thank you, Sister Yun. I'll go get my wife and daughter right away.
His face was all smiles. After a while, he brought back his wife and daughter. His wife is Su Xiaowei and his daughter is Yuan Jingjing. The moment Su Xiaowei saw Yun Shu, she bowed deeply.
My benefactor, you left in a hurry last time, and I didn't have time to thank you properly. If it weren't for you, our family would be ruined.
Yun Shu waved his hand.
You're welcome, you're welcome. Just stay here and relax. As long as you don't go out, this place is absolutely safe.
Yuan Jingjing had big eyes and looked around curiously.
Mom, it's so warm here. I love it here so much.
She reached out and tugged at the corner of Su Xiaowei's clothes, whispering.
Yuan Zhuang picked up his daughter and said, Jingjing likes it. We will try to stay here from now on. You and Mom will stay in the room while Dad goes to make money.
Yun Shu pointed to room 02 and said,
Yes, please stay in room 02 first.
Ji Bing is living at room 1 now. Ning Yu lives in the owner's house of the branch. Only room 02 is vacant. After settling the mother and daughter, Yuan Zhuang wanted to go out and kill the aliens. As a result, he happened to run into Ji Bing, who was attracting alien species from afar.
Oh my god, why is this girl bringing alien species here?
Yuan Zhuang looked at the 3 alien species chasing Ji Bing, and couldn't help but worry for her. At the same time, we can't help but worry that alien species will break into the hotel.
Get out of the way!
Ji Bing ran in breathlessly. He stopped inside the air wall, holding his knees and catching his breath, and then the 3 alien species crashed into the air wall. Ji Bing easily killed the 3 alien species one by one with his sword, leaving Yuan Zhuang stunned. This is so simple? Just like that, she killed 3 alien species?
Girl, what did those 3 run into just now?
Seeing that he was a new guest and staying in the same hotel, Ji Bing did not hide anything and told him openly about the bug in the air wall that killed aliens. Yuan Zhuang slapped his thigh and said, "There is such a good idea. Girl, are you willing to cooperate with me?" Seeing that he was straightforward and his tone and gesture seemed quite honest, Ji Bing said, "Maybe. What do you mean?" "I have Earth-related abilities. Let's go together to lure the monsters, kill them and take the crystal cores. This way we can help each other." Ji Bing usually goes to attract alien species by himself, and sometimes he is indeed a little scared. After all, you never know when you might fail due to carelessness. It's naturally a good thing to have a partner. But how do you calculate the crystal core? Of course we can, but what about the crystal cores we get? And there's also the matter of cleaning up the alien corpses. Yuan Zhuang thought about it and said, "How about this? After all, you told me this method. You take 6 of the crystal cores and I take 4. As for the corpses, I have more strength, so I will take care of them." Chapter 61, The Alien Species, Ran Away? Ji Bing was not one to take advantage, so he waved his hand and said, "No, we'll clean up the body together, and as for the crystal core, we'll split it 50-50. Seeing that Yuan Zhuang was able to protect his wife and children by himself, she thought that his supernatural powers must be very high. Who is more capable between her and him? A 50-50 split would make the relationship between the two of them more balanced. She doesn't want to cause dissatisfaction among her teammates just for those few crystal cores. When Yuan Zhuang heard this, he was sure to agree. "Okay, that's definitely no problem. Thank you, sister. I haven't formally introduced myself yet. My name is Yuan Zhuang, and my special ability is Earth. I can summon earth spikes, earth walls, and the like." Ji Bing stretched out his hand. "Hello, Ji Bing, I have the wood ability. I can summon vines." The two men shook hands politely, and temporarily formed a team to hunt alien species. "I'll clean up the ones I just killed first." The 3 or 4 alien species that Ji Bing had just killed were now lying at the door of the store. Ji Bing dug for a while and only found a primary crystal core. She rubbed the blood stain on the crystal core on the alien's rags and put it in her pocket. Yuan Zhuang stood behind her with a sense of propriety. When he saw that she had finished finding the crystal core, he stepped forward and offered to help her clean up. "There is no fire-related psychic in the store, so I have to light the fire myself." But the alien's clothes were very damp, and it was difficult to light them with a lighter. Ji Bing could only conjure up some dry vines, wrap them around the corpse, and then set them on fire. "I hope the fire can attract other alien species. Or how about we just buy a big speaker?" Ji Bing said with an idea. Yun Shu, who was standing by, heard this and thought that this idea might actually work. "My hotel is located in a not very prosperous area, so there aren't many alien species and only a few of them come by every day. If the entire announcement is made at the entrance of the hotel, it can not only attract alien species for the guests to kill, but also attract nearby fugitives and turn them into potential guests." "I think so, Elf. Can we get a voice broadcast or something? Or do I need to buy equipment separately?" The elf was lying on the table covered with a small blanket, basking in the sun. When he heard himself being cued, he squinted his eyes lazily. "Boss, our hotel doesn't have a loudspeaker installed. If you want that, you can go to Taobao and buy a loudspeaker or something like that." "Well, it seems I still have to spend money. The hotel now has 2,870 crystal core points in its account, and the amount is gradually increasing with the sales of food and beverage in its branches and sporadic sales from vending machines." She turned on the computer and searched for the speaker. Just like in the previous life, there are all kinds of things, but the prices are different. There are crystal core points ranging from dozens to tens of thousands. The only difference is that she can't see the product reviews. She doesn't know if there are no other store owners or if they simply don't allow her to see the reviews. Finally, Yun Shu chose a speaker with 270 crystal core points. The system allowed her to choose the color and location she wanted to install it, and said it could be installed automatically. As soon as she placed the order, a small white trumpet with wings appeared in front of her. Then it fluttered its wings and flew out of the glass door. The wings disappeared with a pop, and it was embedded on it. What a fully automatic installation! It's really fully autonomous. Then Yun Shu can set the volume and words on the computer. She thought about it and set up the loudspeaker to shout. Survivors, come here and exchange crystal cores for supplies. Medicines and food, everything you need. Simple and unpretentious. As for the volume, she didn't turn it up very high. It was about the volume of an adult shouting. It can be heard within 100 or 200 meters. If it is too far away, it may attract too many alien species, making it inconvenient to clean up the corpses. Once it's set up, it just works. This speaker is relatively cheap and you can't choose the sound effects, but you can record your own. Yun Shu thought about it and decided to let Yuan Zhuang, who had a simple and honest buff, to record the video. After the recording was completed, the small speaker started to sound. Survivors, come here and exchange crystal cores for supplies. Medicines, food, everything you need. The sound of shouting can be blocked inside the hotel, but it can be heard outside the hotel. After a while, 2 alien species were attracted, and Yuan Zhuang and Ji Bing were very excited. They could even imagine a future in which their pockets were filled with crystal cores and they became wealthy. But unexpectedly, one of the 2 alien species came here first and was quickly killed by Ji Bing, and the other one saw its companion dead and stopped moving forward. Instead, he turned and ran away. What the hell? Did I just see it right? That was an alien species, right? Ji Bing rubbed his eyes. Yuan Zhuang was also stunned and nodded. I saw it too, it ran away. Yun Shu ran to the glass door with a serious expression, raised his mobile phone and turned on the video, recording the process of the alien escaping. Boss Yun, have you ever seen such a situation? Although it was broad daylight, Ji Bing felt creepy. Alien species are beginning to seek benefits and avoid harm. What does this mean? The answer is self-evident. Yun Shu shook his head. I've never seen it. Aliens are supposed to have no consciousness. They are just monsters controlled by terrible instincts. But once this kind of monster has intelligence... She stopped talking and the hotel fell silent. The relaxed atmosphere just now was gone, and everyone was worried about the future. You guys stay in the hotel. Even if you want to hunt alien species, try not to go far away. I have to go out for a while. Yun Shu instructed Ji Bing. Then he pulled Ning Yu over and said, Yuzi, help me look after these 2 stores. And don't go out. I'll be back soon. Ning Yu also looked nervous and nodded. Shu, you must pay attention to safety. Don't worry, I won't go outside. I'll go to the base. She wants to go find Pei Si. What just happened was of great significance, and she had to tell the base about this discovery. Although she could keep silent, as a human being, she had an instinctive fear when faced with the evolution of alien races, and she wanted to do something for her own kind instead of hiding in the hotel. So she turned the key and came to the base branch. Then he took out his cell phone and sent a message to Gu Paisai. Yun Shu, Pei Si, are you free? I want to show you something. Gu Paisai, who was attending a meeting at the base, suddenly felt his cell phone vibrate. He took it out and looked at it. Han Jiao tilted his head and asked in a low voice, Wan is looking for you again? He did not approve of his sister Han Jiao pursuing Gu Paisai. After all, for so many years, the goddess had always been interested in the king, but he was ruthless. But his sister was determined to go down this path to the end, and he could do nothing about it. Gu Paisai said coldly, Shut up and have your meeting. Then he returned to Yun Shu. Pei Si, what's the matter? He knew that Yun Shu would not contact him for no reason. There must be something going on. Chapter 62. Send me back. Yun Shu, you may not believe this, but I saw an alien species running away. Where were you? I'll show you the video. Their cell phones now have limited functionality and cannot transmit videos remotely, so they can only show it to him in person. Gu Paisai knew that this matter was not simple at first glance. He immediately thought of the organized group of alien species he encountered when rescuing those experts. Pei Si, wait for me in your store. After sending it, he stood up and left. Hey! Where are you going? The meeting isn't over yet. Han Jiao shouted in vain at his back, and had no choice but to take over his place and continue the meeting. It took Gu Paisai only a few seconds to appear in front of Yun Shu's store. He did not change his clothes and was still wearing the commander's uniform with the highest command emblem on his chest. He pushed the door open and saw Yun Shu in the living room.
Look, I just recorded it.
Yun Shu didn't bother to be polite, and showed him the video on his phone. The two were very close, and Yun Shu could even feel the chill he brought with him. On the phone, there was a short video clip of an alien species escaping.
Give me your phone temporarily and I'll return it to you later. This matter is very serious and may overturn the current survival status of mankind.
Yun Shu nodded. She didn't really care about the phone. After all, the only function of this phone is to call Gu Paisai over.
Here you go. So the alien species has gained consciousness?
Gu Paisai's tone slowed down a bit.
Not necessarily, it could be that a supernatural being who can control alien species has appeared. Don't be too nervous, but don't go out too much recently. I'm leaving first. Okay, tell me if you have any news.
After saying this, Gu Paisai hurried back. The next moment he appeared at the meeting. Now the base's logistics officer was reporting on the cultivation of greenhouse plants. Gu Paisai simply waved his hand, and the logistics officer immediately understood and handed over the microphone with both hands. Present at this meeting were the most important figures in the base, and there were no irrelevant people. Gu Paisai took over and told him about the organized alien group they encountered during the rescue, as well as the escaped alien today. After hearing this, the dozen or so senior executives at the scene all lost their composure. The meeting exploded. Everyone immediately ignored other topics in the meeting, and this matter instantly became the top priority. The most excited one was Ling Si. He was conducting an experiment in which he discovered abnormal brain wave activity in an alien species. The experimental subject was the fetus of the pregnant alien species brought back by Chu Jiuzhou's team. So he had the conjecture that alien species might evolve intelligence. I didn't expect that. There is now evidence. As long as we can find an alien species with abnormal behavior, the progress of the experiment will hopefully be greatly increased.
Commander Gu, you must help me get an abnormal alien living experimental subject.
Ling Si looked excited and ran to the stage without paying attention to the rules. Many of the senior executives sitting in the seats also stood up to discuss. Gu Paisai knocked on the table. Everyone became quiet.
In the next few days, I will lead the team to search for abnormal living beings. All command affairs in the base will be temporarily handed over to Adjutant Han Jiao.
Han Jiao stood up and saluted.
Yes.
This matter was settled for the time being. The base intensified its research on alien species, and the base director not only began to pay attention to alien species, but also discovered Yun Shu's unusual store. Because the video was shot from Yun Shu's store, if we follow that angle, maybe we can find the strange creature faster. Although Gu Paisai is very capable, the base commander has some concerns about this rising star. So the base commander called his confidants.
Go investigate where the video was recorded.
Yes. The confidant instantly disappeared into the darkness and merged with the shadow. Yun Shu told Gu Paisai about this. She still couldn't feel completely relieved. But she didn't have any good way to investigate this matter. We can only wait for some results from the base. So she simply ate some fruit to calm herself down, and just in time the doctor who treated Yu Yang came again. These two doctors have come twice. It is said that Yu Yang is being well taken care of and her condition has improved a lot. I guess he'll wake up if he does it again. Yun Shu leaned against the door and watched them treat Yu Yang. Within 10 minutes, Yu Yang moved his fingers and slowly opened his eyes.
Great, he's awake.
The two doctors stood up happily. Although Yu Yang was extremely weak, he still immediately turned his body alertly, leaned his back against the wall, and reached for his waist to get the gun. But I found that I had changed into white cotton pajamas without knowing when. It was Ning Yuyu who changed it for her. She hadn't taken a shower, so her face was still dirty and black, but the paleness of her lips told how bad her condition was. Yun Shu pressed his hands down, signaling her to calm down.
Yang, it's okay, you are safe.
When Yu Yang saw Yun Shu, he let down his guard a little and began to observe the surrounding environment. Here, it's so clean and warm, and everything is white and spotless. As clean as Miss Yun Shu. She opened her mouth and wanted to ask where this was, but she couldn't speak because of her chapped lips and hoarse throat.
This is where?
The elf went to get a glass of water, and Yun Shu supported Yu Yang and motioned for her to drink some.
This is my hotel. Lin He originally wanted to kill me, but he didn't expect that the accident would affect you, so I took you to the hotel for recuperation. Drink some water.
Yu Yang didn't drink. Yun Shu knew that what she drank was poisonous, so she drank a sip herself.
Nothing's wrong, drink it. If I wanted to hurt you, I would have done it when you were dizzy.
Yu Yang then started drinking the water that Yun Shu handed to her. After drinking a glass of water, she felt her throat felt a little better, but her limbs still had no strength at all.
What's wrong with me?
She didn't remember anything, she just knew that her eyes went dark all of a sudden.
I'll explain it to you in a moment.
Seeing that Yu Yang was fine, the two doctors hurried back to Gupaisai to claim credit and said goodbye politely. Yun Shu still gave each of them an apple as a thank you gift. After seeing off the two doctors, Yun Shu sat beside Yu Yang's bed and peeled an orange.
It's like this. Lin He in your base is a pervert. You know he had a lot of scandals before, right? In fact, those girls were killed by him, or eaten by him. Those candies were the medium for him to suck the girls' health points. But because I gave you the candies, you were implicated. Sorry.
When Yu Yang heard this, her eyes widened instantly and her fingers trembled.
You mean, if you eat that candy you will die? Almost.
Yu Yang changed her usual indifference and said in a trembling voice,
Send me back. Send me back.
Yun Shu didn't know what was wrong with her.
What's wrong with you? Don't get excited. I'll take you back.
Chapter 63, Xiexinglan. It is neither difficult nor easy for Yun Shu to send her back. It just requires spending instant transfer tickets. Voucher that can be used by 2 people is worth 1,000 crystal core points during the discount period. I don't know how much it is now. She opened the computer and was like, 3,500 crystal core points for 1 ticket?
No, this price increase is a bit too outrageous, isn't it?
Yun Shu asked the elf in shock. The elf scratched his head.
These instant transmission coupons sold on Taobao are all sold by the same store chain. They must have the final say. Maybe the store owner is in a bad mood recently. The usual price is around 1,500.
All right. It's a monopoly business, no wonder the pricing is so arbitrary. But if that's the case, I can't afford it, so how can I send Yu Yang back?
Yang, I was planning to send you back after you recover. This place is 40 to 50 kilometers away from your base. I'm afraid your current body can't bear it,
Yun Shu said. It's not that I'm reluctant to give her the crystal core points. I was originally planning to send them back, but I'm really short of money now. Yu Yang was obviously in a bad mood. She staggered off the bed and fell because she had no strength.
No need to send me off. I can go back by myself.
Yun Shu didn't pull her, but said seriously.
No matter what your reason is, you will die if you go out now. If you really want to go, then go. I brought you back for treatment because I didn't want to cause regrets on my conscience due to my unintentional mistakes. Now that you insist on going out, I won't stop you.
Yu Yang stopped, slid down the wall weakly and fell to the ground.
I gave all the candy you gave me to my little sister. She insisted on leaving one piece for me, so I ate it.
As she said this, she hugged herself helplessly, buried her head in her arms and started crying.
I just want to know if my little sister is still alive.
There is a big age gap between her and her younger sister, a full 12 years. They grew up like half mother and daughter. Now in the apocalypse, her younger sister is her only family left. When Yun Shu heard this, his heart sank. She didn't know whether the pink skull had killed Yu Yang's little sister, so she could only comfort Yu Yang.
When you fainted that day, Lin He only absorbed the breath that drifted from your direction, and there was no other breath. Maybe his ability can't hurt the child? Don't worry too much, we can think of a way to send a message to your base.
Upon hearing this, Yu Yang seemed to have found her spiritual support again. She raised her head and nodded at Yun Shu with tears in her eyes.
Thank you, Miss Yun. I know that all this was caused by Lin He. You saved me out of kindness, but I really care about my younger sister. I hope you can. It's okay. I understand.
Yun Shu helped her up and said,
Go back to your room and rest for a while.
Yun Shu to ask Pei Si, the god of wealth, for help now. After all, the alien incident just happened. He looks anxious and must be very busy. He can only find other ways first. She was not familiar with the other people in the base, but it was the end of the world now. The management mechanisms were not perfect, and no one had time to take care of the matter of accepting gifts. As long as she gave enough intentions, it would always be easier to ask others to do things for her. She has endless supplies, so wouldn't it be easy for her to find someone to do the job? However, before Yun Shu went to look for the people from the base came to him first. It was already afternoon, and only a little sunlight cast faint shadows. There is only one shadow that is darker. From a distance, it looks like a drop of ink. And this drop of ink is still moving. When we reached the glass door, the black shadow gradually became three-dimensional, and it turned out to be a person. Still wearing all black, but very thick. Yun Shu tacitly agreed to let him in. After he came in, the man nodded slightly and said, "Hello, are you Miss Yun?" Yun Shu took a look at his clothes and saw that he was obviously from the base, and there was a black moon on his shoulder. "It's me, what's going on?" Judging from the man's attire and abilities, he is a guy with a crystal core and a very high luck value. At this moment, Yun Shu silently said in his mind, "Tell me you are here to cause trouble, tell me you don't want to live anymore." Unfortunately, the other party was very polite. "I apologize for disturbing you, Miss Yun. The video of the alien escaping that you submitted has been submitted. The base commander attaches great importance to it, so he sent me to ask you to tell us about the situation at that time. Of course, this is if you are willing." Yun Shu thought about it, and realized that when he gave his phone to Pei Si, he had not mentioned the possibility of such a process. "But I'm not afraid because I have the invincibility buff." "Now that we've talked about the disadvantages, what about the advantages?" Yun Shu said. "It would be a waste of business if I go there by myself, there must be some benefit, right?" Xie Xinglan didn't expect the girl to say that, and couldn't help but laugh. "The hotel you run should rely mainly on catering revenue. If you go, I think the base commander will consider purchasing supplies in bulk directly." "Wow, you made sufficient preparations before coming here." Yun Shu was moved. But at the same time, there is also a little doubt. This man mentioned the matter of supplies, so the so-called base commander was not aware of the supplies that Pei Si de Kaishan purchased before? "Okay, wait a moment then." Yun Shu took out the panda headband and put it on, giving himself an invincibility buff, and put the lightsaber on his waist. He also spent 500 crystal cores to buy an instant teleportation ticket that he could use. There is no price increase for a single person. Put a few pieces of chocolate in his pocket and set off with Jie Xinglan. Jie Xinglan can only blend into the shadow, but cannot teleport like Gu Paisai, let alone bring others with him. So they had no choice but to walk over. Although there are cars and other things available in Doomsday, Yun Shu's store is not far from the base's government building, so there is no need to take a car. It will only take 20 to 30 minutes to walk there. Many people looked at them along the way, because as the base commander's right-hand man, most people knew Xie Xinglan. He is also like a spokesperson for the base commander. Xie Xinglan has an outstanding appearance, with fair skin, a pair of peach blossom eyes and black curly hair, which attracts a lot of attention. Wherever he stands, he looks like a playboy from a wealthy family. Yun Shu's appearance is even more impressive, and when the two of them stand together, they naturally attract countless people's attention. "When did Miss Yun come to open the store? If I had known there was such a good store on Commercial Street No. 2, our first meeting would not be now," Xie Xinglan said as they walked. "Not long ago, my formalities were all complete and the procedures were compliant." Yun Shu kept a distance of 1 meter from him, and his tone left a distance of 800 meters. She always felt that this person had a lot of tricks at first glance. Chapter 64. Meeting the Base Commander. "Of course it is compliant. Miss Yun's store only sells delicious food. It has become very famous in the base recently." Xie Xinglan continued to speak intentionally or unintentionally. After he knew that Commander Gu Paisai had instructed Yun Shu to handle all the formalities, he began to pay attention to this strange and special hotel. "No, since it's called a hotel, you can naturally book a room. Haven't you ever stayed in a hotel before the end of the world?" Yun Shu also deliberately pretended to be stupid and answered, "I've never stayed in such a special hotel. We're here, please come in, Miss Yun." When they arrived downstairs at the government building, Yun Shu saw about a dozen soldiers with special abilities standing on duty in front of the door. When they saw that the person coming was Xie Xinglan, they automatically bowed and made way for him to pass. He stretched out his palm and swiped his fingerprint, and the door of the building opened. The government building seemed to be a slightly renovated former government hall, and Yun Shu could vaguely recognize some of it. There were still staff members coming and going inside, but the difference from before was that they were all wearing thicker clothes and not as neat and tidy as before. At most you won't be hungry or cold. The elevator was still open, worthy of being a government building, but it only went to the top floor. That is, the office floors of each high-level building. Xie Xinglan scanned his fingerprints as usual and took Yun Shu up the elevator. The decoration of the top floor was slightly different. The floor and walls were cleaner, and there was no difference from before the end of the world. Xie Xinglan took Yun Shu to the base director's office and knocked on the door. A middle-aged man's voice came from inside. "Come in." So Xie Xinglan opened the door and made a gesture of invitation. Yun Shu stepped in. What came into view was a large floor-to-ceiling window. In front of the window was a large desk covered with various documents and books. A middle-aged man wearing a warm bib shirt and a thick suit was sitting at the desk. When he saw Yun Shu come in, he smiled and pointed to the chair opposite him. "Ms. Yun, please take a seat." Xie Xinglan stood aside and disappeared into the darkness. Yun Shu was not polite and sat down opposite the base commander. "Hello, base commander." Hello. I've heard that a new store has opened on the commercial street. It's been very popular recently. Even my little daughter is clamoring to go there for dinner." Base Commander Han Lingzhen took off his black-rimmed glasses, picked up the teapot on the small coffee table next to the table, and poured a cup of tea for Yun Shu. Yun Shu took it but didn't drink it. "We just opened the shop not long ago, and you are welcome to come anytime you want." Han Lingzhen took a sip of tea, and the cup was still steaming. "We dare not let her run around recently. There is a suspicion that the alien species has evolved a second mutation. If it is true, then there will be unrest again." He led the topic to the matter of the alien species. "Miss Yun witnessed the alien species escape with her own eyes. Can you tell me the specific situation at that time?" "The situation is exactly like the video I recorded. It was originally a customer of my store hunting aliens, but one of them actually ran away on its own. I only had time to record it for a few seconds." Yun Shu knew that the base commander must have watched that video 800 times, so he said it directly. Han Lingzhen cleared his throat and took another sip of tea. "Ms. Yun did record it in time. I wonder where did Miss Yun get the newly developed mobile phone from Peace?" Yun Shu then realized why the old man had called him here. He had told Pei Si about the strange creature he had seen, but he had not seen Pei Si along the way. Moreover, the old man did not even know that the phone was given to him by Pei Si, which meant that they were probably not from the same faction in terms of political views. Pei Si holds the power of purchasing and might be the confidant of the leader of another faction. That's why this old man came to test his opinion. "This is my private matter. I'm sorry, that's all I know. If you don't have any other business matters, then I'll hurry back to do my business," Yun Shu said and wanted to get up. Han Lingzhen really spoke up. "Wait, Miss Yun, be patient, there are certainly business matters. I heard rumors circulating among the people recently that Miss Yun has a large amount of supplies. I wonder if it's true or false?" Yun Shu was waiting for him to mention this to her, so she sat down again. "Real." Han Lingzhen knew that the source of her supplies must be complicated, and from the previous question, he could tell that this little girl was very vigilant, and not someone who would fear power, so he did not continue to ask rashly. "The development of the base is inseparable from supplies, whether it is food, medicine, or basic daily necessities, the base needs them all. If Miss Yun is willing to contribute to the peace base, she can also join in the management of the base." "What do you mean, you just want to get it for free?" "If I were Baimuan?" Yun Shu smiled and said, "Then I will contribute the power of a piece of chocolate. I can't give more than that. I am not as old as the base. I am just a mediocre businessman. But the price is definitely negotiable. The more the base wants, the more favorable the price will be." As she spoke, she took out a piece of chocolate from her pocket and placed it on the table, which made Xie Xinglan in the shadows try to hold back his laughter. Han Lingzhen was not angry at all. Instead, he burst into laughter. Miss Yun must have been an outstanding entrepreneur before the end of the world. Okay. Then let's talk business. I wonder if it would be convenient for Miss Yun to provide a complete list of hotel items. Yun Shu nodded. No problem. I can give it to you tomorrow. But I wonder if you can do me a small favor? If the old man makes a request to me, I have to make a request in return. Ms. Yun, please speak. I have a friend whose family is in another base. I wonder if I can contact the people in that base to see if her family is okay? This was the fastest way Yun Shu could think of to help Yu Yang find out about her sister. Sure, no problem, Xiao Xie. Xie Xinglan immediately appeared from the shadows. Take Miss Yun to the contact office. Also, pick her up at her store tomorrow. Okay, that's all for today. Yun Shu stood up and saw Han Lingjian extending his hand, so she reached out and shook it. Xie Xinglan's expression changed slightly when he saw Han Lingjian extending his hand. Miss Yun, please follow me. After Yun Shu followed him out, the smile on Han Lingjian's face disappeared and he put on his glasses again. His ability is poison. The handshake just now was actually a toxin that could secretly track Yun Shu's body and allow him to know her location, but it was completely useless to her. This woman is indeed unusual, but I don't know what the relationship between her and that kid Gu Paisai is. Chapter 65. Do you know who I am? Xie Xinglan walked in front of Yun Shu and took her downstairs to the liaison room downstairs. Ms. Yun, you can contact the base you want to contact from here, but the signal has not been restored yet, so it is very troublesome to transmit information. I can't tell you the specific method, but it is roughly controlled at around the cross, okay? Can. Xie Xinglan entered the password to verify his fingerprint and pushed the door open. Yun Shu followed him in. The liaison room was about 100 square meters, filled with many different devices and even a few pigeons. The pigeons were not locked up, but stayed quietly in one place. There was a psychic next to them who was feeding them food and occasionally imitating the sound of pigeons. Xie Xinglan saw Yun Shu looking over there, smiled and said, He is a bird speaker. His ability is to communicate with birds, so the old-time pigeon messaging has reappeared in modern times. It took a lot of effort to find a few live pigeons. Everyone's superpowers are really all kinds of weird. There were many liaison officers nearby. Xie Xinglan brought her to a liaison officer who was in his 30s. He was instructing a young liaison officer. Yun Shu couldn't understand what they were saying, as there were a lot of their secret codes in it. Uncle Lu, Xie Xinglan called out with a smile. Lu Yang turned around and patted Xie Xinglan on the shoulder. It's been a few days since we last met. How could you bear to come to my small contact point? What instructions does the base commander have? Xie Xinglan turned sideways. No, it's kind of. This is my new friend, Miss Yun Shu. The base commander asked me to help her contact her friends at Zifeng base. Lu Yang's eyes turned to Yun Shu, and he thought. Great, Xie Xinglan finally got it. He made such a beautiful friend. Yun Shu held out his hand. Hello, Yun Shu. Sorry for the trouble with the contact. Lu Yang took off his gloves and held half of Yun Shu's hand. Hello, since you are Xinglan's friend, we are all family. Don't be polite. Just call me Uncle Lu. Yun Shu smiled politely. Come on, girl, tell me what you want to say. Try to keep it to 10 words, and tell me who you want to say it to. Lu Yang was sitting in front of a complicated machine. Yun Shu walked up to him, thought for a moment, and said, I want to pass a message to Yu Nanuan. She's a little girl who's only about 10 years old. I'm not sure if she's safe. Sure, no problem. Just ask if Yu Nanuan is doing well and can she tell her sister how she is. Okay, I can send it today, but I may not receive a reply today. After all, it's not urgent. I will come again tomorrow. Will I know the exact situation tomorrow? Okay. After getting a positive answer, Yun Shu felt relieved and planned to go back. Xie Xinglan said he wanted to send her back, but Yun Shu refused. Although this guy is good-looking, he always deliberately probes me about things, so it's better to stay away from him. I have finished my own things for the time being, and I guess Yu Yang must be waiting impatiently. Sure enough, as soon as she entered the store, Yu Yang hurried forward. Her face still looked very bad, and she was overly worried. She completely lost the spirit she had a few days ago.
Miss Yun, how is my little sister? Is she okay?
Yu Yangyang's eyes were filled with anxiety and fear. She stared at Yun Shu's lips, fearing that Yun Shu would tell her some bad news. Her heart was pounding, even more frightened than when she first saw the alien.
I have sent a message to your base. There will be news tomorrow. Don't be too anxious, okay?
Yun Shu patted her shoulder. When Yu Yangyang heard this, she gasped for breath. That was good, at least it wasn't news of her younger sister's death. Then she gave a very forced smile.
Thank you, Miss Yun.
She was used to having a cold face because she was the only one taking care of her little sister. If she didn't behave in a more difficult manner, the two orphans would have countless troubles at the end of the world. Fortunately, her special ability was in the lightning department, which had a relatively high potential, so she was able to settle down in the base with her sister. Yun Shu sighed. What was going on? But this is all she can do for Yu Yangyang and her sister. She has neither the mood nor the time to be kind. At this time, it is already very difficult for each family to take care of their own 1 or 3 acres of land. She ignored Yu Yangyang and left her some space to be alone. She sat in front of the computer, got a pen and a notebook from the front desk, and began to record what her hotel could provide. When she was writing, she deliberately did not write about the cheap things such as steamed buns and rice, and only wrote about the expensive ones. Soon a long list emerged. I hope this base can bring me great benefits tomorrow. However, just as she was about to close the shop in the evening, a car arrived at the door. It's really rare. Although we are in the base, driving naturally consumes gasoline and will be very conspicuous, so it must be some wealthy family that has come, either with superpowers or with great power. Ning Yu happened to come over to see if Yun Shu had returned and saw this scene.
Vocal, who is this? It's such a big deal. Doomsday can even drive a car that I couldn't afford before Doomsday. I don't know either. I just hope he's not here to cause trouble.
The driver trotted out of the front car, opened the door of the rear car, and then held up a small umbrella. A girl wearing a Lolita-style skirt and small leather shoes walked down.
Oh my God, this girl is still wearing this clothes. Isn't she afraid of freezing to death?
Ning Yu continued to chatter softly.
But they have cars to pick them up and drop them off, and there's a driver following them. It's definitely different from us, she said to herself.
The glass door opened, and Yun Shu stood up from the front desk and said,
Welcome, please take a seat.
Han Jiawan stamped her feet to shake off the snowflakes on her leather shoes, then raised her chin high and glanced around the hotel. Yun Shu noticed that she still had delicate makeup on her face. Finally, Han Jiawan's gaze stopped on Yun Shu, his eyes full of hostility and a hint of jealousy.
You saw some kind of alien that could run?
When Yun Shu heard her words, he knew that this person was not here to buy anything. He instantly lost the mood to entertain her. He ignored Han Jiawan and sat down, picked up the cup and drank the hot water in small sips. By the way, I was looking for the movie I wanted to watch later on the computer. The elf understood Yun Shu's meaning very cleverly, and sat on the table and said,
Do you two want to buy anything? If not, please go back. Our store will be closed today.
Han Jiawan looked at this exquisite talking, little figurine, in amazement, and the next moment she switched back to her arrogant expression.
What do you mean, you want to chase me away? Do you know who I am?
Yun Shu said without even looking up. Whoever you love. Chapter 66. Open the blind box again. Which young lady ran away again? She was too lazy to pay attention to her. This situation is the most annoying, because I want to open a store in this base, and Pei Si, the god of wealth, is also in the base. I don't want to cause trouble to him, so I can't wipe out others at will. If it were at the main store, all those who came to cause trouble would be wiped out. Han Jiawan had never been wronged like this before. Her face instantly turned red, and she pointed at Yun Shu.
How dare you say that to me? I'll let Dad kick you out right now.
Her driver and bodyguard also tensed his muscles, looking ready to strike at any time.
Shu, we are invincible in the hotel, right? They can't beat us, right?
Ning Yu saw the posture of the big man in black and asked for confirmation.
As long as you're in the hotel, you'll be fine. No one can use their powers. No one can hurt you while I'm here.
Ning Yu listened with admiration.
You are so handsome now, my ziti.
Then he put his hands on his hips and said to Han Jiawan,
Daddy, what's the matter? Is your dadly gang? You are so old and don't understand good or bad words. You dress like a decent person, but why are you so presumptuous when you speak? Han Jiawan turned around and winked at his bodyguard. Why are you still standing there? Don't you see that the two of them are deliberately humiliating me? The bodyguard looked helpless, but what else could the worker do? He had to bite the bullet and do it. Seeing this, the elf flew over and kicked the bodyguard in the stomach. With just a small kick, the sturdy bodyguard fell to the ground and slipped more than a meter. After the burly bodyguard fell to the ground, he simply didn't get up and pretended to groan on the ground to prevent the difficult young lady from continuing to let him have sex with him. Boss! Look how smooth the floor is because of the cleaning I did. He flew 1 meter away. The elf asked for credit excitedly and stretched out his little head for Yun Shu to touch. Han Jiawan was stunned. What just happened? The bodyguard that I carefully selected was kicked down by that little figurine. She was so ashamed and angry that she felt she had never been so embarrassed in her life. She raised her hand and wanted to use her supernatural powers. Her supernatural power is the same as her father's, both of which are poisonous, so Han Lingjian is particularly fond of his little daughter. But when he raised his hand, he found that the supernatural power he was so proud of was completely useless. This made her feel scared. She kicked the bodyguard's leg and cried, "Why don't you leave now? You are such a disgrace. Did they hire you to sleep on someone's floor? You are not even as good as a small figurine." Having said that, he ran outside. Yun Shu quickly added, "If you feel embarrassed, don't come next time. Bye." Han Jiawan was so angry that he staggered and almost fell in the snow. Seeing that his young lady was finally willing to leave, the bodyguard said to Yun Shu and the others, "Sorry," and ran out to drive. TSK, I've never seen such a thing before. So who is her daddy?" Ningyu took a piece of chocolate from Yun Shu's pocket, tore it open and chewed it. "Who knows? It must be an officer in the base." Yun Shu didn't care about this at all. She didn't hit the girl, so she could just complain. Anyway, her hotel had an invincible buff and was not afraid of being demolished. While Han Jiawan was making a fuss, Yun Shu had already found a movie he wanted to watch, and dragged Ningyu and Xiao Jingling to watch it while having dinner together. Yu Yangyang was not in the mood to join in, so Yun Shu asked the elf to bring her an apple, a plate of shredded potatoes, and a steamed bun. When Yu Yangyang recovers, she will no longer take care of her meals. If Yu Yangyang wants to go back, she can go back. If she wants to take her sister to live with her, she can give her the crystal core. Your life is so good. Fortunately, I met you. Fortunately, I didn't refuse to play with you just because you were poor, Ningyu said happily while eating and watching a movie, and he also conjured up 2 small glasses of juice. Yun Shu also felt very happy. Having friends by his side and having absolute peace in troubled times was already the greatest luck. After dinner, she took a look at today's account. 4,100 crystal core points. Since the branch opened at the base, business has been good, and many people come to the store to buy food or medicine. Usually, Xiao Jingling or Ningyu can run the store independently. So she doesn't have to be in the store at all. Crystal cores are deposited into the account every day. These 4,100 crystal core points may not seem like much, but they are actually very crucial. Because this means she can upgrade the elf. Once the elf is upgraded, you can complete the task of upgrading the employees and get a reward of 100 lucky points. Then you can collect 1,000 lucky points to open a blind box lottery. Yun Shu became excited instantly. She even wanted to pray to the gods in all directions, hoping that they would bless her to hit the target and make a big one. Elf, you can finally level up. Are you ready? When the elf heard this, he smiled into crescent eyes and came over. I'm ready, boss. Yun Shu clicked on the upgrade. After consuming 4,000 crystal core points, a dazzling golden light circled around the elf several times, and the toy-like joints on its arms and legs disappeared. And it can transform into human form for up to an hour. The elf felt the long-lost vitality after the upgrade and transformed into a human form. Boss, am I handsome again? Ningyu, who was standing by, had never seen a human version of an elf before, and was struck by the sudden appearance of this blonde, golden-eyed handsome man. Oh gosh, Shushu, you eat so well? Yun Shu retorted to her. Wipe your saliva.
After hearing this, the elf lifted the strands of hair on his forehead in a cocky and arrogant manner. It was an action that would look greasy if performed by others, but he had a sunny and mysterious feeling of an exotic boy.
Are you the elf? The elf who just ate a dish with me?
Ning Yu looked at the elf infatuatedly.
If there is no Doomsday, the management companies of various boy bands will definitely break down the door of our hotel.
Ha 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 ha. Yun Shu soon received a voice broadcast from the hotel. Complete the task of
upgrade an employee
and get 100 lucky points as reward. The accumulated lucky points have exceeded 1,000 points, and you can start the lucky blind box draw. Would the store owner like to open it? Yun Shu wiped his hands excitedly and hummed.
Good luck comes. Fold 1,000 paper cranes and tie a red ribbon, good luck will come.
And then selected yes. The scene in front of her eyes was no longer the hotel. The whole person was pulled into that empty space. Opening a blind box for the first time, so she was not so panicked. She walked around in this empty space out of curiosity, and found that it seemed like there was no end. And the blind box will move with her as she moves. She gave up exploring and walked to the blind box. Looking at the 3 crooked words, "Don't touch me," on the blind box, Yun Shu once again firmly stretched out his hand. Chapter 67 Small World. There are still some smooth balls in the box. Yun Shu was no longer as calm as before this time. He felt nervous and pious.
God's mother, please bless my granddaughter with good luck.
He found a ball and took it out. It was not a white ball, but a ball with a little light blue. Yun Shu opened it with great anticipation. A small earth popped out and started spinning in midair. What does it mean, this time I won the earth? She took a closer look at the mini earth and found that it was not quite the same as earth. The positions and sizes of the land and oceans were all wrong, so this was not actually earth. So what is this little thing? She reached out and poked it, and instantly the little planet was sucked into her body. She felt her body warm up, especially her dantian. Then the whole person was teleported out of that empty space.
Boss, what did you draw?
The elf knew that Yun Shu had gone in to draw the big blind box and had been waiting for her to come out. Ning Yu didn't know that. When he saw Yun Shu suddenly disappear and reappear, he hurriedly grabbed Yun Shu to see if she was injured anywhere. Yun Shu didn't know what he had smoked.
I don't know either. Anyway, it was something like a miniature Earth. It went into my body in a flash.
The elf did not have permission to view the blind box prize pool, so it did not know what Yun Shu had drawn.
What are you talking about?
Ning Yu said curiously.
What kind of lottery? I want to draw one too. It's none of your business. Go play somewhere else. I'll go back to my room and study what I got.
Yun Shu hurried back to the room, locked the door, drew the curtains, and sat on the lazy sofa in front of the window. Then she lifted up her clothes and looked left and right. Apart from a nice figure and smooth skin, there was nothing else. Then she remembered that when Yunza described his supernatural powers before, he said that one could feel warmth in the dantian area of the body, and then be able to mobilize strength. It fits exactly how she feels now. Could it be that the little pirated earth is his own superpower? Yun Shu took a deep breath, calmed down, closed his eyes and felt the energy in his body. She clearly felt that her body was different from before, and there was warm energy flowing slowly through her limbs and bones like a small stream, and these energies finally converged into her dantian. The little pirated earth gradually appeared in front of her eyes, or in her mind. Yun Shu stretched out his hand and opened his eyes expectantly. There was no reaction at all on my hands.
What?
This little ball doesn't obey my orders. She closed her eyes again, and this time gave up trying to summon it out, and instead tried to put her mind into it. Unexpectedly, I was sucked into that pirated little earth in an instant. There are no ruins, no ice and snow, and no alien species around. There was just a nice patch of grass about the size of a football field with a few trees, the sky was blue, and the weather was warm. But other places were covered with white fog. The grass was growing well, lush and green, and as tall as Yun Shu's calves. Occasionally a breeze blew, and the grass surface was covered with green waves, but there was no animal sound around except the rustling of grass and leaves. Yun Shu breathed in the fresh air here, feeling the oxygen mixed with the scent of grass and soil pouring into his lungs, as if he were a spider. This place is so magical. She squatted down and felt the grass blades, then pulled one out. It's actually real grass. The dirt on the ground is real too. So this is another space? What is behind the white fog? Yun Shu touched her ears. Fortunately, the panda headband was still there, so she should be absolutely safe and could explore with confidence. So she walked away. After walking for more than 10 minutes, we arrived at the white fog area. After entering, there was nothing. The ground disappeared, the grass leaves disappeared, and only endless white mist was left. But as soon as she entered, the location of the meadow seemed to appear in her mind instantly, and all the details seemed to be under her control. She said to herself, "Go back to the grass?" The next second she appeared on the grass. She tried to reach out her hand towards a tree about 100 meters away, and a branch appeared in her hand out of thin air. Yun Shu was very excited about this discovery. Here seems to be a world that belongs to her. She tried pointing at the ground again, and the earth began to bulge instantly, and a small mound of earth appeared out of thin air. She can actually control the changes in the terrain here. By the same token, can you also control the alternation of day and night, wind, rain, thunder and lightning? Yun Shu felt everything excitedly. As soon as a thought came to his mind, the sky was covered with dark clouds and lightning began to flash. The next moment, the sky became sunny again. Oh my God! Yun Shu felt that his heart was connected to the core deep in the earth. She is the master of this little world. After a while, Yun Shu began to feel tired, which was because she had consumed too much energy. So she reluctantly withdrew from the small world. She had been inside for about an hour, and when she came out she saw that an hour had also passed outside. "Boss, you finally came out of the house." The elf has already entertained several waves of guests. Recently, he would take advantage of the large number of customers to transform into normal human size, thus attracting many female customers. The hotel's revenue also increased. Yun Shu was so sleepy that he yawned loudly. "I'm so tired. I think I won a supernatural power." "Huh!" Ning Yu came over in surprise. "Isn't your superpower this hotel? How can you win superpowers in a lottery?" Yun Shu tapped her forehead and said, "I drew the second superpower." It's actually her first superpower. The elf also came over curiously. "What superpower is that, boss?" Yun Shu poured a glass of water. Ning Yu reached out and gave her a glass of cherry blossom and lychee sparkling water. Yun Shu took it and took a sip, feeling satisfied and a little less tired. "That little ball seems to be an independent space." Before she finished, Ning Yu exploded. "Vocal! Spatial ability! Zizha, you are really awesome now! Do you know how rare spatial ability is? There are only 2 people with spatial ability in the entire P-space. They are highly valued and have no worries about food and drink in the base." Yun Shu didn't continue. Her spatial ability is not ordinary space, but another small world. If Ning Yu knew, she would probably scream with excitement. Thinking of this, Yun Shu thought again, since it is a space-related ability, can it move real things into the small world, or take things out of the small world? Yun Shu wanted to try it now, but his energy was almost exhausted and he couldn't continue. She took a big sip of sparkling water and actually felt that the energy in her body had been restored a little. Chapter 68. It's you again. "Yuzu, I feel like your sparkling water is special." Yun Shu took another sip and felt it carefully. The energy value had indeed increased slightly. Ning Yu also changed a cup for himself and took a sip. "It's nothing special, but it tastes pretty good. Your drink seems to be able to restore the energy value after the supernatural power is consumed." Yun Shu drank the cup of cherry blossom and lychee sparkling water. Although the energy value in his body did not increase much, it did increase. If we wait for it to recover on its own, it will take at least half a day. The best known method is to absorb crystal cores. Although recovery is fast, it also consumes a lot of crystal cores. It would be great if Ning Yu's drink could restore energy. "Yuzu, how many more cups can you make?" Ning Yu thought for a moment. Today a customer spent a lot of money on his meal, so he got a free cup. He just drank 2 cups, and now he can make about 4 more cups.
Then give me another cup of another flavor and I'll try to see if it can increase my energy level.
Ning Yu thought about it, then reached out and gave her a green drink.
It looks disgusting. What does this taste like? It looks unpalatable.
Ning Yu smiled evilly.
You try it.
Yun Shu picked it up and took a sip. It actually tastes like bitter melon and cucumber. It's so unpalatable.
Ning Yu!
Yun Shu stood up and chased Ning Yu, who was running in the store. Fortunately, the store was closed and there were no customers, otherwise there would be a big mess. Yun Shu finally upheld the spirit that waste is shameful, pinched her nose and drank the cup of bitter melon and cucumber juice in one gulp. The energy level in the body has indeed increased again. After 2 cups, her energy level had recovered to half. Yun Shu excitedly grabbed Ning Yu's hand and said, "It's true. Your drink can really restore energy." Ning Yu was more excited than Yun Shu after hearing this. She always thought that her drinking ability was useless. Although it tastes good and can fill you up, it has no other uses. Especially after being kept by Yun Shu, he felt that he could not help at all. Although we are good sisters, I still feel a little embarrassed. Now that she discovered that her special ability could help other people restore their energy, she could put it to good use. Apart from anything else, at least when my good sister's supernatural power is exhausted, I can hand her a drink. They were all very happy about what happened today, and they went to bed after dinner. Early the next morning, Yun Shu packed up and took the list of prepared items. Just as they were about to leave, Xie Xinglan appeared at the hotel entrance. It was snowing outside today, although not heavily, but Xie Xinglan still held an umbrella and waited for Yun Shu outside the glass door. Seeing Yun Shu saw him, he smiled and greeted him. Yun Shu pushed the door open and went out, and Xie Xinglan immediately tilted the umbrella towards her. The light snow on the umbrella fell to the ground. Some of the falling snow fell on his shoulders. "Just fight yourself." Yun Shu didn't want to be so close to him, so she pushed the umbrella back to his side. Xie Xinglan smiled helplessly, took out another umbrella and handed it to Yun Shu. "Then I'll give you this one." "Holy money, why don't you take it out earlier? Are you using it to act in Korean dramas?" Yun Shu didn't hesitate and took the umbrella. I walked a little slowly on the way and it took about 40 minutes to reach the government building. This time I went to the liaison office first. "Ms. Yun, the base commander and other senior personnel of the base are holding a meeting on the possibility of secondary mutation of the alien species, so we need to wait a while." Xie Xinglan opened the door to the liaison room, and Yun Shu nodded. "It's okay." As soon as she entered, Lu Yang recognized her. "Girl, they've already returned. Don't worry. Little sister is fine. She just missed her sister. But the base over there doesn't seem to be peaceful. There's a coup going on inside. Our liaison officer said so. You'd better bring little sister back as soon as possible." Yun Shu felt relieved. As long as Yunan is okay, that's enough. As for the coup over there, she could probably guess why it happened. To Lin He and Lin Jue, the regime of that base was previously stabilized entirely because of Lin He. Their father, the base commander of that base, was just a cover. Now that Lin He was killed by the great god of wealth Pei Si, there is naturally turmoil over there. "Okay, thank you." Yun Shu thanked him sincerely. Xie Xinglan took her to the lounge. "Wait here. The meeting will probably take another hour." Xie Xinglan poured her a glass of water and put a few tea leaves in it. It has a hint of tea fragrance. "Ms. Yun has a younger sister? Why, was she from that base before?" Yun Shu took a sip of water, smiled and said nothing. Xie Xinglan simply shut up and stopped talking. The two of them drank water quietly and looked at the snow scene outside the window. After waiting for more than half an hour, the door of the lounge was suddenly opened. "I just want to see who is coming. Everyone says she is beautiful." Han Jiawan came in noisily, and the soldier on duty next to him looked helpless. He couldn't stop it, and didn't dare to stop it. As soon as he saw Yun Shu, Han Jiawan immediately took a step back. Seeing that she didn't bring the little figurine with extremely powerful fighting power, and remembering that this was the government building of his father's base, he gained confidence and walked forward. "Miss, why are you here?" "I'm entertaining guests." Xie Xinglan stood up and poured Han Jiawan a glass of cold water without adding tea leaves, because Han Jiawan never drinks tea and doesn't like hot tea. Han Jiawan pointed at Yun Shu with her hands on her hips.
What customer? Her? She's the one who bullied me. I was just about to ask Daddy to kick her and that lousy shop out.
Xie Xinglan obviously didn't know what had happened between Han Jiawan and Yun Shu. He was afraid of offending Yun Shu and affecting the transaction, so he walked up to Han Jiawan. He slowed down his tone and said half-coaxingly,
Miss, the base commander will meet with Miss Yun later. How about you go home first?
Han Jiawan glared at him and said,
Why, Xie Xinglan, are you on her side too? Didn't you say you liked me? Now that someone is bullying me, this is your attitude.
Xie Xinglan rubbed his temples. He said that he liked her 4 or 5 years ago. At that time, they were only in high school, and now he always treats her as his younger sister.
Be good, stop making trouble.
Seeing that Xie Xinglan refused to stand on his side, Han Jiawan was certain that he must be infatuated with Yun Shu. Seeing Yun Shu drinking tea nonchalantly, she walked forward angrily. He poured the water in his hand towards Yun Shu. Yun Shu was unable to dodge, and his shirt was soaked by the cold water. So Yun Shu stood up and quickly poured the half-finished cup of hot tea in his hand onto Han Jiawan.
Ah!
Han Jiawan had hot tea splashed all over her face, with a tea leaf still stuck to her eyelashes. The water was not very hot, but she felt her face burning and she lost all her dignity. She clenched her fists in anger, her body was shaking slightly, her supernatural powers were out of control and she used them all. Some green smoke spread out of her body.
Stop!
Chapter 69 Big Order. Gu Paisai, the base commander, and other senior executives had just finished a meeting. I came out and heard some noise over here, so I came over to take a look. When everyone saw that it was Han Jiawan, they all left with a look in their eyes. Only Gu Paisai and base commander Han Lingjian were left. Han Lingjian's face was as black as the bottom of a pot. Gu Paisai was using his second supernatural power, psychological detection and emotional control, to control Han Jiawan to stop. Her emotions gradually calmed down, and because she had used up too much of her supernatural power in an instant, she ran out of strength and fell to the ground. Since she was full of poison gas, no one dared to take it. So Han Jiawan sat on the ground alone. Without her output, the green smoke quickly dissipated.
Jiawan! What are you doing?
Han Lingjian frowned and said in a slightly serious tone. Gu Paisai walked up to Yun Shu and handed her a tissue.
Are you okay?
Yun Shu took it and wiped the water stains off his body. She always wore a panda headband, so Han Jiawan's special abilities were of no use to her.
I'm fine.
Xie Xinglan silently withdrew his hand that was holding the tissue, turned around and handed it to Han Jiawan. Han Jiawan knocked the tissue down and said,
Daddy, it's all because of this woman. Look how much she splashed me.
Han Lingjian pulled Han Jiawan up.
Jiawan, you are being willful again. This is Daddy's honored guest.
However, when he saw his daughter's head being splashed with tea, even though he knew that it was definitely his daughter who started the trouble, he felt distressed when he saw her hair wet on her face, and he also felt a little more dissatisfied with Yun Shu. He reached out and took the paper to wipe Han Jiawan.
Miss Yun, there is no need to be like this. I didn't mean it.
Yun Shu got angry all of a sudden.
What the base commander meant was that I controlled her hand and she splashed it on me.
Han Lingjian felt embarrassed when he saw that the little girl was embarrassing him, and became even angrier. Gu Paisai slightly turned sideways and blocked Yun Shu behind him. Han Lingjian was a vixen after all, and he immediately put on a smile.
Okay, let's just say that we didn't know each other until we fought. Miss Yun, can we move over to talk about the purchase of supplies?
Before Yun Shu could say anything, Han Jiawan was already unwilling. She watched Gu Paisai hand Yun Shu a tissue, and even blocked Yun Shu behind him, and went over to hold the corner of Gu Paisai's sleeve.
Brother Gu, are you familiar with this sister? Wanan was not well just now.
Gu Paisai pulled out his sleeves.
Since you know you are wrong, apologize to her.
Han Jiawan didn't expect Gu Paisai to reply to her like this. A breath stuck in my chest. Neither going up nor down.
I accidentally spilled the water, and it landed on my sister. I'm sorry. It's okay for my sister to spill the tea on me. It was Wan who made the mistake first.
Yun Shu rolled his eyes silently. No wonder she doesn't like tea, she herself is already tea enough. Yun Shu was too lazy to pay attention to her. She didn't respond at all and looked at Han Lingen.
Base Commander, I have already made the list. Can we talk business now?
Han Lingen looked worried, but the supplies in Yun Shu's hand were indeed what he needed. Moreover, he has not yet fully understood the strength of this little girl. On the contrary, the more he tests her, the more he feels that her power and strength are unfathomable. So don't mess with him easily.
Of course, Miss Yun, please.
No one else followed. Only Yun Shu, Han Lingen, and Han Lingen's close right-hand man Xie Xinglan came to the discussion meeting room together. Yun Shu took out the price list that he had prepared in advance. Xie Xinglan immediately took it and handed it to Han Lingen.
Base Commander, this is a list of items that our store is willing to sell wholesale to your base. Please take a look.
Han Lingen took it and looked at it. He was so surprised that he couldn't close his mouth. The list includes not only daily necessities such as soap, toothpaste, paper towels, but also foods such as compressed biscuits and chocolate. Further down the list there are medicines such as alcohol, anti-inflammatory drugs, antibiotics, etc. The most amazing thing is that she can actually provide fresh foods such as sweet and sour pork ribs.
Yun boss, do you know how much we will be purchasing? Do you have enough of these supplies?
Han Lingen unconsciously started addressing Yun Shu as Boss Yun. Yun Shu said calmly,
Don't worry, I have as much as you want. But we don't sell on credit, and you need to pay in full at once.
Han Lingen was now very glad that he did not offend the little girl just now. He became even more certain that there must be a master behind Yun Shu. But the idea also gave him a headache. After all, anyone with a discerning eye could see that Yun Shu and Gu Paisai had a good relationship. With Yun Shu's help, and the fact that Gu Paisai was gifted with dual superpowers, he might not be able to keep his position as the base director. Finally, after careful consideration, Han Lingen ordered goods worth 23,000 crystal core points. And this is just the first batch. I might buy more later. Yun Shu left, the smile on her face was almost broken. And it was a smile that really came from the heart. This is a total of 23,000 crystal core points. She was already imagining how she would spend these crystal cores once the payment came in. As soon as he reached the first floor, Yun Shu discovered that in addition to Xie Xinglan, there was another tall figure standing at the door. Xie Xinglan stood behind Yun Shu and sent Yun Shu off. Gu Paisai, who was leaning against the door, saw Yun Shu, walked over, and said to Xie Xinglan,
I can take you there, you can go back.
Xie Xinglan could only agree. Seeing how Xie Xinglan listened to Gu Paisai, and seeing that Han Jiawan had just called Paisai Brother Gu, Yun Shu knew that Paisai, the god of wealth, had never told her his true identity.
Your name isn't Paisai?
Yun Shu asked. Gu Paisai smiled. He really liked Yun Shu calling him Paisai, but it seemed that he couldn't hide it anymore.
My name is Gu Paisai. Oh, then you are not a purchasing agent. Otherwise, why didn't the base commander send you to meet me when he wanted to buy something? Well, I'm not in purchasing. When did I ever say I was in purchasing?
Yun Shu thought about it carefully, and it seemed that he really hadn't said that.
It was just my guess before. Don't you two get along?
Gu Paisai shook his head and did not continue the topic. Instead, he brought up Han Jiawan's matter.
Next time you run into that girl from today, if you can't handle it, contact me. Her ability is poison, so be careful.
As he said that, he took out Yun Shu's phone from his pocket and handed it to him. Yun Shu took the phone, which still had Gu Paisai's body temperature on it, as if he had held it in his pocket for a long time.
Okay, but if I fight her, it won't cause you any trouble, right?
Yun Shu really wanted to beat her up. When I think of Cha's appearance. But Paisai was an old customer who had helped her a lot, and she couldn't bear to cause him any trouble. Gu Paisai looked down at Yun Shu who was saying this, and saw that her eyes were sparkling, and white mist was floating out of her mouth as she spoke, like cotton candy.
No, just don't get hurt.
Chapter 70, Coup d'etat. You can't hurt her. Yun Shu curled his lips and said nothing more. Little did she know that what Gu Paisai was telling her was just to be careful not to get hurt. After walking on the snow and sending Yun Shu back to the hotel, Gu Paisai cut through time and space and left. Then Yun Shu remembered that this man could have cut through time and space to send her back. Why do you walk on the snow for so long?
Miss Yun, how is it?
Yun Shu entered the door. Yang, who had been waiting in the hall, ran over anxiously.
Yun Shu smiled and said, The base has replied, saying that your sister is fine, but she misses you very much. And there is a possibility of a coup there now. Do you plan to go back, or bring your sister to live with you?
Hearing Yun Shu's words, Yang felt relieved instantly. Her tense mood finally eased, and she felt much more relaxed. But with the coup ahead, she began to think.
Your body is almost recovered. If you want to bring your sister over, you two sisters will have to pay the crystal core for staying here.
Yun Shu added. After all, you don't want to keep idle people in your own hotel. Yang thought about it, and realized that when she was in the base, she completed various tasks every day just to prevent her sister from starving to death. The two sisters lived together in a small room of only a few square meters, and on the bed there were only a few tattered quilts that she had picked up from outside. Every day is cold and hard. But in Yun Shu's hotel, it was warm. Moreover, every time she went on a mission, she had to worry about her younger sister all the time and had to entrust her younger sister to someone else in advance. If you come to a hotel, it's different. It is absolutely safe here with Miss Yun Shu's protection. If you go out to find the crystal core yourself, you won't have to worry about anything. So she quickly made up her mind.
I want to bring my little sister to live with me. I will go find the crystal core.
Yun Shu was naturally happy to have one more guest, so she was very happy that she made this decision.
Okay, I'll help you to the end. I'll go with you to pick up your sister after I finish my meal.
Yun Shu had just earned 23,000 crystal cores and decided to use a multi-person instant teleportation voucher to take Yang and Yun back to the hotel.
Thank you, Miss Yun. I will always remember the favor you gave me. If there is anything I can do to repay you in the future, I will repay you in any way I can.
Yun Shu didn't want her to repay him, so she nodded and didn't take it seriously. While eating, Yun Shu spent 500 crystal core points to unlock several new dishes. They are millet porridge, 8 treasure porridge, mango, sweet and sour pork, and cumin lamb. So she called the elf and Ningyu, and the three of them had a big meal together. He also sent a bowl of 8 treasure porridge to Yang, who was not fully recovered yet. After dinner, Yun Shu took Yang back to her small base. As soon as he arrived at the gate of the base, Yun Shu found that the atmosphere here was different. When I came here before, there were many soldiers standing at the door, with their work divided in an orderly manner. But when I came again today, I found that there were only 3 or 5 soldiers guarding the door. Moreover, there are more people in the base, and many of them looked dissatisfied. The entire base was filled with a tense atmosphere.
We didn't send anyone out to look for supplies today. I guess the higher-ups had a problem and can't take care of that anymore.
Yang had assisted in many missions before, so she could tell the situation of the base at a glance.
Go find your sister. Good.
Yang took Yun Shu into a building and ran up the stairs to the 7th floor.
Yang, you're finally back. I haven't seen you for several days.
An aunt in her 40s saw Yang, walked up to her, took her hand and said, This person is the one Yang often entrusts to help take care of her sister, and was also her neighbor before the end of her life.
Andy Wang, what happened to the base? I wonder why you didn't send everyone out to look for supplies.
Aunt Wang lowered her voice when she heard this.
Oh, it's said that there's a problem with the Lin family, and now the management is trying to seize power. The people from the peace base want to take over, but how can the young leaders of our base agree to that? I guess things are not going to be peaceful.
Yun Shu and Yang looked at each other, and Yang said goodbye to Aunt Wang and took Yun Shu into her room. As soon as she entered the room, a little girl ran over and threw herself into Yang's arms.
Sister! Woohoo, where have you been?
Yun broke down and cried, but she didn't dare to cry out loud, and she suppressed her sobs.
Be good, sister is going to find something delicious. Do you want to eat something delicious?
Yun held Yang tightly.
No, I don't want any delicious food, I just want my sister to be here.
Yun Shu looked at the heartwarming scene between the two of them and didn't have the heart to interrupt, but she always had a bad feeling in her heart. So he urged, "Hurry up and pack your things, let's go back quickly." "Good." Yun was puzzled. "Sister, who is this sister? Where are we going?" "I'll tell you later, go pack your things." They didn't have anything, so they quickly came ready with a small bag. Just as Yun Shu was about to take out the talisman paper, a loud gunshot was heard outside the building. Bang! Yun was startled, and Yun Shu was also startled. The gunshot seemed like a signal, and soon gunshots, screams, and cries mixed together. "It's over, there's a real fight going on inside. The noise is too loud, it will attract all the alien species around here," Yang said worriedly. Yun Shu sometimes didn't understand why humans would turn a blind eye to more important things for the sake of power. For example, now, in the apocalypse, alien species are the biggest threat to humanity. But they are still fighting for power. If they start shooting and fighting like this, and then attract alien species, won't no one be able to escape? "Let's go and tell the soldiers at the gate to open the city gate and let everyone evacuate the base quickly. Otherwise, everyone here will be dead if the aliens surround the city," Yang said, grabbing Yun Shu's arm. Unexpectedly, Yun Shu shook his head. "No, let's go back." "Ah?" Yang was stunned. "People are not stupid. They will naturally know to run away. You and I are just a bunch of strangers. The soldiers at the door will open the door if they want to. If they don't want to open it, they won't listen to us. Let's go back to the hotel." She doesn't want to get involved. Yun Shu is very clear about his position. She is just a lucky survivor, not a creator. Even though she owns a hotel and even has the ability to create a small world, in real life, she is just a survivor. So she resolutely did not want to get involved in the coup at the base. Seeing that Yun Shu had made a decision, Yang didn't say anything else. "I just want Yun Shu to take Aunt Wang away with her." Yun Shu's ticket was for multiple people, so she didn't mind taking one more person with her. "Sure. Go and ask Aunt Wang to go with you, as quickly as possible." After getting Yun Shu's affirmative answer, Yang hurried out. Chapter 71 Decoration. There is not much people at Wang Lijuan's house. So when Yang called her, she immediately packed a big bag, picked it up and left with Yang and Yun. "Yang, I'll go wherever you go. Otherwise, someone will help you look after Nguyen. Let's go." Yun heard the hail of bullets outside and grabbed Wang Lijuan's hand in fear. Of them came back soon. Yun Shu stretched out his hand, and a piece of paper appeared out of thin air at his fingertips. When it was turned over again, the paper caught fire without any fire. Yun admired her very much. The next moment, the four people disappeared from the small base and appeared in Yun Shu's main store. "You can't bring anyone into the peace base, so I can only bring you to my main store," Yun Shu said. Yang had never been to the main store. Seeing that it was not the base outside, but an open and fragile glass door, she quickly pulled Yun to the corner. Originally, she wanted to bring her family to the peace base and then join Yun Shu. "But I didn't expect it to be outdoors. This is too dangerous. This small glass door could be broken through by alien species at any time. Boss Yun, this is too unsafe." She didn't say anything accusing, but she was somewhat worried about the future. It's okay for her to be alone. But now she still has to support Wang Lijuan and Yun. Wang Lijuan's superpower is a low-level water power, which has no attack power at all. Wang Lijuan also quickly ran over and squatted down to hide. "Where is this? Why are we here all of a sudden, Yang? Protect your sister." Wang Lijuan protected her two sisters behind her and looked at the glass door nervously, afraid that an alien species would suddenly appear. "Don't worry, aliens can't see here. This is my supernatural domain," Yun Shu said while sitting at the front desk. Her voice was clear and powerful, making the three of them less scared. Yang stood up first. "Field? Well, the aliens outside can't see what happens in the hotel, but if you leave the hotel, you will not be safe." Hearing Yun Shu say this, Yang felt relieved. Wang Lijuan didn't know Yun Shu, so she naturally didn't believe what she said. "Yang, who is this girl?
Where are we from?
Yu Yangyang took Wang Lijuan's hand and helped her up.
Auntie Wang, don't worry, this is Boss Yun Shu. She saved me 2 days ago. We are now in Boss Yun Shu's hotel, so stay here for now.
Yu Yangyang touched his inner pocket. There is also an intermediate crystal core and 7 primary crystal cores inside. This was all her savings until the end of her life.
Boss, how much is a room?
Finally, she decided to book a single room, and she and Wang Lijuan took turns sleeping on the bed with Yun Anyuan, while the other person slept on the floor. Yun Shu's attention was not on the 3 of them. She was busy looking at the staff page. The total amount of crystal core points in the hotel's general ledger is now 24,170. She plans to upgrade Pixie and Dumbo. The elf was staying in the main store with Dumbo. When he saw Yun Shu open the employee interface, he excitedly fell on Yun Shu's shoulder.
Boss, do you want to upgrade us?
Yes. This, Dumbo also upgraded it and happily rubbed Yun Shu's legs.
Thanks, boss.
Yun Shu smiled and said,
Silly child, it will be more convenient to work after upgrading.
She spent 5,000 crystal cores to upgrade the elf to level 5. The elf immediately flashed with golden light and turned around. Its skin texture became more delicate, and the time it took to grow to human size returned to 3 hours. His movements became more agile, and the power of his elven arrows was restored, so he could shoot 10 arrows a day.
Ha ha, boss, you're so nice. Do you think I'm handsome now?
The elf flew in front of Yun Shu and struck a pose that he thought was the coolest.
Handsome, go play.
Yun Shu stretched out a finger and poked it away. Start upgrading Dumbo. Dumbo couldn't wait any longer. Yun Shu spent 7,000 crystal core points to upgrade it twice, to level 4. Dumbo's body. When the light faded away, a lively and lifelike little elephant suddenly appeared in front of Yun Shu. Although there are still traces of toys on its joints, the rest of the body looks very much like a real baby elephant, and is particularly cute. The wheels that had been under my feet were also gone. Instead, its 4 legs moved very quickly.
Boss! Hey, I'm at level 4.
Dumbo rubbed Yun Shu's leg with a childlike voice, but his sentences were much more fluent.
Good boy.
Yun Shu stroked its little elephant head. Dumbo closed his eyes comfortably.
Wow! Dad, there's a baby elephant here.
Yuan Zhuang's family just came out of the house. His daughter Yuan Sinyu saw Dumbo at once and took Yuan Zhuang's hand and whispered. Yuan Zhuang patted his daughter's head and said,
Xiao Yu, don't touch me randomly. Do you understand? You are not allowed to touch me randomly.
Yeah, I know. She kept stealing glances at Dumbo, and then she saw Yun Anyuan standing in the room. Of similar age met for the first time and looked at each other with curiosity. Yuan Zhuang had also noticed the 3 people in the room. It was something he had never seen before.
Brother Yuan, let's go out and hunt alien species, Yun Shu said.
Yuan Zhuang scratched his head.
What about you? Are you thinking of going out to see if the restaurant is open? The child is clamoring for steamed buns.
Ever since he brought his family to the hotel, his daughter and wife have never gone hungry again. Although we can't afford vegetables, we are happy to have big steamed buns and porridge. He didn't ask Yun Shu anything and took Yuan Sinyu to the restaurant. Yun Anyuan looked at them eagerly and said,
Sister, I want to eat steamed buns too.
Yu Yangyang then remembered that she had recharged her card and could afford to buy food.
Auntie Wang Nanyuan, I'll take you in for dinner.
As he said this, he took his people to the restaurant. As more and more people came to the main store, Yun Shu's rooms seemed to be insufficient. Ji Bing and Yuan Zhuang's family lived in the 2 single rooms respectively. There is no room left for Yu Yangyang's family to live in. Yun Shu planned to renovate the hotel while he had some crystal core points. She first expanded the house by adding 2 single rooms. The main store has 4 single rooms and 2 double rooms, numbered 0106 in sequence. Then I bought some potted plants. There was a pot placed on one side of the glass door, 1 pot placed in my room, and 2 pots placed in the dining room. The emerald green leaves add a lot of vitality to the originally dull hotel. Then she gritted her teeth and installed a 50-inch TV on the wall of the living room, and added 5 or 6 small stools and a new table. After buying all these, she would not have many crystal core points left. Only 3,500 crystal core points are left. The whole hotel has been completely renovated, especially with the addition of TV. Good entertainment facilities can greatly enhance happiness, reduce stress, and make everyone more peaceful. From now on, guests in the hotel can sit together and watch TV. Chapter 72, Beverage Power. No one was standing in the living room, as everyone went to the dining room to eat, and no one noticed this huge change for the time being. Yun Shu finished the decoration work and gave instructions to the elf. After Yu Yanyan's family finishes their meal, let the three of them stay in single room number 03. Okay, got it. Where are you going, boss? I'll go to the branch and find Ningyu to study our abilities. She only had a preliminary guess that day, knowing that Ningyu's drink ability could help people restore their energy. However, it is still uncertain how much recovery can be achieved and whether the effects of each drink are different. And she hasn't yet fully understood the supernatural powers of her own small world. Now that I have rested for a while, my supernatural energy has been fully restored and I can do experiments again. She turned the key and was at the branch in an instant. Ningyu was busy entertaining customers who came to the store. Seeing Yun Shu coming, he quickly pulled her over and said, "Come on, there are a lot of customers here, you and I will be busy for a while." The branch's reputation has spread far and wide, and many people come to buy things every day. For this purpose, Yun Shu set business hours and closing hours, opening at 8 a.m. and closing at 5 p.m., and closed on Saturdays and Sundays. Give branch staff time to rest. 8 a.m. to 5 p.m., 2 days off a week. Every day before the store opens, there will be a long queue at the door. Since everyone came to eat, someone needed to keep an eye on them, so Ningyu was busy for a long time. Wait a minute, I'll call the elf over, and you and I can study the supernatural power together. Okay, that's great. My voice is almost hoarse from playing all day. Ningyu slumped in his chair when he heard that he could take a break and replace the elf. Yun Shu called the elf over and asked Dumbo to keep an eye on that place. He pulled Ningyu into the owner's bedroom. After entering the bedroom, Yun Shu closed the door and locked it. Then draw the curtains. Ningyu hugged herself with her arms around her chest when she saw this. What are you doing? I only have pure sisterly feelings for you. Even though you are as beautiful as a flower now, I can't do such a shameful thing with you. Go away. Yun Shu sat on the bed and chose a comfortable sitting position. Throw 2 primary crystal cores to Ningyu. Ningyu made 3 drinks for the guests today. The energy value was not full and needed to be replenished. I'm going to go into the small world and use up my energy. During this time, you absorb the crystal core to replenish your energy. When my energy is used up, we'll see how much your drink can restore. Ningyu took the primary crystal core and nodded. Okay, go ahead. Yun Shu closed his eyes, sensed his own little world, and then disappeared in the room. Oh my God, he's so strong! Ningyu watched Yun Shu disappear in an instant, waved his hand in the air, and sighed. And Yun Shu was already on the grass. Everything here is exactly the same as when she left. There is still blue sky, white clouds, green grass and big trees. She squatted down and pulled out a grass, pulling it up by the roots, bringing down all the soil on the roots. Then recite silently and imagine a small world. But I found that the person did come out, and the mud in his hand also came out, but the grass did not come out. Ningyu didn't expect Yun Shu to come out in just 1 minute, with a handful of mud on his hands. What are you doing? Before he could finish his question, Yun Shu returned to his small world. The grass she had just pulled out was lying on the ground, fresh and juicy. So the plants in the small world cannot be taken out? Yun Shu pulled down another blade of grass. Out of the small world. This time, the grass leaf was successfully brought up by her. Later, she repeated the experiment many times and came to the conclusion. Living thing can be taken out of or into the small world, whether it is animals or plants. Dead objects can be brought in, but the larger the object, the more energy it consumes. After this experiment, her energy level was almost depleted. When she came out of the small world, a layer of sweat appeared on her forehead because she had consumed too much energy and was left with no strength. Ningyu quickly caught her. Are you okay?
Have you used up all your energy?
Yun Shu nodded.
I'm fine.
Although she was very tired, she was very excited. Having the ability of the small world means that she can have unlimited access to the resources within it. In the small world, she is a god and can control the growth of plants. But now she can't change or add species. For example, if there are only 20 kinds of plants in the small world now, then she can only create these 20 kinds of plants in the small world. She can pick these plants and take them to the real world. It also means that she has an infinite space. Anything in the real world, as long as it is inanimate, can be brought into her small world and stored. Yun Shu can even pause the time of the small world, so that items can be kept fresh forever. Ning Yu wiped the sweat off her face.
Can I make you a drink now? I have absorbed a crystal core, and my energy has been fully restored.
Ning Yu is ready to give it a try. How much energy she could restore for Yun Shu after using up her special ability.
Okay, come on.
Ning Yu had already prepared 7 cups. They were neatly arranged and placed on the small table in Yun Shu's room. She waved her hand and brushed the rims of the cups one by one. The originally empty cups were filled with colorful drinks.
The first cup is lime pineapple juice, the second cup is watermelon juice, the third cup is wheat juice, which is beer, and the fourth cup is rose sparkling water.
Ning Yu knows them all. 7 cups of juice of different colors looked very nice on the table. Yun Shu picked up the first cup and drank it in big gulps. Lime and the sweet and sour taste of pineapple made the whole juice icy cold. After drinking a glass, Yun Shu felt much less tired. She tested her energy level. About 1/5 of it has been recovered. After drinking the second glass of watermelon juice, Yun Shu felt full.
Your cup of juice is too big, can you concentrate it?
Yun Shu interrupted and said. There are 5 more cups to go, all of them are super large, how can I drink them? Ning Yu looked proud.
I call this a large quantity and affordable price, what do you know?
In fact, she doesn't know how to make a condensed version. Yun Shu made a pause gesture and ran to the bathroom.
Okay, my energy has been restored to about 2/5. The first cup seems to have restored a little more than the second cup. Did you spend the same amount of energy to make these drinks?
Ning Yu thought about it and said.
Not really. The more complicated the drink, the more energy it consumes. For example, the lime and pineapple drink is more difficult to make than watermelon juice.
Yun Shu probably had some guesses in his mind. Ning Yu pushed the third glass of beer forward and looked at Yun Shu expectantly.
Hey, the third glass is wheat juice.
Chapter 73 Good TV Time. Yun relaxed and took a sip of beer. The cool beer flowed down Yun Shu's throat.
It tastes good.
Yun Shu originally wanted to drink it all in one gulp, but he was too full, so he could only drink it in small sips, and then went to the bathroom again. She felt the change in her energy level and felt that it had recovered by more than half.
This one recovers a little more than the second cup, but not as much as the first one.
Ning Yu thought about it and said.
This one consumed more energy than the third one, but not as much as the first one.
It seems that the more energy Ning Yu spends when making it, the more energy he recovers when drinking it.
Drink a cup yourself and see if your energy level increases.
Yun Shu had a brilliant idea, because the drink made by Ning Yu restored a little more energy than it consumed. If she could heal herself, wouldn't that make her a perpetual motion machine in another sense? So she urged Ning Yu to give it a try. Ning Yu had drunk many cups by herself before and had never noticed this effect, but under Yun Shu's expectant gaze she still drank a cup. As expected, there was no increase in energy value at all. So her own drink has no effect on her.
No, there is no increase in energy value. So this is an auxiliary ability of yours.
Was very surprised by this result.
If others use crystal cores to recover, it would take at least an hour to absorb 1 crystal core. But your drink is different. You can finish a whole cup in just a few seconds. You are amazing!
Listening to Yun Shu's praise, Ning Yu straightened his body proudly. Yun Shu drank the rest and restored his energy to full. Then she returned to her own little world. She wanted to find out if there were only plants inside and no animals at all. Yun Shu first listened carefully to the sound of birds singing, and found that there was none at all. Then she started to lie on the ground again, looking for grasshoppers or something like that on the grass leaves. The result is still no. Finally, even the weather changed to light rain, so I turned over the soil to see if there were any earthworms. Still nothing. It doesn't matter if there are no animals, at least there are plants. Yun Shu focused his attention on the plants in his own little world. She could manipulate the time of the small world at will, so she slowly adjusted the change of seasons and observed the changes around her. I saw the leaves and grass grow lush and then wither, as if a year had really been accelerated to completion in a few nights. She looked at the basketball court-sized world and noticed some wild fruits on the ground and trees. So I kept adjusting the time and picked some fruits. It turned out to be raspberries, snakeberries, and some small wild pears. Snakeberry is not edible, but raspberry is edible. It is bright red and tastes sour and sweet. Wild pears are very hard, different from modern cultivated varieties, very sour and not tasty. The only delicious thing is raspberry. The fruits here are quite different from modern varieties. You can only roughly recognize what they are. They look like they have not evolved well. Yun Shu guessed that it was because there was no human intervention. She ate a handful of raspberries and tried to take some out. It actually worked. Was very surprised to see Yun Shu appear out of nowhere with a bunch of raspberries in her clothes. Yun Shu's white clothes were stained with red juice, and her fingers and the area around her mouth were also stained red. It looks funny. Ha 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 ha, God, what are you doing? Is this a raspberry? Can I eat it? Yun Shu put the raspberries in her pocket on the table. Yes, you can. Try the sweet and sour ones. They are delicious. Eat as much as you can. We have countless of them at home. You will be able to achieve raspberry freedom in the future. In fact, there are quite a few wild vegetables in it, and you can even buy some bean paste and dip the wild vegetables in the bean paste. Fresh, delicious, and nutritious. Fresh vegetables like those, even covered with morning dew, would shock many people if they were brought to the base. Yun Shu washed the juice from her hands and mouth and changed into clean clothes, still a pure white dress. Then he closed the branch and went to the main store with Ning Yu. It was almost time for dinner, and everyone happened to have returned, and was now sitting in the hall in a lively atmosphere. They are Yu Yangyang and his 3 companions, Yuan Zhuang and his 3 companions, and Ji Bing. Plus there's Dumbo who's diligently wiping the floor, the elf who's figuring out how to turn on the TV, and Yun Shu and Ning Yu who just arrived. There were 11 people in the room. As more people come together, the atmosphere becomes more down-to-earth and the tension of Doomsday dissipates. Because everyone feels safe living here and doesn't have to worry about going hungry, they get along very well with each other. At this moment, everyone was discussing what might be broadcast on TV. Ji Bing was the first to see Yun Shu appear. Boss Yun! Come on, sit in the middle. You actually installed a TV for us. Everyone will be so happy when they see it. Yun Shu was pulled over by her and people took the initiative to offer the 2 seats in the middle for Yun Shu and Ning Yu to sit. This TV is free to watch, but I don't want any disputes to arise because of changing channels. This is just an entertainment project. When our hotel develops well in the future, there will be more and more such entertainment projects. Yun Shu first sets the rules and then gives a sweet reward. Everyone agreed happily. But Yun Shu is not just making empty promises. She is an optimistic person who knows how to enjoy life while she can. She hopes to have a better life in the end times, instead of eating without suffering. The TV is just the beginning. In the future, she even plans to buy some speakers, a small bar, a library, a gym, and even an indoor cinema with Dolby sound and a constant temperature swimming pool. In short, as long as she has money, she will definitely make the perfect hotel that suits her best. The main point is that if you haven't enjoyed the blessings before Doomsday, you can make up for them all after Doomsday. The elf studied it for a few minutes and finally turned on the TV. The remote control was naturally handed to Yun Shu. Since there are 2 children here, Yun Shu chose the most popular program, Animal World. This show might have seemed a little boring in the past. But when it was freezing and snowy outside and animals and plants were almost extinct, the vitality displayed by the animal world became the last beauty in people's hearts. Both children and adults were watching with great interest. Even Yun Shu was attracted by the majestic African grasslands on TV. She thought, if her little world could become so vast, develop into several oceans and continents, have thousands of species, various animals, and even be inhabited by humans, that would be great. Chapter 74. News about the alien species. This evening the hotel was wonderful. No matter what they ate, no one went hungry. No matter what room they lived in, no one was cold. Sit together and watch the animal world. So the next day, when swarms of alien species appeared outside, last night seemed like a beautiful dream, but what was before us was a cruel reality. No one was outside. Everyone was standing in the hall, looking outside nervously. Oh my God, how many alien species are there? Wang Lijuan held Yunanuan's small hand tightly, looking at the dense group of alien species outside, her voice trembling a little. Even though the pretty female boss said that aliens couldn't see the hotel, she was still very scared. Yunanuan and Yuan Sinu were so scared that they had already hidden behind the adults. Yun Shu also looked outside with a serious expression. Outside the hotel, there were originally only a few alien species on the street, but now there were at least hundreds of alien species, walking in an orderly manner towards the base. It is Yu Yangyang and her friend's small base. Oh no, it seems that there is too much noise over there and it has attracted a lot of alien species. Yun Shu put on a dirty and old coat, a tight mask, scarf and hat, and put on her own panda headband and warm furry bracelet. She planned to go to the branch to ask Gu Paisai whether he had any research results on secondary mutation of alien species. Even if results like this have been researched, it is impossible to tell the public immediately. It will be announced to the public only after all preparations have been made. It is already too late for everyone. Yun Shu felt uneasy as he watched the alien species marching in an orderly manner outside. If these alien species knew how to attack the base together in the hundreds or thousands, then mankind will really be facing a catastrophe. Although her hotel is fine, the lips and teeth are interdependent. If all her friends are dead, what's the point of keeping a broken hotel? So Yun Shu was really anxious, so he just said hello and went to the branch. As soon as we arrived at the branch, we saw a sign saying it was temporarily closed, and headed straight to the government building. The last time Gu Paisai sent her back to the hotel, he had already returned her phone. She even recorded a short video before coming to the branch. As she walked, she sent a message to Gu Paisai, Yun Shu, is there any news about the alien mutation? I just saw a large number of aliens heading towards that small base. Can I show you the video? However, Gu Paisai did not reply for a long time. Because he has been busy for 2 days and 2 nights. Ling Xi's research showed that these alien species had indeed undergone some mutations, giving them basic intelligence, but at the same time, their desire for flesh and blood had also increased. And as it eats, it may even continue to mutate. The top brass at the base has been dealing with this matter lately. Yun Shu walked down the street and saw that some people were already panicking. From time to time, he could hear words like alien, many, and crazy. It seems that many people have already discovered this. She reached the bottom of the government building. There was still no response from Gu Paisai. She couldn't get in, so she could only wait at the door and try. After waiting for a few minutes, 2 psychics on duty walked past the door and said, "Please leave. Don't stand here." In order not to attract attention, Yun Shu deliberately wore shabby clothes. No wonder he was chased away. She said, "Hello, I'm Gu Paisai's friend. Can you tell him that I need help? Or you can ask your base chief's assistant to come." The 2 psychics looked at each other and burst out laughing. "What did you say? You are Commander Gu's friend, and you asked us to call down the assistant base commander? Ha ha ha, where did these refugees come from? Hurry up, there are so many people who want to see the commander, get out of here now." Yun Shu didn't blame them. You just need to inform them and they will know whether what I said is true or not. My name is Yun Shu, please inform me. Unexpectedly, the 2 of them put their hands on their hips and looked at Yun Shu as if they were watching a joke. You beggar, you're trying to point fingers at us brothers. Instead of wasting your time, you might as well go out and get something to eat. I've seen a lot of people like you. That's right, he just wants to get close to the commander. If he doesn't leave, we'll take action. Yun Shu was speechless, but the situation was urgent. Although she didn't want to interfere in the internal strife of the small base, She now saw with her own eyes a large number of aliens walking in that direction, and there was obviously something wrong with the aliens. If she turned a blind eye, the next base to be surrounded would be the peace base. Then your business will be over. Everything else doesn't matter, as long as you can make money. So she became a little angry, but there was only Gu Paisai's contact information saved in her phone. I would have saved Xie Xinglan's as well. Gu Paisai was attending a meeting at the moment. He sat in front of the French window and glanced down inadvertently. I saw a familiar figure standing at the gate of the government building. Although the person was wearing dirty and ragged clothes, like a stray ragdoll cat, he still recognized who it was. She must have something to ask me. Sorry, please continue. After saying that, he gave Han Jiao a wink and left the meeting room. He turned on his phone and saw that he had received a message from Yun Shu half an hour ago. There was no time to reply, time and space were cut through, and I was on the first floor in an instant. The two psychics on duty were still mocking him, and one of them even raised his hand with flames burning on it. He was obviously telling Yun Shu that if she didn't leave, he would be rude. Are you going to leave or not? Damn it, being on duty is boring enough. Gu Paisai grabbed the psychic's wrist, and the flame on his palm went out immediately. Oh? It's annoying, isn't it? The two psychics turned around and saw Gu Paisai's face. Their brains went blank and their legs went limp. Could it be possible that what she said was true? This poor refugee really knows Commander Gu. No, absolutely not. This is all a misunderstanding, Commander. Gu Paisai shook him off and said, The duty of the on-duty personnel is to pay attention to all abnormalities and report them in time. Since you two are dissatisfied with this job, you don't need to come now and report to the logistics team. The two psychics were struck by lightning. I was just complaining casually just now, and I definitely don't mean that I don't want to be on duty here. Although guarding the gate here is boring, it is absolutely safe and respected. After all, being the guard at the government hall is considered a relatively respectable job in the entire base. But the logistics team is different. The supplies team needs to obey orders at any time and go out to find all the supplies needed for the base. It is an extremely hard and dangerous job. It's over. It's all over. The two looked as pale as death, but they did not dare to resist. Full of regret, he didn't dare to blame Gu Paisai. He glared at Yun Shu angrily and walked away in shame. Sorry, I've been in a meeting. I just saw the message you sent. Come in. Gu Paisai opened the door for Yun Shu and made a gesture to invite him in. Chapter 75, Joining the 5th Superpower Team. Yun Shu walked in, and Gu Paisai took her directly to his office. This was Yun Shu's first time in his office. As soon as I entered the door, I exclaimed, It's as big as my entire hotel. It turns out that whether it is the end of the world or not only affects those people at the bottom of society. The top class like Gu Paisai are still living a prosperous life. Look at this big office. There is not a single crack on the marble tiles on the floor, and the walls are snow white without a trace of dirt. There is a whole large floor-to-ceiling window, which is very bright even without much sunlight. The view is very good during the day, and you can even see the edge of the entire base. He also had a large bookshelf, which surprised Yun Shu. Is there anyone reading books in the apocalypse? The books on the bookshelf are dust-free, either because they are clean every day or because they are read frequently. There are not only military and political books on it, but also some world classics, and there are also a few art books in the corner. Except for the lack of green plants, everything in the entire office fits Yun Shu's impression of the words, officer, and domineering boss. Almost subconsciously, Yun Shu blurted out, I'll give you 2 pots of green plants someday. Your room lacks greenery. Gu Paisai was a little happy when he heard Yun Shu was going to give him a gift, but the next second he heard her say that he was cuckolded. No. Yun Shu didn't take his words to heart. Officials are not allowed to give gifts, right? She just delivers it directly. When the time comes, I will post it on the hotel entrance. The political bigwigs are favored by me, Bushi. Gu Paisai had already pulled out a chair for her and poured her a glass of water. Yun Shu sat down, drove away the strange thoughts in his mind, and took out his cell phone. Open the video recorded on your phone. There were groups of alien species inside, almost sticking together, and rushing in the same direction. Some alien species were accidentally knocked down, and the ones behind them simply stepped on them. Gu Paisai's brows also showed seriousness. Don't go out recently. I'm afraid something big is going to happen. If the supplies in the hotel are limited, don't sell them anymore. Yun Shu nodded. Regarding the secondary mutation of the alien species, preliminary research results have come out. The alien species does have the possibility of developing simple thoughts, and there are even signs of enhanced physical strength, or five senses. Ah? Doesn't that mean he has superpowers just like humans? Gu Paisai seemed to see Yun Shu's worry. Yes, it's just as you think. It won't be long before superpowers appear among the alien species. She was still thinking about it until Gu Paisai sent Yun Shu back to the hotel. Therefore, the advantages of human beings are wisdom plus technology plus absorption of crystal cores to evolve superpowers. The advantages of alien species are that they don't feel pain plus don't get tired plus can infect humans plus develop superpowers. This will make life more difficult for humans. Yun Shu returned to the main store. The aliens outside the glass door had all left. The streets were in a mess, with several alien corpses. It was trampled to death by its own kind. The customer in the store hesitated for a long time, but finally went out to dig crystal cores. Fortunately, there was no second wave of alien army. Yun Shu looked at Yuan Zhuang, Ji Bing and others who were squatting outside looking for crystal cores. Suddenly an idea came to me. As long as I wear the panda headband, the alien species won't be able to see me and won't attack me. Then wouldn't it be possible for me to enter the alien group and harvest them at will? And now that I have superpowers, this is the time I need a crystal core. In her little world, only an area as big as a football field has been unlocked. The rest of the area was shrouded in fog. Yun Shu had a hunch that as long as his abilities were upgraded, the area he could unlock would become larger and larger. Perhaps as more areas become known, other species will be discovered. So she had to get more crystal cores. As she spoke, she took out her cell phone to contact Gu Paisai. Yun Shu, are you going to send people to the small base? Gu Paisai, yes, what's wrong? Yun Shu, I want to go too, can you take me with you? The person on the other end of the phone took a long time to reply, as if he was still thinking. Gu Paisai, it's very dangerous. If you must go, make sure you are fully prepared. If you are sure you want to pack your things, I will pick you up. Yun Shu felt confident. I have the invincible buff in my hand. After deciding to go, Yun Shu started packing his luggage. Apart from her own lightsaber and some crystal cores prepared for charging, everything else was food. For example, compressed biscuits and chocolates of various flavors. We even temporarily unlocked 2 or 3 flavors of ham sausage. No matter how hard you try, you can never make yourself suffer. She went there to earn crystal cores, not to starve and suffer. I have had enough of hard times. Now that I have the conditions, don't even think about suffering anymore. As soon as Yun Shu had packed up, Gu Paisai instantly appeared at the entrance of the hotel. Leave? Yun Shu stuffed some sausages into his hands. Let's go, travel expenses hee. Gu Paisai smiled, put the money in his pocket, and took Yun Shu to a military exercise area in the base. There are already quite a few psychics and soldiers ready. The mission this time is to rescue the small base surrounded by alien species. The appearance of Gu Paisai and Yun Shu attracted everyone's attention. Yun Shu wore a tight mask and hat, and also a thicker coat. But her cleanliness and temperament are still very eye-catching. Especially since she came out with the Supreme Commander Gu Paisai. There are about 100 people with special abilities ready in the audience, and 200 soldiers in the base. Ever since Yun Shu told Gu Paisai the news about the alien species, he went to the small base. I discovered that there were about 200 to 300 alien species gathered there. As soon as he came back, he issued an emergency call. His ability level is currently level 3. According to the distance between the peace base and the small base, he can teleport more than 20 people at a time. All the psychics should stand in groups. Each group, led by the captain, will follow me to assemble near the small base. After the 5 groups have gathered, act according to my orders. Gu Paisai gave the order and everyone quickly separated and stood in line. he asked Yun Shu to follow the 5th superpower team. He went to teleport the first team first. Yun Shu walked towards the 5th team and found a familiar-looking person inside. Gao Jiuyue? Gao Jiuyue had also seen Yun Shu a long time ago, and she came over.
Boss Yun? Why are you here?
Yun Shu had everything he needed in the hotel, so why did he come here to participate in the mission? Yun Shu didn't expect to meet someone he knew here.
We're short of crystal cores. Business isn't very good.
She looked around Gao Jiuyue and found that she was the only one there.
Where are your team members?
Gao Jiuyue's expression was tinged with sadness.
I am the only one left.
There was a long silence. This kind of thing is bound to happen in the end of the world, but when separation appears before your eyes, the sadness cannot be ignored. After a long moment, Yun Shu patted her shoulder.
Kill 2 more aliens later, and go to the store to eat delicious food. You can also take care of my business.
Gao Jiuyue nodded heavily.
Definitely.
Gu Paisai teleported very quickly, and before long, it was the 5th group's turn. He stood in front of the team, tearing open the cracks in time and space, with sweat already on his forehead. It is obvious that the energy of the supernatural power is almost exhausted.
Quick!
At the command, the members of the 5th Special Ability Team entered the crack one by one. Chapter 76 Mom. Yun Shu even saw his trembling fingertips. His supernatural powers have been overdrawn too much. Even though his ability has reached level 3, teleporting 100 people over long distances at once is about to exceed the limit. So Yun Shu said as she passed by him.
You can go to the store and ask my employees for energy drinks.
Ning Yu usually provides drinks to guests. As the store's biggest customer, Gu Paisai naturally enjoys this special VIP treatment. Before Gu Paisai could say anything, she was urged into the crack by the captain of Team 5. As soon as she stepped into the space-time rift, she felt that it was different from the previous times. In the past, if you stepped inside, you would appear in another place. But now, because Gu Paisai's energy is consumed too quickly, the space-time rift is somewhat unstable. It took a full 3 or 4 seconds before they reached their cover point near the small base. Each of the 5 team leaders and deputy team leaders has a walkie-talkie. 5 special ability teams were waiting in different locations. About a few hundred meters away is the small base. Yun Shu and the people from Group 5 squatted behind the wall of an abandoned gas station, looking towards the small base from afar. Thick smoke was seen billowing out from inside, and the sounds of gunfire and artillery fire were heard continuously. There are many soldiers with guns on the walls of the base, resisting the alien species outside. The alien species continued to climb up outside the wall. When one alien dies, another one will climb up by stepping on the corpse. Soon, the pile of corpses in the corner was more than 1 meter high. And the number of alien species is still increasing continuously.
If this goes on, the small base will fall sooner or later, and their walls can't withstand such a push,
Gao Jiuyue said in a low voice. Yun Shu looked at the alien species in the distance, and felt that they were not attacking in a disorderly manner. The aliens will flock to the direction where the soldiers are weaker.
These alien species seem to be really intelligent,
Yun Shu said. Gu Paisai showed up soon. He took advantage of those 2 minutes to go to Yun Shu's shop and, as Yun Shu had asked, ordered a drink with Ning Yu. After drinking it, I actually regained some energy. However, he thought these drinks were sold in Yun Shu's store, so he left behind an intermediate crystal core.
Ning Yu was so happy.
Gu Paisai's energy recovered a little, and he hurried over here.
Team 1, head southeast, bypass the gas station, and head toward the east gate of the base. Team 2 will provide cover for Team 1's left wing. Keep an eye out for the alien swarms that are joining us.
Gu Paisai arranged the team in an orderly manner. The remaining 200 soldiers had to come on their own. Before those special-powered soldiers came to support, the entire burden fell on the 5 teams. They must protect the small base while protecting themselves. Of course, the peace base is not here to do great good deeds. They were willing to come to support in order to take over the government of the small base. Yun Shu followed the 5th team, and his mission was to wait for the 3rd and 4th teams to break through a gap and then enter the city. Gu Paisai had already made arrangements with the informant inside that as long as teams 3 and 4 could break through, the gate of the base would be temporarily opened, so that Yun Shu's team can enter the city. Hundreds of people with special abilities quickly joined the battlefield. All of a sudden, all kinds of supernatural powers were flying around. Gu Paisai, holding 2 blades, also joined the battlefield. His 2 special powers are psychological perception and control of time and space, and he does not have any combat-related special powers against alien species. But he has superb marksmanship and outstanding martial arts, plus a highly developed body. The double blades in his hands made a sound as they danced in the wind. Wherever the blade went, the aliens fell down. Yun Shu wanted to applaud just by looking at him. Just one word: handsome. Gold, wood, water, fire, earth, and colorful supernatural powers were flying around, and only Yun Shu was not attacked by any alien species. She swung her hand and the lightsaber appeared in her hand. He aimed at an alien that was about to attack Gu Paisai from behind and swung his sword at it. The alien was instantly split into 2 halves. She just stood there quietly among the group of alien species, and with every wave of the sword in her hand, an alien species would be split in half. The scene was so tragic. Gu Paisai didn't expect Yun Shu to be so strong in fighting, so he left his back to her with confidence. He distracted himself and came out to direct everyone. While Yun Shu was chopping the alien species, he wanted to squat down and pick up the crystal core. But now everyone is working hard. She was too embarrassed to squat down and pick it up. So they just watched helplessly as the alien corpses piled up more and more underground. I dare not imagine how many crystal cores these are. It seemed that there were no corpses on the ground, but shining crystal cores waving. She was so greedy that her mouth was watering. But we can only kill the alien species honestly. Gao Jiuyuan noticed the fighting power of Yun Shu and was stunned. She only knew that the elf beside Boss Yun was very powerful. I didn't expect Boss Yun to be so powerful. It seems that the potential value of supernatural powers is probably as high as SSS level. Yun Shu felt no pressure at all. Others were fighting, but she was slaughtering unilaterally. She looked at the corpse on the ground and became more and more excited. She thought that by the time they were all killed, they would have been cleaned up by quick hands. Then she thought of her own little world. Since I can collect all lifeless things, so are these the same kind of corpses? She stepped on an alien corpse and thought ran through her mind. The next second, the corpse disappeared out of thin air at her feet. Although doing so might make the ground of the small world dirty. But as long as you collect the crystal cores, you can throw the corpse out. Anyway, she is the creator over there. After discovering that this method was effective, Yun Shu kicked them one by one. Chopped the alien species while collecting them. In just a short while, dozens of corpses were probably collected. The battle situation around them gradually became fierce. Under Gu Paisai's arrangement, a gap was quickly broken through. Team 5, go in! Yun Shu actually didn't want to go into the city. The aliens haven't been able to break through the door of the base yet, and there will be no aliens to kill once they get in. Just as she was about to follow the 5th team in, she caught a glimpse of an unusual figure out of the corner of her eye. To be precise, it was the figure looking at her. Feeling the cold gaze behind him, Yun Shu looked over. I saw a little girl in bright red clothes on the top floor of the abandoned building opposite, staring at me. When she noticed Yun Shu looking over, she disappeared immediately. Although it was just a glance, Yun Shu felt goosebumps all over his body. What was that just now? Human? But he looked like he was only 4 or 5 years old, and that look really made her uncomfortable. What Yun Shu didn't know was that after the little girl disappeared into the darkness, she clutched the doll tightly in her hand. He uttered a few dry and harsh syllables, as if his vocal cords were rotten. Mom, Mom! Chapter 77 Supporting the Small Base. Everyone quickly ran towards the gap. Gao Jiuyue saw Yun Shu looking somewhere else in a daze, so he grabbed Yun Shu's hand and dragged her into the city. It was very noisy all around, with the roars of alien species and the screams and roars of humans. There are also gunshots, supernatural sounds, and wind sounds. Mixed together? Yun Shu asked Gao Jiuyue loudly while running. Did you see anyone upstairs in the distance just now? Gao Jiuyue was busy hacking to death a nearby alien that rushed over, and couldn't hear what Yun Shu was saying.
What? Go in quickly, Boss Yun!
Yun Shu could only follow the other team members into the city. People outside the city are still fighting against the alien species, and the situation inside the city is not much better. People had already been in panic. Some people who depended on the base wanted to leave the city, and when they saw the gate opened a crack, they hurried to squeeze out.
Let us out! Get out of here! I want to get out!
Seeing this, the soldiers guarding the city raised their guns and fired 2 shots at the ground.
Anyone who moves forward will be shot on the spot.
The crowd that was originally pushing and shoving suddenly became quiet, and they all backed away, looking for other ways out. The others either hugged the people they cared about with fear on their faces, or bravely joined the ranks to fight against the aliens. The 2 groups that had originally fought for power in the coup no longer confronted each other, but temporarily joined forces to start jointly protecting the base. Gu Paisai gave another order to the 5th team, which was to climb up the city wall and assist in killing the aliens. Yun Shu and Gao Jiuyue also followed up. Yun Shu watched as the people around her were either shooting arrows or guns, or using their special abilities. She was the only one standing there at a loss. She can't attack from a distance. If I had known this, I wouldn't have come in. It would have been more satisfying to just kill an alien with a knife outside. But she soon felt that gaze again. Yun Shu's 5 senses were developed to the limits of human capabilities, and her 6th sense was also enhanced. Moreover, the gaze seemed to have some special connection with Yun Shu, so she could feel this gaze so clearly. Gloomy, but inexplicably filled with a hint of attachment. Yun Shu looked up in the direction of the gaze and looked into the distance, and the gaze disappeared in an instant. Who is playing tricks all the time? Yun Shu didn't bother to continue looking for the owner of his gaze and began to observe the battle situation below. The joining of the psychics from the peace base made the battle situation much better, and the aliens fell one after another. But Yun Shu stood high and saw far, and soon discovered something was wrong. The aliens fighting with the psychics in the front are more like voluntarily sacrificing themselves than fighting. However, there were always some aliens hiding in the back and were reluctant to move forward. Even if a psychic came to the front, other aliens would appear and commit suicide in front of the aliens in the back row. What is going on? Yun Shu ran to the side of the 5th team leader, and without bothering to explain the reason to him, he snatched the intercom from the 5th team leader's hand.
Gu Paisai, something is not right. There are some alien species in the back row who are either joining the battle nor leaving.
On the other end of the intercom, and then Gu Paisai's hoarse voice with a slight breath came.
Okay, I get it. I'm afraid these alien species are consuming human physical strength and energy. You continue to observe from above, and tell me immediately if there is any movement from those alien species. While killing an alien, he glanced in the direction where Yun Shu was standing. The 2 of them looked at each other from a distance, and Yun Shu took on the responsibility of keeping watch. Gu Paisai's words just now echoed in her mind. Are the aliens really that smart? Do they even know how to use tactics? Impossible. Even if alien species really have this intelligence, they will not commit suicide for other alien species. After all, Yun Shu saw with his own eyes that day in the hotel an alien species abandoning its companions and running away. Gu Paisai also thought of this. He suspected that something was controlling the actions of these alien species. He looked around and suddenly remembered that when the team members were rescuing the biologists in the underground laboratory, they said they saw a little girl in red. The number of aliens rushing towards the front row was slightly less, and the pressure was also less. He ordered the 2 teams to take turns to rest and pretend to be exhausted, while one group provided cover to resist the aliens, and several people pretended to be injured. The aliens in the back row saw that the humans were beginning to show signs of weakness, and as if they had collectively received some instructions, they suddenly neighed and ran over. The aliens in the front row began to retreat. Yun Shu quickly shouted into the intercom. Here I come, Gu Paisai!
At Gu Paisai's command, those psychics who pretended to be tired secretly accumulated energy, and prepared for a do-or-die battle. I saw that the aliens running over were very different from ordinary aliens in terms of speed and strength. 1 or 2 ordinary aliens retreated slowly and blocked the road, and were directly knocked away or torn in half by the oncoming aliens. Yun Shu was stunned. Before, He had to tear apart the Japanese with his bare hands, and now he was tearing apart the aliens with his bare hands. There were even some alien species whose hands emitted lights of different colors. Almost everyone screamed in horror.
Yes! It's superpowers! The aliens have superpowers!
Several soldiers in the small base lost all hope the moment they saw this scene and dropped their weapons and ran away. No matter what the order or base, they only had one thought in their minds: humanity is finished. The psychics who had been secretly accumulating energy were also surprised when they saw this, but Ling Si had already discovered that there was a huge possibility that the aliens would have secondary mutations and even develop superpowers. They received this news before they came, so they were mentally prepared in advance. But I still feel scared. I have no choice but to go on the battlefield. If I don't fight, I will die. I have no choice but to go on. All of a sudden, there was a variety of colors, and earth spikes, ice cones, wind blades, wooden shields, etc. all appeared together. But if you look closely, you can still see that although the aliens have unlocked their superpowers, they have only been obtained not long ago, and the superpowers are still relatively low level. In addition, due to incomplete intellectual development, their control and potential are very low. The psychics present are not rookies with low potential. They are all very skilled in using their abilities. So if you keep your composure, the battle situation will be good. The people from the 5th team, including Yun Shu, also hurried out to help. Together with the psychics in the small base, everyone worked together, and within an hour, the aliens began to retreat collectively. Yun Shu felt relieved and rubbed his arms, which were sore from swinging the sword. Those alien species did not attack him, but he was exhausted after chopping them for most of the day. But she took the opportunity to collect a lot of alien corpses in her own little world. Moreover, she has absolute control in the small world and does not need to pick out the crystal cores herself. As long as she thinks about it, the crystal cores will come out by themselves. While everyone was resting and no one was paying attention to her, she told the 5th team leader that she wanted to go to the bathroom, and quickly ran off to a nearby deserted place. Then I entered the small world. Chapter 78: The Disappearing Wrapping Paper. As soon as you enter the small world, you will see a small hill of alien corpses piled on the green grass. Even their gray-brown blood flowed onto the originally green grass leaves. So disgusting. Yun Shu felt a little regretful and didn't know if he could clean it up in a while. As soon as she thought about it, shining crystal cores floated out from the bodies of various alien species. Thanks to Yun Shu's control, there was not a trace of dirt on it, and it was cleaner than one that had been washed 10 times with water. Yun Shu took it, but found 2 different ones among a pile of diamond-shaped transparent crystal cores. She picked up the 2 special crystal cores separately. Although it also looks like a diamond-shaped crystal, the energy flowing inside it is colored. One is green and the other is earth-colored. She had some guesses in her mind. Could it be that this was the crystal core formed in the bodies of those alien species with superpowers? I wonder what effect it will have if these 2 crystal cores are absorbed. She quickly put the 2 crystal cores close to her body. The other crystal cores included 42 primary crystal cores, 3 intermediate crystal cores, and 2 advanced crystal cores. She temporarily placed them in her little world. The next step is to move the pile of corpses out. She closed her eyes, but the little world seemed still before her eyes, clearer than when she saw it with her eyes. The texture of each leaf, the direction and growth of each root in the ground, and even the sound of flowing sap, were all magnified infinitely in front of her. As soon as she raised her hand, the pile of corpses flew into the air, and the blood on the ground began to flow back into the corpses of the aliens. The flattened grass leaves stood up again. It's like going back in time. Then she waved her hand, and the alien corpses were instantly brought to the real world. Yun Shu opened his eyes and looked at the green grass that had recovered in front of him. He walked over and smelled and looked at it. Very good. Very clean. She sat on the grass and ate a piece of chocolate, then contentedly withdrew from her own little world. But as soon as I arrived in the real world, that cold gaze immediately appeared. The feeling this time is stronger than any other time before. Almost all the hairs on her arms stood up, and she got goosebumps all over her body. She even clenched the chocolate bag in her hand tightly. If she wasn't a staunch atheist, she would probably have suspected that she had encountered a female ghost. Who is playing tricks on me?
Come out! Why are you sneaking around to see what others are doing? You pervert!
Yun Shu tightly gripped the lightsaber and decided to attack directly. No matter what it is, my panda headband can make me immune to all damage. As soon as she shouted, she faintly heard the faint sobbing of a little girl.
Wow, Mom, I don't like it.
The voice was filled with endless chill, mixed with the childishness of a little girl and the hoarseness of a broken throat. Yun Shu shuddered. No way, did he really meet a female ghost? She immediately gave up the idea of a showdown and turned around to run towards the crowd. At this time, she saw a person in red hiding behind the glass of a pet shop opposite. It's the person I just saw. Yun Shu gritted his teeth and chased after him. I have died once, so there is nothing to be afraid of. I will just do it even if I have a miserable life. She wanted to see whether this little girl in red was a human or a ghost. Yun Shu ran towards the little girl in red. The crying stopped abruptly. The little girl disappeared into the darkness again. Only laughter echoed in the air.
Mom, I like it, ha ha!
Yun Shu shouted with full energy.
Stop, don't run!
In fact, she clenched her back teeth so hard that they would have been trembling. God knows she is most afraid of these false gods and tricks. She ran to the place where the little girl in red had originally stood. There was no one there, except for 1 or 2 dried and rotten corpses from who knows when. There were also 2 shining crystal cores on the ground, and their surfaces were very clean, as if they had been carefully wiped. How could there be a crystal core here? Yun Shu picked it up and found that it was still 2 high-level crystal cores. Was it dropped by the kid just now? Yun Shu adhered to the principle that whoever sees it should get a share and simply put it in his pocket. Then he threw away the chocolate bag that was wrinkled due to nervousness in his hand, and quickly left this strange place. It was not until she returned to the main group that she felt the temperature return to normal, and the chilly feeling disappeared.
What took you so long? Did you encounter any danger?
Gu Paisai came over and threw a small bag to Yun Shu.
Your share.
Yun Shu opened it, and saw that it was actually a small bag of crystal cores, with about 7 or 8 of them. Wow, she really made a fortune today. With what she harvested today, an ordinary psychic wouldn't be able to finish it in 2 months. No wonder these hundreds of psychics are willing to risk their lives to carry out this mission.
There's no danger, but...
Yun Shu put away the crystal core and leaned close to Gu Paisai's ear.
I seem to have seen a ghost, do you believe it?
Gu Paisai felt an itch beside his ear and turned away uncomfortably. His face remained serious, but his Adam's apple moved.
Did you see a ghost? Yes, I saw a little girl in red clothes twice.
Gu Paisai immediately frowned slightly. It was the little girl in red again. Last time in the underground laboratory, the alien species showed abnormal division of labor and blocking the door behavior. No matter how my team members tried to attract them, it was useless. That time, my team members also claimed to have seen a little girl in red.
I believe you. Take me to where you saw her and tell me the details. Okay. The first time I saw her was in the building with the advertisements hanging on it, a little to the right across from me. As soon as the 5th team entered the base, I felt something was watching me, and I looked over and found her. Gu Paisai looked over there. Although it was far away, a supernatural being with extreme 5 senses could still see something. Did you see what it looked like? No, she disappeared in an instant. Well, what about the second time? The second time it's not here, you come with me.
She led Gu Paisai to the door of the abandoned pet shop. Gu Paisai saw an unusual hill of alien corpses on the opposite street, still fresh and dripping with brown blood, and raised an eyebrow. Yun Shu touched her nose awkwardly. If she said that there was such a strange hill here, would he believe it? Fortunately, Gu Paisai didn't ask a single question. Yun Shu changed the subject and quickly pointed to where the little girl was standing. She was standing behind this window just now, but she likes to stay in the shadows, and she's very fast. I ran over here at full speed but still couldn't see her shadow. Yun Shu did not mention that he had also picked up 2 high-level crystal cores. Gu Paisai pushed open the half-open glass door of the pet shop and walked in. Yun Shu had no choice but to follow him. As soon as she entered the store, she felt the blood rushing backwards. Because the chocolate bag she dropped on the ground was gone. Chapter 79. Humanity seems to always be at war with its own. Gu Paisai noticed that Yun Shu stood slightly stiffly.
What's wrong?
Yun Shu looked around and didn't find anything wrong. But now there is no wind, and the psychics are all looking for crystal cores or resting at the various entrances of the small base. It's impossible that someone came and picked up the waste paper of his chocolate. The wrapping paper wasn't seen anywhere, so it wasn't blown away by the wind. So, she came back and took away the waste paper that she had thrown on the ground? This idea puzzled Yun Shu herself. Why would a female ghost like her need her own waste paper shell? It's hard to work in the ghost world now, so do you come to the human world to sell cardboard?
I threw a piece of waste paper on the ground before I left, and now it has disappeared.
Gu Paisai squatted down and looked at the marks on the ground. He had studied criminal investigation and had obtained full marks, and there was a lot of dust, frost and snow on the ground, so all the traces were clearly visible.
She was a little girl about 4 years old. She was very light, about 30% lighter than an average 4-year-old girl. She came back once after you left. She seemed to be struggling with something, and her steps were a little unsteady.
Yun Shu felt relieved when he heard Gu Paisai say that it was a little girl with footprints.
It's good that it's not a female ghost. It could be a mutant. I met a little girl with a very high IQ in the store before.
Yun Shu exhaled deeply and felt a lot more relaxed. As long as they are people with special powers, she is not afraid of them at all. I'm not afraid of physical attacks at all, as long as they're not mental attacks like seeing ghosts.
If she is a mutant, then she has at least 3 superpowers.
Gu Paisai looked solemn. As the supreme commander of the large base, he also has connections with other large bases. So he knew very well that it was difficult to find someone who had unlocked dual superpowers in several bases, and there were only a few people in large bases. Moreover, people with dual superpowers often have 2 powers with low potential values. And the 3 superpowers are completely unheard of. No one has been found to possess 3 superpowers at the same time. According to the description of that team member in Yun Shu, this 4-year-old girl possessed at least 1 super-fast movement speed ability, 1 intelligence ability, and he speculated that she had the ability to control alien species. Each of these 3 superpowers is powerful enough on its own, let alone when they are combined together in a 4-year-old child. And the bad thing is, this little girl is at war with humans.
3 superpowers, this kid is really amazing,
Yun Shu said as he secretly thought, since she's not a ghost, next time I see her I must chase her and turn her into a ghost. After all, I threw out a lot of alien corpses, and they appeared out of thin air. The child should have seen them all. Plus, this child was obviously targeting me and was an enemy of humans, so I couldn't let him stay. She does not have the habit of blindly loving children. She only believes that if others do not offend me, I will not offend others. If someone offends me, I will kill him. Gu Paisai took out a device as evidence, and then returned to the small base with Yun Shu. The small base suffered heavy losses, and several walls showed signs of collapsing. Many casualties were bleeding. There was smoke floating in the base, and someone had lit a bonfire in the middle of the square.
You are injured! Stay away from us, get out!
A guard's arm was torn off by the alien. His face was pale and he wanted to get closer to the lit campfire to warm himself. But he was kicked away by a man who was warming himself by the campfire. The guard glared at the man angrily.
If we hadn't fought so hard to protect the base, you would have been dead long ago.
The man stretched out his hand to warm the fire.
Whatever happens, who knows if you are infected? Get out of here, get out of here!
The guard was extremely angry, thinking that he wouldn't live much longer anyway, so he might as well drag this ungrateful man down with him. So he drew his knife and was about to stab him, but the man rolled away and pointed at the guard and shouted,
He's infected! Help! This man is infected!
The people around him had been trying to keep a distance from the matter, but when they heard him shout that someone was infected, they all became nervous and some even mobilized their special powers to attack the guard at any time. The guard's arm was covered in blood, but at this moment, as he looked at the people around him who treated him coldly, and even wanted to kill him immediately, he felt a sense of helplessness in his heart. Are these the people I just risked my life to protect? Did I just risk my life to protect the base among the aliens, just for these people? He threw down the short blade in his hand, as if he wanted to burn out all his supernatural powers. Fireballs flew out of his hand and hit those people indiscriminately. This action was like a beginning. Many uninjured people automatically gathered together, trying to drive out the injured people to prevent them from being infected and biting themselves. Those who were injured also automatically huddled together, wondering why they deserved such results and treatment in exchange for defending the base. The two sides started fighting immediately. As soon as Gu Paisai and Yun Shu came in, an earth arrow shot over and hit Yun Shu in the face. Gu Paisai reached out and pulled Yun Shu to his side. Yun Shu was pulled by him and bumped into his chest. Yun Shu felt that she had bumped into his firm and elastic chest muscles. Wow, he had a pretty good figure, but she wouldn't get hurt anyway. "Thank you, don't pull me, I'm fine." When Gu Paisai heard her say this, a line of words popped up in his mind: romantic insulator. "Do you want to intervene?" Yun Shu looked at the people fighting in front of him, thinking that as the commander of a large base, Gu Paisai would intervene to stabilize the situation. Unexpectedly, Gu Paisai said with a cold face, "I don't know them. No matter what, the task will be completed after the fight and the finishing touches." "Ha! Very good, the mental state is beautiful, she appreciates it very much." So the two of them sat aside and waited for these people to finish fighting. Both sides actually have their own reasons. The uninjured people are afraid that the injured people will mutate and kill themselves or their loved ones. Those injured were already in great fear, and it was even more unacceptable for them to be treated hostilely by these people. So both sides are right. If you want to fight, then fight. Don't be a judge of the end of the world and respect the fate of others. After about 10 minutes, the leaders of the two forces in the small base came out with their people to stop this farce. They invited the injured to recuperate in another building. Each person was given a separate room, and they would be released if there was no mutation after 2 days. It was promised that some food and water would be distributed during the 2 days. This calmed everyone's anger. Qin Fin is the leader of one of the forces in the small base, while Lin Che and his father, the old base commander, are the leaders of another force. Lin Che and his companions were in a weaker position without the strong-arm Lin He, and suffered heavy losses in the struggle for power. At this moment, Qin Fin had the final say. He ordered his men to take the injured to a separate building in the southeast corner of the base for rest and isolation. "Don't worry, everyone. You are all heroes who have dedicated yourself to the base. Food, water, and some medicines will be given to you first and distributed as soon as possible." Qin Fin raised his arms and shouted, and the injured people expressed their gratitude. Other psychics who were not injured but participated in the battle were also won over by his arrangement. But when his deputy was about to leave, Qin Fin grabbed his arm and whispered in his ear, "Find more of our people, arrange them in batches, and eliminate them all while they are not paying attention, so as to avoid wasting supplies." His expression was cold and indifferent, as if he was just throwing away some garbage. After saying that, he turned around and put on an extremely flattering smile, nodding and bowing as he walked towards Gu Paisai. Chapter 80: The Second Siege. Yun Shu had been paying attention to this person's every move, curling his lips in disdain, and commenting in a low voice, "This person's character is not very good." Gu Paisai looked at her drooping eyelashes and smiled. "Well, I won't let him take over." Qin Fin's flattery arrived before he arrived. "It's a rare opportunity for you, sir, to come to such a humble place, but you just happened to run into such a mess. I'm sorry to see you. If you hadn't brought people to save us from the water and fire, I don't think I would have had the chance to see you." Gu Paisai stood up. With his shoes on, he was nearly 1.9 meters tall, half a head taller than Qin Fin. Qin Fin quickly bent down again. "Ask someone from the Peace Liaison Department to see me. Also, go tell your men not to shoot those people and keep them isolated." Gu Paisai tugged at the black gloves on his hands and reached out to Yun Shu to pull her up, but Yun Shu didn't pull him. She patted her butt and stood up. Qin Fin's heart was beating fast when he heard this. He didn't expect that Gu Paisai had heard the conversation he had just had with his subordinates. How terrifying must this man's 5 senses be? Yes, it was all my fault for being confused for a moment. I'll go right away, don't worry, sir. Also..." Before Qin Fin could finish his words, Lin Che appeared beside him with his men. The people he brought with him were actually the liaison officers and other personnel stationed here from the peace base. Of course, they were only the ones in public. "Sir, all the personnel from the peace base are here.
A meeting room has been prepared in the main building. Please move over and take a rest. In addition, mattresses have been laid out in the room next to the meeting room for the peace psychics who have come from afar to rest. Yun Shu looked at Lin Che and felt that this guy was very different from the first time she met him. I used to think he had an omega demeanor, but now, probably because of the war, he was covered in dust and dirt, and his eyes had become determined after going through what he had experienced. He actually seemed to be able to handle things a little better. Moreover, he saw with his own eyes that Gu Paisai killed his brother. He looked very sad at that time, but now he didn't show any resentment at all. On the contrary, he was very considerate and still maintained courtesy in such a critical situation. Either he is too righteous and feels that his own brother has done too many evil things, so he wants to kill his own brother for the sake of justice, or he has very deep thoughts in his mind. Yun Shu never likes to think too highly of others. After all, she has died once and is used to preparing for the worst, so she is more inclined to believe the second reason. Gu Paisai saw that all the liaison personnel from his base were brought here, and realized that Lin Che had made arrangements in advance, so he looked at him for a moment longer. Lin Che noticed Yun Shu standing beside him and nodded to greet him. She didn't look unnatural at all. Ms. Yun, long time no see. I'm sorry for what happened before. Yun Shu waved her hands. I'm fine, and you haven't done anything wrong to me. Gu Paisai interrupted them and asked, Shall we go? Lin Che quickly led the way, leading Gu Paisai, Yun Shu, and the psychics of the peace base to the main building. Among the psychics who came to support the peace base, 4 died and 17 were injured. The injured were placed separately on the 4th floor of the main building, while Yun Shu and the others went to the 3rd floor. Yun Shu had no interest in the subsequent discussion of government affairs, nor was he qualified to listen, so he went to the psychic lounge. Her appearance attracted everyone's attention. It's not because of her appearance. After all, she is wearing dirty clothes, her hair is messy, and her face is dirty. It was because she was always with Gu Paisai. Everyone even saw Commander Gu reaching out to help her up, but she refused. Yun Shu felt a little uncomfortable being stared at by everyone, so she simply glared and looked back at everyone until she found Gao Jiuyue's seat, then she hurried over and sat next to her. Gao Jiuyue moved aside to make room for Yun Shu. Yun Shu quietly took out a chocolate bar from his pocket and stuffed it into Gao Jiuyue's hand. Here, eat it quietly. After all, apart from Gu Paisai and Lin He, the only person here who she knew was Gao Jiuyue, and she was also an old customer. She had a pretty good impression of Gao Jiuyue and was willing to help each other. Gao Jiuyue was surprised, Gao Jiuyue was happy, Gao Jiuyue kept it in her pocket. Thank you? Gao Jiuyue was silent for a while, as if he had something to ask, and finally spoke. Boss Yun, have you seen Yanzi later? Swallow is Zhang Yan. Was obsessed with the elf and later watched her lover die in front of her. That is Zhang Jia's cousin. Ever since Zhang Yan chased Zhang Jia out of the house, Yun Shu has never seen her again. I originally thought that she would take Zhang Jia to meet up with Gao Jiuyue. I haven't seen it. Didn't you guys meet up? Gao Jiuyue shook his head regretfully. After she went out with her cousin, she never came back and could not be contacted at all. One of Gao Jiuyue's teammates died and the other was missing. She looked lonely and the worry in her eyes seemed to be overflowing. Boss Yun, have you met her sister later? Yun Shu was embarrassed. She had indeed seen it, and had killed Zhang Jia. I have seen it once. Gao Jiuyue sat up straight and asked. When? Can you tell me where you saw her? If we find her, maybe we can get some news about Yanzi. About half a month ago. I killed her, Yun Shu said directly. It was probably a few days after Zhang Yan and Zhang Jia left that she went to the hotel by herself. There was no sign of Zhang Yan, but a few crystal cores were found on her. When Gao Jiuyue heard Yun Shu say that she killed Zhang Jia, she didn't react much, but it was a pity that the clue was lost. When he heard Yun Shu say that Zhang Jia had a crystal core, he felt something was wrong. Zhang Jia doesn't have any special abilities. Yanzi couldn't have left her and let her go back to the hotel alone. Zhang Jia shouldn't have a crystal core. 80%. She didn't continue talking, but both of them knew that Zhang Yan might not come back. Doomsday is like cannibalism. In the blink of an eye,
A living person may never be seen again. Yun Shu was sighing when he felt that cold gaze appear again. He even heard a voice in his ear. Mom! Then suddenly there were screams of terror and gunshots outside. Everyone rushed to the window and looked out, only to see a large number of alien species surrounding them from all directions. The number is even greater than the previous wave. Chapter 81. A pair of shoes in front of me. This time, as if they had anticipated the firepower of the human base and came prepared, they quickly tore a hole in the wall of the base. Seeing the danger, Gu Paisai called all the key people into a room, held a crystal core in his hand and forcibly mobilized his supernatural powers to teleport them back to the peace base. He didn't find Yun Shu and didn't follow her back. This small base is beyond saving, so it's time to abandon it. The moment the wall was broken, Yun Shu was pulled invisible by Gao Jiuyue. Gao Jiuyue's current ability level can only make 2 people invisible. Then Yun Shu and Gao Jiuyue quietly went against the flow, trying to get out through the gap. At this time, Yun Shu received a message from Gu Paisai, asking her where she was. Yun Shu and Gao Jiuyue were jostled by the panicked people who were fleeing, and they only had time to reply that they were on the 4th floor and told him not to worry about them. It may not be safe for us to rush out directly from the broken side. Although the aliens can't see us, they have evolved special powers now. Who knows, some of them might see through my invisibility. The best way is to find a place to hide temporarily, Gao Jiuyue said. Yun Shu didn't mind the alien siege, and she didn't plan to go back to the peace base directly. She now even wanted to find the child who was pretending to be a ghost and kill him. She vaguely felt that the little ghost was related to the alien siege, but why did the little ghost always call her mother? She was unmarried and childless before the end of the world, and she had not even experienced love. Where did such a filial daughter come from? With doubts in his heart, and the sense of security brought by the panda headband, Yun Shu's curiosity reached its peak at this moment. So she said to Gao Jiuyue, "Hide well. This is for you to eat as a last resort. You must take care of yourself. I have something else to do and I'm leaving now." After saying that, he stuffed 2 pieces of chocolate into Gao Jiuyue's arms as she was shocked, took the initiative to disconnect from her invisible state, and walked away against the flow of people. Yun Shu was squeezed crookedly by these fleeing people. She now wanted to go to the side stairs, run to the top floor, and see where the little ghost was now. Judging from the sound just now, the little ghost must be not far away from him. It can actually transmit sound through the air, which is really amazing. If there is a way to get it into the hotel and kill it, I wonder how much luck it would cost. She squeezed forward and thought seriously, but ended up bumping into the arms of a man who smelled of soap and blood. Her vision only reached his firm chest. Her wrist was grabbed and she was pulled to the corner of the wall, away from the fleeing crowd. "I found you. Shall we go back to the base? It's too dangerous outside. This place is deserted." It was Gu Paisai. "I won't go back. You can go back first. If you want, you can also bring my guest Gao Jiuyue back with you. She is your subordinate." His hand that tore open the crack in time and space paused. "We are surrounded by alien species outside. Going out now is almost a dead end. Are you sure?" Although he didn't know what Yun Shu was going to do, he still chose to respect her, but there was a hint of concern in her tone that he didn't notice. "Don't worry, I'll take care of it. Go ahead and get busy." Yun Shu looked at his position. The stairs were already full of people running down, and he couldn't go up at all. She decided to wait at this small corner for a while, and then go up when the people had almost run away. Gu Paisai took off a pistol from his waist and handed it to Yun Shu. "Here you go. It can hold 6 rounds of ammunition. And here's the magazine." Yun Shu shook his head and smiled sheepishly. "Well, I don't know how to use this foreign thing. I have a sword." Gu Paisai reluctantly put it away, took a deep look at Yun Shu, and went to find the Gao Jiuyue she mentioned. He had to go back, as he had consumed too much of his energy, and now he was forcing himself to talk to Yun Shu. Seeing Gu Paisai leave, Yun Shu leaned towards the small window in the corner and looked out. "I saw that there were densely packed alien species surrounding the outside, and I didn't know how many people were dead on the ground. It looked very bloody and terrifying. Even someone like Yun Shu, who had seen many scenes and had died once himself, felt sick to his stomach by this cruel scene. The bloody smell in the air rushed straight into my nose, and the word, Doomsday, became concrete at this moment. There were already fewer people running downstairs outside, so Yun Shu took the opportunity to quickly climb the stairs and ran to the top floor in one breath. The only way to go up from the top floor is to climb the ladder. It's the kind of iron ladder that goes vertically upwards. Yun Shu struggled to grab the first ladder, then climbed up. When he reached the top, the small door leading into the room was locked. Yun Shu stepped on the ladder, leaned on it, took out the lightsaber with one hand, and split the lock with one sword. Then push it upwards. The rusty iron door opened just like that. Yun Shu climbed up, and just as he stuck his head out, he saw a pair of blood-stained little girl's leather shoes standing in front of him. That creepy voice sounded from above her head. "Mom!" Yun Shu exclaimed in his heart. "Oh shit!" She closed her eyes and silently said to herself, "I am invincible, I am invincible." She climbed up in a few steps, swung out the lightsaber in her hand, and opened her eyes. I saw a little girl, about 4 years old, standing in front of me. Her skin was pale with a bluish tint, her hair was short like a student's, and she had a pair of big, cute eyes, but her pupils were dilated and lifeless. She was wearing a red dress that was torn and dirty. In her hand, she was holding a bunny doll whose fluff was almost gone, and in her right hand, she was clenching a crumpled chocolate wrapper. Yun Shu swallowed. This person doesn't look like a living person at all. "Mom, Mom!" The little girl looked at Yun Shu and forced a smile, but because her facial muscles were too stiff, her smile looked very strange. She spoke with the childish voice of a little girl, but the syllables in her throat seemed rusty. "You called the wrong person. I'm not your mother and I don't know you." Yun Shu was originally scared, but she didn't feel any hostility from this little girl. When the little girl heard this, her eyes widened and her voice became obviously excited. "No, you are, Mom!" As her voice rose, the aliens below the building screamed in unison and intensified their attacks. Yun Shu quickly said, Okay, I'm your mother, don't get excited, damn it." The little girl then chuckled. Yun Shu verified his guess that this little girl indeed had a deep connection with the alien species. But she doesn't look like a human. After all, she looks dead, but she doesn't look like an alien either. Aliens would not have such high-level human thinking, and they would have looked very strange. She decided to ask some questions, so she put on a friendly expression, squatted down and asked, "Tell Mom, what is your name?" Chapter 82, Rainbow Dash. The little girl stayed a few steps away from Yun Shu. When she saw Yun Shu squatting down, she opened her arms and ran over. "It's like I really saw my biological mother and wanted to hug her," Yun Shu quickly said. "Just stay where you are, Mom, I won't hug you if you're dirty." The little girl paused, with a look of disappointment in her eyes. "My name is Baby, Mommy's baby." "Baby? Don't you remember your name?" Yun Shu didn't know why. She clearly intended to kill her directly, but facing the look in the eyes of this strange child, she couldn't swing the lightsaber in her hand. "Baby, can you make those alien species go away?" Yun Shu tried to ask. If it is really the little girl in front of him who is controlling all these alien species, then she might be able to save this small base. The little girl tilted her head. "Alien species? I don't understand." Yun Shu pointed at the alien species fighting below and said, "Those people. Can we let them go?" The little girl took a look, a bit cunning in her eyes, and stretched out her hand. Mom, hold my hand, baby, be good." Yun Shu looked at her pale little hand and swallowed his saliva. "Never mind, just consider it as sacrificing one's life for justice." She took the little girl's hand. There is no temperature at all, just as cold as ice, but it is not hard, but soft to the touch. The little girl narrowed her eyes happily, and the alien species outside seemed to have heard some kind of order. They quickly stopped attacking and began to retreat in an orderly manner. "It really works." Yun Shu looked down at the short child. The little girl opened her big eyes and looked at Yun Shu's hand, and her little hand was holding Yun Shu tightly. Damn, should I kill her or not? Kill her, but this little girl never attacked him. Yun Shu even had a strange feeling when he touched her, as if he felt the little girl's attachment to him. But if she is not killed, this little girl has the ability to control alien species. Yun Shu reached out his other hand and pinched the little girl's pulse. Sure enough,
She has no heartbeat, she is not alive. Yun Shu's murderous intent grew stronger. This little girl is not of my race, and she has no scruples about killing humans. No matter how you look at it, she will become a big trouble for me. If I don't kill her, do I have to take her back to the hotel? Thinking of this, Yun Shu gritted his teeth and swung out his lightsaber. At this moment, the little girl took something out of her pocket, held it in her little hand, and held it up to show Yun Shu like she was presenting a treasure. Mom likes it. Give it to Mom. She opened her little hands, and surprisingly, there was a crystal core filled with green light. Yun Shu paused with his sword. Given to me? She remembered the crystal core she picked up in the pet shop, so that was where the child had placed it for her. Yun Shu lowered the hand holding the lightsaber, put the lightsaber away and put it on his waist, then reached out to take the green crystal core. Blinked happily. Yun Shu sighed resignedly. Forget it, just take her back to the hotel. It was his fault for being so lenient. And since this child can control alien species, doesn't that mean I have an endless supply of crystal cores? So she said in a mysterious way, Do you want to go home with me? But there is one condition, you are not allowed to kill anyone again. The little girl nodded heavily, and her hair bounced up and down like a little black jellyfish. So Yun Shu took off her mask and scarf and put them on the little girl. She covered the little girl tightly to prevent others from noticing that the child had a different skin color from others. The gloves were also taken off and replaced with her little gloves. He also took off his inner coat and put it on the child. The adult's coat was very big for the little girl, even covering her slender, pale calves. Mom, it's not cold. The little girl kept looking at Yun Shu carefully, and actually saw happiness on her stiff little face. When Yun Shu saw her expression, he felt a little guilty, so he pulled the hat on the little girl's head to cover her big eyes. How about this? You live with me from now on, but you have to give Mom gifts every day, Yun Shu said shamelessly. Then he remembered that the child didn't have a name, so he said, How about this? From now on, you can be called Yun Bao. Rainbow Dash, who was wearing a large coat, nodded happily. Yeah. Just as Yun Shu was about to leave with her hand, she remembered that she had let Gu Pai Sai go ahead, and she hadn't sent the ticket in time. How could she go back? Could she walk back? She didn't want to walk that far. So he looked at Rainbow Dash and said, Baby, do you have a way to take us home? Rainbow Dash nodded and shook her head. I don't know where home is. Oh yeah, she didn't know where the hotel was. Yun Shu had no choice but to say, Then let's go downstairs to the first floor. This time, Rainbow Dash nodded, and a creature soon crawled out from the wall next to her and trotted behind her small body. Yun Shu resisted the urge to kill the alien with a single blow. The alien's body twisted and deformed, and 2 places for sitting appeared. This reminded Yun Shu of the Totoro car in the movie My Neighbor Totoro that he had seen before the end of the world. But this is a weird humanoid version. Yun Bao pulled Yun Shu over and sat on it. Yun Shu also sat down. Then the alien chose a wall facing away from the crowd, climbed up the wall, steadily carried Yun Shu and Yun Bao downstairs, and then ran away. Yun Shu was surprised. So Yun Bao didn't have so many different superpowers, but could control the aliens with different superpowers. Yun Shu and Yun Bao landed at the back of the main building, right next to a wall. No one could see them. Everyone was hiding in the buildings, or digging for crystal cores or looking for their relatives and friends in the open space in front. She led Rainbow Dash out through the gap between the building and the wall, and saw the tragic scene outside. Some people were too busy being afraid to cry over their dead relatives and friends, some were trying hard to find crystal cores from the alien species, and some were even touching other people's bodies in the hope of finding something left over. The soldiers had already lost their composure, and the entire base was in chaos. Miss Yun? A familiar voice sounded behind Yun Shu. She turned around and saw Linjua. Linjua was in a very miserable state, with a cut on his body, and was now bleeding. There were 3 psychics standing next to him, probably his loyal subordinates. It is rare for a person without any superpowers to have 3 people with superpowers loyal to him. It also shows that he is not simple. Maybe he had already been secretly building up his own power when his brother Lin He was in power. I didn't expect you were still alive, Linjua said. Then he looked around. Where is Commander Gu?
Gu Paisai has already gone back. Is there anything wrong? Linjue took a deep look at the child led by Yun Shu.
What is this?